Bai Muqing had long been aware of a rumor surrounding the illustrious Nangong family of City C, renowned for their immense wealth, rivaling that of nations. Regrettably, the eldest son, Nangong Chen, was afflicted with a grave illness, predicted not to live beyond 30, a frail shadow of a man. It was whispered that in recent years, Nangong Chen had taken a wife nearly every year, yet none lived to see the dawn of the following day. The reasons shrouded in mystery, as were the circumstances of their untimely deaths. When the Nangong family presented their betrothal gifts to the Bai household, Bai Muqing could scarcely fathom that her father would cruelly thrust her into this infernal door, compelling her to assume her sister's place as Nangong Chen's seventh bride in a desperate bid to safeguard her sister's life. Entering the world of the affluent was akin to plunging into the depths of the sea. Bai Muqing, despite her struggles, ultimately succumbed to the machinations of fate. Each day, she found herself occupied with the care of the ailing Nangong Chen, who was perpetually on the verge of death. If one were to inquire about the most esteemed and affluent family in City C, even a beggar on the street could readily name the Nangong family, which had seemingly emerged from obscurity in recent decades. The tale spoke of their wealth, yet the eldest son, Nangong Chen, was beset by a dire illness, foretold to not see his 30th year. Moreover, it was said that Nangong Chen had wed nearly every year, yet none of his brides had survived beyond the first day, the reasons remaining elusive. Yet, in this enigmatic aura surrounding the man, Bai Muqing never anticipated she would become his seventh bride. A month prior, the Nangong family had boldly delivered their betrothal gifts to the Bai family, explicitly requesting the legitimate daughter, Bai Yingyan, to wed Nangong Chen. Indeed, their desire was for Bai Yingyan, yet today it was the second daughter, Bai Muqing, who was to enter the Nangong family. She had resisted, fought back, but ultimately succumbed to her father's coercion, becoming Nangong Chen's wife. Bai Muqing had never believed in curses or the notion of destiny. She could not comprehend why a man capable of commanding such an empire as the Nangong family would harbor such superstitions. Today marked her wedding day to Nangong Chen. Devoid of ceremony or blessings, save for a solitary ring, the groom's shadow was nowhere to be found. After the Nangong family sent a procession to escort her from the Bai residence, she was taken directly to the ancestral hall of the Nangong family, where she was led to perform a series of rituals before being ushered into an opulent bedroom. The room was dimly lit and eerie, and Bai Muqing found herself seated on the edge of the bed, lost in a daze, as if caught in a dream. She never imagined her wedding would unfold in such a manner, so far removed from her dreams. Most unsettling was the thought of the wedding night that lay ahead. Contemplating the man rumored to have lost 6 wives, dread filled her heart. She surveyed her surroundings. The grand bedroom exuded an unsettling atmosphere. Even the jade-inlaid gold ring on her 4th finger emanated an ominous glow beneath the dim light. Though she had never believed in spirits, an involuntary shiver ran through her as she hugged her knees tightly, her face betraying her apprehension. After a long day of turmoil, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she reclined on the bed, drifting into a restless slumber. Being newly married and in the domain of a stranger, she dared not sleep too soundly, and before she knew it, she was stirred from her stupor by the sound of a door creaking open. A sudden chill swept over her spine, prompting her to instinctively sit up, her drowsiness dissipating in an instant. Accompanied by the sound of a door creaking open, a tall figure emerged before her. However, as the last dim light in the bedroom extinguished, the room plunged into darkness, rendering her unable to discern anything more than the silhouette of a man of imposing stature. His features remained obscured, his expression shrouded in mystery, yet she could distinctly sense an eerie aura emanating from him. With just a glance, Bai Muqing found herself involuntarily gasping. She paused momentarily. Was this truly her husband? The enigmatic man rumored to have outlived 6 wives, destined not to see his 30th year? Yet, he appeared remarkably healthy. How could he possibly not live past 30? It must be superstition, nothing more than baseless folklore. Bai Muqing shook her head, chastising herself for her thoughts. How could she be preoccupied with such matters at this moment? What did it matter how many wives he had lost? Nangong Chen finally took a step toward the grand bed, and Bai Muqing instinctively shrank back toward the center of it as he approached. He halted before her, looming over her with an air of cold authority, his voice as chilling as his presence. I have heard you can cure my ailment. Bai Muqing's lips parted in surprise. Could she truly heal him? What did he mean? Even she herself held no belief in such a notion, yet he appeared to. I am inquiring about your capabilities. Nangong Chen leaned closer, his long, elegant fingers gripping her chin and tilting her face upward, compelling her to meet his gaze. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed the shadow of another woman reflected in her Aisa sensation he had experienced when he first viewed her photograph. It was precisely this that had led him to acquiesce to the elder lattice arrangement to marry her. Fully aware that she was not the woman he sought, he still chose to marry her. In the enveloping darkness, although her vision was clouded, the brilliance within his eyes momentarily stunned her. Bai Muqing hesitated for a few seconds before responding with a tremor in her voice. If I were to say no, would you let me go? And what do you think? Nangong Chen abruptly released her chin, commanding, disrobe. I refuse. Bai Muqing tightened her grip on her nightgown, feeling a surge of fear at his intimidating presence. In her panic, she turned to flee from the other side of the bed, but Nangong Chen was quicker, deftly seizing the corner of her gown. A gentleman uses words, not force. Do not tug at my clothing. Bai Muqing struggled fiercely to break free, darting away from the bed. Nangong Chen, provoked, swiftly circled around to confront her, seizing her arm with brute force and thrusting her back onto the bed. He leaned over her, tearing her nightgown away with little regard. Bai Muqing felt the cool air against her skin, realizing her vulnerability, and she writhed in shame and anger, exclaiming, Nangong Chen, how dare you bully a weak woman? I will accuse you of assault. Yet, Nangong Chen remained unmoved by her threats or struggles, his powerful form pressing down upon her as he coldly whispered in her ear, this time, it is best to be correct otherwise. Your fate will mirror theirs. Bai Muqing listened to his words, a chilling dread enveloping her heart. Were they akin to her? Who did they refer to? His 6 wives who did not survive their wedding night? She gazed fearfully at the indistinct features of the face before her, gritting her teeth, scarcely daring to utter a sound. His actions were brutish and savage, utterly devoid of any tenderness. Bai Muqing struggled against him, but her efforts were in vain. She could only clench her jaws and endure. After being violently tossed about for what felt like an eternity, she lost track of whether she succumbed to slumber from sheer exhaustion or she was rendered unconscious by the torment inflicted by the man upon her. In any case, her consciousness gradually ebbed away, leaving her utterly oblivious. Bai Muqing found herself in a dream, where a great fire blazed fiercely. Her sister, Bai Muqing, extended her hands in a plea for help, admitting her past wrongs and expressing her remorse for bullying her. She implored that she wished to live, to avoid disfigurement. Then, a flame surged upward, instantly engulfing her sister. Sister! Bai Muqing screamed and abruptly sat up in bed, drenched in cold sweat. Everything around her felt entirely foreign, a realm she had never encountered before. She sat in a daze on the bed for a moment, only to realize that her body ached as if it had been shattered. The memories from before sleep began to crystalline in Nangong Chen's presence, the scene of him atop her, her gaze falling upon her exposed form. Turning slightly, she discerned the silhouette of a man beside her. She recognized him as Nangong Chen, her newlywed husband, with whom she had just engaged in a frenzied entanglement. Her chastity, preserved for so many years, had been so brutally seized by this devil. The thought alone brought her sorrow. Nangong Chen's arm remained draped over her waist, and as her brow furrowed, she cautiously lifted her hand to push his away, only to realize that something was amiss with him. What was he doing? Was he trembling? Indeed, despite the dimness of the night, she could distinctly feel Nangong Chen's body quaking, his face contorted in anguish, as though he were enduring some unbearable torment. It was rumored that Nangong Chen was unwell. Could this be a manifestation of his illness? Instinctively, Bai Muqing shifted away slightly, her face filled with trepidation. The Nangong family had not informed her how to handle such an unforeseen circumstance. In her panic, just when she was at a loss for what to do, Nangong Chen suddenly lunged at her, firmly gripping her throat, while through gritted teeth, he muttered, "Why do you cling to me? Why? Why? I help." Bai Muqing gasped, struggling to push him away while screaming. Nangong Chen appeared to have lost his sanity, his actions completely beyond his control, his strength rendering her efforts futile. In that moment, she finally understood how his 6 previous wives had met their demise. Just as she thought she was destined to become his 7th bride, unable to survive the wedding night, Nangong Chen abruptly released her, rolling off the bed and curling into a ball on the floor. Clenching his teeth so tightly that blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth, gasping for breath, Bai Muqing detected the metallic scent of blood, realizing that danger lurked nearby. In that moment, she cast aside her previous grievances and hatred, grabbing a bedsheet to wrap around herself before hastily descending from the bed. She attempted to turn on the lights, but the switch remained unresponsive, regardless of her frantic efforts. Observing Nangong Chen's reaction, which resembled an epileptic seizure, she scanned her surroundings, engulfed in darkness and unable to locate a suitable object to prevent him from biting his tongue in a fit of desperation. In a moment of urgency, she thrust her own wrist into his mouth. Ah! A shrill scream escaped her lips, a painful cry. Her scream finally alerted the inhabitants of the residence, and a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed at the door, swiftly followed by shadows flitting before her eyes. Bai Muqing recognized none of them, nor did she grasp their identities. In a daze, her wrist was extricated from Nangong Chen's mouth by an unknown hand. No one paid her any heed. Everyone was preoccupied with Nangong Chen. Doctors, the master of the house, servants, their figures flickered before her, a blur, until Nangong Chen was taken from the bedroom. Throughout the ordeal, she remained huddled in the corner, consumed by anxiety. Finally, silence enveloped the bedroom. Bai Muqing struggled to raise her numb left hand, only to discover her wrist was a mangled mess. Leaning against the wall, she sat for what felt like an eternity, drifting into a hazy slumber. She had no sense of time until a violent knocking jolted her awake. Startled, she opened her eyes to find daylight streaming in. Just as she prepared to rise and answer the door, it was flung open by a woman known as Sister He, accompanied by 2 servants. She pointed out Bai Muqing on the bed, commanding, "Take her away." Bai Muqing, bewildered and unaware of the situation, was seized by the 2 agile servants and dragged toward the door. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me." Bai Muqing protested, her voice filled with desperation. The servants, however, paid her no mind, continuing to pull her down the stairs. In the living room below sat 5 or 6 individuals. The elderly matriarch of the Nangong family occupied the main seat, flanked by a middle-aged man clad in Taoist robes, with several other elders from the Nangong lineage present. With a forceful shove, the 2 servants threw Bai Muqing down before the matriarch, causing her to wince in pain. The old lady cast a glance at Bai Muqing on the floor and coldly addressed the Taoist priest beside her, "Master Wang, ascertain whether she is Bai family's heiress, Bai Ying'an." With a mere glance from Sister He, the 2 servants advanced, grasping Bai Muqing's chin and lifting it forcefully. Master Wang scrutinized Bai Muqing before responding to the matriarch. "Indeed, old lady, it is unmistakably her. Bai Jingping has but one daughter, Bai Ying'an." Upon concluding his statement, he gestured for his assistant to present a photograph of Bai Ying'an, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl on the floor. The matriarch examined the photograph and seethed. Was it not said that they are destined lovers? Was it not claimed that she could save the young master's life? Just last night was their first encounter, and already the young master has fallen ill. My lady, this. The master found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that the individual was indeed correct, yet he too was perplexed as to why Nangong Chen fell ill on the eve of their nuptials. On the floor, Bai Muqing couldn't help but smile bitterly within. These fools, are they truly incapable of discerning that she was merely feigning? "Master Wang, do speak," the elderly matron exclaimed in a fit of urgency and ire. Master Wang has consistently asserted that the eldest young master must possess feelings for her and genuinely fall in love for her to be deemed his destined partner. However, Madame Nangong gracefully stepped from her chair, approaching Bai Muqing's side and casting a condescending gaze upon her. "With such a wretched specimen, how do you expect the eldest young master to harbor any feelings? To fall in love? Do show me how." With a forceful shove, Bai Muqing was unceremoniously thrust into Master Wang's embrace, colliding painfully against his chest, leaving her momentarily dazed. Yet at that moment, she could hardly concern herself with the pain. Everything felt surreal, as if she were trapped in a dream. She even began to doubt whether the events of the previous night had truly transpired or if the Nangong family had orchestrated this cruel jest against her. Nangong Chen was a perfectly normal individual, neither ill nor had he bitten her. Recalling the previous night, the wound on her wrist throbbed with a dull ache. She was acutely aware of her disheveled state, her hair a chaotic mess, her attire askew, rendering her no different from a madwoman. It was no wonder Madame Nangong would utter such remarks. Thus does the madam imply, to keep her or not. What do you think? That suggests she is to be dismissed. Sister He signaled to the maids standing nearby. Remove the ring from her finger. The 2 young maids, seemingly perceptive, seized Bai Muqing and attempted to pry the ring from her 4th finger. "Hey, what are you doing? What is not keeping me? Does this imply I can go home?" Bai Muqing exclaimed, struggling in desperation. Did this mean they no longer wished for her? Could she truly return home? Chapter 3. The ring cannot be removed. If that is truly the case, then so be it. You have a naive imagination. The old lady cast a cold glance at her, her expression unyielding as she spoke. You have entered the gates of the Nangong family and witnessed the master's ailment. Thus you can never return to the Bai family for the rest of your life. What do you mean? What do you intend to do? Bai Muqing gazed at her in terror. She had seen Nangong Chen's illness. Was she referring to his condition last night? The bedroom had been shrouded in darkness. She had seen nothing at all. At present, you have two options. First, you may choose an item to end your own life. The old lady gestured, and a young maid entered, carrying a tray. Bai Muqing was taken aback to discover that the tray held white silk, sleeping pills, and a fruit knife. Instinctively, she recoiled a step and opened her mouth. What is the second option? Second, you will depart for the airport early tomorrow morning, where someone abroad will attend to your needs. Bai Muqing understood. They intended to confine her in a desolate place, preventing her from stepping foot in city, sea for the remainder of her life. Nangong Chen, how ruthless you are! Bai Muqing angrily shook off the maid's hand and coldly asserted, I will do it myself. It was a ring adorned with jade and gold. The black jade smooth and lustrous. The ring resembled something retrieved from an antique shop, its design both unique and beautiful. When Master Wang had placed the ring on her ring finger last night, she had silently admired its distinctiveness, having never encountered such a piece before. Yet now it was to be removed before she had even grown accustomed to wearing it. Of course, it belonged to the Nangong family. She had no desire for it. Yet, she drew a deep breath and tugged at it with all her might, but the ring remained stubbornly affixed to her finger, refusing to budge no matter how hard she pulled. Sister He noticed the predicament and instructed the maid to fetch soap, yet there was still no effect. Madam, the ring cannot be removed. Sister He personally attempted to remove it and respectfully informed Madame Nangong. Then find a way to take it off, was the curt response from Madame Nangong as she turned and exited the living room. In the hospital room, Nangong Chen found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning before finally retrieving a sedative from the drawer to swallow. For years, he had relied on medication to find rest, becoming increasingly dependent on the sedative. Perhaps a sign of impending doom. When he finally fell asleep, he was besieged by a series of nightmares, each one intricately woven with that woman in the cell and the ring that could not be removed. Despite having only met her once, it felt as if he had known her for an eternity, her face growing ever more familiar. The scene shifted to her expression of utter despair as she gazed at him, proclaiming that having missed her, he would never again find someone truly worthy of that ring in this lifetime. Nangong Chen abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. It was the first time he had dreamt of such a dream, the first time a woman had invaded his subconscious. In the past, those women had been more pitiful and tragic than her, yet none had ever entered his dreams. How could this be? Was it merely because she bore a resemblance to that other woman? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, then descended from the bed and poured himself a glass of warm water from the dispenser, drinking it down in haste. He then stepped towards the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly gazing into the pitch-black expanse outside the hospital. For a full day and night, Bai Muqing had been confined in this cold prison room in the backyard. Several groups of professionals had come to assist her in removing the ring, yet each attempt had ended in failure. Every method had been exhausted. Her fingers were numb from their efforts, yet the ring remained steadfast upon her digit. Clad in the same pajamas from the previous night, her delicate face was serene in slumber. In the darkness, Nangong Chen's gaze drifted over the faint bite marks on her left wrist, pausing momentarily before settling on her ring finger. The gold ring adorned with black jade shimmered in the night. Unable to resist, Nangong Chen leaned down to grasp her small hand. However, before he could proceed further, Bai Muqing, nestled in sleep, instinctively recoiled her hand from his touch. His large hand lingered in the air for a moment before retracting, and he stood upright. Bai Muqing slowly opened her eyes, met by an abyss of darkness. Awake? Nangong Chen inquired calmly, his gaze fixed upon her. Startled, Bai Muqing sat up abruptly, scanning her surroundings until she noticed the imposing silhouette standing before her. Though his face was obscured, she could sense a cold, oppressive aura emanating from him. She recognized it as belonging to Nangong Chen. His unique and alluring presence lingered vividly in her memory, particularly after their tumultuous encounter on their wedding night. But wasn't he rushed to the hospital last night? Why had he returned so suddenly? She stared at him, fear etched across her features. I refuse to go to that dreadful place. I will not. I bring you good news, Nangong Chen replied, a detached smile gracing his lips as he observed her apprehension. I have decided to keep you here. What? The realization that Nangong Chen intended to keep her here, rather than sending her away, filled her with a mix of hope and trepidation. Until the ring is removed. He added the latter part of his statement. Bai Muqing's flickering hope was swiftly extinguished. She knew well that Nangong Chen was not so benevolent. His motives were clearly tied to the ring on her finger. Does this mean that once the ring is removed, I will still be sent to that place? She questioned, her eyes narrowing at him. Nangong Chen shook his head. No, as long as you cooperate. You will be free once the ring is taken off. Is that true? A faint glimmer of hope reignited within her. You may choose not to believe me. No, I believe you. She would rather cling to a shred of hope than resign herself to despair. But I cannot remove the ring, she stated, recalling the numerous professionals who had failed to do so the day before. How could she possibly succeed? That depends solely on you, Nangong Chen replied, bending down to lift her chin with his hand and leaned in to kiss her lips. Bai Muqing instinctively sought to resist. Nangong Chen tightened his fingers that were gripping her chin, his lips brushing against her ear. What is it? Do you wish to reside abroad with them? No. She certainly did not. Or perhaps, are you like them, afraid of me, disdaining me? His kiss deepened further. Bai Muqing dared not struggle any longer, surrendering to his embrace, listening to his cold mockery. Since your father has sold you to me, you are now my woman, Bai Muqing. It is a privilege for you to be touched by me. Do you understand? Chapter 4. The birth of a child. Although Bai Muqing felt a surge of indignation at Nangong Chen's coercive actions, she dared not display her fury. Just when she thought he was about to overpower her, he unexpectedly released her and exited with a cold smirk. He himself was at a loss as to why he had rushed back from the hospital to catch a glimpse of her, or what significance that fleeting glance held. Was it due to the dream he had just experienced? In the morning, he tossed a folder in front of Bai Muqing with an impassive expression, instructing her to review its contents. What is this? Bai Muqing inquired, opening the folder and perusing its contents. It outlined a series of prohibitions. During her stay at the Nangong residence, she was not to approach the family shrine, disclose any secrets about the Nangong family, and refrain from turning on the lights while with Nangong Chen at night. A plethora of restrictions. Not allowed to turn on the lights? What does that mean? She pondered. It was no wonder that during their previous encounters, Nangong Chen had kept the lights off. Was it because he was unsightly and ashamed to be seen? Or was it possible that he had become so ill that he barely resembled a human? Moreover, it stated that she must conceive an heir within 2 months. The elusive young master, rarely seen, expected her to bear a child in such a limited time frame. She found this utterly implausible. Madame Nangong scoffed. Miss Bai, although it has been established that you are not the young master's fated soulmate, the ring cannot be removed. The Nangong family can only reluctantly retain you, and your sole purpose in remaining is to bear children. Initially, Madame Nangong had intended to dispose of her like the previous women, but upon reflection, as Nangong Chen approached his 30th year without an heir, she realized the necessity of a lineage. If the destined soulmate was not found within a year, as Master Wang had warned, the family line would face extinction. If Bai Muqing could bear a son or daughter within that year, at the very least, the Nangong lineage could persist. But the young master promised that if I removed the ring, I would be free, Bai Muqing stammered. I will grant you your freedom once you bear a son, Madame Nangong replied. I refuse. Miss Bai, this is already the utmost leniency the Nangong family can offer you. Please accept this graciously. Madame Nangong's patience was wearing thin. What leniency? This was clearly a form of torment. To be compelled to bear Nangong Chen's child for her freedom was akin to selling a child, reminiscent of the cruelty of her own father. Thus, the current predicament dictated that she needed to both remove the ring and give birth to a child to attain her liberty. After surviving a night of uncertainty, today marked the day of the return ceremony. Sister, he filled the trunk of the car with a variety of precious gifts and then turned to Bai Muqing, stating, "The young master has yet to be discharged. Today, old Wang will accompany you instead." "That is perfectly fine," Bai Muqing replied nonchalantly, having no illusions that Nangong Chen would accompany her. This enigmatic husband, though renowned, had never formally met her, and she regarded him as if he were non-existent. Moreover, she had never intended to return to her parental home, for any visit would only result in scorn and reproach from her father and stepmother. Today, she had an urgent matter to attend to and was eagerly anticipating her departure. After much effort, she finally exited the grand residence of the Nangong family and instructed old Wang to drive her to the renowned Hongyan Hospital in Sea City. She was aware that Bai Yingyan was hospitalized in the burn unit of this facility. Although Bai Yingyan had never treated her kindly, she was, after all, her elder sister, and she did not wish for any misfortune to befall her. Upon arrival, as she stepped into the inpatient building of the burn unit and inquired at the nurse's station about Bai Yingyan, she was met with the disheartening news that no such patient was registered. A wave of suspicion washed over Bai Muqing. Her father and stepmother had clearly informed her that Bai Yingyan had suffered severe burns in a fire and was receiving emergency care at Hongyan Hospital. How could it be that neither of their names appeared in the records? With a heart full of questions, she returned to the Bai family mansion. Both Bai Jingping and Yorong had gone to the office, leaving the house eerily quiet. As she entered the living room, she faintly heard the sound of chopping from the kitchen, likely Li Ma preparing lunch. She ascended the stairs directly, heading towards Bai Yingyan's bedroom. She rapped lightly on the door, but there was no response. A strange noise caught her attention, and with a sense of trepidation, she pushed the door open slightly. There was no one in the bedroom. The sound seemed to be emanating from the bathroom. When she glimpsed through the crack in the bathroom door, her heart nearly stopped as she saw two figures entangled by the sink: her boyfriend of 3 years, Lin Anan, and her half-sister, Bai Yingyan. Bai Muqing's mind erupted in chaos, her body frozen in disbelief. Wasn't Bai Yingyan supposed to have been disfigured in that fire at the apartment? Why was she here, seemingly unharmed? And how could they be together in such a scandalous manner? When had this relationship begun? Unable to bear the sight any longer, Bai Muqing turned her back, trembling with rage. One was her beloved boyfriend, and the other was her own sister. Struggling to regain her composure, she attempted to leave this sordid scene. But her legs betrayed her, weakening beneath her, and she stumbled against the bathroom door. The two inside were startled by the sudden noise, halting their disgraceful actions and turning to face her. When they saw Bai Muqing, pale and leaning against the door, they were momentarily taken aback. "Get out!" Bai Yingyan shouted, grabbing a bar of soap from the shelf and hurling it at Bai Muqing, then hastily wrapping a towel around her bare form. Her face flushed with both shame and anger. Lin Anan's expression darkened as he bent to pick up the clothes scattered on the bathroom floor, hastily putting them on. Finally regaining a semblance of clarity, Bai Muqing surveyed the two within the bathroom and tremulously asked, "Why would you do this?" Lin Anan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Yingyan's initial panic dissipated, and with her bare arms draped around Lin Anan's chest, she smirked at Bai Muqing. "Because of love? Of course. Lin Anan is my boyfriend. He loves me." Bai Muqing, filled with fervor, rushed forward and grasped Bai Yingyan's neck, unleashing a piercing scream. "It must be you, you wretched woman, who has seduced him. It must be you." Although her grip was not particularly strong, Bai Yingyan deliberately feigned agony, moaning softly, "Anan, save me. She wants to strangle me. I do intend to strangle you. To strangle you." Observing her sister's penchant for theatrics, Bai Muqing tightened her grip, and the two siblings became entangled in a fierce struggle within the confines of the bathroom. Chapter 5. The die is cast upon witnessing Bai Yingyan's anguished expression. Lin Anan finally took action. He seized Bai Muqing's wrist and forcefully pushed her away, exclaiming, "Enough!" As a result of his shove, Bai Muqing's forehead collided with the wash basin, blood streaming down her cheek. Overwhelmed by the immense pain, she stood frozen, utterly unprepared for Lin Anan's betrayal on behalf of Bai Yingyan. Lin Anan himself was taken aback by her injury. After a moment of shock, he stepped forward to assist her, but was met with a fierce rejection as she brushed him aside. Gathering her composure, Bai Muqing, wincing from the pain in her head, steadied herself against the wash basin and struggled to rise from the floor. She fixed her gaze on Bai Muqing, whose expression was a tumult of emotions yet still bore a look of discomfort, and laughed despairingly. Is this the purpose behind your deceit in luring me into the Nangong family? Without me, you can act without restraint, even leaving the door unlocked. Turning her desperate gaze toward Lin Annan, she continued, Lin Annan, you once told me you were going abroad for further studies, claiming you did not wish to be distracted by me. For your future, I tearfully acquiesced and stepped away from you. Yet look at what has transpired. You not only failed to go abroad, but also pursued her. How can you justify this betrayal to your own conscience? She could never have anticipated that Lin Annan's so-called pursuit of education was merely a ruse to rid himself of her. Liars! You are all deceivers. Lin Annan remained silent, prompting Bai Muqing to interject, Muqing, let me be frank. Annan and I have been together for a year now. I understand this may seem wrong, but my love for Annan is genuine, and we do not wish to part ways in this lifetime. You are my sister, and it pains me to have taken your boyfriend. Hence, I orchestrated the lie about my disfigurement in the apartment fire, compelling our parents to have you marry into the Nangong family in my stead. I took your Annan, but in return, I have decided to return Nangong Chen to you. Now that you have successfully wed into the Nangong family, we are even, are we not? How dare you speak such nonsense? Bai Muqing trembled with rage, glaring at her with clenched teeth. Bai Muqing, you shameless wretch, how can you be so brazen as to steal someone else as boyfriend? Do you have no sense of shame? Do you think I am unaware of your true intentions? You clearly lack the courage to marry Nangong Chen and are too afraid to refuse this arrangement, thus devising a scheme for me to take your place. When the Nangong family initially sought to bestow a betrothal gift upon the Bai family, specifically requesting the esteemed Bai Muqing, her father panicked and turned his attention to her, the illegitimate daughter. Little did he know that after her outright refusal, he would concoct the scheme of Bai Muqing's disfigurement to coerce her into the Nangong family. It seems you are not as foolish as you appear. Indeed, I love Annan and wish to marry him, which is why my father, in his desire to unite us, would have sought to marry you off to someone else had you not been wed to the Nangong family. As for the marriage with the Nangong family, the Bai family could neither afford to decline nor possess the power to do so. Thus you must bear this injustice. Bai Muqing suddenly regarded her with astonishment. By the way, it is rumored that Nangong Chen is a sickly man, cursed to bring misfortune to his wives, leaving none alive after marriage. How is it that you have managed to survive and return home? After her words, she let out a mocking sneer. But do not revel in your triumph. Even if you are unscathed now, soon you shall meet your demise at the hands of the Nangong family. You, Bai Muqing gritted her teeth in anger. Yet Bai Muqing paid no heed to her fury, leaning in closely to scrutinize her. This is the fate that awaits your mother for enticing my father, and likewise, it is your destiny as an illegitimate child. Oh, and your face. Bai Muqing turned her gaze to Lin Annan, smiling as she asked Annan, do you know why she bears such a striking resemblance to me? It is because... Shut your mouth. Bai Muqing shrieked, raising her hand to strike her, only to have Lin Annan seize her wrist in a firm grip. Lin Annan's expression darkened. Muqing, the die is cast. Cease your futile struggles. I will first tend to your injury, and then escort you back to the Nangong residence. Bai Muqing turned her furious gaze towards him, choking back her words. Lin Annan, is this your attitude? Did you truly fall in love with her a year ago? She raised a finger, pointing it at Bai Muqing. Lin Annan met her gaze and eventually nodded. I am sorry. Upon hearing his apology, Bai Muqing's heart shattered. No wonder when she had wept to him a week prior about marrying Nangong Chen, his display of pain had seemed so insincere, so false that he couldn't even linger a moment longer. Dear sister, I suppose it's time to give up hope. Bai Muqing smirked triumphantly, deliberately leaning into Lin Annan's embrace and rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his lips. Such provocation should compel even the most timid to resist. Bai Muqing nodded, then coldly laughed. Very well, but do not become too complacent. Do you believe me to be an easy target? Yes, you. Even if I must perish alongside you, I will not allow your nefarious scheme to succeed. What do you intend to do? Bai Muqing's expression darkened. I shall return and inform the matriarch of the Nangong family that I am Bai Muqing, not Bai Muqing, and that this entire affair was orchestrated by you and young Master Lin. Tell me, If the matriarch learns this truth, will the Bai and Lin families still be able to maintain their standing in Sea City? Do you two still have the luxury to linger here? You are insane, Bai Muqing exclaimed in desperation. If you reveal this truth, you will not survive either. With you accompanying me to the grave, I shall die in splendor. You dare. Faced with Bai Muqing's threat, Bai Muqing merely curled her lips into a cold smile before turning to hasten down the stairs. Bai Muqing, exasperated, chased after her, shouting for the servants below to assist in capturing her. Bai Muqing quickened her pace, rushing towards the entrance. Tears streamed down her cheeks, blurring her vision. Her steps grew faster, desperate to escape from the loathsome pair behind her. Behind her, Bai Muqing's frantic voice pierced the air. Ailing, seize her. Don't let her get away. The distance from the Bai family gate to the main road was brief. However, in her haste, Bai Muqing failed to notice the oncoming luxury car and collided headlong into it. The impact struck her already injured forehead, sending a jolt of pain that left her dizzy. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a man's embrace, as a familiar and magnetic voice resonated in her ear. Seeking death? The melodious tone was laced with displeasure. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her gaze piercing through the mist of her tears to rest upon his visage. Indeed, his face was as flawless and enchanting as his voice. Strikingly handsome to an almost unnatural degree. Apart from a pallor reminiscent of one recently recovered from severe illness, everything about him could be deemed exquisitely beautiful. Chapter 6. The performance concluded. She was certain she had never encountered the man before her. At that moment, her mind was too preoccupied to ponder why his voice seemed familiar. All she desired was to escape from those two wretches. I beg you, take me away, she implored, nearly pleading. While she could not recognize Nangong Chen, he instantly identified her. Noticing the blood streaming from her forehead, he hesitated only briefly before lifting her and carrying her towards the car. Don't you dare leave. Stop right there. When Bai Muqing chased after them, she caught sight of Bai Muqing being swept into a luxurious vehicle by Nangong Chen. By the time she reached them, the car had already restarted and sped away. Lin Ailing, driving, arrived shortly thereafter. Bai Muqing hurried to meet him, pulling open the car door and climbing in. I saw her running off with a man. That black sports car ahead. Hurry and follow. Lin Ailing nodded, pressing the accelerator deeply. Nangong Chen parked the car in front of Hongyan Hospital, carefully carrying the dazed Bai Muqing from the back seat into the facility. The doctor, upon seeing Nangong Chen, asked in astonishment, Young Master Chen, did you not just discharge yourself? Why have you returned? I accidentally hit someone. Please assist me with the situation, he replied, placing Bai Muqing on a stretcher for treatment. By the time Bai Muqing and Lin Ailing arrived, Bai Muqing had been bandaged and had regained considerable consciousness. Upon seeing the two approach, she instinctively shrank closer to Nangong Chen, lowering her voice. Sir, since you are so kind, could you help me by getting them to leave? She had discerned that this man wielded significant influence here and could likely assist her with this request. However, at that moment, Bai Muqing stepped forward and addressed Nangong Chen. Sir, this is my sister. Thank you for bringing her to the hospital, but now that we are here, we can take it from here. Nangong Chen glanced at Bai Muqing and, with an impassive expression, stated, I am responsible for her injuries, and I will see this through. You may leave. She is my sister, and you expect me to just walk away? Bai Muqing retorted angrily. Sir, you are overstepping your boundaries. Bai Muqing had indeed been captivated by Nangong Chen's appearance upon first meeting him, but the priority was to retrieve Bai Muqing. Nangong Chen regarded her with a piercing gaze, then lifted Bai Muqing's chin, leaning down to place a kiss on her lips, sneering. So what now? Do we not share a connection? Bai Muqing was momentarily stunned, bewildered by his actions. Was he taking advantage of the situation? Feeling slightly embarrassed, as this was their first encounter. You. Bai Muqing was at a loss for words, then coldly remarked, Sir, she is married. Such actions are rather inappropriate. Don't you think? I am aware. Nangong Chen replied nonchalantly, his terse response leaving others speechless. Bai Muqing was taken aback. He knew? Could it be that they were acquainted? She thought to herself how fortunate Bai Muqing was, having once captured Lin Ailing's heart, and now, following their breakup, had a wealthy and handsome man to take his place. Observing the luxurious vehicle he had just arrived in, Alongside the air of affluence that surrounded him, it became evident that he was no ordinary individual. However, upon reflecting that she was now wed to the Nangong family, the duration of her survival remained uncertain, which brought a sense of equilibrium to her heart. "My dear, what is your relationship with them?" Nangong Chen inquired, casting a glance at Bai Muqing, his eyes glimmering with a subtle smile. "Just a pair of illicit lovers," Bai Muqing retorted, her teeth clenched in indignation. Nangong Chen signaled to Dr. Chen, who promptly summoned security to escort the two out. Bai Yingyan, being pushed away by the guards, turned back in a fit of fury and shouted at Bai Muqing, "Miss Bai, do not forget that you are already married. You are committing adultery. You have no shame, and you lack the right to speak of me and Nan. Do you think you have found a protector? He is merely a rogue. Do you believe the Nangong family will easily let you off? Furthermore, I advise you to think rationally and consider your loved ones in all your actions, lest you find yourself regretting it." Fearing the exposure of the sister's identity swap, Bai Yingyan refrained from uttering her name or directly mentioning her mother. Bai Muqing, however, felt a pang of sorrow. Indeed, she had forgotten that her mother and younger brother remained at the mercy of the Bai family, struggling to survive. She could reveal the truth to Madame Nangong, allowing her to take action, thus ensuring that the pair of immoral lovers would never unite. Yet, what about her mother and brother, who had vanished without a trace? "The performance is over. You may leave now," came a cool, detached voice. Bai Muqing regained her composure to find Nangong Chen observing her, his gaze as frosty as his tone. Grateful for the significant assistance he had provided, she dared not utter another word, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your help. May I inquire your surname? What? Are you truly seeking to have me as your lover?" "And no, not at all." Bai Muqing felt her cheeks flush, unable to meet his striking visage. "I was merely asking out of courtesy. If you prefer not to disclose it, I shall not insist. I must take my leave now. Thank you once again." With great effort, Bai Muqing stood and made her way toward the treatment room. "Wait." Nangong Chen's voice interrupted her. She turned back, fixing her gaze upon him. "What is her relation to you?" Nangong Chen inquired, tilting his head slightly. Bai Muqing hesitated. Was he referring to Bai Yingyan? It seemed likely. "She is my sister." Her expression dimmed. Now Bai Yingyan had usurped her identity, while she could only continue to pretend to be Bai Yingyan. Bai Yingyan sat in the passenger seat, arms crossed, casting a scornful glance at Lin Ainan. "Look, did you not claim she was pure? She has been out with men behind your back, and yet you felt guilty toward her all this time." Lin Ainan remained silent, his fingers tightening around the steering wheel. However, if the Nangong family were to discover that she had another man outside, how would they deal with her? Bai Yingyan retrieved her phone, entered the password, and opened the gallery, revealing a photograph of Bai Muqing nestled against a man, captured just before her departure. The photograph was captured in haste, leaving the man's head out of frame. Nonetheless, it was evident at first glance that he was a robust individual. She called Mrs. Bai to request the phone number of Mother He from the Nangong family, and promptly sent the image. She relished the thought of how the Nangong family would respond upon her return. With a triumphant smirk, she turned to find Lin Ainan wearing a sullen expression, mistakenly believing he was worried about her. Thus, she playfully nudged his arm and reassured him, "Ainan, do not fret. She wouldn't dare to tell the truth to the matriarch of the Nangong family." Chapter 7. Family Discipline. Lin Ainan responded with a distracted murmur, his thoughts elsewhere, consumed by the recent encounter between Bai Muqing and the man. Although he had been the one to end their relationship, the sight of her so swiftly engaging with another man was a blow to his pride. 3 years of shared affection, and he, Lin Ainan, the charming second son of the Lin family, had been so readily discarded. Surely, he should feel sorrow for at least a fortnight, if not longer. Could it be that she had, as Bai Yingyan suggested, been involved with that man long before their breakup, merely awaiting his initiation to sever ties, allowing him to take on the role of the villain? "Sister," he received a multimedia message, but her aging eyes struggled to decipher the image, prompting her to present the phone to Shun Xin, who was accompanying the elderly matriarch for tea. "Miss, could you take a look at this?" Her device was exclusively for matters concerning the Nangong family, a number unknown to outsiders. Shin Xin glanced at the screen, immediately recognizing Bai Muqing, her forehead bandaged. Instinctively, she gasped, "Is that my sister-in-law? How could she be with a man, and injured at that?" "A man?" The matriarch set aside her newspaper and took the phone, squinting through her glasses at the unclear image. After a moment, she fixed her gaze on Shan Xian. "Is it truly her?" "Yes," Shan Xian replied hesitantly. "What an outrageous affair. Immediately send someone to bring her back." The matriarch's fury erupted as she slammed her hand on the table, startling both Sister He and Shan Xian. Shan Xian had refrained from disclosing the truth, fearing her wrath. Half an hour later, Bai Muqing was indeed brought back to the Nangong residence. Throughout the journey, she remained tense and fearful, uncertain of the unfolding events, but suspecting it was related to the day's earlier incidents, likely instigated by the Bai family. The third visit after marriage, typically a trivial matter, had devolved into a scene of chaos. She presented herself in such a disheveled state, with her forehead bandaged and her clothing stained with blood. Upon seeing her condition, the matriarch, incensed, struck her with her cane, bellowing, "Family discipline awaits." "Grandmother." Bai Muqing struggled to rise from the ground, enduring the pain as she attempted to plead her case. Sister He held out the phone again. "Young mistress, is this woman you?" Bai Muqing stared at the image, aghast. How had such a photo come to light? In an effort to seek protection from the unfamiliar man, she had inadvertently leaned against him while on a hospital bed, her face brushing against his abdomen. What had been a mere innocent gesture had been distorted in the matriarch's eyes, clearly the handiwork of that scheming Bai Muqing. She had not anticipated such a treacherous maneuver. Now, with the photo in the matriarch's possession, she found herself without a defense. She opened her mouth to speak. "Grandmother, it is not as it seems. If it weren't for the ring still on your finger, I would cast you out this instant. Begone." The elderly lady, infuriated, struck her once more with her cane, causing her to cry out in pain. Immediately, two maids approached the entrance, dragging Bai Muqing toward the backyard. "What are you doing?" Bai Muqing glanced around in terror, recalling the maids had mentioned this was the ancestral hall of the Nangong family. But why had they brought her here? The two maids forcibly pressed her to kneel on the floor, and Sister He approached, her expression devoid of emotion, saying, "Young madam, you shall kneel here and reflect for a day and a night." With that, she turned and walked away. A day and a night? Bai Muqing froze in shock. Within the Bai family's grand residence, Bai Muqing waved a photograph of Bai Muqing and a man before the stern-faced Bai Jinping, exclaiming, "Father, do you see? This is your beloved daughter, Bai Muqing, just like her mother, a shameless seductress, luring men everywhere." "Enough." Bai Jinping shot her a glare. "Father, why are you angry with me?" "I'm merely presenting the truth," Bai Muqing retorted, seating herself beside him. "You thought you had wronged her, fearing she might perish in the Nangong household. Look at her now, thriving, daring to stray from her marriage so soon." "Indeed," Suyara mocked with a smile, "Old master, this girl knows how to put on a show. Don't let her pitiful appearance deceive you. Furthermore, the Nangong family has already lodged a complaint with us, questioning how we educate our daughter. I was so embarrassed I didn't know how to respond, only assuring them that we would bring her back for proper guidance. This shameful girl has sullied the Bai family's name." Bai Jinping took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. "What does the Nangong family want now? They scolded us, but provided no solutions. I can only promise to bring Muqing back for proper education, then have her return tomorrow." Bai Jinping suddenly stood from the sofa and ascended the stairs. The mother and daughter exchanged glances in the living room, their faces alight with satisfaction. When Nangong Chen returned home at 10 o'clock that evening, he tossed his keys to the attendant and ascended the stairs. "The young master has returned." Sister He happened to descend the stairs at that moment, eyeing him reproachfully. "You just got out of the hospital today, and you're already working." The old lady is not pleased. "It's all right, I'm fine now. That doesn't mean you should overexert yourself." "I will be careful," Nangong Chen nodded. But just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he paused and turned to ask, "Has the young madam returned?" Sister He was taken aback. It had been days since this young master had inquired about the young madam's whereabouts. In truth, Nangong Chen had not wished to concern himself with her affairs, but the events from the hospital today had sparked his curiosity. Sister He, initially reluctant to share this troubling news, felt compelled to respond honestly. The young madam took advantage of her return home to clandestinely meet a man. The old lady, in a fit of rage, disciplined her. Meeting a man clandestinely? Nangong Chen's gaze darkened, filled with incredulity at her audacity. Indeed, I never anticipated she would engage in such behavior. Sister, he remarked as she retrieved her phone from her pocket, pulling up that infidelity photograph. Nangong Chen took the phone, glanced at the image, and raised an eyebrow slightly. If this photograph were to invoke family discipline, then that poor little rabbit would be utterly pitiable. Young master, are you all right? Sister, he scrutinized Nangong Chen, perplexed that he wore a smile despite his wife's betrayal. I am fine, Nangong Chen replied, returning the phone to her. Let this matter go. Just bring her back. Chapter 8. She was released, but the old lady, it matters not. Let it be said that it was my suggestion. Nangong Chen placed a reassuring hand on Sister He's shoulder. Bring her back to bear children. Does grandmother not yearn to hold her great-grandchildren? Oh, Sister, he nodded in agreement. Since being taken to the ancestral hall at noon, Bai Muqing felt her legs growing numb, as if they no longer belonged to her. Initially, she thought the family's punishment was somewhat humane, as it spared her from physical pain. However, the torment of kneeling proved far more unbearable than a beating. A single blow would have been forgotten after it was delivered. But this prolonged punishment was akin to a slow and agonizing demise. Hungry and exhausted, coupled with an injury to her head, she found it increasingly difficult to endure. The ancestral hall, housing the ancestral tablets of the Nangong family, was vast with numerous side rooms. Yet, in the dead of night, apart from a few flickering candles, there was no other source of illumination, rendering the surroundings dim and eerily silent, instilling a sense of dread. She recalled how the maid had turned pale while introducing the house, particularly when mentioning the ancestral hall, as if something unclean lurked within. The mere thought sent chills down Bai Muqing's spine. A faint creak echoed, reminiscent of a door being slightly ajar, emanating from the upper right side room. Startled, Bai Muqing rubbed her arms, her gaze sweeping across every corner of the grand hall, finally settling on the upper right side room. There stood an old wooden door. A small gap the size of a fist barely opened, and within that crevice Bai Muqing's spine stiffened, cold sweat trickling down her back. What had she seen? A pale face, glinting with malice, belonging to a woman clad in a snow-white garment. In her ears, a soft, sorrowful voice seemed to weep. Return the ring to me, Bai Muqing blinked, and upon reopening her eyes, the woman had vanished, along with the haunting voice. Had she truly seen that? Could it have been an illusion? Yet it felt all too real. A person who had never believed in the supernatural now found herself gripped by fear. She raised her right hand, glancing at the ring on her ring finger. Was someone just demanding the ring from her? Gradually, she began to retreat, inching back. She knew the main door of the ancestral hall was locked, with a servant standing guard. Finally, she reached the door, turning to frantically pound on it while screaming in terror. Help! There's a ghost! There's a ghost! Yet, despite her desperate cries, the servant refused to open the door. Bai Muqing cast a glance back at the side door. Though nothing was visible, her heart raced with fear, and she increased her force against the door. There's a ghost! Let me out! Let me out! After a moment, the door suddenly swung open. Bai Muqing was taken aback, lifting her tear-streaked face to the newcomer. It was Sister He, the stern and exacting Sister He, who for the first time appeared so warm and familiar, as though she were a long-lost relative. There's a ghost, she choked out, her voice trembling with emotion. He cast a cold glance at her and said, Young madam, did you either forget or not even look at the second item on the third page of the folder? I did look, but there's really something supernatural in there. She certainly remembered what the second item stated, which was a prohibition against discussing anything related to ghosts and deities within the residence. At that moment, she thought it was rather superstitious for the Nangong family to impose such a restriction while forbidding others from discussing it. It seemed excessively domineering. Silence. Take her back to the main residence. With that, He turned and walked away. Bai Muqing wiped away the tears from her eyes and let out a sigh of relief. She was finally going back. 20 minutes later, upon returning to her bedroom, Bai Muqing trudged heavily to her bed, wrapping herself in the quilt like a dumpling. Although she was utterly exhausted, she lay in bed wide awake. After tossing and turning for a while, she noticed the luminous hands of the clock on the wall had already pointed to 1 in the morning. At this hour, the residence was so quiet that one could hear the sound of a needle falling to the floor. A gust of wind swept through, causing the window curtains to flutter and emit a soft sound. Just moments ago, she had been terrified, and now a chill crept into her heart, prompting her to pull the quilt tighter around herself. She contemplated turning on the light, but recalled that the light had been tampered with and wouldn't illuminate at night. Hijia had mentioned that when the eldest master was present, she was not permitted to turn on the lights. In the next instant, her mind flashed to the scene of Lin Anan and Bai Muqing entwined together, along with Bai Muqing's venomous words. She shook her head and closed her eyes, resolutely deciding not to dwell on it any longer. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. She stirred slightly, but did not rise. Instead, she curled deeper into her quilt and wiped away the tears with the back of her hand. At this late hour, who could it be but Nangong Chen? Indeed, it was Nangong Chen who entered. In the darkness, she still could not discern his features, yet she felt the unmistakable, domineering aura emanating from him. He strode directly over, pulling her from the warmth of her blankets, his large hand gripping her chin, while his fingertips glided across her face, brushing against the tears on her cheek. "I heard you were out there fooling around with another man." His tone was thick with displeasure. Bai Muqing froze for a moment, instinctively shaking her head in denial. "I didn't. Miss Bai, do not forget that you are now my wife. If you are to shed tears, it must be for me alone. Return those tears immediately." Nangong Chen exhibited his domineering nature to the fullest. In a flurry, Bai Muqing used her sleeve to wipe her tear-streaked face and retorted, "I'm not crying for any man." "Then what are you crying about?" "I." Nangong Chen smiled coldly. "Could it be because of me? Are you resentful that I did not accompany you back to your family?" "No." Before she could explain further, Nangong Chen had already pressed his lips against hers, but he found the bitter taste lingering on her lips quite unsatisfactory. What infuriated him most was the fact that this woman had the audacity to push him away. Sensing the storm brewing within him, Bai Muqing hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry. I just don't have the mood tonight." This was the truth. She truly felt devoid of any spirit. Nangong Chen felt a surge of irritation within him, which quickly transformed into anger. He forcefully pushed her onto the bed, leaning closer to her ear with a chilling smirk, and whispered, "You claim you lack desire? Yet, I'm filled with it. Do not. I warn you, never let me witness your tears for another man again, or else. I possess ample inclination to punish you." After uttering those words, Nangong Chen seized her nightgown and tore it with a swift motion. The sound of fabric ripping echoed in the room, and Bai Muqing felt a sudden chill against her skin, realizing that he was indeed serious this time. Chapter 9. A warning. An hour later, tranquility returned to the bedroom. After attending to his affairs, Nangong Chen departed from her room, presumably retreating to his own quarters. Bai Muqing had long believed that Nangong Chen was too ashamed to confront her due to her perceived lack of beauty. Yet, these were secrets of the Nangong family, and she felt she had no right to uncover them. Filled with trepidation, Bai Muqing scarcely slept throughout the night, finally drifting into a light slumber just as dawn began to break. However, before she could sink into a deeper sleep, a knock echoed on her door. A stern-faced maid entered, approaching Bai Muqing's bedside. Without regard for her drowsiness, the maid fixed her with a serious gaze and declared, "Good morning, young madam. This is the medicine the eldest master instructed me to deliver to you." Bai Muqing reached out to accept the tablets, glancing at them to discover they were postcoital contraceptives. Almost simultaneously, another servant entered, presenting her with a bowl of dark herbal medicine, politely stating, "Young madam, this is a concoction prepared by the old madam specifically for you. You must consume it before breakfast." Given that the matriarch had ordered this, it was undoubtedly related to fertility. Looking at the contraceptive in her hand, and then at the tonic in the maid's possession, Bai Muqing couldn't help but find the situation amusing. The two of them were indeed quite the pair. One wished for her to conceive, while the other sought to prevent it. Whom was she to heed? To satisfy the watchful maids, she ultimately ingested both. Truthfully, she had not envisioned having a child so soon, especially since her feelings for Nangong Chen were non-existent, and the future remained uncertain. Moreover, if the rumors were true and Nangong Chen would not live past 30, then a year hence. Regardless of whether she could remove the ring, she would be free. It would be absurd to bear him a son before his death. Before marrying into the Nangong family, no one had informed her of its members, and in the days following her wedding, she had only met the old madam. At the breakfast table, apart from the matriarch, there were two young ladies. Sister He introduced one as Park Lian Yao, the fiancée of the cousin, and the other as Shun Xan. Both appeared noble and beautiful, displaying a degree of gentility. Bai Muqing had little interest in these peripheral characters and merely offered a polite greeting. Yet, she couldn't help but notice how Shin Xian's gaze fixated on her ring finger. Oh no! She was staring at the ring on her fourth finger with an almost covetous intensity. Shin Xian did not engage her directly, instead maintaining an air of indifference as she stood there. The old madam regarded Bai Muqing with a stern expression, stating, "If it weren't for Chun allowing you to leave yesterday, you would not have departed the ancestral hall so easily." Bai Muqing lowered her head, bitterly smiling to herself. Nangong Chen had merely needed her body. "Grandmother, I assure you, I have not wronged the Nangong family," she whispered in explanation. "Such matters are too shameful to even mention." The old madam shot her an irritated glance, retorting, "After breakfast, you are to return to your family home, so your parents can properly teach you the fundamental duties of a wife." Return to her family home? Was that even an option for her? "Because I truly wish to avoid the sight of those individuals." Did you hear that? The matriarch expressed her impatience. Bai Muqing nodded in acknowledgement. After breakfast, Bai Muqing returned to her bedroom door, faintly overhearing a discussion within. "I heard that the young mistress encountered a ghost last night and was frightened to tears." "I heard the same. They say it was a female ghost pleading with the young mistress to return her ring." "Could it possibly be true? How terrifying!" responded another young maid with trepidation. "I suspect it might be. The fifth wife of the eldest master claimed to have seen a female ghost at night asking her for a ring as well. She was reportedly so terrified that she died on the spot." "Died on the spot? Is that true?" "Shoo!" One maid gestured for silence to the other. Bai Muqing stood frozen at the doorway, bewildered by their conversation. The fifth wife of Nangong had also seen a ghost at night? Had she too been asked for a ring by the ghost? And had she died from fright? Could it be that what she witnessed last night was indeed real? Was the Nangong residence truly haunted? In an instant, Bai Muqing felt a chilling sensation envelop her, her complexion turning pale. While she remained in shock, Sister He entered, delivering a slap to each of the young maids who were tidying up. The maids screamed, and upon realizing it was Sister He, they fell to their knees, weeping. "Forgive us, Sister He. We were wrong. We shouldn't have discussed such matters. If I hear either of you utter the word ghost again, I shall have your tongues severed. Now leave." With that command, the maids scurried away in fear. Sister He took a deep breath and turned to Bai Muqing. "Young mistress, I hope you two will remember not to discuss such topics within a residence." Then, how did the eldest master's fifth wife die? Bai Muqing's question was met with a sharp glare from Sister He, causing her to gasp. Just as Bai Muqing expected Sister He to leave, she coldly inquired, "Do you truly wish to know, young mistress?" Bai Muqing nodded earnestly, her curiosity piqued. The former mistress passed away due to a congenital heart condition. Sister He's gaze pierced through her like a blade. If there were truly spirits in this house, the matriarch would have long since vacated. Indeed, witnessing Nangong Chen in a state of distress would terrify anyone, let alone a woman with a congenital heart condition. Sister He was right. If the residence were genuinely haunted, why would the matriarch continue to reside here? Bai Muqing returned to her room to change, standing before the mirror to observe the bruises on her arms and waist. Remnants of the matriarch's wrath. The wound on her forehead was a souvenir from that vile couple. Yet, no one in the Nangong family, nor the Bai family, inquired about her injuries. She tended to the wound on her forehead as best as she could, donning an exquisite outfit sourced by the Nangong family, complete with designer shoes and a limited edition handbag. Undoubtedly, the Nangong family provided her with these luxuries not to win her favor, but rather to uphold their own reputation. She comprehended this well. Upon returning to the Bai family residence, she found Bai Jingping indeed neglecting his duties, waiting specifically for her return. On the sofa sat that detestable mother and daughter duo, along with the unexpected presence of the second young Master Lin. As soon as she entered, Bai Ingen scrutinized her and teased, Ah, indeed, the young mistress of the Nangong family. Just look at your attire. It must be worth around 500,000, right? Compared to those street fair outfits you used to wear, doesn't donning such high-end brands feel exhilarating? Chapter 10. Rebellion by Muqing flashed a smile at her. Isn't that right? Walking on the streets, one fears being robbed. I must thank you both for granting me the opportunity to don these. Her gaze swept over Lin Annan, brimming with derision. Enough. Bai Muqing interrupted, tossing the printed photograph before Bai Muqing. Explain this. The photo rolled and landed at her feet. She glanced down, then smirked again. Did I not already inform you? He is my man. You shameless wretch. Bai Muqing seethed with fury. Bai Muqing remained unfazed by his wrath, her expression calm as she stated. Since you are already aware, I shall be forthright. He is my boyfriend, with whom I've been secretly involved for the past 2 years. He is exceptionally handsome, and his wealth far surpasses that of both the Lin and Bai families. As for which young master he is, I shall refrain from disclosing to prevent you from harassing him. You. Bai Muqing was rendered speechless with rage. Lin Annan, his face ashen, rose from his chair and stepped towards her, raising his hand as if to strike. Wretch. Bai Muqing deftly blocked his hand, coldly mocking. Is it permissible for you to be vile, yet forbidden for me? Lin, we are now even. You are no longer my boyfriend and have no right to strike me. Having said this, she disregarded the furious Lin Annan and turned to Bai Muqing. Do you comprehend now, Miss Bai? The man you took from me was merely one I had discarded. Enjoy him well. Bai Muqing's complexion darkened in response. Bai Muqing then addressed Su Yalong. You must be disappointed that I did not perish on my wedding night. Alas, I have survived and thrive well. Furthermore, Father, she redirected her attention to Bai Muqing. Throughout my life, you have shown no responsibility towards my mother and me, nor cared for our well-being, only hastening to bring me back to the Bai family when in need, coercing me to marry Nangong Chen. Such selfish indifference. Do you believe you still possess the right to be my father? To govern my actions? Does my fidelity concern you? Bai Muqing, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Since you are no longer my father, how I converse with you is my prerogative. I came here today merely to inform you that you have acquired what you desired. Hand over my mother and brother, and we shall have no further entanglements. Having concluded, Bai Muqing surveyed the crowd. Well then, let us end our discussion here. I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and made her way toward the door. You dare to leave? Su Yalong screamed from behind. Bai Muqing paused, turning back. What do you intend to do? Emprisonnement? Torment me? I regret to inform you that I am now a member of the Nangong family. Before you act against me, it would be wise to consult their opinions. Without another word, Bai Muqing departed, leaving an atmosphere heavy with indignation. This is utterly uncouth. After a brief moment, Su Yaru angrily directed a curse towards the direction in which Bai Muqing had departed. Only after exiting the Bai family estate did Bai Muqing secretly exhale in relief, turning back to glance at the imposing structure of the Bai residence, her heart aching with a profound sense of loss. She had indeed vented a modicum of her pent-up frustration, yet she was acutely aware that Bai Muqing and Su Yaru, this relentless mother-daughter duo, would not easily let her off the hook. Mother, she pondered, isn't it said that those who marry Nangong Chen seldom survive the wedding night? And even if they do, they rarely last a month? Why then is Bai Muqing seemingly unscathed, as vibrant as ever? Ever since Bai Muqing's departure, Bai Muqing had been tormented by this very question. Surviving the wedding night might be a stroke of luck, but whether she could endure a month remained to be seen. Su Yaru scoffed. I fear the rumors may be false. If so, it will be far too lenient on that wretched girl. Bai Muqing felt a surge of irritation. Although the Lin family was affluent, they paled in comparison to the Nangong family. If Nangong Chen were a man of normal stature, she would not hesitate to marry into the Nangong family and become its future matriarch. The fact that Nangong Chen had lost 6 wives was indisputable. If the rumors were false, how could such tragedies occur? Let's wait and see, she concluded. That wretched girl will surely not last a month before disappearing from this world. Yet, doubts lingered in her mind. Bai Muqing grasped her mother's hand. What if she survives? What if the rumors are untrue? Wouldn't I be at a tremendous loss? Su Yaru retorted, what loss? Even if the rumors are false. Who knows if Nangong Chen is tall or short? round or flat. He has lived 30 years without ever revealing himself to the world. If he were not exceedingly ugly, why the need for such secrecy? And as for that wealthy lover, I suspect it is merely a fabrication of her own making, a facade to maintain her pride. There's nothing credible about it. Though Suyaru's reasoning held merit, Bai Muqing had witnessed the scene in the hospital just yesterday, where that man had kissed Bai Muqing. Suyaru smiled triumphantly. In my opinion, no man in this world can compare to Lin and Nan. Youthful, handsome, and affluent. Most importantly, he has already set his sights on you. You should simply embrace your role as his bride and stop overthinking things. A blush crept across Bai Muqing's face as she sighed. When I contemplated, the allure of the Nangong family remains more potent. If only Nangong Chen were as handsome and healthy as he. If Nangong Chen were truly as exceptional as Lin and Nan, Mother would certainly help you reclaim him from that wretched girl. But Bai Muqing has already taken my place as his bride, she lamented. That matters little. If I can have her replace you, I can certainly have you replace her. Suyaru replied with a self-satisfied smile. You are well aware of my capabilities, are you not? Indeed, Mother is formidable, Bai Muqing replied, her face lighting up with delight. She had unwavering faith in her mother's prowess. If her mother could help her win Lin and Nan, she could also ensure Bai Muqing obediently took her place in the Nangong family. There was nothing beyond her reach. If the rumors surrounding the Nangong family were indeed false, she would reclaim Nangong Chen from Bai Muqing and ascend as the future matriarch of the Nangong household. As soon as Nangong Chen returned home that evening, he was greeted by Sister He, who informed him that the matriarch was seeking his presence. After a brief moment of hesitation, he made his way to the old lady's chamber. In the elegantly appointed master bedroom, the matriarch sat poised on the sofa, clearly awaiting his arrival. Grandmother, you summoned me? Nangong Chen inquired as he settled into the chair opposite her. Taking a sip of the floral tea that Sister He had presented, the elderly lady regarded him with a displeased glare. I have heard that you advised Bai Muqing to take contraceptive pills? Nangong Chen was taken aback, having not anticipated that the old lady's inquiry would revolve around this matter. Chapter 11. Serendipity 1. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed through the room as a young maid entered, carefully balancing a bowl of medicine in her hands. She stood before Nangong Chen, her demeanor one of utmost deference. Young master, the medicine is ready, she announced. Nangong Chen cast a glance at the dark, viscous liquid within the bowl, acutely aware of the bitterness it contained. Please set it down, he instructed. The maid complied, placing the bowl down before retreating from the room. Nangong Chen lifted the bowl, raising it to the old matriarch. Grandmother, have you ever tasted this medicine? He inquired. The elderly lady appeared momentarily taken aback, her dissatisfaction evident as she felt his response was evasive. If you had, you would surely feel more sympathy for me, he continued, a faint, bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Grandmother, I yearn to grant you another great-grandchild. Yet if this child were to endure a life sustained by medicine, potentially not reaching the age of 30, it would be better not to conceive at all. The displeasure etched on the old lady's face began to soften, replaced by a hint of resignation. Chun, your ailment does not stem from a flaw within yourself, but rather, she paused momentarily before continuing, the child may not necessarily inherit your condition. Surely, you cannot let this deter you from wanting a child? Moreover, if you do not produce an heir, who shall inherit the vast estate of the Nangong family? Must it truly fall to your uncle and aunt? Even if I were to have a child, it would not be with Miss Bai, Nangong Chen stated firmly. Knowing that this particular young lady was not destined to be his final spouse, he questioned why he should grant her the opportunity to bear his child. Before the old lady could voice another thought, Nangong Chen had already risen from his seat. Grandmother, you should rest early. I have some work to attend to. With that, he disregarded her potential ire and exited the bedroom, ascending the staircase. As he passed by the door to Bai Muqing's chamber, he hesitated briefly, casting a glance at the closed door. He then addressed the maid approaching him. Please ensure the lights in her room are turned on. The maid, momentarily surprised, nodded in acquiescence. Yes, young master. Nangong Chen then turned and entered his own bedroom. Following the recent disturbances, Bai Muqing found her life within the estate increasingly unbearable, perpetually sensing an unsettling gaze upon her. Yet upon closer inspection, nothing was ever there. Having spent numerous days within the confines of the estate, Bai Muqing felt on the verge of collapse, each moment filled with a yearning to escape the Nangong household. Under the relentless bombardment of her friend Yao Mei's 3 daily phone calls, she mustered the courage to address the old matriarch at breakfast. "Grandmother, may I go out for a walk?" "Where to?" The matriarch responded, her tone unyieldingly serious. "Just a casual stroll," Bai Muqing replied. Beside her, Pu Yinyao observed the silent matriarch and the pitiful expression on Bai Muqing's face. A gentle smile graced her lips as she wrapped her arm around the old lady's. "Grandmother, do you not wish for my sister-in-law to conceive soon? Allow her to take a stroll. A lifted spirit may enhance her chances of conception." At the breakfast table, only the matriarch and Shun Xan remained, while Pu Yinyao, as the fiancée of the cousin, occasionally visited to keep the old lady company. Bai Muqing gazed at the enchanting girl with a benevolent expression, feeling a surge of gratitude within her heart. When the matter of pregnancy was mentioned, the matriarch immediately shifted her demeanor, fixating on her and instructing, "Be cautious when you go out. Know whom to meet, what to say, and what actions to take. You should have a clear understanding of these matters." "Grandmother, I understand," Bai Muqing replied, her heart brimming with joy, completely unprepared for the matriarch's acquiescence to her request. After casting a grateful glance at Pu Yinyao, she rose and cheerfully exited the dining room. 20 minutes later, seated in a CAF, Bai Muqing wept profusely as she recounted the entire saga to Yao Mei, of course omitting any mention of the Nangong family secrets. Upon hearing the latter part of the story, Yao Mei sprang from the sofa, slamming her hand on the table. "That vile woman Bai Muqing is utterly outrageous. Not only did she steal Lin Anan from you, but she also schemed to have you married into." "Shoo!" Bai Muqing quickly gestured for silence, pulling her back to the sofa and lowering her voice. "Keep your voice down. If the Nangong family discovers that I am a stand-in bride, they will undoubtedly raze the Bai group to the ground in a fit of rage and then come after me." "At this point, you still care about the Bai family?" Yao Mei exclaimed, exasperated. "Consider how this family has treated you, and then reflect on your current predicament. Your boyfriend has been taken from you, and you are coerced into marrying such a terrifying man. If it were me, I would not only reveal to the Nangong family that you are a fake, but I would also take vengeance on that wretched Bai Muqing. Xiao Mei, you haven't encountered anyone from the Nangong family. You cannot fathom their terror. Therefore," Bai Muqing inhaled deeply, her expression somber. "Even for my own safety, I cannot allow them to know the truth. Is this the silent grievance you are willing to endure? What about Lin Anan? Lin Anan is now entangled with Bai Muqing. Even if I desired to reclaim him, it is beyond my reach. Moreover, Bai Muqing is intent on sabotaging me. I am no match for her. The only thing I can do now is to ensure my own well-being and not allow them to revel in their triumph. Having married such a man, how can you possibly thrive?" Yao Mei rolled her eyes in disbelief, then leaned in with curiosity. "By the way, is it true that Nangong Chen is as grotesque and sickly as the legends suggest? And do the women he marries truly not survive beyond a month? You seem to be doing quite well so far." Bai Muqing's countenance dimmed. Nangong Chen was indeed sickly. As for his appearance, she could not ascertain just how unattractive he was. It had been half a month since their marriage, yet he spent most of his time away, occasionally entering her room at night, only to leave after their encounters, sending a pill to her via a servant the following morning before departing for work. She could not discern whether his avoidance was deliberate or merely coincidental. In any case, she had not seen him. As for why she had managed to survive this long, she too was perplexed. Perhaps it was because the rumors of Nangong Chen being cursed to bring misfortune upon his wives were unfounded. Before leaving, the matriarch had cautioned her against speaking of certain matters, leaving Bai Muqing at a loss on how to respond to Yao Mei's inquiries. Just as she hesitated, a mocking voice suddenly pierced through the air beside her. "Oh, isn't this the young mistress of the Nangong family? What a coincidence to encounter you here." Bai Muqing furrowed her brow and promptly lowered her head to wipe away the traces of tears from her eyes. Bai Muqing, noticing the remnants of her tears, stepped forward and continued the mockery. "Ah, the young mistress is still in the honeymoon phase, yet here you are, crying and sobbing. Could it be that the young master of the Nangong family has not treated you well? Chapter 12. Encounter 2. Upon finishing her words, she turned to her close friend, He Ling, and remarked, Ling, we were just discussing whether the esteemed Miss Bai has been faring well since marrying into the Nangong family. It appears not at all. He Ling, a dear companion of Bai Muqing and her younger cousin, related through her maternal lineage to Su Yaolong, immediately chimed in. Marrying such an unsightly and unfortunate man, even if she doesn't suffer a dire fate, she would surely be heartbroken. How could she possibly thrive? Indeed, it was a pitiable situation to contemplate. He Ling feigned curiosity, her large eyes fixed on Bai Muqing, inquiring, Cousin, I am genuinely curious about how unattractive Nangong Chen must be. Is he so disfigured that he dares not venture outside? Or perhaps he is bedridden due to illness? Bai Muqing, her countenance darkened, chose silence and bore the taunts in patience. However, Yao Mei, unable to contain herself any longer, erupted, rising abruptly and pointing an accusatory finger at the two with gritted teeth. You little wretch. You think you can steal someone else's boyfriend and still have the audacity to speak? If I don't silence that foul mouth of yours. Before Yao Mei could finish her fierce retort, Bai Muqing yanked her back onto the sofa. Ignore them. Let's leave, Bai Muqing urged, a sense of urgency in her voice. The surrounding onlookers had begun to gather, and she feared that escalating the quarrel would expose her identity as a proxy bride. Even if that didn't happen, a public brawl would certainly reach the ears of the matriarch, and that would be a predicament to explain. A moment of tranquility was necessary. She resolved to endure. Yet, Yao Mei was ablaze with indignation, turning to glare at her. Why are you dragging me? Should we teach that green tea be a lesson? Another time. Today is not suitable. Bai Muqing insisted, pulling her to rise and leave. However, He Ling suddenly stepped forward, blocking their path, and mockingly retorted, Who are you calling a green tea BTCH? I was merely curious about how ugly my cousin's husband is. Is that a crime? Cousin, do tell me, is he truly that unappealing? Is he not even as handsome as a mere toe of a Nangong? With that, she grasped Bai Muqing's wrist and began to shake it. This woman was relentless. Bai Muqing felt a surge of blood rushing to her head, trembling with indignation. If circumstances permitted, she would have relished the opportunity to slap her. However, she could not afford to provoke trouble, as it would complicate her future attempts to exit the Nangong residence. Not only could she not retaliate, but she also firmly held Yao Mei back to prevent her from acting out, just as she found herself at a loss. A jovial male voice suddenly broke through from behind. Miss, are you discussing Nangong Chen? I have seen him. The crowd paused, collectively turning to see a handsome young man standing among them with a cheerful smile. Bai Muqing followed their gaze and was momentarily taken aback. What astonished her was not the charming young man himself, nor his words, but rather the strikingly handsome and tall man standing behind him, surpassing him in allure. Is this not the very gentleman who saved her at the hospital that day? What a twisted fate it is. For every encounter with him seems to occur during her most vulnerable moments. As their eyes met, Bai Muqing shyly averted her gaze, her cheeks ablaze with warmth. Have you seen him? You must know what he looks like, Bai Muqing inquired curiously, having long wished to discover the visage of Nangong Chen. Of course I do. Shunke replied with a cheerful smile. That man is only this tall. He gestured with his hand, indicating a height that fell short of his own ear. His face is as unattractive as if it had been run over by a tractor, and due to his prolonged illness, he is nothing but skin and bones, staggering with each step as if he might collapse. He looks like a ghost. I was nearly frightened out of my wits with just one glance at him. Shunke remained blissfully unaware of the ashen expression that was beginning to settle on Nangong Chen's face behind him, relishing every word. In the center of the crowd, Bai Muqing and He Ling found immense amusement in Shunke's description, their faces alight with schadenfreude. Is that really true? Bai Muqing asked, her smile widening. Absolutely true. Would I deceive you? Shunke nodded. Thus, Bai Muqing felt a sense of relief wash over her. For days, she had been hoping that Bai Muqing would meet the same fate as the previous 6 brides, and seeing her remain unscathed had made her worry that the rumors might be false, fearing she had unwittingly relinquished such a splendid family to her. With Bai Muqing and He Ling mocking her, Bai Muqing was nearly brought to tears, her fists clenched tighter with each passing moment as she shouted at Shen Ku. "You're talking nonsense." Although she had no true understanding of Nangong Chen's appearance, she was certain that he stood at least 185 meters tall, far from the height Shen Ku had just claimed. Furthermore, Nangong Chen was most certainly not a mere skeleton, nor was he prone to collapsing after a few steps. In fact, during their more intimate encounters, he was as robust as an ox, leaving her dizzy on several occasions. Thus, it became clear how rumors are born, spun from the fabrications of gossiping tongues. Shen Ku was taken aback by her anger, staring at her in disbelief. I wasn't lying," he stammered. Just moments ago, as he and Nangong Chen exited the private room, he had witnessed a few women embroiled in a quarrel. Initially disinterested, he noticed that the normally reticent Nangong Chen had paused to observe the commotion, and soon thereafter, he overheard the two women pressing Bai Muqing for her opinion on Nangong Chen's looks. Upon noticing the ring on Bai Muqing's ring finger, signifying her status as Nangong's wife, Shen Ku quickly grasped the unfolding drama. It seemed a fine spectacle was in the making. Bai Muqing stepped forward, disregarding her disheveled appearance and the potential gaze of her savior, glaring furiously at Shen Ku. "Sir, does mocking someone else's shortcomings truly bring you such joy? Have you ever seen Nangong Chen in person? Even if he were ugly, what business is it of yours? What do you gain from insulting him? Aside from entertaining these two morally dubious women?" She gestured emphatically toward Bai Muqing and He Ling Ai. Shen Ku found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless by her fervent retort. With the facade of humanity concealing a heart of beastliness, one could argue that you are even inferior to Nangong Chen. Bai Muqing, in a fit of anger, pulled the equally irate Yao Mei and turned to leave. At that moment, Bai Muqing rushed forward, grasping her arm, and exclaimed, "Young madam, after all this talk, we have yet to address the main point. I am here today primarily to deliver an invitation." As she spoke, she produced an invitation card from her bag and, with a beaming smile, presented it to her, saying, "Ainan and I plan to get engaged on the 20th of next month, and you must be there. Also, do not forget to bring young Master Nangong along." Chapter 13. Never seen before, Bai Muqing cast a glance at the invitation in her hand, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart. She and Lin Ainan were indeed serious, and they were about to become engaged. Despite having promised herself not to mourn for such a heartless scoundrel, she could not help but feel the ache within. She was acutely aware of Bai Muqing's intentions in asking her to bring Nangong Chen along. It was merely a ploy to humiliate her publicly at the engagement banquet after not having satisfied her malicious desires that day. Trembling, she raised her hand, tore the crimson invitation in half, and cast it aside before turning on her heel and departing. Bai Muqing, taken aback by the dismissal, furrowed her brow, feeling a slight sting to her pride. Yet, she refrained from pursuing her further, a wicked smirk creeping on her face. Bai Muqing had always relished in kicking those already down. After Bai Muqing left, Bai Muqing turned around and was met with the sight of Nangong Chen striding out, accompanied by Shen Ku and several assistants. She paused, realizing, was this the secret lover Bai Muqing had mentioned? It was evident to any discerning observer that Nangong Chen's status was undoubtedly elevated. Bai Muqing, who had pursued luxury and prestige since childhood, could instantly recognize the limited edition attire he wore from a renowned international brand, along with his tie, cufflinks, and the exquisite watch adorning his wrist, all impeccable indicators of his noble standing. Having lived in Sea City for so long, it was astonishing that she had remained unaware of such a distinguished and handsome man, whose charisma rivaled that of Lin Ainan. That day, she had been too preoccupied with humiliating Bai Muqing to pay attention to his attire. "Sir, since fate has brought us together, why not share a cup of coffee?" Bai Muqing seemed to forget he was Bai Muqing's man, and that she had just sent Bai Muqing an invitation, boldly flirting with him. He Ling, captivated by the dashing Nangong Chen and Shen Ku, quickly chimed in, yes, let's have a coffee together." Nangong Chen glanced at her face, identical to Bai Muqing's, and after a brief hesitation, smiled gently, "No, thank you. I wish you a happy marriage." After taking a few steps, he paused, turning back to her, "By the way, thank you for the lovely photos you took the other day." Bai Muqing was momentarily taken aback, embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Before He Ling could inquire about a contact number, Nangong Chen had already bypassed her, making his way toward the CAF's entrance. "Goodbye, beautiful ladies," Shunke said with a playful smile as he hurried to catch up with Nangong Chen. "Cousin, why didn't you ask him for his number?" Ailing exclaimed, watching their retreating figures, her frustration palpable as she stamped her foot in irritation. Bai Muqing shot her a disapproving glare, her expression darkening. As the group exited the CAF, Nangong Chen glanced at Bai Muqing, who was waiting for the bus at the roadside, and remarked without turning his head, "I thought Bai Jingping had only one daughter? Find out who that woman is." Bai Muqing had claimed she was her sister that day, but he now harbored doubts. Assistant Huang nodded diligently, understood, young Master Chen. Once Assistant Huang departed, Shunku, with a curious expression, inquired, "Cousin, you haven't even met your sister-in-law after all this time, have you?" Nangong Chen did not respond to his inquiry, but instead, with a stern expression, posed a question. "Do you find joy in insulting me?" This line had just been delivered by Bai Muqing to Shunku, and he merely borrowed it for the moment. Shunku scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. They just thought it was amusing and couldn't resist teasing her a little. As Nangong Chen walked toward the parking lot, Shunku followed him, still laughing. "But I think my sister-in-law is quite pitiful. She's been bullied to the point of submission and hasn't retaliated at all." Nangong Chen opened the car door and turned to glare at him. "You could take a taxi back." "Why?" "No reason." With the door opening and closing, Nangong Chen had already entered the vehicle and started it, driving away. After the ruckus caused by Bai Muqing, Bai Muqing lost interest in shopping. After parting ways with Yao Mei, she stood by the roadside waiting for a taxi, as there were no buses heading to Nangong's residence. She could only rely on a cab. However, after waiting for 2 taxis, the drivers shook their heads and refused, citing the remote location of the Nangong house and the fact that they wouldn't have passengers on the return trip. Seeing that it was still early and knowing she would be bored at home, Bai Muqing began to stroll along the sidewalk. Her vision blurred, and upon a touch, she realized that her eyes had gathered a hint of moisture. She couldn't tell if it was due to the news of Lin Ainin and Bai Ingen's engagement, or if it was sorrow for her own fate. Or perhaps it was simply because she had just been upset. Suddenly, a car's engine sound broke the silence to her left. She turned her head to see a distinguished gentleman in the vehicle, unsure if she was acquainted with him. What did he mean? Was he greeting her? "Get in. I'll give you a ride," Nangong Chen said flatly. He happened to be heading back to the Nangong house and could conveniently take her along. Bai Muqing sniffled and declined. "No, thank you." He must have witnessed the scene at the CAF. Was he offering to help out of pity? But Bai Muqing had never required anyone's sympathy. Moreover, with the customs regarding gender interactions, if the Nangong family learned she rode in a handsome man's car, they would surely misunderstand. "Are you certain?" Bai Muqing halted, turning to look at him earnestly. "Sir, you should have heard that I am already married." "I am married too." "What of it?" Nangong Chen raised an eyebrow. "That makes it even more inappropriate for you to offer me a ride." Bai Muqing tossed this remark over her shoulder and continued walking forward. Nangong Chen watched her retreating figure, then pressed the accelerator, driving past her. Upon returning to the mansion, Assistant Huang called him. "Young Master Chen, I have discovered that Bai Jingping has a daughter who has been living away from home, named Bai Muqing. She has now moved back to the Bai family and has been dating the second son of the Lin group for the past 3 years." Assistant Huang was known for his efficiency, and this instance was no different. Nangong Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. "I see. No wonder she could be so spoiled and sharp-tongued." It turned out she had secured the favor of the second son of the Lin group. Bai Muqing spent the entire day enveloped in a heavy heart. Upon returning home in the afternoon, she retreated to her bedroom, lost in her thoughts. And even her dinner consisted of merely a few hasty bites. As night fell, in a state of drowsiness, she was roused by a knock at the door. With great effort, she propped herself up from the bed, rubbing her weary eyes, and made her way to the door to pull it open. Before she could comprehend the situation outside, a tall and sturdy figure surged towards her, startling her. Instinctively, she reached out to steady him, exclaiming in surprise, "Hey, you!" Chapter 14. Unspoken promises of rejection. She had initially intended to inquire about his identity, yet as his form pressed against her, she was instantly enveloped by the singular scent that emanated from him. There was no need for questions. She recognized him as Nangong Chen. However, how could he, who had been absent for days, return at such an ungodly hour? Moreover, He appeared to be in a state of disarray. Was he inebriated? Yet, the smell of alcohol was not particularly potent. Hey, Nangong Chen, you've come to the wrong door. Your room is over there. Bai Muqing exerted herself to push him away, only to be forcefully thrown onto the bed. His weight bore down upon her, nearly enveloping her completely. He seemed to be in distress, his body radiating heat like a furnace. With remarkable strength, he restrained her struggling hands above her head with just one of his. A tremulous voice whispered in her ear, "You are my wife, are you not?" "Yes." "And what of it?" Bai Muqing could feel his fingers delicately tracing the ring on her fourth finger, as if to remind her of her current status. "Since you are my wife, you have the obligation to do anything for me, do you not?" "Yes." "And what of it?" "Even to help me detox." With that, Nangong Chen could hardly contain his impatience as he tore at her nightgown, leaning down to kiss her. Bai Muqing was utterly bewildered by his words. By the time she comprehended his actions, her nightgown lay in tatters. She began to cry out in protest. "Nangong Chen, you said you didn't want me. Why have you come to my room? Why are you doing this to me? You are shameless. No one is more shameless than you vile women who resort to any means." Nangong Chen seethed, biting her lip to silence her. Bai Muqing shook her head. Her words slurred. "What you mean? Who is shameless?" Although she knew her struggles were futile, she continued to resist. In the depths of night, Bai Muqing awoke, chilled and exposed. She turned uncomfortably, her arm brushing against a warm object. So warm, so comforting. Instinctively, she leaned closer. However, at that moment, a strange, guttural sound, akin to that of a beast, reverberated in her ear. A beast. Bai Muqing's eyes flew open, and as she realized she was not clutching a blanket, but rather Nangong Chen, who seemed to be in the throes of another episode, she shrieked and released him, tumbling to the other side of the bed in a panic. Heavens! Nangong Chen was having another episode. Hadn't his sister informed her that he typically did not suffer episodes? In just a few days, he had succumbed twice. Instinctively, she felt compelled to turn on the light, but her outstretched fingers quickly recoiled. She recalled Sister He's warning. Do not turn on the lights when Nangong Chen is having an episode, for it would prevent him from harming her. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, Bai Muqing gazed at Nangong Chen, whose presence emitted a perilous aura. Encountering his fierce yet pained gaze, she was genuinely concerned that he might attack her as he had previously. She turned and crawled to the corner of the bedroom, seizing a vase from the table. She brandished it, warning, "I advise you not to come any closer, or I shall not be merciful." On the bed, Nangong Chen fixed his gaze in her direction, laboriously uttering a single word. "Medicine." "Medicine?" Yes, he still had his medication. It was then that Bai Muqing recalled what sister he had once instructed her. When Nangong Chen fell ill, she was to administer the medicine to him at the first opportunity. She hurriedly crawled out from the corner and retrieved the box of pills from a drawer, placing one into his mouth. The effects of the medication took hold swiftly. After taking it, Nangong Chen soon calmed down, lying motionless, resting his head on his arm, appearing to be in slumber. Seeing him no longer restless, Bai Muqing retreated back into the corner, releasing a sigh of relief. Yet she did not lower the vase in her hands. Thus, she sat in the corner, clutching the vase, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the figure on the bed. 20 minutes later, she observed the figure stir, causing her previously relaxed nerves to tauten once more. Nangong Chen rose from the bed, stepping before her, and in the dim light of night, he looked down at her with a cold smile. "Are you afraid?" Bai Muqing opened her mouth. To claim she was unafraid would be a lie. She looked at Nangong Chen, unable to discern his expression, nor could she fathom his intentions. "You," Bai Muqing, gripping the vase tightly, struggled to rise from the corner. Her legs, having crouched for an entire night, felt nearly numb. Her body tilted forward, and with a soft gasp, she collapsed against Nangong Chen. He instinctively caught her by the arm, whispering against her ear, "I thought you were different from them. Yet it appears you too have been frightened into weakness. Weren't you supposed to be less prone to episodes?" Bai Muqing's entire being was tense, her brows knitted in worry. Nangong Chen's lips quirked slightly, his gaze darkening. "Last night was an accident." Sensing her trembling form, he smirked mockingly and drew her closer. Bai Muqing felt a mix of embarrassment and trepidation. Did he not realize He was still bare. Could he not put on some clothes first? Aren't you cold? Shouldn't you put on some clothes? She kindly suggested, her implication clear, urging him to dress and return to his own quarters. Not cold. Holding you keeps me warm. Nangong Chen continued, his lips finding hers, kissing her softly. The more fearful she appeared, the more he relished closing the distance. In a swift motion, he spun and pressed her back onto the bed. Don't do this. Her tone carried a hint of resistance. Why not? You're my wife. Enough. Bai Muqing suddenly erupted in anger, pushing him away, sitting up on the bed and glaring at him. You repeatedly declare that I am your wife. But have you fulfilled your duties as a husband? I have been married to you for half a month. When you need me, you come, but when you don't, you abandon me here, disregarding my well-being, not even allowing me to see your face. Bai Muqing found herself at a loss for words, tears welling up in her eyes from the frustration. Have I truly neglected your well-being? Nangong Chen, unable to see the tears in her eyes, could only hear the tremor in her voice. Is that not the case? That night, I was nearly terrified to death in the ancestral hall. Yet you did not even bother to inquire. Bai Muqing wiped away the mist of tears in her eyes and continued her lamentation. Even if I were sold to you by my father, I am still your wife. Why can't you allow me a glimpse of your visage? Is it truly so important for you to behold my face? Are you not afraid of being frightened by my appearance? Nangong Chen scoffed, recalling the scene in the CAF. He understood that this woman, having been further intrigued by Shen Ke's words, was increasingly eager to see what he looked like. Chapter 15, The True Purpose Following the Incident at the CAF. He suddenly found the situation amusing. Bai Muqing parted her lips, genuinely concerned about being frightened by him, yet overwhelmingly curious, especially after hearing Shen Ke's remarks. She was truly eager to discover just how unattractive Nangong Chen might be. In truth, as long as you treat me well, I would not mind your appearance. She unexpectedly offered him a form of comfort. Lin Anan was strikingly handsome, yet what was the outcome? He ended up cheating on Bai Muqing. Therefore, there is no need for you to continually avoid me. After all, we are married and destined to meet eventually. Noticing his prolonged silence, Bai Muqing hesitantly raised her small hand, gingerly exploring the contours of his face. If you prefer that I do not see your face, it suffices for me to touch it. Her delicate fingertips grazed his features, revealing a distinctly defined visage. How could it possibly be unattractive? Moreover, how could one be so hideous as to avoid being seen? Have you discerned anything? He inquired with an air of indifference. Bai Muqing shook her head. I cannot discern anything. Then do not touch. Nangong Chen swatted her hand away and rolled out of bed. He desired to maintain minimal contact with her, and he certainly did not wish for her to remember him, as she was not his fated lover in this lifetime. They were destined to part ways eventually. He could not allow sympathy from the CAF incident to lead her to act with impunity in his presence. Upon returning to his own room, regardless of the fact that it was 1 a.m, Nangong Chen donned a robe while dialing a number. A respectful voice soon resonated on the other end. Young Master Chen, how may I assist you? Was the woman from tonight your selection? Indeed. The man replied with satisfaction. Miss Yang is our premier offering. Her service and enthusiasm are unrivaled. If young Master Chen is pleased, I can arrange for her to accompany you again tomorrow night. Very well, I understand. Nangong Chen hung up and redialed his assistant number. His tone icy and ruthless. Find any excuse you can and obliterate the moonlight bar. Ensure that the woman surnamed Yang will never again find herself in another man's bed. On the other end of the line, Assistant Huang paused for a moment before responding with a single word, understood. No justification was required, nor was there a need for further inquiries. He knew that anyone who had incurred the wrath of Nangong Chen was indeed unfortunate. Believing that tearing up the invitation would allow him to escape the engagement ceremony of Bai Muqing and Lin Anan, he was taken aback when Su Yaru personally delivered the invitation to the Nangong residence. When Bai Muqing was summoned downstairs by a servant, she caught sight of Su Yaru placing a large, red invitation on the coffee table before the matriarch, accompanied by a smiling face. This is the engagement invitation for my daughter Muqing and the second son of the Lin family. I came specifically to present it to you, esteemed matriarch. The matriarch glanced down at the invitation and replied with a faint smile. How is it that I was unaware that your Bai family has another daughter? It is quite natural for the old lady to be unaware. Muqing is the child of my husband and another woman, raised outside with her mother until recently when she returned to the Bai family. We initially intended to host a welcoming banquet for her, but coincidentally, it coincided with her engagement ceremony with young Master Lin, so we decided to hold them together. When mentioning young Master Lin, Su Yaring's tone carried a hint of pride. After all, the Lin family is quite reputable. Bai Muqing, standing atop the staircase, cast her gaze downward, feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. Lin and Nan. That name was one she wished to avoid. It appears that you are quite adept at your role as a stepmother, the old lady remarked with a smile. Su Yaring chuckled in response. Ingen has married into the Nangong family, and with such a spacious residence of the Bai family left unoccupied, it is only fitting that we welcome Muqing back to live here. Besides, it provides me with some companionship. Su Yaring glanced around and inquired, by the way, where are Chun Xiao and Ingen? Aren't they home? The young master has gone to work, and the young mistress is upstairs, answered Sister He nearby. And how is Chun Xiao's health? Thank you for your concern, by Madam. The young master is quite well. Sister He replied once more. Su Yaring nodded, and upon seeing Bai Muqing descend from the upper floor, she immediately rose from the sofa to greet her warmly. Ingen, it has been quite a while since we last met. How have you been? Are you settling in well with the Nangong family? For the first time in her life, Bai Muqing felt awkward being embraced so affectionately by Su Yaring, taking a slight step back and forcing a smile. I am well, mother. What brings you here? I came to deliver the invitation to the old lady. Your sister is set to be engaged to young Master Lin. Oh, so soon? Please convey my congratulations to them. Bai Muqing replied through gritted teeth. Su Yaring took Bai Muqing by the arm and returned to the sofa, their gestures intimately resembling those of a biological mother and daughter. The old lady, who had always looked down upon families of mediocre standing like the Bai family, spoke with a tone that bore a hint of indifference. By Madam, I shall refrain from attending this gathering. Please extend my best wishes to your daughter. Su Yaring, seemingly oblivious to her coldness, maintained a beaming smile. Even without your words. Old lady, I understand. I brought the invitation primarily due to the familial ties between the Bai and Nangong families, as a sign of respect towards you. Of course, I did not expect you to attend personally. It would suffice for Chun Xiao and Ingen to represent you. Bai Muqing was momentarily taken aback, suddenly comprehending that this was indeed Su Yaring's ulterior motive for her visit. It seemed her stepmother was determined to humiliate her in front of Bai Ingen during the engagement ceremony. She glared at Su Yaring's wickedly smiling face, filled with resentment, yet felt powerless in the presence of the old lady. Mother, Chun's health is not good. I can represent the Nangong family at the event. She insisted with a stiff smile. Su Yaring affectionately patted the back of her hand. That is out of the question. You are the only sister Muqing has, and Chen Xiao is her sole brother-in-law. If you two do not attend together, it would invite ridicule from outsiders, leading them to speculate about the discord between you sisters and question your loyalty to Chen Xiao. Madam, esteemed elder, do you think I am correct? Su Yaru turned to the matriarch. The elder smiled gently. In both sentiment and reason, it is only fitting that the two of you attend. Bai Muqing was rendered speechless, pondering how formidable her stepmother truly was. With such insistence, there was no way she could avoid going. It was one thing for her to attend, having already endured the humiliation inflicted by that woman, by Ingen, but whether Nangong Chen would accompany her remained a genuine concern. After finally seeing Su Yaru off, Bai Muqing returned indoors, only to find the elder still seated on the sofa. Politely, she addressed her, Grandmother, I shall take my leave now. The elder regarded her with a disdainful glance, scoffing, an engagement of a mere illegitimate child hardly warrants the presence of our Nangong family. Chapter 16 Indifference. Bai Muqing's heart clenched tightly. Indeed, she was merely an illegitimate daughter, a fact that the Bai family had persistently refused to acknowledge publicly. Outside, the storm raged with thunder and lightning, while she cocooned herself within the confines of her blanket, yet the terror within her remained unassuaged. Although the old matriarch forbade any discussions of ghosts, she could not help but recall the white figure she had witnessed that fateful day. Especially on a tempestuous night like this, being alone in her room heightened her fears. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the expansive window, casting the shadows of the trees outside in a manner that resembled human forms. Almost immediately, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated, and Bai Muqing could no longer contain herself. She seized her pillow and dashed towards the door. The corridor was dimly lit by a solitary wall lamp, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Standing before the ornately carved wooden door, she hesitated for a moment before finally knocking. Nangong Chen opened the door to find Bai Muqing, disheveled, barefoot, and clutching her pillow, her eyes brimming with tears. The sight was both pitiable and heart-wrenching, although Nangong Chen was not one to feel sympathy for others. His expression softened slightly upon seeing her in such a state. Instead of dismissing her outright, he scrutinized her with a hint of mockery. "What's the matter? Did you see a ghost again?" Bai Muqing gazed at him, her voice laced with desperation. "Please, can I stay in your room for just one night? I want to take your bed. I want to disturb you." As she spoke, tears rolled down her cheeks. Nangong Chen raised an eyebrow with a cold smirk. "I seem to be more frightening than a ghost. Don't you fear me?" Bai Muqing understood he was referring to his episodes. To be honest, she had hesitated before knocking on his door. Yet, the tempest outside and the haunting vision of the ghost frightened her far more than he did. Without uttering a word, she walked past him and squatted in a corner of the bedroom. Nangong Chen watched her curl up like a frightened kitten in her chosen corner, a pang of discomfort stirring within him. It was evident that she was still afraid of him. Since she feared him, why had she sought refuge in his room? He approached her, pulling her from her corner, his tone indifferent. "Though your husband suffers from a peculiar ailment, he is still a normal man." Bai Muqing was perplexed by his words, but in the next moment, he tossed her onto the bed, his body looming over hers. After days of marriage, Bai Muqing had gradually begun to acclimate to such encounters. Thus, she offered little resistance. However, her compliance only fueled his disdain, and he halted his actions. "So, this is your true intention? You dragged me onto the bed." Bai Muqing protested vehemently. It was one thing to endure the humiliation from Bai Muqing and others, but now to suffer under this insufferable man was infuriating. "Young Master Nangong, is it truly fair to belittle your own wife in such a manner? Or are you completely oblivious to the rumors circulating outside? Am I really so desperate as to come here in the dead of night to seduce someone like you?" She abruptly ceased her words, sensing the tension in his body, as if she had struck a nerve. What to do? She truly had not intended to. After a moment of silence, Nangong Chen offered a detached smile. "Why not continue? Am I an eyesore? Apologies, Bai Muqing's words of contrition were abruptly silenced by his coarse and unreasonable caresses. She had known all along that this man was not to be trifled with. Regret washed over her, but it was too late. As was his custom, Nangong Chen completed his tasks and sat up, preparing to rise from the bed, exuding an air of, "If you don't leave, I will." The storm outside had abated, rendering the world less frightening. Yet, Bai Muqing still reached out to grasp his arm. "Young master, there is something I wish to discuss with you." In the shroud of night, a flicker of impatience crossed Nangong Chen's face as he turned his back and asked, "What is it?" "Well, my sister is getting engaged to her boyfriend on the 20th of next month. Initially, I had no intention of attending, but my stepmother recently came to the Nangong residence to deliver an invitation, asserting that as her sister and brother-in-law, we must attend for both emotional and familial reasons." She hesitated, fearful of his potential refusal. "And so?" Nangong Chen's tone remained indifferent. "So, I hope you will accompany me." Bai Muqing ventured cautiously. "Is that possible?" Nangong Chen finally turned to face her, regarding her with a cold smile. "You wish to take me to your sister's engagement ceremony? Are you certain?" If she recalled correctly, she seemed to have genuine feelings for Lin Ainan, even shedding tears over him. He had not forgotten what transpired at the CAF. It was evident that they intended to publicly humiliate her. Was this woman truly so foolish, or was she simply masochistic? Bai Muqing nodded, fearful he might not see her resolve, and uttered, "Yes, I am certain." "Are you not afraid?" "Afraid of what?" Bai Muqing asked, only to realize he was referring to his appearance. She shook her head. "I do not care what others say about me, but if you are concerned, then never mind. You may go alone." Nangong Chen turned away, intent on leaving the bed. If she enjoyed humiliating herself so much, she could do so alone. "Young master, Bai Muqing grasped his arm once more, forcing him to turn back, her tone tinged with impatience. What now? Recalling that he was still bare, she worried that his fragile health might suffer if he caught a cold. She grabbed a corner of the blanket, draping it over him, then gently caressed his face. Young master, the opinions of outsiders are not as terrifying as they seem. Our appearances are bestowed upon us by our mothers, who risked their lives to bring us into the world. Though the rumors may be unkind, you cannot hide away in the shadows forever. Being unattractive is neither a sin nor a crime. Is it? Is it? Did you not just express disdain? I did not. You provoked my anger, and I merely spoke out of frustration. Nangong Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. And what do you suggest I do? Boldly step forward and declare I am ugly and proud? That would be preferable to hiding in the shadows and proclaiming I am ugly and ashamed, wouldn't it? Bai Muqing mumbled under her breath. She murmured softly before adopting a pleading tone. Look, I don't care anymore, so you shouldn't either. Will you accompany me just this once, please? Even if you did not attend the engagement ceremony as the esteemed daughter of the Bai family, she was still obligated to represent the Nangong family. In any case, her attendance was imperative. I shall not go. Nangong Chen firmly pushed her hand away from his face, rose from his seat, and enveloped in the blanket, strode out of the room. Chapter 17. Gift-giving Bai Muqing despondently sank back on her bed, fully aware that this would be the outcome. How could someone as cold-hearted as Nangong Chen possibly wish to accompany her to the engagement ceremony? Upon hearing that Bai Muqing intended to select a gift for Bai Yingen's engagement, Yao Mei, infuriated, turned to leave. Bai Muqing hurriedly pulled her back, pleading, Xiao Mei, don't be like this. What do you mean by that? I simply cannot lower myself as you do. Yao Mei shrugged off her hand, retorting sharply, you know full well that the engagement banquet is a trap, yet you insist on attending. It would be one thing to face it with a bold front, but to brave the rain and buy her a gift? Do you even have any self-respect? Didn't I tell you? I am attending the engagement as the future mistress of the Nangong family. The gift is at the behest of the Nangong family, and they're the ones footing the bill. Otherwise, I would not go. Is there truly no one else from the Nangong family to attend? Must it be you? Nangong Chen would certainly not go, and the old matriarch, with her lofty demeanor, would undoubtedly stay away as well. Thus, Bai Muqing grasped Yao Mei's wrist, imploring, so please don't look down on me. Come, let's pick out some jewelry together. I refuse. Yao Mei countered, firmly seizing her arm in return, exclaiming, Bai Muqing, you keep insisting that you will uncover the perpetrator who caused your grandmother's death and seek vengeance for her. You look at you now, so soft and yielding. Have you already forgotten about your quest for revenge? Have you also overlooked the fact that your mother and brother remain abroad and cannot return? Of course, I have not forgotten, nor will I give up. Mentioning her tragically deceased grandmother and her mother and brother, who were arranged to stay abroad by their father, cast a shadow over Bai Muqing's expression. Xiao Mei, she said, fixing Yao Mei with a serious gaze. Do you think my presence in the Nangong family is solely out of fear of Bai Yingen's threats? It's not entirely that. Once I secure my position in the Nangong family, I will have the strength to retaliate and seek revenge. Do you understand? Yao Mei, observing her serious demeanor, opened her mouth but chose to remain silent. Let us go. Bai Muqing grasped her wrist and pulled her towards the jewelry store ahead. Deep down, Bai Muqing was reluctant to select a gift for Bai Yingen, yet this gift represented the face of the Nangong family. The matriarch had stipulated that the gift must exceed 10 million. As the wealthiest family in City C, the Nangong family could not afford to be perceived as stingy. Moreover, 10 million was a mere trifle to them. After choosing the jewelry, Yao Mei dragged Bai Muqing out for dinner, and then to another classmate's wedding celebration. Bai Muqing had previously enjoyed a good rapport with his classmate, Feng Xiao, during their school days. She was primarily concerned that returning too late would incur the old matriarch's ire. Yao Mei was right. Making an appearance and giving a red envelope would suffice. After a few drinks at the bar, Bai Muqing bid farewell to Feng Xiao and headed home. It was now past 9 in the evening, and the bar was bustling with activity. As she passed through the parking lot, a woman's voice suddenly called out beside her, Young Master Chen, are you well? Bai Muqing turned her head to glance at the source of the sound beside her, first noticing a familiar black luxury car. She recalled that this vehicle belonged to the enigmatic man who had once rescued her. Shifting her gaze, she focused on the couple next to the car. The man was indeed the handsome stranger, while the woman appeared less like a nightclub patron and more akin to a girl from a wealthy family. The man seemed somewhat inebriated, leaning against the woman, whose delicate hand was either intentionally or inadvertently wandering over his chest. It was evident that affluent men had a penchant for such company, and Bai Muqing couldn't help but scoff internally, redirecting her attention and preparing to leave. However, the man's voice suddenly called out behind her, "Miss He, my wife is coming." "Wife?" Miss He expressed her confusion. "Indeed, my wife." The voice drew closer, and in the next moment, Bai Muqing found herself pulled into a broad embrace. She paused, turning to glance at the somewhat tense expression of Nangong Chen, then at Miss He, whose face was marred by disappointment. In an instant, understanding dawned upon her. She pressed her body closer to Nangong Chen, wrapping her arms around his waist with a sweet smile. "Darling, I didn't realize you were here. I thought you were still inside." "Yes, I came out for some fresh air." Nangong Chen's tall form enveloped her, making her feel slightly overwhelmed. Missy scrutinized Bai Muqing repeatedly, her face clearly reflecting disdain. "I never expected young Master Chen to have such peculiar taste. So he favors this kind of company." "Hey you." Bai Muqing bristled, feeling offended. What did she mean by that? Was she truly so inferior? She simply preferred not to adorn herself like them, flaunting their extravagance. "This is Miss He from the He Corporation," Nangong Chen remarked to Bai Muqing, spoiled since childhood. "Darling, don't let her get to you." So, she was a young lady of privilege. It was no wonder she looked down on others. "Indeed, I'm not upset. Let us go home, darling." Bai Muqing glanced at Miss He before guiding Nangong Chen towards the luxury car. Fuming as she watched the car depart, Miss He felt aggrieved. She had heard that young Master Chen was unmarried. Why was there suddenly a wife? After all her efforts that evening, she had gained nothing. Bai Muqing assisted Nangong Chen into the passenger seat before taking her place in the driver's seat. It was her first time operating such a high-end vehicle, and she struggled for a while to find the ignition button. After finally managing to navigate out of the parking lot, she turned to Nangong Chen and said, "Last time you helped me, this time I'll help you." Or even now, Nangong Chen remained silent, seemingly enduring discomfort. Bai Muqing had initially intended to abandon him after evading Miss He, but seeing him in such a state, she relented. "All right, I suppose I'll see this through. Tell me where you live. I'll take you home." Nangong Chen retrieved an address from the glove compartment and tossed it to her. It was a luxurious apartment. As they drove along the road, in an attempt to ease the awkward atmosphere, Bai Muqing cheerfully asked, with such a beautiful woman, why would he not take advantage of the opportunity? Receiving no response, she turned to glance at him again, noticing the pallor of his face. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Shall I take you to the hospital?" "No need," Nangong Chen replied indifferently. "But drive faster," came his impatient retort. With no choice but to comply, Bai Muqing pressed the accelerator, hastening their speed. The vehicle came to a halt in the basement parking lot. Noticing the cold sweat trickling down his forehead and his unsteady gait, Bai Muqing decided to extend her kindness once more, offering her arm for support. "Let me assist you upstairs." Nangong Chen did not refuse her help, and together they entered the elevator, ascending to his designated floor. Chapter 18. Where It Hurts. This is a spacious and bright seaside apartment, adorned with a masculine yet luxurious decor. Bai Muqing gently assisted him onto the bed in the bedroom, fixing her gaze upon him and stating, "I shall take my leave." However, Nangong Chen firmly grasped her wrist, his tone tinged with a subtle command, "Please fetch me a glass of water." Bai Muqing exited the bedroom, surveying her surroundings before approaching the water dispenser to pour a glass of warm water. Upon her return, she noticed a pill in Nangong Chen's hand. He reached for the glass and swallowed the pill. "What medication are you taking? What is wrong with you?" she inquired. "Pain relief medication," he replied curtly. "What does it hurt?" Nangong Chen offered no response, instead reclining back onto the bed. Given that he had taken the medication, she felt it was time for her to depart. "Sir," she began, "my family is quite strict. If I do not return soon, I shall surely face punishment, so I must go." "Do not leave just yet," he insisted. "Why not? Help me procure something to eat." But Bai Muqing glanced at her watch. It was nearly 10 o'clock. If she were to prepare him a meal now, she would undoubtedly face her family's wrath upon returning. The thought of the ominous ancestral hall sent a shiver down her spine. Rest assured, I will ensure you evade punishment. You will protect me? On what grounds? Simply based on my relationship with Nangong Chen. What is your relationship with Nangong Chen? Nangong Chen furrowed his brow, then suddenly leaned over the bed and began to vomit. Bai Muqing gasped and quickly stepped back, bewildered by his condition. How could he be so ill yet drink so heavily? She found herself trapped in a dilemma. If she were to leave, what would happen if he succumbed here? If she stayed, how would she navigate the old lady's scrutiny? After much internal conflict, she ventured into the bathroom to draw hot water, twisting a warm towel to offer him for wiping his face. She also retrieved a mop to clean the floor. Observing that he was expelling bile and water, she realized he was genuinely hungry. It seemed she could not forego preparing him something to eat. She proceeded to the kitchen, only to discover, to her dismay, that apart from a few bottles of water, the refrigerator held nothing. The pantry was equally barren, devoid of even a grain of rice. She was a loss. Did this man never eat? How audacious of him to request food when he had nothing to offer. With no other recourse, she reluctantly knocked on her neighbor's door to borrow some rice and salt. Cooking the porridge required time, and by the time she finished, it was already 11 o'clock. She brought the porridge to the bedside. Observing his silhouette, I borrowed some rice and salt from next door. A pinch of salt in the porridge will be gentle on your stomach. Please manage to eat. Nangong Chen struggled to prop himself up, taking the bowl from her hands. Noticing her reluctant expression, he remarked, Miss Bai, there is no need to wear such a stern countenance. You will undoubtedly find yourself in need of my assistance in the future. How can you be so certain? Bai Muqing retorted, speechless. Nangong Chen fell silent, lowering his gaze to sip the salted porridge. Perhaps he was right. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. At this hour, escape from punishment was unlikely, and returning now or tomorrow would yield the same outcome. Had she known, she would not have been so kind as to involve herself in this matter. After all, if she chose not to assist, it would merely result in that miss he escorting him back and subsequently overpowering him. As a man, even if he were subdued, he would not be at a loss. After finishing his porridge, Nangong Chen reclined back onto the bed, his body curling slightly. Was it still painful? Bai Muqing scrutinized him and inquired, Do you need to go to the hospital? You may leave. But you. Bai Muqing softened her voice. If you were to die like this, I would become a suspect. Nangong Chen ceased to speak, leaving her uncertain if he had fallen asleep. Bai Muqing stood at the foot of the bed, feeling somewhat at a loss. Neither could she leave, nor could she stay. It would indeed be improper to abandon him like this, yet staying the night was out of the question. After a moment of indecision, she approached the bookshelf on one side of the bedroom, hoping to find a book to pass the time, only to discover that all the volumes on the shelf pertained to business, utterly unsuitable for someone of her design and art background. After much effort, she finally found a book unrelated to business, but it was about past lives and reincarnation. Bai Muqing tilted her head in surprise, glancing at Nangong Chen on the bed. As a new member of society, how could he possibly be interested in such superstitious matters? Flipping through the pages, an old photograph slipped out and fell at her feet. She paused, bent down to pick it up, and upon seeing the little girl in the photograph, her expression froze. It was a yellowed photo, showing a young girl with 2 braids, beaming with joy. To her astonishment, the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to her own pre-surgery childhood self. Yet, how could her photograph be in the possession of this man? It made no sense. Driven by curiosity, she approached the bedside and gently tapped Nangong Chen's arm, cautiously asking, Sir, may I ask you something? Nangong Chen, not asleep, replied indifferently, What is it? Who is the person in this photograph? She inquired, extending the picture towards him. Nangong Chen's expression momentarily faltered, yet he did not open his eyes or glance at the photo. After a pause, he replied, A heartless woman. In this room, there were no other photographs besides this one, so he had no need to look. What? What do you mean? Bai Muqing was perplexed. The little girl in the photograph was clearly her, yet she did not recognize this man before her. How could he label her as a heartless woman? Was it possible that the girl in the photograph was not her, but rather a woman who bore a striking resemblance to her childhood self? Do you know her? No. Then why speak of her in such a manner? Miss Bai. Nangong Chen abruptly sprang from the bed, swiftly pinning her down. Bai Muqing was startled. What was he doing? He was on top of her. With one hand gripping her chin, he stared intently into her eyes, gritting his teeth. Are you leaving or not? If you do not wish to leave, then remove your clothes and come to bed. You, pervert. Bai Muqing regained her composure and forcefully pushed his body away, tumbling from the bed to the floor, awkwardly clutching the mattress as she struggled to rise. In her fall, a photograph slipped from her grasp and landed on the ground. She had merely expressed her curiosity, and if he chose not to respond, so be it. Didn't need to react so vehemently? Kindness had gone unreciprocated. Bai Muqing was well aware that a man under the influence of alcohol was the most perilous, and regardless of his physical condition. She uttered a parting remark before seizing her bag and fleeing the room. The bedroom fell into an immediate silence as Nangong Chen withdrew his gaze from her retreating figure and slowly sat up on the bed, his profound eyes fixated on the faded photograph lying on the floor. Chapter 19. Engagement Ceremony 1. The photograph was handed to him by Master Wang last night, who insisted that the girl in the picture was indeed his destined soulmate, assuring him repeatedly that this time there would be no mistakes, urging him to find her at all costs. Find her? He chuckled at the thought. This was the same girl, radiant with warmth, whom he first met 15 years ago when he was 14 and she merely 8. She had witnessed the entirety of his illness, aided him, saved him, and had even expressed her lack of fear regarding his condition, promising to never abandon him. A decade later, he returned to that familiar place, bringing her back to City C, showering her with love and wealth, even disregarding the objections of Master Wang and the old lady to marry her. Yet, upon hearing rumors about the Nangong family, she left him without a trace, and he had not heard from her since. Were it not for her, he would not have succumbed to intoxication tonight. Were it not for this photograph, he would not have been ensnared by sorrow once again. Was he truly going to search for such a heartless woman once more? It was impossible to return to the Nangong residence at this late hour. After returning from the apartment, Bai Muqing found herself at a loss and ultimately sought refuge at Yao Mei's home for the night. When she returned to the Nangong residence early the next morning, she indeed found the old lady seated on the sofa in the guest area, and it was unclear whether she had been waiting specifically for her. After a moment of surprise, she approached cautiously and spoke softly. Grandmother, I apologize. A classmate of mine got married yesterday, and I stayed at their house. The young master had already informed the old lady. Sister, he remarked. Bai Muqing was taken aback, surprised that the peculiar man had actually intervened on her behalf to spare her from punishment. However, as the young mistress of the Nangong family, it would be prudent for her to exercise restraint in her future escapades. Sister, he added. Bai Muqing hastily nodded. I understand. I will be careful. Have you acquired the jewelry? The old lady inquired sharply. I have, it's right here, Bai Muqing replied, lowering her gaze to rummage through her bag. However, there was no trace of the gemstone necklace within. The ornate jewelry box was conspicuously absent as well. Her complexion paled as she recalled that she had taken the jewelry box out while attending to that gentleman last night, and in her haste to leave, she had forgotten to retrieve the necklace. What? Lost it? The old lady noticed her sudden pallor and immediately grasped the situation. I forgot. I was worried about its safety, so I left it at a friend's house, she lied cautiously. You casually left a necklace worth over 10 million at a friend's house? The old lady frowned. No, I placed it in her safe. Bai Muqing wiped the cold sweat from her brow with her sleeve. This was disastrous. She had left a necklace worth over 10 million with a man whose name she did not even know. What was she to do? Should she go find him? Would he return it to her? Having only spent one night away, Bai Muqing felt acutely embarrassed to venture out again and, regrettably, had to ask Yao Mei to help her search for the necklace at the apartment, only to learn that no one was present in that particular room. She pondered that the man must have gone to work by this hour, so she decided to have Yao Mei visit once more in the evening, yet once again, there was no one present. Day after day, whether it was Yao Mei or herself who personally visited, each time they found nothing but emptiness. The house was utterly deserted. In desperation, she resorted to slipping a note through the crack of the door, hoping he would contact her before the 20th to return her necklace. However, as Bai Ingyan's engagement ceremony approached, Bai Muqing still had not retrieved her necklace. Could it be that he ran off with her necklace? Bai Muqing speculated gloomily. The necklace remained lost, yet the day of Bai Ingyan's engagement had arrived. Without the necklace and devoid of companionship, she knew she would suffer greatly today. But there was no turning back. With a heavy heart, Bai Muqing steeled herself and stepped into the hotel, making her way toward the banquet hall. Dressed elegantly, Lin Anan and Bai Ingyan stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, welcoming guests. Their attire was meticulously chosen. He was handsome, she was beautiful, a perfect match. It was undeniable that only a lady of Bai Ingyan's stature could befit a young master like Lin Anan. As for her, a forsaken, illegitimate daughter, it was no wonder she found herself abandoned. Observing the charming couple, radiant with smiles, Bai Muqing felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation at the thought of approaching them. Just as she was about to turn and flee, Bai Ingyan's jubilant voice rang out from behind. "Madame Nangong, you finally made it." A shiver ran down Bai Muqing's spine, compelling her to turn back. She stepped forward to meet the couple, striving to maintain a facade of composure, and offered them a faint smile. "Congratulations to both of you. I'm sorry, I forgot to bring a gift from home, but I will certainly make it up another day. I'm already delighted that you could come. What gift could possibly matter?" Bai Ingyan grasped her hands, grinning mischievously. "I never expected you would grace us with your presence at my engagement with Lin Xiao. Thank you. One is my dear sister, and the other is a man I've been involved with. How can I not attend?" Bai Muqing returned her smile. Nodding toward the words Bai Muqing nearby, she remarked, "Doesn't T seeing this name make you uncomfortable? Why haven't you had the courage to change it to your own? I do this for your own good. Don't you understand?" With a mocking smile, Bai Muqing replied, "Enough with the idle chatter. Go and attend to the other guests." With that, she turned to stride toward the banquet hall. Just then, a lavishly dressed woman suddenly emerged from within, heading straight for Bai Muqing, who was taken aback by the woman's enthusiasm as she seized her hand, exclaiming excitedly, "Ingyan, you've come." Bai Muqing was momentarily stunned by her fervor and instinctively withdrew her hand. Hello, Mrs. Lin." Although she had never formally met Lin Anan's mother, she had heard much about her from Lin Anan and had seen her photograph, so she recognized her. Mrs. Lin, feeling a bit awkward with her empty grasp, inquired, "How is the old lady?" "Grandmother is quite well, yet her advanced age prevents her from attending banquets. Nevertheless, it brings me immense joy that the esteemed lady has permitted your presence." Mrs. Lin spoke with palpable excitement, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Those present were bewildered by her emotional display, and Bai Muqing was equally perplexed. Suddenly recalling the old lady's instructions from earlier that morning, she hastily interjected, Mrs. Lin, the old lady asked me to convey a message to you, albeit it is somewhat unflattering." Mrs. Lin's vibrant countenance dimmed with this revelation, though reluctant to utter the words. Bai Muqing felt compelled to relay the old lady's directive. Grandmother said that the Nangong family is attending the engagement ceremony today solely out of respect for the Bai family. That is the exact wording. Chapter 20. The Engagement Ceremony. 2. Madame Lin stood momentarily dazed, murmuring, "It seems she has yet to forgive me." "Aunt, what are you saying?" Bai Ingyan, observing Madame Lin's warm demeanor towards Bai Muqing, felt a pang of discomfort and approached to link her arm with Madame Lin's, smiling gently. Madame Lin shook her head. "It's nothing." After a moment, she turned to Bai Muqing, inquiring, "Ingyan, why hasn't Tia Chen accompanied you?" Bai Muqing chuckled softly, finding it difficult to articulate. Bai Ingyan interjected, "Master Nangong probably feels embarrassed to appear in public. Aunt, please don't hold it against him." Madame Lin nodded thoughtfully, patting Bai Ingyan's shoulder to encourage her to enjoy herself before turning to walk towards the banquet side hall. Once Madame Lin entered, Bai Ingyan returned to Lin Anan's side, wrapping her arm around his and asking, "Anan, why do I feel your mother seems a bit strange?" "Nothing to worry about. She has always been quite sentimental," Lin Anan reassured her with a smile. As they entered the rear hall, walking a bit further revealed a spacious outdoor garden adorned with a swimming pool, blossoming flowers, and a makeshift stage. A beautiful female pianist was playing a melodious tune, surrounded by champagne-colored roses, creating an atmosphere of high-end romance and elegance. In that moment, Bai Muqing was struck by a vision. It was not Bai Muqing standing at the entrance of the banquet hall in a stunning gown to welcome guests, but herself, Bai Muqing. Hand in hand with Lin Ailing, they ascended the stage amidst the blessings of the attendees. Was this not the very scene she had once dreamt of? Shaking her head, she reminded herself that everything was already set in stone. She was married now, and such humble thoughts were beneath her. After greeting Bai Jingping and Su Yalong, Bai Muqing sought a quiet corner to withdraw, planning to find an opportune moment to slip away. Both the Lin and Bai families held esteemed positions in society, attracting guests from the upper echelons of society to the engagement banquet. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, the host invited the evening's protagonists to dance. Bai Muqing, displaying remarkable poise, took the microphone and, hand in hand with Lin Ailing, stepped into the center of the stage. She surveyed the guests with a radiant smile, saying, "Thank you all for attending my engagement ceremony with Ailing. I'm truly touched by the warmth of everyone here, but most of all, I must express my gratitude to my sister." Bai Muqing, who had been hiding in the corner, stiffened the moment she had dreaded had arrived. Bai Muqing, well aware of her presence, cast a glance in her direction and continued with a smile, "Although my sister and I did not grow up together, she has always taken great care of me, generously sharing the best with me. As many of you may know, my sister just married last month to the illustrious Master Nangong of City C, and they are still newlyweds. Therefore, I hope my sister and brother-in-law can personally open the dance for everyone today." Bai Muqing stiffened once more. Was she truly being asked to dance with Nangong Chen? Bai Muqing knew full well that Nangong Chen was not present today and would not be coming. This woman is undeniably clever, adept at creating challenges for others. "Sister, come here," Bai Muqing called with a sweet smile, beckoning her hand. The crowd followed her gaze, their attention swiftly landing on Bai Muqing, who was now the center of curiosity as they began to search for Nangong Chen's presence beside her. They were astonished and intrigued. Was the rumored unattractive and frail Nangong Chen truly making an appearance? This was indeed a first. Noticing the eager glances from the crowd, Bai Muqing understood their expectations. Her face gradually reddened with warmth. It was evident that remaining passive in such a moment was not an option. However, what should she do to alleviate this crisis? The murmurs around her grew louder. "Where is Nangong Chen? Which one is he? I don't know. I've never seen him," came the replies. "They say he's particularly ugly, but I don't see any unattractive men here." Bai Muqing took a deep breath and stepped toward the center of the dance floor. Dressed in a delicate light blue strapless gown and adorned with 10-centimeter crystal heels, her hair elegantly styled, she presented an exquisite visage. Her features refined and her skin as fair as snow. In this attire, she was indeed on par with Bai Muqing. This ensemble had been meticulously arranged by Sister He, and its price was undoubtedly considerable. Casting a glance at the scheming Bai Muqing and the aloof Lin Ailing, she offered a gentle smile to the crowd. "I apologize, everyone. Young Master Nangong is unable to join me today due to personal reasons." "Personal reasons? Is it a health issue?" He Ling, standing beside Bai Muqing, feigned curiosity. "I heard that young Master Nangong is so ill he can barely get out of bed. Is that true?" "Of course not. His health is perfectly fine," Bai Muqing replied, her brow slightly furrowing as she fixed her gaze on her. "What could the reason be then? Is it because he is too unattractive to show himself?" He Ling continued, "It's really not a big deal. Everyone knows about young Master Nangong's health and appearance. It's no secret. There's no need to be so evasive." Bai Muqing shot a glance at the visibly distressed Bai Muqing, tugging at He Ling's skirt in reproach. "It's only natural that my brother-in-law Wu Ti want to reveal himself in front of everyone. After all, everyone has their pride. Honestly, being unattractive isn't a problem at all. Well, suffices, Wu Ti, you agree?" He Ling addressed the crowd, not waiting for a response before inquiring further. "By the way, cousin, with the Nangong family being so affluent, they must have gifted you an engagement present, right? Do share a hint to satisfy everyone's curiosity." Bai Muqing's fingers gradually clenched. Upon entering, when Bai Muqing mentioned that a gift was unimportant, she had thought the matter would pass. Yet now, what should she do? If the matriarch discovered that the gift had not been delivered, and that she had embarrassed the Nangong family in front of so many, she would surely be furious. Bai Muqing continued to play the role of the considerate and understanding girl, smiling sweetly. As sisters, gifting would only make our bond seem distant. Therefore, whether there is a gift or not is insignificant. What truly matters is that my sister could attend my engagement ceremony. Wouldn't you all agree? Several in the crowd nodded in agreement. Is it true? So, nothing was given? Ailing continued to press. Bai Muqing took a deep breath, suppressing the anger that simmered within her. With a smile that did not quite reach her eyes, she addressed Bai Muqing and Lin Annan, saying, "Everyone is eagerly awaiting the dance you promised." Bai Muqing nodded, a hint of disappointment crossing his features as he turned to the crowd. I had hoped that my sister and young Master Nangong would grace us with their dance, but alas, young Master Nangong is too shy to make an appearance. Therefore, it falls upon Annan and me to entertain you all. Chapter 21 Engagement Ceremony 3. As melodious music began to flow through the air, Bai Muqing let out a sigh of relief, finally nearing the end of this ordeal. Under the peculiar gazes of the crowd, she felt as if her feet were weighed down, nearly unable to lift them. In her ear, Bai Muqing's voice, deliberately lowered, taunted, "How does it feel to be looked down upon?" Bai Muqing clenched her fists, just as she was about to make her way through the throng. A familiar yet unremarkable voice suddenly rang out from behind her. "Who says I dare not make an appearance?" The voice was neither loud nor soft. It was perfectly audible to all present. The crowd turned their collective gaze towards the entrance, where Nangong Chen, dressed in formal attire, stood tall and regal, a faint smile gracing his lips. Bai Muqing exchanged glances with Lin Annan, while Ailing, nearby, exclaimed with delight, "Is it him? What brings him here?" Upon seeing him, Bai Muqing's initial instinct was to collide with a wall. She understood his intent to repay a favor, but could he not first consider the occasion and the circumstances? Surely, he did not intend to masquerade as Nangong Chen to extricate her from his predicament. His intentions were noble. Yet did he not recall that he had recently posed as her lover? "What brings you here?" Bai Muqing scrutinized him, her brows furrowing. Although she held a favorable impression of him, he was, after all, Bai Muqing's partner, placing them in an adversarial position. "My sister and brother-in-law so earnestly wish for my presence. How could I possibly decline?" Nangong Chen stepped forward, positioning himself beside Bai Muqing, and gently drew her into his embrace. He gazed at the two of them and continued, "I apologize. Your sister left the gift at home, so I had to rush back to retrieve it." Without needing further instruction, a beautiful woman in professional attire approached from behind, presenting a jewelry box to Bai Muqing. Bai Muqing was taken aback. This was indeed the gemstone necklace she had inadvertently left at his residence. "Shall we open it and see if you like it?" Nangong Chen maintained his charming smile. Around them, whispers began to circulate, with onlookers speculating and expressing astonishment at the man before them, who contradicted the rumored image of the unattractive and fragile Nangong Chen. Bai Muqing accepted the jewelry box, scrutinizing him for a moment before unveiling its contents. A gemstone necklace worth millions. Anyone with an eye for value could instantly recognize its worth, especially among the noble ladies who frequented the world of jewelry. "What a stunning gemstone. It must be quite expensive," someone remarked. Although Bai Muqing was aware of the necklace's value, it did not cloud her judgment. After all, such possessions were easily within her reach. She closed the box and regarded Nangong Chen with a cold smile. "Sir, the necklace is indeed beautiful, but is it truly acceptable to impersonate someone else? If I recall correctly, last time you appeared as my sister's lover. How is it that you have now transformed into the scion of the Nangong family? Do you require proof of my identity?" Nangong Chen's smile diminished slightly. "It would be prudent to provide some," she replied. "How should I prove it? With an ID card?" Or, before he could finish, the female assistant presented his identification. "Madam Lin, please take a look." Bai Muqing glanced at the name and photo on the identification card, pondering the man's meticulousness. His thorough preparation for his role was commendable, yet, was he truly intent on leading her to her demise? She subtly tugged at the hem of his garment, signaling him to temper his actions. Bai Muqing and Lin Annan's expressions shifted upon seeing Nangong Chen's ID, and the surrounding gasps grew louder, as no one expected the rumored ugly duckling to be the strikingly handsome figure before them. Witnessing her daughter being cornered, Suyaru, who had been observing the spectacle from the second-floor balcony, hurried down and awkwardly urged everyone, "Let us dance, everyone. Don't just stand around here. The host, unsure how to respond to the unfolding situation, held the microphone and inquired then, "May I invite the bride and groom to take the floor?" However, Nangong Chen seized the microphone from him and addressed the crowd. "Since the bride and groom wish for my wife and me to initiate the dance, we shall oblige. Please prepare the music." After returning the microphone to the host, the enchanting melody began to play once more. Nangong Chen smiled at the two of them. "Could you please step aside?" Lin Anan was the first to regain her composure, pulling the visibly flustered Bai Muqing away from the crowd. Nangong Chen grasped Bai Muqing's small hand and drew her into his embrace, causing her to stumble against his chest. She awkwardly straightened herself and whispered in his ear, "I can't dance." Yet, he did not release her. One hand rested on her waist while the other held her palm. With a swift turn, he twirled her around, softly murmuring in her ear, "As far as I know, you have won a dance award." He even knew that. Indeed, Bai Muqing could play the piano and dance, but she was Bai Muqing, not Bai Muqing. "I can't dance a duet." She stumbled again, her toes accidentally stepping on Nangong Chen's foot. He winced, his brow furrowing in pain. "I'm sorry." Bai Muqing's words of apology barely escaped her lips before she stepped on his other foot. Bai Muqing looked at Nangong Chen, whose expression had soured, and felt the heat of embarrassment wash over her as laughter erupted around them, her face reddening more than when she had been publicly humiliated. "Take it slow and follow my lead. Don't rush," Nangong Chen whispered in her ear. Bai Muqing made an effort to match his pace, leaning in to murmur, "Sir, do you possess any logical reasoning at all?" "What do you mean?" "I am genuinely grateful for your assistance in delivering the necklace and for your willingness to rescue me. Yet you must not forget that you previously appeared as my lover, and now you present yourself as Nangong Chen. Do you think Miss Bai is a fool? This performance cannot continue like this," she said with some resentment. "You are only complicating matters. Do you understand? You are pushing me toward a dead end. How am I supposed to wrap this up? How will I explain myself to the Nangong family? Do you realize that your previous actions have already led me to face family discipline?" Nangong Chen chose to ignore her aggressive tone, merely smiling calmly as he narrowly avoided her approaching high heel. Outside the venue, Bai Muqing curled her lips in disdain, her expression laced with mockery as she remarked, "Even a crow painted white cannot join a flock of doves. Just look at that clumsy demeanor, unmistakably a product of the lowest echelons of society." Receiving no response from Lin and Nan, Bai Muqing turned her gaze away, only to discover him staring grimly at the center of the dance floor. At that moment, a wave of subdued cheers erupted from the crowd. Following Lin and Nan's gaze, Bai Muqing's expression faltered as she beheld two individuals on the dance floor sharing a kiss, appearing as if they were a deeply affectionate couple. Chapter 22. The line between truth and falsehood. Bai Muqing's expression instantly darkened. Today marked her engagement ceremony with Lin Anan. Despite being the center of attention, it appeared that the spotlight was entirely seized by the couple dancing in the ballroom. In a flurry, she summoned the photographer to capture the scene, a sly smile curling her lips. It seems this woman has no desire to remain within the Nangong family. Daring to publicly humiliate Nangong Chen, Lin Anan lowered her gaze, her voice tinged with bitterness. "Are you so certain he is not the real Nangong Chen?" Bai Muqing had evidently come prepared. What was peculiar about finding someone to impersonate him? Bai Muqing cast a cold glance at the infatuated women around her, thinking how foolish they were to truly believe it. "No, I must devise a way to expose her." Bai Muqing gritted her teeth and muttered. On the dance floor, Bai Muqing repeatedly pressed against Nangong Chen's chest, yet he showed no intention of releasing her, continuing to kiss her deeply. Her mind went blank, realizing that she was doomed. Even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse her reputation. Nangong Chen's kiss trailed to her ear, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "Since you cannot dance, this is how it must conclude. I will kill you. I do not care." Amidst the guests' cheers, Nangong Chen returned his lips to hers, his tongue boldly invading her mouth. It had been so long since he had kissed a woman with such passion that he could scarcely remember the last time. All he recalled was that this woman's lips were as soft and delicate as another's, yet adorably awkward. Once again, he sensed her unique aura, utterly maddening. In a moment of desperation, Bai Muqing bit down on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood quickly spreading between them. Taken aback by her unexpected ferocity, Nangong Chen instinctively released her. However, before she could escape, he regained his composure, pulling her into his embrace while smiling at the crowd. My wife is feeling shy. She wasn't this coy at home. Such ambiguous words spoken in public. Bai Muqing felt murderous intent rising within her. Bai Muqing, with a slight smirk, approached, surveying the duo. Have you two had your fun? Sister, isn't it rather inappropriate to publicly humiliate your brother-in-law? And you, handsome, my brother-in-law is already quite pitiable. Such humiliation lacks grace. Is he truly Nangong Chen? The surrounding guests grew increasingly confused. Bai Muqing regarded Nangong Chen with a cold smile. Of course not. He is merely an actor my sister hired to deceive everyone. Really? That seems exceedingly shameless. He Ling led the charge of dissent. Indeed, is this even amusing? Sooner or later, it will all unravel, another woman chimed in. Bai Muqing felt her face heat up again, knowing that this would lead to an even greater farce. She should have dragged him away the moment he appeared. Her cheeks flushed with urgency, while Nangong Chen remained unfazed, his expression still imbued with amusement, unaffected by the surrounding chatter. As Bai Muqing found herself at a loss for how to exit the stage, she suddenly heard the commotion below, and Lady Lin emerged from the second-floor lounge, gracefully descending the spiral staircase towards the two. Chun, you have arrived, she said, her demeanor radiating warmth as she took Nangong Chen's hand. I was just informed by Ingen that you hadn't come. I almost believed it. After her brief encounter with Bai Muqing, Lady Lin had retreated to the lounge, consumed by her sorrow, only to emerge upon hearing of the incident downstairs and spotting Nangong Chen. She had gleaned a rough understanding of the events from the servants, and a surge of anger simmered within her. Little aunt, Nangong Chen murmured, disliking physical contact, gently extricating his hand from her grasp. Chun, I apologize. I assumed you wouldn't come, so I hadn't introduced you to Annin and Muqing beforehand. Lady Lin turned to them, her tone turning serious. Listen well, both of you. This is Nangong Chen, your cousin, and this is your cousin-in-law. You should promptly apologize to them for your earlier behavior. No need for apologies. Nangong Chen interjected with a light smile. However, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Enjoy yourselves. With that, he draped his arm around Bai Muqing's shoulders and strode towards the venue's exit, drawing the attention of onlookers. Bai Muqing had longed to escape this scene, and seizing the moment, she felt no inclination to linger. The atmosphere within the venue began to stir once more. The truth of whether this man was indeed Nangong Chen growing ever more elusive, igniting a flurry of speculation among the guests. You two, come here, Lady Lin commanded, casting a glance back at Lin Annin and Bai Muqing before ascending the stairs. Recovering from her shock, Bai Muqing grasped Lin Annin's arm and whispered, What on earth is happening? Why did he call your mother little aunt? And, is he truly Nangong Chen? Lin Annin, equally perplexed, pulled her upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor and entering the lounge, Lin Annin was met with a resounding slap from Lady Lin, accompanied by a furious reprimand. You fool, do you have any idea what you just did? Bai Muqing was ushered away from the venue by Nangong Chen and into the luxurious car. As the vehicle glided smoothly along the road, an air of silence enveloped them. It was only when Bai Muqing realized they were heading towards the Nangong residence that she suddenly uttered, Could you do me one last favor? Nangong Chen cast her a sidelong glance, neither agreeing nor refusing. Find a burial plot, dig a hole, and swiftly put me to rest, Bai Muqing murmured. What's the reason? He inquired. Reason? Bai Muqing suddenly erupted in agitation, lunging at him and gripping his neck, exclaiming, How can you even ask me for a reason? Good sir, just because I left you that night to return home alone, you cannot exact such revenge upon me. Startled by her outburst, Nangong Chen's car swerved dangerously close to the vehicle ahead, his expression darkening as he urgently pulled the car to a halt at the roadside. What are you doing? He demanded angrily, yanking her away from him. Bai Muqing, on the verge of tears, glared at him and said in exasperation, I understand your intentions are noble, but you are inadvertently complicating matters for me. How can I return and face the Nangong family after this? And to think you even. Kiss me. She gently brushed her lips with her hand, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. Do you believe those vile individuals would let me off so easily? By the time I return to the Nangong residence, the photographs will likely have already reached Madame Nangong. I find myself in a situation where even plunging into the Yellow River would not cleanse my reputation. Although your appearance was timely, and your preparations impeccable, even securing Lady Lin's cooperation, still. Chapter 23. You are the most foolish woman I have ever encountered. Bai Muqing, in a fit of anxiety, repeatedly banged her head against the glass window. The mere thought of the Nangong family's ancestral hall drove her to the brink of despair. He kissed her, indeed. He openly kissed her, a display utterly devoid of reason. Nangong Chen inhaled sharply. He had already engaged in far too many irrational acts concerning her, such as attending this engagement banquet today. He cast her a cold smile and remarked, "Miss Bai, I am doing this for my own benefit, not yours." What did that mean? It meant she could exit the vehicle. If she wished to visit the cemetery, she could hail a cab on her own. "You are utterly heartless," she exclaimed. "Get out." His command was devoid of hesitation. In a huff, Bai Muqing pushed open the car door and stepped out, turning to glare at him. "This unknown gentleman, from this day forth, we are even. Neither of us owes the other anything." "Hey!" With a swift motion, the car sped away from her sight. "Evenness." Nangong Chen let out a bitter laugh. While he wished to sever ties with this foolish woman, a lingering attachment made it seem as though they could never truly be free from each other. This contradictory self was becoming almost unrecognizable to him. Bai Muqing wandered aimlessly outside for an entire day, until dusk forced her to confront reality and return home. With a heart full of trepidation, she entered the grand residence of the Nangong family, inhaling deeply as she approached the elderly matriarch, whose expression was far from pleasant. Before she could utter a greeting, the old lady furiously thrust a newspaper at her. The paper struck her and fell to the ground. She glanced at it and hesitated before bending down to retrieve it. It was the Sea City Evening News, and the front page featured a large photo of her and Nangong Chen locked in an embrace at the banquet hall. The article revealed that the supposedly unattractive and sickly Nangong Chen had finally made a public appearance, successfully dispelling the unfounded rumors. Below it was even a solo shot of Nangong Chen in his formal attire, looking remarkably handsome and imposing. Bai Muqing's legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. This report. No wonder Madame Nangong was so furious. Immediately drag her out and administer the family punishment. The old lady bellowed in rage. Thus, Bai Muqing found herself once again dragged to that terrifying ancestral hall of the Nangong family. However, this time, it appeared she was not alone. He was there as well. Bai Muqing stared in astonishment at the strikingly handsome man, who had just made headlines, and after a moment, she asked, "What are you doing here? Moreover, why was he kneeling? Had he also incurred the wrath of the old lady? Could the family punishment extend to an outsider?" Nangong Chen remained expressionless, not sparing her a glance. "Can't you see? Thanks to you." "Why?" Bai Muqing was utterly shocked. "You and Nangong Chen are on good terms. How could this?" "Young madam, please kneel properly." He Jia coldly pushed her down onto the floor. Bai Muqing let out a pained cry and hurriedly crawled to kneel beside Nangong Chen. The grand entrance of the ancestral hall was shut once more, leaving only a few flickering candles casting dim light, and the eerie atmosphere made her shiver involuntarily. She turned to glance at the man beside her, relieved that she was not alone on this night. Kneeling on the ground, Bai Muqing began to overthink, then turned to gaze at Nangong Chen, asking, who exactly are you? Could you truly be Nangong Chen? But that can't be right. Shunko had clearly told her that Nangong Chen was exceptionally unattractive. If he were truly Nangong Chen, the old lady would not have been so furious after seeing the photo of their kiss, would she? Nangong Chen remained silent for a moment before finally turning to scrutinize her, stating, "Miss Bai, you are the most foolish woman I have ever encountered." Bai Muqing found herself rendered speechless by his remark. Nangong Chen coldly added, "Moreover, I dislike conversing with fools." With that, he stood up and made his way toward the door. Bai Muqing was once again at a loss for words. Was he not punishing her by making her kneel? How could he simply walk away? If he left, would she not be left all alone again? "Don't go." Bai Muqing hurriedly reached out to grasp the edge of his garment, her voice filled with desperation. "Could you please not leave? I'm scared all alone. With so many companions here, what are you afraid of?" Nangong Chen deliberately gestured with his chin towards the dozens of spirit tablets on the altar, coldly pulling her hand away from his clothing before striding towards the exit without a glance back. The servant at the door, surprisingly, did not stop him, and Bai Muqing despondently fell back to the ground, left once again in solitude. Casting her gaze over the spirit tablets, she felt a chill run down her spine. Throughout the night, her eyes remained fixated on the door of the side room at the front right, where she had seen the white shadow last time. Thankfully, the night passed without any disturbances. As dawn gradually broke, she closed her eyes. Perhaps the previous encounter had indeed been a mere figment of her imagination. There are no such things as ghosts or deities in this world. A coolness brushed her arm, as if droplets of water were falling upon it. Bai Muqing slowly opened her eyes and raised her arm to look, only to be stunned. Blood. It was indeed blood. How could blood be dripping on her arm? For where did it fall? Her heart tightened as she trembled, lifting her face. This was a house constructed of glazed tiles and red walls, a quintessential example of ancient architecture. The decorations on the roof were clearly visible, and there were no signs of anything amiss. Just as she had managed to calm her racing heart, anxiety surged once more. Bai Muqing nearly screamed as she scrambled to her feet and rushed toward the entrance. Help! Help! She pounded on the door fiercely, wondering why that insufferable man could come and go as he pleased while she was forced to remain kneeling here. It was utterly unfair. The male servant outside opened the door and stared at her, asking, "What is wrong, young madam?" "There's a ghost. There's blood." Blood. Bai Muqing, fearing he would not believe her, raised her arm high. The servant cast a glance at the coin-sized patch of red on her arm and rolled his eyes with exasperation. "Young mistress, do not blame me for not warning you. If the matriarch hears you utter the word ghost again, she will undoubtedly make you kneel for an entire day and night." Yet he added, "But it truly is blood. What is so terrifying about blood? It could very well be that a cat on the roof caught a mouse, and the mouse's blood happened to drip onto your arm." Although the young man spoke thus, his pallor betrayed his unease, as his gaze frequently darted towards the crimson droplets on her arm. He possessed a modicum of reason, yet Bai Muqing could not suppress a gasp, her entire body bristling with dread. "Young mistress, please return and continue kneeling until 7 o'clock this evening," the servant declared solemnly, pushing her back. Chapter 24. His true form. "I do not wish to. I am afraid." This is the old lady's command. As the two engaged in a tug-of-war, a young maid suddenly appeared before them, asserting that the old lady required Bai Muqing to visit the main house. Bai Muqing exhaled in relief and promptly followed the maid towards the main house. As long as she was not confined to the ancestral hall, she was willing to go anywhere, even to the main house, to face punishment or reprimand. Upon her arrival at the main house, she was unexpectedly met with the sight of Lin Ainen and Bai Muqing, along with Madame Lin, standing in the living room. What brought them to the Nangong residence so early in the morning? Bai Muqing was perplexed. Lin Ainen and Bai Muqing also spotted her, their expressions decidedly grim. However, compared to their arrogant demeanor from the previous day, they seemed much more subdued today. Seated on the sofa, the old lady maintained her usual poise, while Madame Lin knelt on one knee before her, hands resting on her knees, tears brimming in her eyes. "Mother, has it truly been all these years, and you still refuse to forgive me? I have come to realize my mistakes." "You have realized your mistakes?" The old lady regarded her with a cold smirk. "I was under the impression that you had grown bolder, which is why you allowed your precious son and daughter-in-law to insult Chun, thrusting him into the spotlight." "That is not the case." Madame Lin hastily shook her head. "Ainen and Muqing are young and inexperienced. They meant no harm. I have brought them here today specifically to apologize to Chun and Muqing." Madame Lin gestured urgently for Lin Ainen and Bai Muqing to come forward. The two exchanged glances, momentarily unable to accept this reality, particularly Lin Ainen, who had never known that his mother, Nangong Ru, was the biological daughter of the Nangong family. He found it difficult to comprehend the sudden transformation of Bai Muqing into his sister-in-law. "There is no need for apologies." The old lady dismissed her with disdain. "By the way, where are Chun and Muqing? Why haven't they come down yet?" Madame Lin inquired, wiping the tears from her face. "The eldest master will be down shortly, and the young mistress has already arrived," replied Sister He. Bai Muqing regained her composure and stepped forward politely, greeting, "Good morning, grandmother." "Madam Lin." "Ingon." Madam Lin rose, taking her hand with a look of regret. "I'm truly sorry about yesterday." Bai Muqing glanced at Lin Anan and Bai Ingon, noticing their less than favorable expressions. This was the first time she had witnessed such a look on their faces, and it brought her a slight sense of balance within. "The eldest master is coming down, sister," he announced. The eldest master? The elusive figure who had never presented himself before her was finally descending. Bai Muqing was momentarily stunned and instinctively directed her gaze toward the staircase. Not only she, but Lin Anan and Bai Ingon also turned their eyes upward simultaneously. Although Madam Lin had explicitly informed them that the man who had taken Bai Muqing from the banquet was Nangong Chen, they still found it hard to believe, as the reality was far removed from their expectations, as they beheld the strikingly handsome and charming Nangong Chen, exuding an air of nobility from head to toe atop the spiral staircase. The last flicker of hope within their hearts was utterly extinguished. Indeed, he was Nangong Chen, radiant and robust. He was nothing like the grotesquely ill figure described in the legends. In stark contrast to them, Bai Muqing, who had not anticipated such an outcome, appeared even more astonished and perplexed, rendered momentarily speechless. It was only when Nangong Chen descended the staircase and stood before the crowd that she managed to regain her composure, even rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Yes, it was he, the man who had rescued her from dire straits on multiple occasions. Nangong Chen noticed her bewilderment but chose to disregard it, politely greeting Madam Lin with a simple "Aunt." Upon seeing him descend, Madam Lin immediately expressed her remorse, saying, "Chen, I sincerely apologize for yesterday's incident. I have brought Anan and Muqing here today specifically to apologize to you and Ingen." After speaking, she urged Lin Anan and Bai Ingen, who had been standing awkwardly to the side, to approach. "Come quickly and apologize to your cousin and cousin-in-law." Lin Anan and Bai Ingen exchanged glances, neither able to utter a word. Growing impatient, Madam Lin pushed them forward, insisting, "Hurry, call them cousin and cousin-in-law." "Cousin," Lin Anan called out to Nangong Chen, and when he turned to Bai Muqing, he hesitated before finally managing to utter, "Cousin-in-law." The utterance of that term required considerable courage, and Bai Muqing, finally emerging from her shock, offered him a faint smile. The rapid shift in dynamics was startling. Just yesterday, the pair had been aggressive. Yet today they bore the countenance of remorseful children. Particularly notable was Bai Ingen, whose unwillingness was evident as she reluctantly followed Lin Anan in addressing Bai Muqing as cousin-in-law, making it hard to deny the discomfort of the situation. Having exchanged pleasantries and apologies, the matriarch coldly declared, "Now that we've had our introductions, it's time to leave," and turned to retreat into the house. The atmosphere in the living room was heavy and oppressive, with only Madam Lin persistently dabbing at her tears. Bai Muqing surveyed the room and deliberately moved closer to Nangong Chen, grasping his hand with a radiant smile. "Chen, since we're all here, why don't we invite Aunt and the sisters upstairs for a cup of tea?" Her fingertips were cool, causing a slight tremor as they brushed against the warmth of his palm. It was her first time so openly holding his hand, especially under the guise of his wife. Nangong Chen cast her a sidelong glance, fully aware of her intentions. Though he was not fond of women with ulterior motives, he found himself acting contrary to his own inclinations. His large, gentle hand enveloped hers, and he responded to the group with a simple, "All right." Upon reaching the second-floor lounge, Lin Anan and Bai Ingen fidgeted uncomfortably while Madam Lin grasped Bai Muqing's hand, fervently pleading, "Chen, in this situation is indeed our fault. Please, I implore you to speak kindly of us in front of Grandma." Bai Muqing may not have understood why Madam Lin was so concerned with the old lady's opinion, but Nangong Chen comprehended it all too well. Not only did this aunt, but also Shun Ku's mother, who is his elder aunt, believed that he would not survive past 30 and could never become the head of the Nangong group. Should the Nangong family become extinct, the vast Nangong group would naturally fall to his several aunts to inherit. The elder aunt, Nangong Yu, has already secured her position within the Nangong group, while Nangong Ru, having had a falling out with the Nangong family in her youth, has maintained no contact over the years. Recently, She has been contemplating ways to ingratiate herself with the matriarch in hopes of re-entering the Nangong family and claiming her share of the inheritance. Even if she is indifferent to the assets of the Nangong group, the Lin family's recent exposure of Nangong Chen's identity has angered the matriarch, who is unlikely to let the Lin group off so easily. Chapter 25. You Deceitful One Bai Muqing, feeling somewhat uneasy, withdrew her small hand. How could she possibly persuade the old lady? That was truly an overestimation of her abilities. Ingin, I implore you. Mrs. Lin choked back her emotions in desperation, stating, as long as you agree to plead with the old lady to spare the Lin family, you can demand anything from us, anything at all. Anything at all? Bai Muqing was taken aback. Are you truly saying anything? Mrs. Lin nodded vigorously. Bai Muqing cast a glance at Lin Ainin and Bai Yingin, who were holding hands, and with a wave of her finger, declared, I want them to annul their engagement, and they must never be together in this lifetime. At this proclamation, all present were rendered speechless. Aside from the hostile glares from Lin Ainin and Bai Yingin, Bai Muqing distinctly sensed an unusual aura emanating from Nangong Chen. She herself was stunned, unable to comprehend why she had impulsively uttered such words. Although she felt a surge of anger, injustice, and unwillingness to witness this pair's bliss, saying such a thing in front of Nangong Chen was undeniably inappropriate. She dared not glance in his direction and lowered her head. Bai Yingin was the first to react, angrily springing from the sofa, her eyes blazing as she spat. Vile woman, do not overstep your bounds. You are the one who persistently provoked me. Now you come here to apologize, and I merely retaliated slightly. Yet you are already furious? Bai Muqing stood up from the sofa as well. I'm sorry, but I shall not engage any further. With that, she turned and walked toward the adjacent bedroom. While claiming she would not engage, she was in truth fleeing from Nangong Chen's perilous gaze, fearing that if she lingered longer, he might publicly bring her to her demise. Upon returning home last night, she had been subjected to familial discipline, deprived of food and a bath. Once in her bedroom, she promptly retrieved a set of sleepwear and headed for the shower. Warm droplets cascaded down her face as she closed her eyes, feeling as though she were in a dream. Nangong Chen, she had indeed witnessed his true visage. For so long, she had resigned herself to the notion of marrying an unattractive man, only to discover that an immense surprise lay hidden behind that reality. No woman desires to wed an unattractive spouse, nor to be questioned about her husband's lack of beauty every time she steps outside. Bai Muqing, being a blossoming young woman, shared the universal appreciation for beauty. Thus, upon seeing Nangong Chen's true appearance, her initial shock transformed into elation. However, such a handsome and affluent man, even if he were unwell, could she truly hold her own against him? With a sudden bang, the bathroom door swung open. Bai Muqing was momentarily taken aback, her eyes flying open to find Nangong Chen's figure standing before her. She froze, staring blankly at his less-than-pleased expression. Nangong Chen stepped forward and reached out to turn off the water valve. Bai Muqing instinctively shrank into the corner, and as she became acutely aware of her utter nakedness, she let out a soft gasp and hastily grabbed a large towel from the shelf to envelop her exposed form. What do you intend to do? She glared at him, her eyes reflecting a palpable fear. For the first time, she was genuinely facing him, and it was in his furious state, which inevitably filled her heart with trepidation. Nangong Chen seized her chin with one hand, pushing her against the wall and looking down at her. His towering height cast an immense psychological pressure upon her in that moment. What? Do you still wish to marry him? No. Bai Muqing discerned that his anger stemmed from her earlier words, and she hurriedly shook her head. I simply do not wish for that woman to have her way. I don't want her to feel too pleased with herself. This was the truth, given Lin Ainin's treatment of her. Even if such a man offered her the opportunity to marry him now, she would refuse. I cannot abide women with such deep schemes. You would do well to stifle those wicked thoughts of yours. He released her chin with a forceful motion. With a resounding thud, the back of Bai Muqing's head collided with the wall, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Nangong Chen, you deceiver. She clutched the towel with one hand while rubbing the sore spot on her head with the other, summoning her courage to retort. You have deceived me for so long, without an ounce of remorse. I merely sought to push back against those who bully me. Can you not tolerate that? Even if I truly wished to marry Lin Ainan, what business is it of yours? Sooner or later, I shall leave the Nangong family. Leave? You dream. It was you who said ugh. Bai Muqing furrowed her brow, her body firmly pinned to the wall as her mouth lost its freedom in an instant. He held her small face with his large hand, denying her any chance to struggle, and whispered a fierce warning in her ear. I have warned you. While you still belong to me, Nangong Chen, you best not harbor thoughts of other men. Have you forgotten so quickly? I have not. Let go of me. Bai Muqing summoned all her strength to push him back, astonishingly causing Nangong Chen to stagger several steps, his body leaning against the sink. She paused, momentarily stunned, and upon confirming he was unharmed, she retorted, Nangong Chen, although I was sold in the Nangong family, I still possess my dignity, you know? You have deceived and toyed with me for so long, and I have yet to seek retribution against you. She fell silent, but Nangong Chen raised an eyebrow, smirking coldly. And what will you do? Rejoice? Or be elated? You shameless wretch. Do you know why my grandmother did not wish for you to see my true self? Why? She did not understand, nor had she ever. Because she feared you would become infatuated with me, entangle yourself with me, ultimately becoming an irremovable adhesive in my life. You, Nangong Chen, must you be so narcissistic? Bai Muqing was exasperated, losing her composure as she exclaimed, I'm not so self-destructive as to cling to a sickly man who will not see 30. Nangong Chen's expression darkened slightly as he regarded her with a piercing gaze. Is that not the case? Once I am gone, you can join my aunts in lining up for your inheritance. His tone was filled with indignation, yet it also carried an undercurrent of barely perceptible resignation. Enveloped in her own fury, Bai Muqing remained oblivious to the fluctuations of his emotions. Upon hearing his words directed at her, her anger intensified. Gritting her teeth, she feigned a sudden revelation, exclaiming, Oh, right? How could I have overlooked this? Indeed, even for the sake of the Nangong family's inheritance, I shall cling to you, entwining myself around you until the end of your days. She gasped, and in the next instant, he had forcefully pushed her back against the wall. That will depend on whether you have the fortune to relish it, he murmured as he captured her lips. A chilling statement escaping his mouth as his hands ruthlessly tore away the large towel draped over her. Chapter 26. It should have been her. She knew that provoking him would lead to dire consequences. Bai Muqing tightly shut her eyes, gritting her teeth as she endured his rudeness and tyranny. When Bai Muqing stormed in, fuming, Su Yiring was in the living room sipping tea. She glanced at her daughter, chiding, How many times have I told you? Once you enter a wealthy family like the Lin family, you must embody the grace and maturity of a wealthy matron. Stop always acting so recklessly. Her words only fueled Bai Muqing's anger further as she plopped down beside her mother. Entering the Lin family? Nonsense. What? Did you have a quarrel with Lin Ainan? Su Yiring picked up her teacup and took a sip of floral tea. Mom, you still have the presence of mind to drink tea while I'm nearly dying of anxiety. What's wrong? Su Yiring finally set her teacup down, her tone turning serious. Bai Muqing inhaled sharply, exclaiming, Do you know how outrageous Madame Lin is? She dragged me and Ainan to the Nangong family to apologize to that little wretch early this morning. The most absurd part is that the man who appeared at the banquet yesterday was actually Nangong Chen, which utterly infuriated that little wretch. Su Yiring exclaimed in surprise. He really is Nangong Chen, not someone that little wretch invited to impersonate him? She had dismissed the events of the banquet as a mere act staged by Bai Muqing and had not taken them to heart. However, the rumors had suggested that Nangong Chen was quite unattractive and frail. How could he possibly be the one? The man from yesterday was not only handsome, but strikingly so. Where did those rumors even come from? Bai Muqing was on the verge of tears, Mom. It's all your fault. It's all your fault for giving me that terrible advice to seduce Lin Ainan, causing me to miss out on such a wonderful man like Nangong Chen. Woe is me. It's all your fault. Recalling the kiss between Nangong Chen and Bai Muqing at the banquet, along with the sight of the two holding hands just moments ago at the Nangong family, she felt both regretful and resentful. This marriage was originally meant for her, and this man was supposed to be hers. Yet now, She had unwittingly handed him over to that girl, Bai Muqing. Yes, it's all mother's fault. I shouldn't have believed the rumors. Su Yiring consoled her, patting her hand. But Ingin, don't be too anxious. Even if Nangong Chen is wealthy and handsome, did you notice his complexion is rather pale? He clearly isn't healthy. We still have Lin Ainan, a handsome, healthy, and wealthy fiancé. Let us not trouble ourselves with these petty matters, all right? When the Lin family was mentioned, Bai Ingin's frustration mounted. Mom, do you know that Ainan's mother is actually Madame Nangong's biological daughter? That little wretch has transformed into my and Ainan's sister-in-law. The most infuriating part is that Madame Lin idolizes the Nangong family and insists that Ainan and I apologize to that little wretch. The most outrageous thing is that the little wretch, relying on Madame Lin's weakness, demands that I be ousted from the Lin family, forbidding me from ever being with Ainan. What? Su Yiring leaped up from the sofa in anger. Bai Ingin wiped the tears from her face. Mom, I've lost both my fiancé and my dignity. That wretched girl has truly ruined me. So, what did Madame Lin say? I heard Nan say that she has been persuading Nan to break off our engagement. Bai Ingin clutched Su Yirong's wrist, tears streaming down her face in distress. Mom, what should I do? Losing Nangong Chen has already brought me misfortune. If I were to lose Nan as well, then you need not worry. It will not come to that. Su Yirong reassured her, gently patting her hand. Have you forgotten what I once told you? You are the precious daughter of the Bai family. Everything that Bai Muqing possesses rightfully belongs to you, and I have a way to ensure she returns it all. Is that true? Su Yirong nodded affirmatively. If she dares to sever your bond with Nan, I shall see to it that she restores Nangong Chen to you. Just wait and see. Despite Su Yirong's resolute words, Bai Ingin found it difficult to truly feel at ease. Observing her tear-streaked face, Su Yirong could not help but scold her gently. You, of all people, should know better. Everything had settled, yet you chose to provoke her, granting her the opportunity to retaliate. Who could have anticipated that Madame Lin was connected to the Nangong family? Bai Ingin looked innocent in response. Never mind. For now, refrain from provoking her. Instead, focus on appeasing Madame Lin and solidifying your engagement. Bai Ingin nodded reluctantly, then exclaimed in anger. Bai Muqing, do not celebrate too soon. I will make you pay dearly for this. Throughout her life, she had never faced such defeat before Bai Muqing, and she was determined not to lose this time. That night, Bai Muqing dreamt of a pale-faced woman beckoning her, pleading for the return of her ring. Despite her efforts to pry it off, the ring remained stubbornly in place. The woman's expression darkened, and she lunged at Bai Muqing, gripping her wrist and tugging at the ring with ferocity. Pain shot through her, and she screamed as she watched blood pour from her finger, staining her hands. Help! She cried out, jolting awake. To her astonishment, she found Shun Xian sitting at the edge of her bed, one hand still clasping her wrist. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. It was Shun Xian, startled by her outburst. Shun Xian quickly smiled at her. Cousin, you're awake. You. Bai Muqing glanced down at the small hand holding her wrist. Shun Xian released her grip and said, Grandma sent me to call you down for breakfast. Are you all right? Did you have a nightmare? Bai Muqing nodded. Indeed. She had experienced another dreadful dream, one in which her hands were covered in blood. Perhaps it was the sight of blood she had seen in the ancestral hall the previous morning that had triggered such nightmares. Assessing Shun Xian, she swallowed hard and replied, Thank you. I will come down shortly. All right, I will head down first. Shun Xian stood from the edge of her bed and turned to leave the room. As Bai Muqing exited her bedroom, she noticed the servants busily preparing the house. She casually pulled a young maid aside and inquired, What is all this preparation for? Is there a joyous occasion in the family? The young maid glanced at her briefly before turning back to her tasks. The principles of the Nangong family dictate that one should speak less and act more, accompanied by a generous salary. Therefore, anyone wishing to remain in the employ of the Nangong family would refrain from uttering any words unrelated to work. After you have caused such a significant blunder, surely the Nangong family must take some measures in response? A nonchalant voice wafted in from behind. Bai Muqing turned in surprise to see Shun Ku emerging from one of the bedrooms. Upon beholding his roguish face and that devilish smile, Bai Muqing, in a fit of anger, rushed forward, disregarding her composure, and seized his neck, shaking him as she indignantly exclaimed, "How dare you say such things? If it weren't for your collusion with the young master to deceive and mock me, would I have found myself in this predicament? You fraud, just like Nangong Chen. You are a deceiver of the highest order." Chapter 27. Anger towards her Shun Ku, caught in her grasp, dodged repeatedly while letting out peals of laughter. "You still dare to laugh? Is this amusing? Do you find pleasure in witnessing my humiliation? You deceived me into believing that the young master's face was as ugly as if it had been run over by a tractor. In truth, it is your face that has suffered such an ordeal." In her exuberance, Shun Ku inadvertently stumbled over a broom on the ground, causing him to fall backward, while Bai Muqing, propelled by inertia, landed squarely atop him. "Miss Bai, you are exceedingly heavy." Shun Ku grunted, his teeth clenched in annoyance. "This is an improper display between the sexes. I shall inform my cousin that you have assaulted me." Realizing her position atop him, and in the presence of several servants, Bai Muqing panicked and attempted to rise, only to have Shun Ku firmly grasp her arm and pull her back down onto him. "What are you doing? You do not need to apologize for pinning me down. The one who should apologize is you. You liar." Bai Muqing began to struggle vigorously. How could this scoundrel be so brazen as to hold her against her will? What if Nangong Chen were to witness this just as this thought crossed her mind? A voice as cold as ice rang out from behind them. "What are you two doing?" Bai Muqing stiffened, quickly scrambling to her feet and turning to face the suddenly appearing Nangong Chen. Had he been in the room all along? "Cousin, you saw it. She's on top of me." Shun Ku leisurely climbed to his feet. Bai Muqing, gritting her teeth, glared at him. "It was clearly you. My cousin's eyes are sharp. I shall take my leave now," Shun Ku declared before hastily retreating. Watching his figure disappear at the staircase, Bai Muqing was forced to confront the reality before her. No, it was more about facing the exceedingly displeased Nangong Chen behind her. She turned to him, attempting to ease the tension with a nervous chuckle. Is there a celebration taking place in the residence today?" Nangong Chen's piercing gaze swept over her, landing on her face. "Miss Bai, as the young mistress of the Nangong family, should you not be more mindful of your image and maintain a respectful distance from other men?" He was indeed quite furious. Bai Muqing lowered her head slightly. "I understand. Their first morning encounter had taken such a turn. Alas, Nangong Chen chose not to engage further, striding past her and down the stairs. Bai Muqing stared in silence at his retreating figure, bewildered by the chaos she had inadvertently caused and the measures the Nangong family was preparing to remedy the situation. This family truly did not regard her as the young mistress at all. At the breakfast table, Sister he placed a bowl of nourishing soup in front of Bai Muqing. Sister he nearly prepared this soup for her daily. Ordinarily, she would consume it without a second thought. However, today she stole a glance at Nangong Chen beside her, her cheeks flushing slightly. Nangong Chen sensed her gaze but chose to ignore it, continuing to eat his breakfast at a leisurely pace. Seated beside Shun Ku, Park Lianyao smiled brightly and remarked, "It has been over a month since you two wed. Surely, my dear cousin must be expecting by now?" All eyes turned towards Bai Muqing, who, feeling a bit flustered, lowered her gaze and replied, "Not yet." Nangong Chen had always been quite attentive to contraception, leaving her with no opportunity to conceive, and she herself was not in a hurry to have children, so, "You ought to hurry. Haven't you noticed how eagerly grandmother has been anticipating it?" Park Lianyao continued, then turned to Nangong Chen, "Cousin, do you not wish to be a father at all?" At last, Nangong Chen showed a flicker of reaction, pausing with the milk cup in his hand, casting a glance at Bai Muqing, their eyes meeting briefly. He set down the cup and, with a calm demeanor, stated, "Let nature take its course." If only it could truly be so, the elder lady interjected. Bai Muqing glanced at Nangong Chen, then at the elder lady, pondering whether she was already aware of her contraceptive use. If she knew, why did she continue to prepare nourishing soup for her daily? "I've had enough," Nangong Chen announced as he stood from his chair. "Let us not go to the office today. Focus on preparing for tonight's banquet at home." The elder lady hastily commanded before he could leave. "There are important matters at the company. What issue could your uncle not handle?" The elder lady ordered sternly, "You are not to go." "Indeed, cousin. I can assist you with anything." Shun Ku chuckled, casting a teasing glance at Bai Muqing, a hint of mischief gracing his features. You, meanwhile, should stay at home to soothe my cousin's wounded heart. Bai Muqing's expression darkened. What a blabbermouth. Nangong Chen's lips twitched. Yet he ultimately chose not to leave the grand residence, instead heading upstairs. After breakfast, Bai Muqing seized the opportunity to visit Park Lianyao room. Park Lianyao was trying on dresses for the evening banquet. Upon seeing Bai Muqing enter, she beamed and linked arms with her, gesturing towards several gowns laid out on the bed. Cousin, help me decide which of these dresses looks best. I plan to wear it tonight. Why wear a dress? Bai Muqing inquired, puzzled. Is there a banquet this evening? Park Lianyao, surprised by her question, turned to scrutinize her. Cousin, you cannot be serious. Did my brother not tell you? Tonight marks the first banquet hosted by the Nangong family in 30 years, and you are unaware of such a significant event? Didn't he mention it to me? Bai Muqing felt a bit embarrassed. How could that be? It's true, she affirmed. Is he still upset with you? After a moment of contemplation, Park Lianyao sighed and pulled Bai Muqing down onto the sofa. Typically, aside from the annual corporate meetings and celebrations, the Nangong family does not host banquets. This evening's event is primarily to formally introduce my brother to the public and to put an end to the recent media speculation. In fact, this situation arose because of you. If it weren't for you, my brother would not have made headlines, and the Nangong family would not need to hold this introduction. Therefore, Park Lianyao smiled gently. It is only natural for my brother to feel upset. You should forgive him. Now I understand. Bai Muqing suddenly felt a pang of guilt, for this situation indeed arose from her actions. Nangong Chen had previously taken many wives without encountering such a predicament, yet she, having been married for merely over a month, had thrust him into the eye of the storm. It was no wonder that the matriarch was so enraged as to discipline her, nor was it surprising that Nangong Chen, in his anger, chose not to inform her of such an important event as the banquet. Did his silence on the matter imply that her presence was no longer required? After all, she was the young mistress of the Nangong family. Would her absence not invite suspicion? Chapter 28. His past, however, since Nangong Chen himself did not care. She found no reason to be concerned either. Lying in the room for some peace was quite agreeable. Cousin, do you and cousin not get along very harmoniously? Pu Lianyao observed her and inquired. Why do I feel like you two rarely spend time together, and even your conversations are sparse? Bai Muqing sighed helplessly and replied, You know him. He is as cold as ice, making it difficult for anyone to approach him. By the way, Bai Muqing suddenly recalled something and fixed her gaze on Pu Lianyao, asking, did his previous wives get along well with him? Also, how do they all die? It wouldn't be that. She hesitated to finish her question, feeling uneasy about mentioning the term wife killer in front of Pu Lianyao. Pu Lianyao, however, appeared indifferent, shaking her head with a slight smile. Shun Ku and I have been together for 2 years, and I only entered the Nangong family last year, so I am not well versed in the past. Oh, Bai Muqing showed some disappointment. After pondering for a moment, Pu Lianyao continued. But I heard Shun Ku mention that cousin once had a crush on a girl and even decided to marry her. However, after hearing the rumors about the Nangong family, the girl abandoned him and left. Cousin was deeply affected by this, which led him to accept his grandmother's arrangements to marry unfamiliar women repeatedly. In a way, he is quite pitiable. Bai Muqing was slightly surprised. It was the first time she learned about Nangong Chen from someone else's perspective. That girl, was she exceptionally beautiful? She asked curiously, thinking that a girl who could capture the affections of such an icy figure must possess celestial beauty. Pu Lianyao shook her head. No one has seen her, but I heard that she saved cousin's life when they were young, which is probably why he harbors such deep feelings for her. So she was a savior. No wonder she could capture the heart of this iceberg man. It was just unexpected that someone as outstanding as Nangong Chen could also be abandoned. A man with such a strong sense of pride would likely find it difficult to accept such a blow. As Bai Muqing left Pu Lianyao's room, she unconsciously paused at the entrance of Nangong Chen's bedroom, hesitating for a moment before lifting her hand to knock on the door. Come in. His clear voice resonated through the door. She pushed the door open, taking a few steps inside, and finally caught sight of Nangong Chen. He was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, smoking, with the ashtray beside him already filled with cigarette butts. She had no idea he smoked. nor did she expect him to appear so elegant and charming while doing so. It had barely been an hour since breakfast, yet the ashtray was overflowing with butts. How much did he wish to avoid this evening's banquet? He turned to face her, neither surprised by her presence nor questioning her reasons for entering. Instead, he gazed at her with a somber tone, asking, is it that every woman, upon hearing that the man she likes is getting married, will go to great lengths to sabotage it? What does that mean? Bai Muqing was momentarily taken aback, then hastily explained, no, I have already told you that I have long since given up on Lin Annan. My intention in disrupting their relationship was not to marry him, but never mind. Nangong Chen interrupted her, his tone reverting to its customary coldness. Do you have something to discuss with me? Was this man's train of thought always so erratic? Bai Muqing felt speechless. Could he be referring to the soiree tonight that would capture the attention of the world, including that girl who had abandoned him? Was he anticipating her return to sabotage his marriage? Shaking her head, she wondered what she was thinking. After all these years, how could he still harbor feelings for a woman who had forsaken him? She said, a tinge of guilt in her voice as she addressed his back. I actually came to apologize. I didn't expect things to unfold this way. I'm truly sorry. Nangong Chen scoffed. In this world, the words I am sorry hold the least significance. Bai Muqing was rendered speechless by his retort, unsure of how to proceed. Is there anything else? He inquired. No, nothing more, she replied, sensing his impatience as she turned to leave for the bedroom. The banquet was to be held at the Nangong family estate, and up until the very last moment before the feast commenced, Bai Muqing received not a single word from Nangong Chen. Secluded in the bedroom, she was uncertain whether she should attend the soiree, as no one had informed her about it. The garden was aglow with lights, and guests were arriving in droves. Finally, a maid brought her a gown, and she eagerly accepted the box. Upon opening it, she discovered a pristine white off-the-shoulder dress. The gown featured a ruffled neckline and was adorned at the waist with a few three-dimensional white lotuses. While the design was not particularly unique, it exuded elegance and charm. With just one glance, she was captivated. The maid urged her to change and join the guests downstairs, and Bai Muqing, unwilling to delay, promptly donned the dress. After a quick spin in front of the mirror, she admired her reflection. The gown suited her beautifully, and she wondered whose discerning eye had chosen it. However, this was not the time for such musings. After adjusting her attire to her satisfaction, she made her way downstairs. Upon arrival, she found the matriarch and Nangong Chen engaged in conversation with the guests. When the old lady saw her descend, she reproached, "Why are you so late?" Bai Muqing felt at a loss for words. It was they who had failed to inform her to come down. Lowering her gaze, she looked up to find Nangong Chen scrutinizing her. Not her, but rather the gown she wore. His gaze, though surprised, lacked admiration. What did that mean? Did the dress not suit her? Was it inappropriate? Even if it were unflattering, it was provided by the Nangong family, so it should not concern her. Nangong Chen seized her wrist, pulling her to the side, and questioned, "Why aren't you wearing the purple dress?" "Huh?" Bai Muqing replied, perplexed. "What purple dress?" "I'm asking why you aren't wearing the purple dress. Is there a purple one?" "I didn't see it," she responded, bewildered. Had she overlooked it? Regardless, she had already donned the attire, and at present, she could only respond casually. "Because I believe this outfit suits me better. Change it at once," Nangong Chen commanded coldly. "Why?" Immediately, as Bai Muqing noticed his expression darkening further, she dared not inquire further and merely uttered an "oh" before turning to ascend the staircase. "Chen and come here." The matriarch beckoned to the two. Bai Muqing glanced at the furious Nangong Chen, then at the matriarch, who was observing her and awaiting the opportunity to introduce guests. And thus, she stepped forward towards the matriarch. "This is General Liu from the Liu family," the matriarch introduced to the two, subsequently introducing General Liu to Nangong Chen and Bai Muqing. With guests arriving one after another, Bai Muqing found herself too occupied to change her attire, ultimately resigning to the situation. Chapter 29. Tread carefully to avoid misfortune in a captivating and alluring gown. Bai Muqing finally awaited Lin and Nan's arrival, her face blossoming with a bright smile as she stepped forward to greet him. Su Yaru hurriedly grasped her arm, whispering a cautionary reminder, "Speak carefully, and do not act impulsively." "I understand," Bai Muqing nodded, making her way toward the Lin family. Aunt Lin and Nan, it is wonderful to see you both. She approached Mrs. Lin with warmth, linking her arm and exclaiming with a charming smile, Aunt Lin, you look exceptionally beautiful today, appearing years younger than usual. Mrs. Lin, however, remained unimpressed, subtly withdrawing her arm and murmuring, Ian, did I not advise you to keep your distance from a Nan if you do not wish to bring misfortune upon our family? Aunt and Nan, come with me to greet your grandmother and cousin, Mrs. Lin interrupted, tugging gently at Lin and Nan's sleeve as she led the way into the house. Lin and Nan cast a glance at Bai Muqing, whose expression was one of awkwardness, before turning to follow Mrs. Lin inside. Upon reaching the living room, Mrs. Lin lowered her gaze and called out Mother, while signaling Lin and Nan to follow suit. In obedient compliance, Lin and Nan addressed her grandmother. As his gaze shifted to Nangong Chen and Bai Muqing, a flicker of discomfort crossed his face as he greeted, cousin-in-law. Bai Muqing, noticing his solitary presence, pondered if he had truly cast aside Bai Muqing based on her mere words. If that were the case, he seemed rather unreliable. The old matriarch cast a disdainful glance at Mrs. Lin, sneering, I do not recall sending an invitation to your family. What brings you here? Instantly, Mrs. Lin's countenance dimmed, embarrassment washing over her. Aunt Nangong Yu quickly stepped in, smiling as she attempted to ease the tension. Mother, Xiao Ru is your own daughter, and Nan is your beloved grandson. Does a family truly require an invitation? The old matriarch shot them both a sharp look, falling silent. As they exited the living room, passing through a corridor, Lin and Nan finally could no longer contain his protest. Mother, since this Madame Nangong does not acknowledge us, why should we make an effort to please her? Regardless of the wealth and power of the Nangong family, we are not in a position to seek their favor. What do you understand? Mrs. Lin glared at him, exasperated. Are you unaware of the Nangong family's influence? If they wish for your demise, you shall not escape unscathed. The two families could have coexisted peacefully, but you and Muqing have stirred trouble. Who else can be blamed? Mrs. Lin interrupted him firmly. In any case, I demand that you immediately annul your engagement with Bai Muqing and cultivate a good relationship with the Nangong family. Feeling increasingly frustrated and anxious as Lin and Nan continued to evade her, Bai Muqing finally confronted him at the restroom entrance. Lin and Nan, what do you truly mean by this? She asked, her eyes blazing with indignation. Do you genuinely intend to break up with me just like that? Lin and Nan met her gaze, a flicker of remorse in his eyes. I am sorry, but I cannot disregard my mother's wishes. Your mother is being unreasonable. Bai Muqing stepped closer, fixing her gaze on him. You only pursued me for the Bai family's wealth, did you not? In an effort to please your mother and to become the heir of the Lin family. Are you truly willing to forsake the meager wealth of the Bai family? Lin Annan, how can you be so cold-blooded and shameless? Lin Annan, incensed by her words, shot her a glare. Miss Bai, are you not enticing me behind your sister's back merely for the sake of the Lin family's fortune? We have been using each other to advance our careers. Yet now you have become more harmful than beneficial to me. Do you expect me to continue this entanglement? Surely you do not naively believe that love still exists between us? Lin Annan. Bai Muqing growled in fury. Lin Annan raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be silent. This is a public place. I suggest you lower your voice. Having just endured humiliation before the crowd, Lin Annan was feeling particularly aggrieved and had little inclination to placate her, resulting in his words being especially harsh. So this is how you think? Very well. Do not seek my return, Bai Muqing retorted angrily, turning to leave when she was startled by a figure before her. Bai Muqing stood beneath the wall lamp in the corridor, her hair delicately styled, clad in a gown as white as snow, her makeup subtle yet refined, exuding an innocence that seemed to glisten with purity. Even Bai Muqing, upon first glance, failed to recognize her. After all, having never been adept at self-adornment, it was the first time she wore such a stunning dress that flattered her grace, rendering her akin to a freshly blossomed white lotus. Lin Annan, positioned behind Bai Muqing, was momentarily captivated, as though he were seeing Bai Muqing for the first time. He still harbored feelings for her, having initially been drawn to her simplicity and kindness when she was but a sweet girl preoccupied with teaching children to paint and write. His affection had blossomed from her innocence and unique personality. However, during a tumultuous period of conflict with his brother Lin Anbei within the corporation, Bai Yingyan fortuitously entered his life. Though they shared identical features, Bai Yingyan was more skilled in the art of self-presentation, exuding a sophistication and allure that was irresistible to men, ensnaring him as it had many others. Ultimately, in a bid to secure his position, he resolutely abandoned Bai Muqing to engage in a fleeting liaison with Bai Yingyan. Bai Muqing regarded the two, whose expressions were far from amiable, and stepped forward to Bai Yingyan, smiling as she spoke. "Miss Bai, I have long wished to impart a piece of wisdom to you. Lin Annan, capable of such heartlessness towards me, will one day extend that very same indifference to you. As the old adage goes, a cat never forgets its taste for fish." Lin Annan lowered his gaze, his heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. Throughout her life, Bai Yingyan had only ever reviled and mocked Bai Muqing. Never had she been subjected to such scornful ridicule. Bai Yingyan's cheeks flushed with a mix of shame and anger as she glared at Bai Muqing, exclaiming, "Are you proud of marrying a man who died young? At least I will not be cast aside." Bai Muqing corrected her. "Moreover, Nangong Chen is in excellent health. You ought to be wary of your loose tongue lest you invite calamity." Bai Yingyan, acutely aware of her own shortcomings, found herself lacking the courage to continue the dispute. With a cold huff, she brushed past the other party and made her way toward the banquet hall. Upon exiting the garden, she chanced upon Nangong Chen delivering a speech to the guests from a makeshift platform. This evening's gala had been organized in his honor, making his address a requisite formality. His remarks were succinct yet impactful, concluding in just a few well-chosen words. Bai Yingyan observed him from a distance as he gracefully handed the microphone back to the host and descended the stage, captivating all the girls present with the allure of this enigmatic and charming man. Chapter 30. No true emotions. It is no wonder that Bai Muqing feels such pride in marrying a man so impeccably perfect. After a moment's hesitation, she strides toward Nangong Chen. As he descends from the stage, a throng of admirers immediately surrounds him, eager to curry favor. Nangong Chen remains his usual elegant and courteous self, handling the attention with ease. A noblewoman flatteringly exclaims, "Young Master Chen, you're truly handsome, far surpassing those star models. And your wife is equally beautiful, so radiant. By the way, where is she?" "Thank you. She may be in the lounge," Nangong Chen replies with a gentle smile, clinking glasses with her before moving past. Though his demeanor is polite and warm, he does not squander time engaging in idle chatter. "Young Master Chen." Just as Nangong Chen is about to converse with the next guest, Bai Yingyan approaches him, casting a flirtatious smile in his direction. "Miss Bai," Nangong Chen acknowledges, raising his glass in salute. "Thank you for coming." Bai Yingyan raises her glass to meet his, her gaze tinged with mockery. "Young Master Chen, perhaps you are unaware? Your radiant wife is not in the lounge. She is in the corridor on the first floor, secretly meeting with her former lover." Nangong Chen raises an eyebrow slightly. Bai Yingyan gazes at the striking figure before her, the man who rightfully belongs to her. Suppressing her deep-seated infatuation, she continues in a mocking tone. "You must not know that my sister has long harbored feelings for Anan, regardless of her marital status, or the fact that Anan is now her brother-in-law. She has schemed tirelessly to separate us. Just moments ago in the corridor, she clung to him, and she is likely still inside. Young Master Chen, would you do me the kindness of rescuing Anan?" The smile on Nangong Chen's lips fades slightly, and he strides into the room. Bai Yingyan watches his retreating figure weave through the crowd, a sly smile gracing her lips. Su Yalong, having observed her conversation with Nangong Chen and how effortlessly she seemed to send him away, approaches through the throng, glancing curiously in the direction he departed. "What did you say to him?" "Nothing much." Bai Yingyan chuckles, taking a sip of her red wine. Leaning closer to Su Yalong, she whispers, "Mother, it appears that the Lin family is merely a lapdog to the Nangong family. I no longer desire that man, Lin and Nan. Then you. I want Nangong Chen. What nonsense are you spouting? He was always mine, so it is hardly nonsense. Not that he is in excellent health." Su Yalong interjects. Bai Yingyan interrupts her, patting her hand lightly. "Mother, let us discuss this when we return home. It is not suitable for this setting." After Bai Yingyan departs, Only Bai Muqing and Lin and Nan remain in the corridor, the atmosphere suddenly thick with tension. Since learning of his relationship with Bai Yingyan, they have not had the opportunity to be alone together or exchange a word. In this moment, they both find themselves feeling somewhat uncomfortable in each other's presence. Bai Muqing felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, to slap him across the face and unleash a torrent of reproach. Yet at that moment, she found herself devoid of any interest, perhaps because her heart had already ceased to love him, rendering his past actions inconsequential. Instead, Lin Ainan offered her a faint smile and gently called out, "Muqing." "Mr. Lin, please refer to me as Yingyan," Bai Muqing interjected at an opportune moment, her tone devoid of emotion. "It was you and the esteemed Bai Miss who orchestrated my entrance into the Nangong family. Hence you bear the responsibility of concealing my true identity. Of course, if you are unperturbed by the possibility of Nangong Chen discovering your collusion with Bai Miss to deceive him, you may continue to call me Muqing. Rest assured, I shall be more cautious next time." Lin Ainan nodded in acknowledgement. "That is reassuring," Bai Muqing replied, nodding slightly before stepping away to head towards the restroom. "Yingyan." Lin Ainan suddenly seized her arm. Bai Muqing froze momentarily, turning to glare at him. "Mr. Lin, kindly release your grip and remember our respective standings. There's a saying that one learns to cherish only after experiencing loss." Having just quarreled with Bai Yingyan and now witnessing the exquisite beauty of Bai Muqing, Lin Ainan was momentarily overwhelmed by nostalgia, tightening his grip on her arm with a face full of remorse. "I apologize. I never intended to harm you." He had indeed been captivated by Bai Yingyan, and without marrying Bai Muqing, he could never pursue a legitimate relationship with Bai Yingyan or take over the Bai family business. Little did he realize that, despite his intricate plotting, he was merely a mantis stalking its prey, oblivious to the lurking danger. Even if he were granted 20 Bai family enterprises, they would pale in comparison to the ever-looming threat of the Nangong family's sharp claws reaching out for the Lin family. Regardless of his sincerity, the damage had already been done, had it not? Bai Muqing regarded him with a cold smile. "Mr. Lin, do you not find it laughable that you, having just become engaged to Bai Miss, are now entangled with another woman? I never had any genuine feelings for Yingyan." Lin Ainan, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "How could I possibly love such a proud, brazen, and selfish woman? I, Lin Ainan, are you even a man?" Bai Muqing retaliated, delivering a sharp slap to his face, her teeth clenched in anger. "You have known her long enough. Why did you not consider this when you first chose to be with her? If you had the ability to make a choice, you should also have the capability to maintain that relationship. Was it not you who forced me to end things with her?" Lin Ainan raised his hand to his stinging cheek, looking somewhat innocent. "I." Bai Muqing faltered. She had merely spoken in jest, never anticipating that he would indeed sever his engagement with Bai Yingyan. When she uttered those words, she did not foresee that Mrs. Lin would take them to heart. Of course, she had no interest in whether he and Bai Yingyan could sustain their relationship. Her fury stemmed from his callous attitude of discarding one woman for another, entirely disregarding their worth. She was even more incensed with herself for having once fallen for such a fickle man. Yet Lin Ainan chuckled softly. "Your eagerness to dismantle our relationship suggests that you harbor feelings for me, does it not? Now that I have acquiesced to your wishes and ended things with her, should you not feel a sense of joy? This has nothing to do with me. I am already married. You are well aware that Nangong Chen is not expected to live beyond 30. Indeed, one should feel a sense of joy." Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice echoed from the far end of the corridor, causing Bai Muqing to shiver. She exerted every ounce of strength to free herself from Lin Ainan's grasp and turn around. Under the dim, yellow light, Nangong Chen stood with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a tall goblet. His smile was faint yet barely concealed the fury beneath. He strode towards them with his long legs, a mocking tone lacing his words. "So what comes next? Shall you two walk hand in hand, finally united as lovers?" Chapter 31. The opportunity for explanation Bai Muqing's delicate face was as pale as a ghost, and Lin Ainan was equally intimidated by his imposing aura. Daring not to speak further, merely addressing him politely, "Cousin." "Young Master Chen." "Sin Shao." Bai Muqing cautiously stepped to his side, her small hand grasping his larger one. Are you certain that you wish to hold my hand? Nangong Chen teased as he lifted her tiny hand before Lin Anan, a mocking smile gracing his lips. At this moment, you can only hold mine. If you wish to grasp his, you must wait until I am deceased. Young Master Chen, you misunderstand. Lin Xiao and I are not as you imagine, Bai Muqing hastily explained. It was all this Lin Anan's fault. He had grasped her arm and uttered so many nonsensical words. Was this yet another of his schemes to drive a wedge between her and Nangong Chen? Rest assured, I shall grant you the opportunity to explain. Nangong Chen released her small hand, firmly wrapping his arm around her shoulders as he led her toward the second floor. His fingers pressed into her smooth shoulder like iron, the pressure revealing the intensity of his inner turmoil. As Bai Muqing was forcibly taken upstairs, she cautiously remarked, "Young master, there are guests still present downstairs." With a resounding bang, he kicked open the bedroom door, and in the next moment, he shoved her inside. "Ah!" Bai Muqing gasped, barely managing to steady herself, turning to him in desperation. "Young master, please let me explain. I have no interest in your relationship with him." Nangong Chen coldly interrupted, gripping her arm and pulling her close. He glanced disdainfully at her gown. "But I'm curious to know where you acquired this dress and why you chose to wear it. Why, after donning it, did you go to entice that Lin Anan? How vast is your heart? Is it large enough to accommodate every man?" "I didn't." With a swift motion, he tore her dress apart, exposing her form instantly. "Hey, what are you doing?" Bai Muqing hurriedly grabbed the fallen fabric from the floor to cover herself, glaring at him indignantly. "Why are you tearing my clothes? I told you, I have no connection with him. He was the one who forcibly held on to me and spouted nonsense." Suddenly, Bai Muqing stumbled forward, colliding forcefully into his embrace, his chilling aura enveloping her, rendering her immobile. One hand gripped the back of her neck, firmly securing her in place. His cold voice whispering in her ear, "Bai Muqing, I am not dead yet, and you seem rather eager. Your duel schemes are quite impressive. But perhaps you have forgotten one crucial detail. The woman who marries me cannot survive. She shares my fate of a short existence." Nangong Chen. Bai Muqing gritted her teeth, summoning her strength to push him away, her eyes blazing with indignation as she retorted, "How many times must I tell you that I have no relationship with him? It was he who forcibly detained me. And you convened tonight's banquet precisely to dispel the rumors surrounding the Nangong family. Why bring up death at all? If you yourself believe in the prophecy that you will not live beyond 30, what right do you have to demand that others refrain from believing it?" She tugged at the shattered fabric of her gown, stating, "As for this dress, if you find it unappealing or unsuitable, I can simply change it. Why must we delve into its origins or question my reasons for wearing it?" Nangong Chen scoffed. "Did you not say it yourself? To cling to me until death, until the day of dividing the inheritance." That was said in anger. Was it truly just a matter of anger? Nangong Chen seized her arm, pulling her forward, while his other hand gestured toward the banquet outside the terrace with an icy tone. "Currently, anyone even remotely connected to the Nangong family is eagerly trying to curry favor with my grandmother. What is their motive? Are they not merely awaiting the day the prophecy comes to fruition to share in the spoils of the Nangong group?" "I am not," Bai Muqing retorted vehemently. "I have never believed in such prophecies, nor have I ever contemplated claiming a portion of the Nangong family's wealth." "Is that so? Then why don this dress? Is it not to entice me? To please me? Who is trying to seduce you? How shameless!" Nangong Chen smiled indifferently, pushing her onto the nearby sofa, his long fingers tracing her exposed skin. "If I am not mistaken, you seek to usurp her position in my heart to earn my genuine affection, and subsequently inherit the Nangong family's fortune. In the process, you are leveraging the power of the Nangong family to drive Lin Anan and his fiancée Yi apart, claiming Lin Anan for yourself. After a year, the Lin family, the Nangong group, and Lin Anan will all belong to you." His breath brushed against her face, intoxicating her, leaving Bai Muqing in a daze. What was he saying? Why did it sound so much like a glitch from a melodramatic idol drama? Who was she referring to? She met his gaze, cautiously inquiring. She was particularly curious about this. Why would wearing this dress imply a desire to replace her? Suddenly, she recalled what Pu Yinyao had mentioned to her earlier that morning. Nangong Chen once had a girl he deeply adored. Could it be that she was the one? Nangong Chen, observing her curious and perplexed expression, disdainfully released her. You are quite the actress. I am not acting, Bai Muqing shot back, sitting up from the bed, her face flushed with indignation. I do not comprehend what you are saying. What do the Lin family, Nangong family, and Lin Anan have to do with me? Why would I want such meaningless things? Nangong Chen, if you are truly concerned about my inheriting your fortune, you could easily specify in your will that the Nangong family's assets are of no concern to me, leaving not a single cent behind. Would that not resolve everything? Upon hearing her words, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed Nangong Chen's face. If he were to do so, she indeed would not be able to extract a single penny from the Nangong family. But who in the world does not love money? At least, in his life thus far, he had never encountered such a person. He steadied his emotions, standing up from the bed, and fixed his gaze upon her, stating, Tonight, you shall not go out. Remain here and stay put. Bai Muqing said nothing. If she was not to go out, then so be it, for she had never cared for such social gatherings. After Nangong Chen departed, Bai Muqing removed the tattered gown that had been torn to shreds, took a refreshing bath, and donned a clean outfit. Emerging from a bathroom, her gaze fell upon the ruined dress strewn across the floor. It was a beautiful garment, now tragically destroyed, evoking a sense of loss. She picked up the dress, recalling the moment at the banquet when Nangong Chen first laid eyes on her adorned in it, as well as his words uttered in the heat of the moment when he had so violently ripped it apart. Even though she was clad in a stunning gown, his reaction seemed excessively dramatic. There were indeed many women outside who were more beautifully and provocatively dressed. Such a reaction was, quite frankly, perplexing. Chapter 32. Let us not do this again, by the way. It seems he mentioned that her wearing this gown was to marry the woman who held a significant place in his heart. Could it be that this gown is connected to that woman? In order to clarify this matter, she cautiously opened the door, glancing left and right, but seeing no one, before making her way to the temporary logistics department on the first floor. Sister, he was busily directing the logistics staff, and upon turning around and spotting Bai Muqing in her pajamas, she frowned and approached her. Madam, why are you dressed like this? Do you wish to embarrass the young master? No, sister, I haven't been running around. I just need to ask you something. Bai Muqing hurriedly waved her hand. What is it? I would like to know who chose this gown for me. Why did the young master react so strongly upon seeing it? Sister, he glanced at the gown she wore, showing no surprise, as if everything was well within her expectations. This gown was worn by Miss Zhu the first time she dined at the Nangong residence. As for who chose it for you, you should inquire with Mississippi Park. Miss Zhu? Bai Muqing was slightly taken aback. Who was this person? Seeing that sister, he was uninterested in her further inquiries and had turned back to direct the others. She had no choice but to leave the logistics department and find a servant to locate Park Lianyao. Upon facing her questioning, Park Lianyao appeared thoroughly amused, even teasingly inquiring. So, how did your cousin react to seeing you in that outfit? Was he overjoyed? Overjoyed? In a fit of rage, he tore the dress apart and accused me of deliberately trying to seduce him. What on earth happened? You must tell me. I feel quite unsettled. Bai Muqing expressed her helplessness. I'm sorry. It seems I may have made things worse. Park Lianyao took her hands, her previously cheerful smile replaced by guilt. I heard that Miss Zhu wore this very dress during her first visit to the Nangong residence, and it was chosen by your cousin himself. I thought he would surely like it if he saw you wearing it. I apologize. I just hope that the two of you could get along well and fall for each other soon, so he wouldn't always live in Miss Zhu's shadow. Miss Zhu, without needing to ask, was undoubtedly the girl whom Nangong Chen had once cherished. Observing the guilt on Park Lianyao's face, Bai Muqing felt reluctant to blame her any further, especially since her intentions were good. She gently patted the back of her hand, saying, Well, your intentions were kind. Let us avoid such situations in the future, as I do not wish for Chun Xiao to misinterpret my motives. I understand. I promise it won't happen again. Park Lianyao replied with a cheeky smile. Thank you for forgiving me, sister-in-law. Bai Muqing returned her smile. It's all right. You can go back to having fun. And what about you? Would you like to change into the purple gown? It is quite lovely as well. No, I'm not familiar with them, and there is nothing much to discuss. It's better to rest early. She hadn't forgotten that Nangong Chen had instructed her to remain confined to her bedroom. Oh, Then I shall go and enjoy myself. Park Lianyao stood from the sofa, waved goodbye, and headed toward the bedroom doorway. As she watched her departing figure, Bai Muqing felt a pang of irritation. She hardly knew the girl, Pu Lianyao, and could not discern whether her actions were intentional or accidental. Nonetheless, as the fiancée of Shun Ku, she ought to harbor no ill will toward her. Bai Muqing glanced despondently at the gown that Miss Zhu had worn, tossing it aside onto the sofa. She had once held a fondness for it, believing it to enhance her beauty, but now. It was no wonder that Nangong Chen was so enraged. As night fell, the guests gradually departed, leaving the residence enveloped in a tranquil silence. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa while watching television, Bai Muqing was startled by the sound of unusual footsteps at the bedroom door. Setting down the remote, she creaked the door open a fraction. Outside, Pu Lianyao was unsteadily supporting Nangong Chen as they descended the staircase. It was evident that he was quite inebriated. She stepped outside and took Nangong Chen from Pu Lianyao's grasp, saying, "Allow me." With a gentle smile, Pu Lianyao entrusted him to her, remarking, "Then I shall leave him in your care, cousin-in-law. Do rest well." Bai Muqing guided Nangong Chen back to his own bedroom, laying him on the bed, unable to suppress a teasing remark. "You know your health is fragile, yet you still indulge in drink." Nangong Chen ignored her, raising his hand to tug at the bow tie around his neck. "Let me assist you," Bai Muqing offered, noticing his struggle. She leaned down and deftly removed the bow tie, placing it on the bedside table. Instead of departing, she perched on the edge of the bed, studying him. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid, shadowed by a hint of melancholy. Feeling compelled to explain the situation regarding the gown, she spoke cautiously, "Young master, I must apologize for the gown. I inquired earlier, and it was Miss Pu who arranged it for me. She acted out of goodwill, wishing for us to swiftly fall in love, hoping you might soon emerge from the shadows of your past." Nangong Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze hazy as it met hers. To Bai Muqing's relief, he did not express anger. Instead, he asked in a low, somber tone, "Do you know why you have been able to remain in the Nangong family for so long?" Bai Muqing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively shaking her head. "Was it not because she could not remove the ring from her ring finger? Because you carry her shadow," he replied with a faint, melancholic smile. Bai Muqing glanced down at herself, curious about in what way she mirrored her predecessor. Was it an appearance, or, to put it bluntly, did she resemble his former girlfriend? Was this a stroke of luck or misfortune? "You cannot possibly envision me as her whenever we share intimacy, can you?" Bai Muqing asked, a tinge of bitterness lacing her voice. Even though she had yet to truly fall in love with him, she was, after all, his wife, and being regarded as a mere substitute for his ex-girlfriend was disheartening. "Otherwise, what do you believe you possess that could captivate me?" he retorted. "You scoundrel!" Bai Muqing exclaimed in indignation, rising to leave, but he seized her wrist, and in the next moment, she found herself collapsing against him. Nangong Chen spun around, pinning her beneath him, and under the influence of alcohol, he pressed his lips against her neck. No, it was more akin to a bite. A sharp intake of breath escaped Bai Muqing as pain coursed through her, prompting her to instinctively push against his body. Yet, regardless of her efforts, he remained unmoved, steadfastly holding her down. He fervently nibbled at her neck, venomous words dripping from his lips. "Do you understand how much I loathe you?" Chapter 33. Bad habits, young master. Please wake up. I am not her. Bai Muqing exclaimed, striking his back. This man was undeniably intoxicated, and quite severely at that. Why did he suddenly recall that woman? It had never been mentioned before. Could it be due to her wearing that particular dress today? If that were the case, then she bore some blame. His actions remained coarse. Yet she gradually relinquished her struggle. If he needed to vent in order to feel better, then she would allow him that indulgence. A man inebriated often exhibits an unusual vigor, and although Nangong Chen's subsequent movements softened considerably by the time he finally released her, she was utterly exhausted and unwilling to move a muscle. Nangong Chen, too, was fatigued. He turned onto his side and fell into a deep slumber beside her. As she gazed upon his handsome, sleeping visage, Bai Muqing turned slightly, daringly admiring his delicate features for the first time. Before encountering him, she had believed Lin Anan to be the most handsome of men, Yet here was a rival of unparalleled beauty. It was no wonder he feared she would cling to him for a lifetime upon witnessing his true form. Such an exquisite man. It would be difficult for any ordinary woman to let go of him. She traced his finely sculpted features with her fingertips, whispering a promise. Rest assured, I will not haunt you for eternity. Since childhood, she had yearned to marry a beloved man, to bear children together, and to share a joyful life. However, the man before her, despite his striking looks and wealth, was neither the one she loved nor the one who loved her in return. How weary she felt. She yawned, pulling a blanket from the side to cover both of them, and as her eyelids fell, she sank into a profound sleep. She vowed that she truly wished to return to her own room, and was aware that he preferred not to share a bed with her. Yet, she was utterly spent from his relentless exertions, and could not muster the energy to move even a moment longer. The following morning, Bai Muqing awoke, still feeling a slight ache in her body, though it was far more bearable than the previous night. A familiar, pleasant scent enveloped her senses, that which belonged to Nangong Chen. She abruptly opened her eyes, only to realize she was indeed in Nangong Chen's bed. Ah yes, she had indeed spent the night in his room, and it was her first time doing so. Turning over, she found the other side of the bed empty. Nangong Chen always rose early, even when intoxicated. As she sat up, the silk blanket slipped from her chest, and she suddenly became aware of her state of undress. On the bedside table, as usual, lay a glass of water and a single pill. Upon seeing the small pill, Bai Muqing felt a slight tightening in her chest, but she obediently took the pill with the water. Glancing at the clock on the bedside table, panic surged through her, prompting her to hurriedly gather her clothes from the floor and dress. She quickly opened the door and returned to her own room across the hall. Despite her swift efforts to brush her teeth and get dressed, she still arrived late to the dining room on the first floor, finding everyone already gathered, with only her seat conspicuously empty. Good morning, Grandma. I apologize for my tardiness. She sheepishly brushed her hair back. How many times have I told you not to bring your bad habits from your parental home here? The old lady expressed her displeasure. I'm sorry. I promise I will rise earlier next time. Cousin, please sit down and enjoy your meal, said Park Lianyao with a gentle smile. Bai Muqing returned her smile, and, as she settled beside Nangong Chen, she whispered a mild reproach. You didn't even wake me up. It was uncertain whether he heard her, as he continued his breakfast unperturbed. Suddenly, Shen Ku, sitting across from them, exclaimed with a hint of astonishment, Oh my, cousin, is that a bite mark on your neck from your husband? That must have hurt terribly. Bite mark? Bai Muqing instinctively touched her neck, her fingers grazing over the small wound, causing her to gasp in pain. Indeed, it was a bite mark. In her haste to descend the stairs, she and T even glanced in the mirror and thus failed to notice the wound on her neck. Now, upon touching it, the sting reminded her of the spot where Nangong Chen had bitten her the previous night. Her face flushed crimson, and she turned to glance at Nangong Chen, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. His gaze traversed her flushed cheeks, lingering on the bite marks. He certainly remembered what had transpired the night before, including the moment he lost control and left his mark on her. Shen Ku, alternating his gaze between the two, gestured towards Nangong Chen. Cousin, how can you be so rough with such delicate skin? You ought to cherish her. Don't you agree, cousin? Bai Muqing's face reddened further, and she hurriedly protested. It wasn't the eldest master who bit me. It was I who accidentally scratched myself. How could that be? Those are clearly bite marks, right, cousin? Shen Ku winked at Nangong Chen. All right, enough of teasing the couple. Park Lianyao nudged Shen Ku's elbow playfully, laughing lightly. They're merely curious. It was me who did it. Nangong Chen suddenly interjected, breaking his silence, then set down his cup, fixing his gaze on Shen Ku. What of it? Do you wish to learn? He actually admitted it? Bai Muqing was at a loss for words, wishing for nothing more than to vanish into a hole. Shen Ku was momentarily taken aback. Then he wrapped an arm around Park Lianyao' shoulders, shaking his head with a chuckle. No. My Lianyao doesn't have the same temperament as my cousin. She wouldn't let me bite her. That is good to know, Park Lianyao said, pushing his arm away. Nangong Chen stood from the dining chair. I'm heading to the company now. You all enjoy your meal. There will surely be many reporters waiting, so please be cautious. The old lady reminded. Nangong Chen nodded and walked toward the dining room door. Bai Muqing remembered she had matters to attend to today and called after him. Eldest master, I would like to go out as well. Would you mind taking me along? Sure, Nangong Chen replied without looking back. Park Lianyao then said, cousin, I also need to head back shortly. Let me accompany you. Shun shot her a glance. They're nurturing their relationship. Why meddle? That is true, she replied. Park Lianyao smiled apologetically. Bai Muqing had not anticipated that Nangong Chen would agree to take her out. She hastily consumed a few bites of her meal before ascending the stairs to change her attire. Standing before the mirror, she then noticed the unmistakable bite marks on her neck, which explained why Shun had spotted them so readily. In an effort to conceal this dreadful mark, she resorted to donning a high-neck garment and gathered her long hair into a high bun. Grabbing her handbag, she swiftly departed. Chapter 34. The bite mark upon reaching the entrance of the main house. Nangong Chen was already seated in the imposing luxury vehicle, the majestic Bentley. Bai Muqing felt a twinge of embarrassment for her previous ignorance, despite the time that had elapsed. She had failed to notice the existence of such a car within the Nangong household. However, it was not entirely her fault, as being without a vehicle herself. She had never ventured into the Nangong family garage. Nangong Chen sat elegantly in the back seat, perusing a newspaper with the front page featuring sensational news regarding the Nangong family, prominently displaying a large photograph of him at the center. Bai Muqing opened the car door and entered, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for giving me a ride. We can depart now. Nangong Chen folded the newspaper and tossed it aside, turning to gaze at her intently. Are you certain you wish to go out today? Absolutely. Why? She replied. Madam, there will likely be many reporters outside. The driver interjected politely. That's all right. You could drop me off partway. I have a mask prepared, she smiled, patting her backpack. The old lady had already warned her about the reporters, and she was well prepared. The driver fell silent, casting a glance at Nangong Chen, who eventually signaled for him to start the car, and they proceeded toward the grand entrance of the Nangong residence. As expected, a throng of media reporters had amassed outside the Nangong house early in the morning. Upon spotting the vehicle, they surged forward, undeterred by the danger, blocking the car while snapping photos and shouting questions. Bai Muqing instinctively shrank back into her seat, glancing at Nangong Chen and noticing his calm demeanor as he completely disregarded their presence, remaining composed and elegant against the backrest. It was only when the security personnel at the entrance cleared the way that the driver could finally leave the premises of the Nangong estate. The car glided smoothly along the main road, yet the atmosphere inside felt stifled, making even the act of breathing seem laborious. Bai Muqing suddenly regretted her decision to accompany him. Each moment spent in the company of this man, who believed silence to be golden, felt like an eternity of torment. Meanwhile, Nangong Chen appeared entirely unperturbed, having shifted from a newspaper to reviewing documents with intense focus. Madam, where shall I drop you off? The driver, Old Wang, inquired politely. Bai Muqing snapped back to reality, glancing out the window before exclaiming, Stop, let me off here. Old Wang smoothly brought the vehicle to a halt at the roadside. Bai Muqing promptly opened the door and turned back to Nangong Chen, saying, Thanks. Drive safe. As she watched her retreating figure, Old Wang couldn't help but chuckle softly, remarking, The young madam is still very much a child. Nangong Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze following Bai Muqing across the street. At merely 23 years old, she indeed appeared youthful, almost childlike. Prior to marrying Nangong Chen, Bai Muqing had recently graduated from university and was interning at a decoration company, spending her weekends teaching painting to young children at a preschool. Now that she was married, her position at the decoration company was untenable. However, she felt compelled to continue at the preschool, for there would be no one else willing to teach the children in her stead. Indeed, as soon as she stepped into the orphanage, the director and teacher, Zhao Feiyang, remarked with a hint of irritation, Muqing, where have you been these past few days? You haven't answered your phone. The children have been missing you terribly. Bai Muqing felt a wave of embarrassment at the thought of revealing that she had taken her sister's place in marriage. Instead, she simply expressed, I apologize. I had an urgent matter to attend to. Zhao Feiyang was a kind-hearted man. After a tragic car accident took his pregnant wife from him, he fell into despair for an entire year, before resolving to pick himself up. His love for children led him to adopt a child from the streets, and then another the following year, resulting in the flourishing orphanage we see today. Bai Muqing had come to know him and become a volunteer teacher here because, years ago, her younger brother had gone missing. After several frantic days of searching with her mother, they ultimately found him at this very daycare. Moved by Zhao Feiyang's compassion and eager to repay his kindness, Bai Muqing decided to volunteer her time, helping with classes and providing companionship to the needy children. It was evident that she had not visited in a long while. The moment the children spotted her, they rushed toward her in a jubilant swarm. Bai Muqing affectionately patted their little heads and held up the pastry she had brought, beaming, "Come, let us go to the yard and enjoy some treats." One little girl chimed in with a sweet voice, "Teacher Bai, you promised to draw with us." Bai Muqing suddenly recalled her earlier promise to help them with sketches and nodded, "Yes, Teacher Bai remembers. Let us each bring a chair to the yard. We can enjoy our desserts while taking turns to draw, shall we?" "Good," they responded with excitement. The orphanage was a charming, albeit old, two-story building, with bright spaces inside and a spacious yard outside, perfect for the children's activities and lessons. Bai Muqing set up her easel and began to sketch a little boy, her demeanor focused and earnest. Zhao Feiyang approached and took a seat beside her, smiling as he remarked, "I only learned from a newspaper this morning that your sister has married Nangong Chen. It seems she truly sacrificed everything for wealth." Bai Muqing's lips twitched slightly, finding herself at a loss for words. Zhao Feiyang continued, "However, it appears your sister is living quite well," suggesting that the rumors about the Nangong family are indeed unfounded. "Yes, I never believed such tales," Bai Muqing replied casually, eager to change the subject. "By the way, how was the progress on the demolition here? Has a date been set?" Upon mentioning this, Zhao Feiyang's expression deflated like a puncture balloon. "The relocation date has long passed, and I am at a loss for what to do. What else can be done? This building belongs to the state. You cannot simply claim it as yours." Bai Muqing pointed out, "Even so, I must try to hold on to it. Otherwise, what will happen to the children? Send them out onto the streets?" Zhao Feiyang sighed in resignation, having already accepted the reality of becoming a perpetual tenant. Just then, as if summoned, a luxurious car pulled up suddenly at the entrance. Inside the carriage, Assistant Yin turned to the back seat and addressed young Master Nangong. "Aside from this particular household, all others have been relocated as per the agreement. May I inquire how many he actually requires?" "Understood." Assistant Yin opened the car door, and upon spotting Bai Muqing in the yard, sketching for the children, she exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that the young mistress?" Nangong Chen lazily opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the adjacent building. His eyes, peering through the open door, caught a glimpse of Bai Muqing's profile. She held the drawing board in one hand and a pencil in the other, engrossed in her artwork with utmost concentration and seriousness. Chapter 35. Narrowly avoiding exposure, surrounded by a dozen cheerful children, she radiated joy. He was curious as to why she was present in that moment. "Young Master Chen, should we call for the young mistress?" Assistant Yin inquired respectfully. "No need," Nangong Chen replied, gracefully exiting the vehicle and making his way into the courtyard. "Bad guy is here. Let's go fight the bad guy," one of the little ones shouted, prompting the rest to rush toward the courtyard entrance, pelting Nangong Chen with the treats they held in their hands. Bai Muqing was momentarily taken aback. By the time she set down her pencil and stood up from her chair, Nangong Chen was already besmeared with cream and pudding. His high-end, expensive suit and charmingly handsome visage were now utterly ruined by this gang of unruly children. "What are you doing? Stop immediately!" Assistant Yin exclaimed in exasperation. The driver hurriedly got out of the car to shield Nangong Chen from the children's onslaught. Bai Muqing was stunned, completely unprepared for Nangong Chen's sudden arrival, let alone the chaos inflicted upon him by the children. Observing the cream plastered on him and his icy expression, she realized how furious he must be. Why did the children label him a bad guy? Could it be that he was the one behind the development of this urban village? Bai Muqing was uncertain whether he had noticed her. Regardless, it was best to make a discreet exit. She raised a hand to cover her face and swiftly retreated into the small building. After relishing the scene, Zhao Feiyang finally feigned an attempt to halt the children's mischief. Retrieving a handful of tissues from a small round table, and offering them to Nangong Chen. I apologize, young Master Chen. The children's discernment is still developing. They struggle to differentiate between good and evil. He had known since early on that the urban village was under the Nangong Group's banner. Yet this was his first encounter with Nangong Chen, having recognized him first from the morning's newspaper. Assistant Yin snatched the tissues from Zhao Feiyang's hands, helping Nangong Chen clean the cream off his suit, and remarked, "Young Master Chen, I apologize. I forgot to mention that the children here are not particularly endearing." Nangong Chen maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of anger. His gaze drifted through the crowd, landing on the easel in the center of the courtyard. The character sketch was only half finished, the strokes firm and steady, brimming with vitality. It was the first time he realized that his little wife possessed artistic talent. This is a free drawing by Teacher Bai for the children. If only young Master Chen possessed even half of Teacher Bai's compassion, he would not find these children so unappealing. Zhao Feiyang remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Bai Yingyan, where's she?" Nangong Chen turned his gaze toward her. Crouched beneath the window, Bai Muqing's heart raced at the mention of her name, realizing the precarious situation she faced. She had not yet explained to Zhao Feiyang about her identity swap with Bai Yingyan. What if Zhao Feiyang revealed that her name was not Bai Yingyan, but Bai Muqing? What should she do? What should she do? Bai Yingyan? Isn't she your wife? I am not well acquainted with her. So why would she come to inquire about her whereabouts? Suddenly, Zhao Feiyang felt a hand cover his mouth. Startled, he turned to see Bai Muqing frantically signaling him with her eyes, leaving him even more perplexed. Bai Muqing grasped Zhao Feiyang's arm with one hand, while the other muffled his mouth. In her flustered state, she awkwardly chuckled at Nangong Chen, saying, "Young master, what brings you here? How fortuitous." Though she maintained a fa-ade of laughter, internally she fervently prayed he would not discern anything amiss. Observing the comical yet intimate interaction between her and Zhao Feiyang, Nangong Chen furrowed his brows and coldly commanded, "Release him." "Oh." She quickly wrapped her arm around Nangong Chen's. "Apologizing, I forgot to mention that I work at this kindergarten. The children are still quite young, so I hope you can overlook their antics. Shall we return now and change into another outfit?" While trying to placate Nangong Chen, she discreetly signaled Zhao Feiyang to remain silent. Zhao Feiyang's gaze shifted to her arm encircling Nangong Chen's wrist, his mouth agape in shock. What was the nature of this situation? Shouldn't Bai Muqing be Nangong Chen's sister-in-law? Before he could comprehend the unfolding events, Bai Muqing had already forcibly pulled Nangong Chen away. Inside the car, Bai Muqing awkwardly dabbed at the cream on Nangong Chen's clothing with a tissue while apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to avoid you. I was just afraid you might be upset, which is why I hid away." Nangong Chen regarded her with a piercing gaze and coolly remarked, "Miss Bai, I recall you're not an artist." Bai Muqing stiffened. Indeed, Bai Yingyan was not an artist, which is precisely why she had hastily concealed herself upon seeing him. "Well, I'm not very skilled at painting. My abilities are quite amateurish." "Is that so?" Nangong Chen raised an eyebrow. "Yet I find your work rather professional. It must be an illusion." "It surely is." Bai Muqing laughed awkwardly. "That fellow, Zhao Feiyang, often mocks my lack of artistic skill, fearing I might mislead his students. He had merely inquired about her painting. Surely he had not discovered her masquerade as Bai Yingyan. To divert the conversation, she unwittingly flattered him. But to her surprise, Nangong Chen's expression darkened rather than brightened. Realizing his thoughts, she quickly added, "Young master, please do not misunderstand. My relationship with Director Zhao is merely that of ordinary friends, not what you might presume." "I am well aware it is not," he replied, a tone of scorn lacing his words. "What would a destitute squatter, relying on occupying others' properties, be to you, the avaricious Miss Bai?" Bai Muqing's expression stiffened slightly. She was fully aware that her marriage into the Nangong family was solely for monetary gain, and that she was looked down upon by everyone. This would become an indelible stain on her life. However, she gritted her teeth and, unable to restrain herself, retorted, "Zhao Feiyang is not as malevolent as you imagine. His insistence on keeping the house is for the sake of those unfortunate children, orphans, devoid of parents, whom he has raised single-handedly. While your lack of sympathy for them is disheartening, your relentless pursuit to drive them away is truly heartless." Do you not feel a pang of guilt? What do you propose I do? Should I abandon the entire urban village development plan for their sake? At the very least, you should arrange a suitable residence for them. On what grounds? On what grounds indeed? In a moment of frustration, Bai Muqing could not fathom why Nangong Chen should be responsible for providing housing for those children. In a fit of desperation, she declared earnestly, "Young master, have you not heard that good deeds yield rewards? If you could show a little more kindness in your daily life, perhaps your ailment might even miraculously heal." Chapter 36. Meddling Nangong Chen gazed at her with a cold smile, stating, "Thank you for your concern, but regrettably, I, Nangong Chen, have never subscribed to the belief that good deeds yield good rewards." "It's never too late to believe," Bai Muqing replied, her hands clasped together, pleading as she looked at him. "Please, these children are truly unfortunate. Are you advocating for that man, or for those children?" he questioned. "Of course it's for the children," Bai Muqing hurriedly responded. "You may exit the vehicle," Nangong Chen said, leaning over to open the door on her side with an impassive expression. "Return home immediately, and furthermore, do not let me see you in the company of that man or those wild children again." "They are not wild children," Bai Muqing retorted angrily. "They are merely abandoned by their parents." "Get out," Nangong Chen commanded. Bai Muqing hesitated for a moment before falling silent. Reluctantly, she opened the door and stepped out, slamming it shut while still managing to retort with such a cold and heartless demeanor. "It's no wonder no woman wishes to marry you." Unbeknownst to her, she failed to notice the subtle shift in Nangong Chen's expression at her words. Indeed, it was true that no woman desired to wed him. That evening, Bai Muqing's phone rang. It was Zhao Feiyang calling. Feeling vexed, she ran her fingers through her hair, reluctant to answer the call, as she had yet to formulate a suitable explanation for Zhao Feiyang. The phone continued to ring until she hesitated and finally picked up. Forcing a cheerful tone, "Director Zhao, I was just about to call you." "Oh, you actually thought to call me? Speak, what on earth is going on?" Zhao Feiyang's tone was accusatory. "Well, Bai Yingyan cannot marry Nangong Chen due to health reasons, so I took her place." "What?" Bai Muqing quickly interjected. "This is a secret. Only Yao Mei knows, and no one else, not even the Nangong family. You must keep this confidential." Zhao Feiyang, currently entangled with the Nangong group, would have ample opportunities for interaction, hence her need to disclose the truth. Otherwise, she might inadvertently reveal it, as she nearly did today. "Are you saying that your current identity is Bai Yingyan, and you're also Nangong Chen's wife?" "Yes." "Ah, that explains it." "Explains what?" Bai Muqing inquired. "I thought, how could the proud and aloof Bai Yingyan exhibit such kindness in persuading the equally proud and indifferent Nangong Chen to provide a home for those children? It turns out it was you acting benevolently behind the scenes." "How impressive, Mrs. Nangong." "What did you say?" Bai Muqing paused in surprise. Nangong Chen found a place for the children. Indeed, in a new development on the west side of the city, 2 stories and quite spacious. Zhao Feiyang replied with a smile. "I was just pondering how someone like Nangong Chen, who lives in privilege and lacks compassion, could suddenly experience a change of heart after being smeared with cream by the children today. It seems it was due to the influence of his wife. Thus, it appears that rumors are unreliable. You truly do not understand him at all." Upon hearing his words, Bai Muqing felt a surge of joy. The children finally had a place to reside. "Yes, indeed, this is largely thanks to you." After Zhao Feiyang spoke, he abruptly adopted a serious tone. "However, I must share a rather unfortunate piece of news with you. I just called Bai Yingyan and expressed my gratitude to her. It won't affect you, will it?" Bai Muqing was rendered speechless. He actually contacted Bai Yingyan. What did she say? She merely gritted her teeth and uttered, "Nangong Chen is truly good to his wife." At that moment, I was entirely oblivious and did not comprehend the meaning behind her words. Zhao Feiyang admitted, sounding somewhat uneasy. Bai Muqing let out a resigned sigh. While Zhao Feiyang remained unaware, she understood all too well. Bai Yingyan would never permit her to lead a life better than her own. Surely, upon hearing Zhao Feiyang's words, she must have felt discomfort. Yet, she could not fathom why Nangong Chen would suddenly develop a conscience and seek housing for the children. When they parted ways that morning, he had been adamant about not offering assistance and had even commanded her not to associate with the children in the future. Although the Nangong family owned extensive properties nationwide, finding a residence for the children was hardly a challenge. Yet, Zhao Feiyang was right. Nangong Chen was a man devoid of compassion and should not have acted so benevolently. What then could have prompted this change of heart? Lost in contemplation, Bai Muqing was abruptly brought back to reality by the sound of steady, familiar footsteps approaching the bedroom door. She promptly rose from the sofa and made her way to the entrance. As she opened the door, Nangong Chen had already entered the opposite bedroom. "Young master, wait a moment," Bai Muqing interjected, slipping past him just before he could close the door. "What is it?" Nangong Chen turned to regard her, his expression largely devoid of emotion. "I am here to assist you," Bai Muqing said eagerly, taking his coat from him and hanging it on the coat rack, then thoughtfully untying the tie around his neck. "I will run a bath for you." As she spoke, she dashed towards the bathroom, but after taking just a couple of steps, he grasped her arm and pulled her back. "No need. I prefer a shower." "Oh then, please speak plainly. I am quite fatigued," Nangong Chen replied, a hint of annoyance crossing his face. "Actually, I merely wish to express my gratitude for your willingness to arrange housing for those unfortunate children. They must be overjoyed now." Nangong Chen responded with a sardonic smile. "And in what capacity are you thanking me?" "As Zhao Feiyang's friend." "We are simply ordinary friends," Bai Muqing hurriedly clarified. "Are you thanking your husband alongside an ordinary friend? Who exactly constitutes a family?" I just feel." Bai Muqing struggled to articulate the complexity of her thoughts. In a moment of panic, she blurted out, "I was simply surprised and pleased. I truly did not expect you to suddenly change your mind and assist those unfortunate children. A man with a kind heart is the most admirable." With that, she smiled brightly and continued, "I apologize for the disrespectful comments I made to you earlier today. I underestimated and misjudged you." Nangong Chen cast a fleeting glance at her, his tone still imbued with indifference as he remarked, "You are mistaken. My sole intention is to expedite the resolution of the urban village demolition issue, not to perform acts of benevolence." Although he dismissed his own sense of altruism, Bai Muqing felt a swell of gratitude and replied, "Regardless of your intentions, this endeavor is indeed a commendable act, and the children will undoubtedly be grateful to you. Is there anything else?" Nangong Chen asked impatiently, urging her to depart once more. "There is." Bai Muqing glanced at him, her gaze dropping as she hesitated to speak. "My grandmother has just inquired again as to why I have not yet conceived, and she has questioned whether I intend to have children. I am at a loss for how to respond to her." Chapter 37. Unwholesome thoughts. Nangong Chen paused in the act of unbuttoning his shirt, casting a sidelong glance at her and asking, "What is the matter? Are you truly so eager for a child?" "Not all." "Then why is it that you cannot answer such a straightforward question?" "Huh? Is this question truly so simple? Why did she find it so difficult to respond?" Or perhaps Nangong Chen suddenly leaned closer, flashing her a teasing smile. "Are you hoping to use this as an excuse to linger in my room?" His shirt had already been shed, revealing his enticing physique. Bai Muqing instinctively turned her face away, her cheeks flushed as she protested, "I am not." With that, she spun around to head for the door, but Nangong Chen seized her wrist, pulling her back and pinning her onto the bed. "Since you so wish to stay, then remain here. I wouldn't want anyone to think that I am so ill that I cannot even satisfy my own wife. However, let me warn you once more, I have no need for you to bear my offspring, so it would be prudent for you to refrain from harboring any improper intentions." Nangong Chen added with a decisive tone. Bai Muqing retorted indignantly, "Do you think I am so eager to have your child? I assure you, I am even less inclined. Let us hope that is indeed the case." Nangong Chen lowered his lips to her chest, the sensation being both punitive and tantalizing, causing Bai Muqing to shiver involuntarily. Fearing he might bite her as he had done the previous night, she hastily warned Nangong Chen, "If you wish to kiss me, then do so. But if you bite me again, I shall not hold back." A cold snicker escaped Nangong Chen's lips, and his kisses only intensified, prompting her to cry out in surprise. She knew that pleading with him was futile. Nangong Chen had little patience to begin with. Expecting him to be gentle in such matters was only feasible if she cooperated sweetly. Otherwise, the outcome would invariably be as it was now ingratitude for Bai Muqing's assistance, Zhao Feiyang decided to treat her to a meal. Unable to refuse Zhao Feiyang's enthusiastic invitation, Bai Muqing, concerned about potential misunderstandings, reluctantly brought Yao Mei along. Surveying the table laden with delectable dishes, Yao Mei smiled brightly and remarked, "It seems that Muqing has indeed made significant contributions to have a notoriously frugal director, Zhao, spend so lavishly." "Of course. Here, Muqing. Duin duji." Zhao Feiyang offered Bai Muqing a piece of tender steak. Yet, in the face of the sumptuous spread, Bai Muqing felt no appetite at all. She pushed Zhao Feiyang's chopsticks back towards him, saying, "Thank you, but I truly cannot eat." To alleviate any potential misconceptions, she quickly added, My appetite hasn't been great these past few days. Why would Muqing need your courtesy? She is enjoying fine delicacies every day. Quickly, hand me that meat. I can manage to eat several pieces." Yao Mei laughed, extending her bowl toward Zhao Feiyang. "That's right. She is now the mistress of the Nangong family. Please, stop teasing me." Bai Muqing replied, exasperated. "You brought this upon yourself by marrying without a word." Zhao Feiyang shot her a sidelong glance. "What would you have preferred? To live forever in the shadow of your ex-wife and remain unmarried?" Bai Muqing shot back defiantly. Yao Mei nodded and said, "Indeed, Director Zhao, you ought to learn from Muqing. Just think about it. Miss Yuan has been pursuing you for so many years. It's high time for your heart to waver. Don't you think? Yuan Goe is truly a remarkable girl, wealthy yet unpretentious, kind and charming. A girl of such caliber should be grasped when the opportunity arises. Once missed, such chances may never return." Bai Muqing chimed in with a radiant smile. "Let us make it happen swiftly. I promise to paint your wedding dress photos, and I find myself utterly bored and itching to create. Are you two done? Can't these delectable dishes suffice to silence your chatter?" Zhao Feiyang teased as he placed a piece of chicken wing into their bowls. "Eat more meat and talk less. Let me enjoy my meal." "All right, let us indulge in the feast," Bai Muqing exclaimed as she picked up a chicken wing to devour. However, as soon as her lips brushed against the sweet and greasy delicacy, her stomach churned violently. An overwhelming wave of nausea surged up her throat. "I'm sorry." She hastily rose from her chair and dashed toward the restroom. "Hey, Muqing, what's wrong?" Yao Mei followed suit, standing up to address Zhao Feiyang. "You stay here. I'll check on her." Upon entering the restroom, Bai Muqing bent over the toilet, retching forcefully, expelling everything she had consumed that morning. "What happened? Did you eat something bad?" Yao Mei inquired with concern, handing her tissues to wipe her mouth. She had thought Bai Muqing was merely making an offhand remark about her lack of appetite, but now it was evident that she was genuinely unwell. After emptying her stomach, Bai Muqing continued to retch, feeling utterly miserable. Once she gathered herself, she shook her head. "You didn't eat something bad? Then why are you throwing up like this?" Yao Mei scrutinized her with a knowing look. "Could it be that you're pregnant? Not willing to share?" "You're the one who is pregnant." Bai Muqing shot her a glare, irritated as she began to clean her mouth with a tissue. "What is there to be shy about? You've been married to Qin Shao for 2 months now. Isn't it quite normal to be expecting? What do you know? I've been taking medication every time. These days, counterfeit drugs are rampant. It's not surprising to end up with fake ones," Yao Mei remarked. Bai Muqing was taken aback, turning to stare at her in astonishment. "No way. Pregnant? I never considered that possibility. Besides, it wasn't me who procured the medication. It was Nangong Chen who provided it for me. How could it possibly be fake? Look at your shocked expression, sister. The world today isn't as idyllic as you imagine. Just the other day, there was news about a man who attempted to commit suicide with pesticides, but ended up surviving. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the pesticides were counterfeit. Bai Muqing's legs felt weak, nearly causing her to collapse onto the floor. "Hey, what is wrong? Isn't this good news? Why do you look so terrified?" Yao Mei asked, quickly supporting her. "Good news?" Bai Muqing forced a bitter smile. How could this possibly be good news? Just days ago, Nangong Chen warned her that she need not bear children for the Nangong family, and now she finds herself pregnant. If he discovers this, he will surely be enraged and compel her to terminate the pregnancy. Xiao Mei. Bai Muqing suddenly seized Yao Mei's wrist, gazing at her with urgency and imploring. "Please, rush to the pharmacy across the street. and fetch me a pregnancy test, swiftly. Is it that urgent? Indeed, it is. Very well, I shall go at once. Yao Mei, with a playful grin, tossed a light-hearted remark. Let us make a wager. I bet you are definitely pregnant. 10 minutes later, when Bai Muqing beheld the two glaring crimson lines on the test, her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the floor. She was pregnant, astonishingly so. How could this be? She had diligently taken the pills that Nangong Chen had left her each time. Could it be that he had unwittingly procured counterfeit medication? Chapter 38, keeping her secret. Yao Mei, beaming with joy, playfully nudged her temple. You are now a pregnant woman. The floor is chilly, so do get up. Bai Muqing's mind was a tumult of worries and doubts, devoid of any joy. It took her a while to regain her composure. Seizing Yao Mei's wrist with earnest intent. Xiao Mei, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone, understood? Not even to the Nangong family? Absolutely not. Bai Muqing affirmed with solemnity. Yao Mei grasped her desire for discretion, considering Bai Ying'an's ill intentions. Yet she was perplexed as to why even the Nangong family should remain uninformed. However, seeing the gravity etched on Bai Muqing's face, she refrained from further inquiries, simply responding with a compliant "oh." Suddenly, Bai Muqing's phone buzzed. She fished it out from her pocket to find an unfamiliar number. Clearing her throat, she pressed the answer button. On the other end, Su Yaru's voice resonated. Muqing, where are you? I need to discuss something with you. Could you come to the Sunshine Hotel? Her tone was unusually gentle, laced with a hint of cheerfulness. It was rare for her sharp-tongued stepmother to approach her with such cordiality. Surely, something was amiss. I'm sorry, Mrs. Bai, but I'm not in a position to go out right now. Don't try to deceive me. The old servant from the Nangong family has already informed me that you left. Su Yaru maintained her cheerful demeanor. Muqing, it's not that I'm seeking you out. It's your mother and your brother who wish to speak with you. What room at the Sunshine Hotel? Bai Muqing inquired almost immediately. The mention of her poor brother eclipsed all other concerns, rendering her indifferent to the potential dangers that lay within the hotel. Once she received the precise address, she hastily made her way to the Sunshine Hotel and entered a private room on the 3rd floor. Upon her arrival, Su Yaru stood up with a smile. Muqing, you're here. Bai Muqing scanned the surroundings, noticing that she was alone with Su Yaru, leaving her uncertain of the ulterior motives at play. She fixed her gaze on Su Yaru, her expression devoid of emotion. Mrs. Bai, please refrain from smiling at me. Your smile invariably heralds misfortune. If there is something you wish to say, simply state it. And where are my mother and brother? Initially, Su Yaru had approached her with a smile, benevolently orchestrating their lives, even displaying kindness by sending her brother abroad for treatment of his congenital heart disease. Little did she expect that within days, she would be coerced into marrying into the Nangong family, and her mother and brother would be lost to her forever. Muqing, you mustn't say that. I genuinely intend for the three of you to meet today, Su Yaru replied, pulling out her phone to initiate a video call, then presenting the device before Bai Muqing. Seeing her brother's pale face on the screen, Bai Muqing was momentarily stunned. This was the first time she had laid eyes on her half-brother since being deceived by Su Yaru. Please converse well. I shall settle the bill, Su Yaru announced. Rising from her seat, as she departed, she casually added, Oh, by the way, this number belongs to a friend of mine. It signifies that she need not waste her efforts searching for numbers and locations, for it is futile. After Su Yaru left, Bai Muqing immediately turned to her brother on the phone and asked, Xiao Yi, how are you doing? Where are you? Sister, I want to be with you. And I want to eat chicken legs, came the reply. Bai Muqing felt a pang in her heart and inquired, Aren't they giving you chicken legs? No. Xiao Yi, quickly pass the phone to me. Suddenly, someone snatched the phone away, and the face displayed on the screen shifted to that of their mother, Zhu Hui. Xiao Yi protested from his side. I want to talk to my sister. Be good, let mommy speak first. Zhu Hui patiently soutenait son. But when she turned to Bai Muqing, her smile vanished, and her expression turned grave. Muqing, do not heed Xiao Yi's nonsense. Stay well in Sea City and listen to your father and stepmother, understood? Mom Zhu Hui interrupted her, continuing, No matter what they ask you to do not defy their wishes. For your brother's sake, you must comply, understood? I understand. Bai Muqing took a deep breath, choosing not to respond further. This was her mother, who only had eyes for Xiao Yi and never considered her feelings. Long ago, When she took her for plastic surgery, Bai Muqing had already lost hope. Zhu Hui continued her incessant chatter, and Bai Muqing merely responded with a huh, eventually seizing a moment to ask, "Mom, please tell me where you are now. I want to come and bring you back." "No need. We are fine as we are. Do not worry," Zhu Hui refused. "But I must know where you are. I'm not at ease." Bai Muqing insisted, for she could not trust Su Yaru to treat them kindly. That malicious woman. "Your father promised to take care of me and Xiao Yi. Mom, let us end here for now." The video call abruptly terminated, and Bai Muqing anxiously called out hello several times, staring at the now darkened screen before dejectedly tossing the phone onto the table. She could not comprehend why her mother would not disclose their whereabouts. Was she still clinging to the illusion that their father would cure Xiao Yi's heart condition? Su Yaru had not left at all. She had been eavesdropping by the door of the private room. Upon hearing Bai Muqing in the call, she immediately entered. "Speak. What do you want?" Bai Muqing glared at her, seated across the table. Su Yaru smiled faintly. "I am here to share good news. You will soon be free from the Nangong family." Bai Muqing's heart tightened. "What do you mean?" "It means it is time for you to return the position of Nangong young mistress to your sister," Su Yaru replied. Bai Muqing's expression shifted, her hands gradually clenching into fists. "Starting tomorrow, you must begin writing a diary, documenting everything you do and say in the Nangong household each day. Then, present it to Ying and for review. 3 months hence, you and Ying will subtly exchange identities once more, with Ying remaining in the Nangong household." While Su Yaruong smiled gently. "Rest assured, I shall meticulously arrange everything for you. It is evident to me that Lin Anan harbors a greater affection for you than for Ying. If you wish to continue your relationship with him, that is entirely permissible. I will orchestrate a splendid wedding for you. Conversely, if marriage is not your desire, you may opt to travel abroad to live with your mother and younger brother, with all expenses generously covered by your father." She knew seeking her out would yield no good, and Bai Muqing's face turned pale with fury. Initially, she had been misled by the rumors of Nangong Chen, who was described as ugly, ailing, and a harbinger of misfortune to his wife. This family had gone to great lengths to coerce her into the Nangong household, subjecting her to untold suffering and humiliation. Now, having witnessed Nangong Chen's true form and found him robust, contrary to the tales of him being a fatal omen to his spouse, they dared to contemplate forcing her to relinquish her position. Chapter 39, What Should Be Done? Can this mother-daughter duo be any more shameless and selfish? If it were yesterday, perhaps she would have felt a twinge of emotion, but today, setting aside their blatant shamelessness, she had already been thoroughly consumed by Nangong Chen and now bore his child. At such a time, to ask her to step back? "What if I refuse?" she inquired coldly. "Why refuse?" It was quite a challenge for Su Yaru to maintain her smile. "I believe these two options are rather favorable for you. Moreover, Nangong Chen rightfully belongs to Ying. You are merely returning what belongs to her. Isn't that perfectly reasonable?" Su Yaru scrutinized her, feigning surprise. "You can't possibly be in love with that man, can you? He is Ying's destined lover. The master said that without Ying, he cannot survive. In love with him?" Bai Muqing immediately denied it in her heart. How could she possibly love that cold, domineering man who harbored affections for another? Yet, the reluctance that surged within her, was it truly due to the unborn child in her womb? Or was it her indignation towards Su Yaru's selfish notions? Or perhaps, a concern that he might indeed perish without Ying? She did not believe in superstitions, yet when it came to matters of life, one could not help but entertain them. After all, after Nangong Chen married her, he fell ill repeatedly, to the extent that the old lady nearly expelled her from the Nangong family. Could this truly be linked to the notion of a destined lover? Was Nangong Chen truly fated to belong solely to Bai Ying? At that moment, even she was uncertain. She finally comprehended Su Yaru's intention in bringing her here, allowing her to converse with her mother. At present, just as before, she had but one choice: to comply with her plans. Bai Muqing closed her eyes. Returning to Lin and Nan was out of the question. If she could extricate herself from the Nangong family and care for her younger brother alongside her mother, if that could free Nangong Chen from his afflictions and allow him to survive past 30 with Bai Ying by his side, perhaps that wouldn't be so bad. However, her palm gently caressed her flat abdomen. What should she do with him? Terminate the pregnancy? That seemed too cruel. Yet, if she were to secretly give birth to him, this unfortunate child would grow up in a single-parent household devoid of a father's love. Just like her and Xiao Yi. Emerging from the hotel, Bai Muqing sat by the riverside alone until afternoon before returning home. Upon entering the house, the Nangong family was dining, and coincidentally, Nangong Madam's eldest daughter, Nangong Yu, was also present. Seeing her return, she immediately put down her chopsticks and warmly approached her, linking her arm with Bai Muqing's and affectionately saying, "Ingen is back. You seem to be looking worse for wear after just a few days." Her delicate features stiffened, and she feigned a pout. "Did Chen bully you? Tell your aunt. I shall take care of him." Bai Muqing was pulled toward the dining room, quickly casting a glance at Nangong Chen before hastily averting her gaze and greeting everyone. "Have you eaten, young madam?" asked Sister He. Bai Muqing hurriedly nodded. "I have eaten." With so many people present, she dared not sit down to dine. If she were to experience morning sickness like at noon, the news of her pregnancy would soon be common knowledge. She had not forgotten that Nangong Chen did not wish for her to conceive, nor had she overlooked Su Yaru's threat earlier that morning. "You all take your time eating. I shall head upstairs first," she said demurely. "You can always eat more later," Nangong Yu remarked, her gaze filled with concern as she examined her slender figure. "Grandma has been eagerly anticipating a great-grandchild from you. You ought to eat more to gain some weight." "Mother, it's not merely about eating more for my sister-in-law to conceive. It requires my brother's involvement as well. So please do not pressure her," Shun Ku chimed in cheerfully. "That is indeed the case." Nangong Yu turned to Nangong Chen, adding, "Chen, you ought to be more proactive. It has been over 2 months since your wedding, and there is still no news. This is quite unusual." Nangong Chen's brows furrowed slightly, clearly displeased with the topic being broached, having grown weary of it long ago. He continued to eat his meal leisurely, as if the conversation were entirely irrelevant to him. "Perhaps my sister-in-law is already pregnant. She may simply not have informed anyone yet." The silently observant Pu Yinyao suddenly interjected, then turned to Bai Muqing with a mischievous grin. "Right, sister-in-law?" Startled by this comment, Bai Muqing quickly shook her head in denial. "Of course not. How could that be?" "Ha! I was merely joking. Look at how you've been frightened." She forced a smile. "If that were the case, I would certainly be the first to tell Grandma." In her flustered state, her gaze inadvertently met Nangong Chen's. Upon encountering the skepticism in his eyes, her heart raced even more. I will head upstairs now." With that, she turned and hurried up the stairs. Look at her expression. Could it be that Lin Yao was right? Nangong Yu murmured, watching her retreating figure. "Sister-in-law is merely blushing from our teasing." "Isn't that so, brother?" Nangong Chen smiled faintly, but remained silent. Having observed Bai Muqing's reaction, he felt a flicker of doubt. Yet he quickly recalled that he had instructed the servants to ensure she took her medication after their encounters. Thus it was impossible for her to be pregnant. With this thought, his small concern dissipated. That evening, the matriarch of the Nangong family visited Bai Muqing's room for the first time. Bai Muqing was reclining on her bed, munching on snacks while watching television. Upon seeing the elderly lady, she immediately sat up, startled, and stared blankly for a moment before calling out, "Grandma, why the surprise of my presence?" The matriarch replied with a gentle smile as she settled onto the sofa in front of the bed. The warmth of her smile, a rarity in recent times, made Bai Muqing's heart uneasy. She wondered if this astute elder had discerned her secret of being with child. "Didn't we just finish dinner? Why are you still snacking?" The matriarch inquired, glancing at the snacks in Bai Muqing's hands. "I'm sorry, I was just feeling peckish," Bai Muqing stammered, hastily tossing the snack box in the waste bin beneath the bed, which already contained several wrappers. The matriarch's suspicion deepened as she fixed her gaze upon her with an eager intensity. "Ingen, tell me, are you pregnant?" Before Bai Muqing could deny it, the old lady added, "This is a significant matter. You may conceal it from anyone, but never from me. Do you understand?" Bai Muqing was acutely aware of the old lady's profound desire for this child. If she were to learn of its existence, she would undoubtedly exert every effort to ensure the child's safe arrival, regardless of Nangong Chen's reluctance. However, Su Yaru was indeed correct. She was merely a substitute, and all that she possessed at present rightfully belonged to Bai Yingen. Furthermore, Her mother and younger brother remained unaccounted for. Chapter 40. And an opportune arrival without a moment's hesitation. She immediately shook her head. Grandmother, truly there is nothing. The eldest master has never desired children. I've been on medication. I am aware. You know? Bai Muqing exclaimed, astonished. If you know why I ask. I secretly switched the medication. What? The astonishment on Bai Muqing's face escalated to sheer disbelief. No wonder she had become pregnant. It turned out the old lady had tampered with the medication. She had been tormented by questions of how she had conceived, perplexed by the fact that she had taken the pills, yet still found herself with child. Really? Your expression suggests that you have not conceived? The old lady's face betrayed a hint of disappointment. Bai Muqing hastily shook her head. No, truly I have not. With a sigh, the old lady's faint smile faded, replaced by a stern demeanor. It has already been 2 months without conception. Perhaps you ought to undergo a medical examination to ascertain the cause. My dear, I must be candid with you. The Nangong family will not accept a woman who is barren. Grandmother, rest assured, I will get checked. That is good. The old lady rose from her chair, looking down at her. As for the matter with Chun, you need not concern yourself, whether he desires children or not. He has the final say. Bai Muqing replied absent-mindedly, wishing fervently for her to leave soon. Otherwise, she feared she would not be able to hold on much longer. At Hongyan Hospital, Yao Mei, while gripping Bai Muqing's arm, earnestly implored, Darling, pregnancy is such a beautiful thing. Why resist it? It is a living life. How can you bear to dismiss it? Please assist me in registering for obstetrics and gynecology. Bai Muqing handed over 10 yuan at the registration window and received her medical record and appointment slip from the cashier. Muqing, have you heard of the fetal spirit? Yao Mei, seeing her determination to terminate the pregnancy, shifted to a more intimidating approach, feigning an eerie expression. It is said that every fetus possesses a spirit. If you cruelly terminate it, it will harbor resentment towards you for eternity. It is quite terrifying. Bai Muqing maneuvered through the crowd and smiled slightly at her. Is that so? I dare to marry Nangong Chen. Do you think I would fear a fetal spirit? Though she spoke bravely, deep down, she felt a twinge of fear. She was not afraid that the child would haunt her forever or resent her for a lifetime. Rather, Yao Mei was right. It was a living being, her own flesh and blood. It had done nothing wrong. Yet as its mother, she was poised to cruelly strip it of the chance to live. This felt profoundly unjust. She did not wish for this outcome, yet what choice did she have? This child had arrived at an inopportune time, having taken root in the wrong womb. It simply should not have been conceived within her. Yao Mei was momentarily at a loss for words at her statement, and seeing her walk towards the elevator, she hurriedly followed. Darling, wait for me. Outside a certain department on the 10th floor, the attending physician dutifully reiterated the precautions for Nangong Chen while respectfully escorting him into the elevator. Assistant Yin addressed the attending physician, since Dr. Liu has indicated that young Master Chen's condition has shown some improvement. Why must we still heed so many precautions? Assistant Yin misinterpreted the situation. Young Master Chen's health had merely experienced a temporary uplift, fluctuating between better and worse. Therefore, it was imperative to exercise greater caution, particularly regarding rest and the moderation of alcohol and tobacco consumption. Very well. Thank you, Dr. Liu. Assistant Yan's exquisite visage remained as solemn as ever. The elevator doors opened with a soft chime, and Nangong Chen emerged, nearly colliding with Bai Muqing, who was approaching. Bai Muqing paused, taken aback by the unexpected encounter. What a remarkable coincidence. Nangong Chen also noticed her, his profound gaze sweeping over her before ultimately resting upon the medical record she held in her hands. Chapter 41. Another mishap. Upon noticing his gaze, Bai Muqing instinctively concealed her medical record behind her back, offering an awkward smile to the two. Young Master Chen. And this beautiful lady. What a coincidence. Young Master Chen, we meet again. Yao Mei's eyes sparkled as she admired the strikingly handsome Nangong Chen, her smile reminiscent of a lovesick admirer. Young madam, Assistant Yin politely greeted Bai Muqing, who responded awkwardly, her mind too preoccupied to ponder the relationship between this stunning woman and Nangong Chen. After nodding at Yao Mei, Nangong Chen's attention returned to the hands Bai Muqing had hidden behind her, his tone commanding as he inquired, What do you have? Show it to me. In nothing. Bai Muqing instinctively shook her head. Young Master Chen, perhaps you should take a look. Yao Mei began, but Bai Muqing swiftly covered her mouth. In doing so, the registration receipt and medical record fell to the ground at Nangong Chen's feet. Assistant Yin bent down to retrieve the receipt, revealing the name Bai Muqing and the Register Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. Upon seeing this, Nangong Chen's expression darkened, and he coldly demanded, "Shouldn't you explain why?" Silently pinching Yao Mei's inner arm, Bai Muqing replied to Nangong Chen, "It's my grandmother. Last night, she mentioned that my prolonged inability to conceive must be due to a health issue, insisting I come to the hospital for a gynecological examination. I couldn't bear to upset her, so I had no choice but to comply. Is that so?" he inquired. "Indeed. If you don't believe me, you can ask my grandmother," she added hastily, fearing his skepticism. "Young master, could you perhaps reassure my grandmother that there's nothing wrong with my health? I beg of you, as I've heard gynecological exams can be quite painful." Yao Mei rolled her eyes internally, thinking how adept Bai Muqing had become at spinning lies. Nangong Chen scrutinized her once more, his tone indifferent. "This is your own affair. Find a way to resolve it yourself." With that, he strode towards a hospital entrance. "Heartless creature, who would want to bear your child?" Bai Muqing muttered under her breath as she watched his retreating figure. However, she suddenly realized that this hospital seemed to be a frequent haunt for Nangong Chen. She was fortunate not to have undergone a procedure here, lest he eventually discover it. That woman was quite beautiful. She couldn't possibly be young Master Chen's mistress, could she? Yao Mei continued to watch the direction in which they departed. Bai Muqing shook her head. "How would I know?" It wasn't surprising for someone as wealthy and prominent as Nangong Chen to have several women on the side. Yet, hearing Yao Mei's words stirred unease within her. Although she did not love him, he was still her husband, and no one wishes for their spouse to be involved with another woman. With Nangong Chen's interruption thwarting her plans, Bai Muqing left the hospital and aimlessly wandered the nearby streets. Yao Mei persisted in her earnest counsel. "Look at how every woman standing beside Nangong Chen is stunning. If you want him to be utterly devoted to you, having a child is essential. Thus, I advise you to refrain from further action. It would be wise to preserve it, if only to solidify your position as the esteemed lady of the Nangwa family. Xiao Mei, should you continue to recite, I shall ignore you altogether." Bai Muqing cast a disapproving glance in her direction. Yao Mei merely pouted and fell silent. Suddenly, Bai Muqing's phone chimed. She retrieved it from her bag and noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Hesitant, she accepted the call, only to be met with the voice of Lin Ailing. How audacious of him to call her. Bai Muqing instinctively considered terminating the call. She had previously blacklisted Lin Ailing's former number, which explained his new one. "What is it?" she inquired, her tone frosty. "Muqing, I need to discuss something with you. Could you come to the Cultural Palace?" Lin Ailing's demeanor was surprisingly calm, as though no unpleasantness had ever transpired between them. "Let us discuss it over the phone. It's not something that can be conveyed over the phone. I have something to return to you." "What is it?" "You'll find out upon your arrival." Bai Muqing glanced at Yao Mei, who immediately gestured to her, whispering, "It's either a thief or a schemer." At this juncture, it was indeed improbable that Lin Ailing had any good intentions in seeking her out, and Bai Muqing could not recall what she might have left in his possession. "That item I no longer require. You may keep it." As she spoke, she attempted to end the call, but Lin Ailing interrupted. "I shall be waiting for you on the second floor of the Cultural Palace. If you do not come, I will deliver the item to the Nangwa residence." Bai Muqing was nearly apoplectic with rage, yet Lin Ailing had already hung up. With a resigned sigh, she set down her phone. Yao Mei, observing the situation, remarked disdainfully, TSK, when did Lin become so assertive, akin to Nangwa Chen?" "How would I know?" Bai Muqing retorted, pulling her by the arm. "Come, accompany me to see what this is about." Upon arriving at the Cultural Palace, Yao Mei halted and declared, "I shall escort you only this far. The rest is beyond my purview. Best of luck." Bai Muqing ascended to the second floor alone. The second floor of the Cultural Palace housed an antiquities exhibition hall along with art and photography displays. As Bai Muqing surveyed the hall, she did not spot Lin Ailing, so she dialed the unfamiliar number again, only to discover it was busy. In her boredom, She wandered into the adjacent oil painting exhibition. This particular exhibit, aside from a few classic pieces, featured a rotation of works nearly every season. Bai Muqing had once relished visiting to admire the new displays. After several months away, she was astonished to find numerous new pieces, and what surprised her most was the small exhibition room at the back, which showcased several of her own works. In total, there were 3 pieces attributed to her, all of which she had previously gifted to Lin Ainan, including one that was a birthday present from 2 years prior. The painting depicted a gentleman seated gracefully in a CAF corner, one hand delicately cradling a teacup while the other perused a magazine, exuding an air of tranquility and elegance. The man before her was Lin Ainan, just as she first encountered him. 3 years ago, on an afternoon in a quaint CAF, she met him and fell for him. That enchanting moment remained etched in her mind and reflected in her art. She pondered the inexplicable presence of these paintings in this gallery, questioning what right they had to be displayed here, as only the works of esteemed artists were deemed worthy. I recall the very first time you brought me here. You expressed your dream of one day seeing your creations exhibited in this space. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated behind her. Bai Muqing froze, her hands slowly curling into fists. These paintings were gifts you once bestowed upon me. I have cherished them with the hope of fulfilling your dream one day. Lin Ainan's voice continued, imbued with deep affection. Bai Muqing shut her eyes briefly, then turned to glare at him, teeth clenched. Lin Ainan, what do you mean by this? Are we revisiting old sentiments? Is that permissible? Lin Ainan gazed at her unwaveringly. What do you think? Bai Muqing scoffed. If your fate with him is destined for separation, what harm is there? Lin Ainan unabashedly replied. Muqing, my relationship with Nangong is purely transactional, devoid of love, unlike what we share. Bai Muqing restrained the impulse to seize the frame and strike him, gritting her teeth. So now you realize Bai Nangong holds no value for you? Are you reconsidering? What do you take me for? She pointed at the paintings on the wall. Do you think that by leveraging connections to display these artworks in the gallery, I will be moved? That I would abandon my principles and return to you? Lin Ainan, let me make this clear. Even if my path with Nangong Chen is destined for separation, I will never return to your side. I am not that lowly. At that moment, she comprehended that Lin Ainan was aware of Bai Nangong and Su Yalong's scheme, reflecting it back on her. Yet, she could not fathom what benefits he hoped to gain from her should she end up with him after parting ways with Nangong Chen. Surely it could not be for love. Did Lin Ainan even possess an understanding of love? Muqing, you must realize that you need me. Lin Xiao, spare me your self-importance. Bai Muqing retorted immediately, I do not need you, so please keep your distance. She bit her lip, staring at him. And you mentioned returning my belongings. These paintings, correct? Can I have them back now? Certainly. Thank you. Bai Muqing approached to remove the paintings from the wall. Just as she was about to act, a familiar voice rang out behind her. Cousin-in-law, what are you doing here? Bai Muqing paused, a chill running down her spine. Park Lianyao? Why was she here? She glanced at Lin Ainan beside her, then awkwardly turned, spotting Park Lianyao standing at the entrance of the small exhibition hall. Park Lianyao stepped inside, casting a glance at the paintings before looking at Lin Ainan, a hint of suspicion flickering across her face. Mississippi Park, what brings you here? I am here to select a few oil paintings for the company. And you? Park Lianyao did not inquire further, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Oh, I'm merely browsing casually. Bai Muqing stepped forward, linking her arm with hers, and said with a soft smile, what kind of painting are you looking for? I can assist you in your selection. Chapter 42. Another mishap too. Then, what about your friend? Pu Lianyao smiled at Lin and Nan. Young Master Lin is currently awaiting his fiancée. Our encounter is merely coincidental. Bai Muqing linked her arm with hers as they strolled toward the entrance. Gulme, I just spotted a remarkably beautiful painting outside. I'm certain you will adore it. All right, I shall take a look. Bai Muqing had merely glanced at the artworks in the foyer, not truly finding any piece particularly captivating. However, to appease Pu Lianyao, she pointed casually at a landscape painting. Pu Lianyao examined the artwork and shook her head. Our boss is not particularly fond of landscapes. He has a greater interest in beautiful women. She chuckled suddenly. I did notice a stunning portrait, but unfortunately, the exhibition company refuses to sell it. Really? Take me to see it. Of course. Pu Yinyao nodded and led her toward another gallery. The painting Pu Yinyao admired depicted a young girl. The colors vibrant and the brushwork both heavy yet elegant. The girl was adorned in a vintage white dress, her long, inky hair capturing a lifelike essence. Bai Muqing regarded the unconventional portrait with intrigue, gradually finding the girl as face hauntingly familiar, as if she had encountered her somewhere before. She involuntarily asked, "Who is this girl?" This painting is a replica by a master artist. The original is said to be in the possession of a wealthy magnate. As for the girl depicted, legend has it she was a noble lady from centuries ago who fell in love with a high-ranking prince and married him, only to suffer betrayal, leading her to take her own life in despair, Pu Yinyao explained. Bai Muqing turned in astonishment, staring at her. Is that true? Pu Yinyao shrugged. Who knows? That's how the gallery records it. Bai Muqing, not particularly well-versed in history, found herself increasingly enamored with the painting, feeling an inexplicable connection as if the girl were a figure from her own life. Isn't it beautiful? Pu Yinyao asked with a radiant smile. Bai Muqing nodded. Is indeed lovely. Would you like it? But didn't you say they aren't selling? If you truly desire it, your cousin could intervene and acquire it on your behalf. It should be no trouble. Him? I think I'll pass, Bai Muqing chuckled. Relying on Nangong Chen to purchase a painting for her, she thought better of it, knowing he would likely refuse before she even had the chance to ask. What's with that expression? Good. I heard from Shanku that when your cousin dotes on a woman, he can be quite extreme, aside from the moon in the sky. He would grant you anything you desire. Let's wait for him to have a moment of conscience to acknowledge his wife's existence, Bai Muqing replied. Sister-in-law, you enjoy your time. I must attend to my duties. Pu Yinyao released Bai Muqing's arm with a smile. All right, off you go. Once Pu Yinyao departed, Bai Muqing lingered before the portrait of the young girl, admiring it for a while longer, only to discover that despite its youthful essence, it bore an exceedingly antiquated title, Madame Jing. She racked her brain for a while, yet could not recall where she had encountered the enigmatic Madame Jing or why she felt a sense of familiarity. It was not until the closing time approached, and she was gently urged to leave by the staff, that she made her way to the exit. Just as she stepped out of the exhibition hall, a staff member called out to her, Miss Bai, please wait a moment. Bai Muqing turned around, surveying the approaching staff member with suspicion. With a beaming smile, the staff member handed her a freshly wrapped painting, saying, Miss Bai, this is a gift from a gentleman, Madame Jing. What does this mean? Bai Muqing lowered her gaze to the scroll in her hands, pondering which gentleman had sent her Madame Jing. Please accept this token of affection from your admirer, the staff member said ambiguously, pressing the scroll into Bai Muqing's embrace before waving farewell and returning inside the exhibition hall. Bai Muqing stood astonished, watching the staff member's retreating figure, wishing to inquire further, but the person had already vanished from sight. Wasn't it said that this painting was not for sale? Had it not just been hanging on the wall? How had it suddenly ended up in her possession? Moments later, she spotted Lin Ailing emerging from the exhibition hall. A wave of foreboding washed over her. Could it be he who had sent the painting? Lin Ailing approached with one hand in his pocket, gazing at her with tender eyes. Muqing, I merely wanted you to know that as long as it is something you desire, I will always provide it for you, just as I have over the past 3 years. Thank you, but I do not wish to accept it, Bai Muqing replied, her expression darkening as she pushed the painting back toward him. Lin Ailing did not reach for it. Instead, he glanced at the scroll and smiled softly. You have been admiring it for an entire afternoon, and yet you claim not to like it? I have stated that I do not want it, Bai Muqing asserted, her face stern. Once a gift is given, it belongs to you, and you have the right to dispose of it. If you truly despise it, then. Lin Ailing pointed his chin toward the nearby trash bin. The bin is over there. You. Bai Muqing felt a surge of indignation. How could she discard something so valuable? This was clearly an attempt to coerce her into accepting the gift. What? You cannot bear to throw it away? Then accept it, Lin Ailing said with a slight smile, betting on her reluctance to part with it. A steady sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase below, sending a shiver down Bai Muqing's spine, for the footsteps seemed eerily familiar. As the footsteps grew closer, Nangong Chen's figure appeared before them. In that instant, Bai Muqing felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Why did she keep running into him? Nangong Chen spotted her as well. Yet his handsome face bore no trace of surprise or suspicion, and he continued to stride towards them without pausing. Having just received an anonymous message stating that Bai Muqing was here with a man, Nangong Chen initially assumed the message had been sent by Lin Anan. Thus, he had no intention of intervening. However, as his car happened to be leaving the company to head home, he thought to himself that since he had nothing else to do, he might as well stop by for a look. What? Planning to leave already? Nangong Chen observed the two of them, a refined smile gracing his features. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Anan's face, and she then slightly lowered her eyelids, respectfully addressing him as cousin. How fortuitous it is to encounter both of you together once again. Just as Nangong Chen finished speaking, Lin Anan hastily interjected, "Cousin, you misunderstand. My sister-in-law and I merely happened upon each other." Indeed, it was merely a chance encounter, Bai Muqing added with a smile. Nangong Chen, however, did not glance at Bai Muqing. Instead, he drew her into his embrace, maintaining a gentle smile as he gazed at Lin Anan. As a husband, I believe I can thoroughly satisfy my sister-in-law in every aspect, so I harbor no concerns about her fidelity. Rest assured. Chapter 43. Trouble Again, 3. Bai Muqing's cheeks flushed, instinctively leading her thoughts toward a certain direction. Lin Anan's expression subtly shifted, though the change was scarcely perceptible. In the next moment, he feigned reassurance with a smile, declaring, "As long as my cousin thinks so." "All right, let us return," Nangong Chen said, addressing Bai Muqing. She hurriedly quickened her pace to match his as they walked towards the entrance of the cultural palace. It was only after they had entered the car that Bai Muqing could no longer contain her curiosity. "Young master, how did you come to the cultural palace?" Although she was acutely aware that he was likely quite upset and that this was not the opportune moment for such an inquiry, she found herself unable to resist. She yearned to uncover who had orchestrated this, for Nangong Chen's appearance at the cultural palace could not have been mere coincidence. Someone must have tipped him off. But who could that be? Was it Lin Anan's own scheme? Or had Pu Yinyao informed Nangong Chen? Pu Yinyao harbored no grievances against her. Thus it was implausible that she would wish her harm. Conversely, Lin Anan, with his treacherous nature, might very well resort to such underhanded tactics. Yet, was Lin Anan truly so audacious as to openly vie for a woman before Nangong Chen, without fear of the Nangong family obliterating the Lin clan? It was all so perplexing. She continued to observe Nangong Chen, whose gaze betrayed a chilling indifference despite the dim lighting of the underground garage. He remained silent, adhering to his habitual disregard for her presence. Nevertheless, Bai Muqing persisted, asking, "I assure you, there is nothing between him and me. Could you please refrain from being angry?" As the car halted at a red light, Nangong Chen turned his head, his eyes briefly scanning the scroll she held before settling on her face. With a frosty tone, he uttered, "I shall deal with you when we return." At his words, Bai Muqing instinctively covered her abdomen with both hands. Did his dealing with imply that sort of treatment? After all, she was a pregnant woman, currently in a precarious period. The entire night passed in a state of anxiety for Bai Muqing, dreading that Nangong Chen might lose control of his emotions and subject her to his wrath. As the clock struck 11, fatigue began to weigh upon her, yet Nangong Chen remained unresponsive. She began to wonder if he had forgotten the events of the afternoon. Otherwise, why had he not spoken a word since their return? Another 10 minutes passed, and Bai Muqing found herself standing before Nangong Chen's bedroom door. She raised her hand and knocked gently on the door. After what felt like an eternity, the door creaked open to reveal Nangong Chen. Before he could utter a word, Bai Muqing promptly presented a lengthy written reflection she had composed since parting ways at the hospital, detailing every aspect of her activities until their encounter at the cultural palace. "Young master, this is my account, entirely truthful. Should there be even a hint of falsehood, may the heavens strike me down, and may I meet a dire fate." "What do you mean?" Nangong Chen furrowed his brow. "It's a reflection, since you intend to reprimand me," Bai Muqing replied. Mustering her courage, "ISNT, their saying that goes. Confess and receive leniency. Resist and face severity." Nangong Chen extended his hand, pinching the reflection paper between two fingers. After a brief glance, he tossed it back to her with a sardonic smile. I see you're trying to seduce me, aren't you? Of course not, Bai Muqing retorted, only to realize at that moment that Nangong Chen was clad in nothing but a bath towel, droplets of water still trickling down his hair and body, exuding an overwhelming allure. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she turned to flee. In such an ambiguous scenario, how could she possibly stay? In the past, she might have foolishly succumbed to his charms, allowing him to overpower her with little resistance. But this time was different. She was a pregnant woman in need of comprehensive protection. Since you've come to me so conveniently, let it be as you desire, Nangong Chen declared in a tone reminiscent of a savior, reaching out to pull her back into the room, simultaneously closing the door behind them. Bai Muqing panicked, struggling against his embrace while exclaiming in exasperation, "Young master, you misunderstand. I swear I have no intention of seducing you. I'm not feeling well. Please let me go back." Not feeling well? What seems to be the problem? She hesitated, initially wanting to claim it was her time of the month, but then remembered that her cycle was due at the end of the month. She had already used that excuse to reject him last month. Now it was the middle of the month. To say she was on her period again would be blatantly false, and Nangong Chen was no fool. "I have a headache." "A headache? And yet you wish to entice a man?" Without a hint of gentleness, Nangong Chen pushed her onto the soft bed, leaning closer, his icy breath brushing against her face. "I had no intention of letting your affairs disturb my mood, nor did I wish to pry. Yet you insist on presenting yourself and airing your embarrassing matters. If I were to ignore you now, wouldn't that be too indulgent?" Bai Muqing was bewildered. After all this time, was he merely trying to intimidate her? He didn't genuinely intend to confront her? She felt foolish for worrying all night and even writing a reflection paper to seek punishment. Regret washed over her. Please just take a look at my reflection paper." In a moment of desperation, she shouted, pressing her hands against his chest. Nangong Chen scoffed dismissively. "Is it necessary? I can guess its contents without looking." "Then why would you?" You're on top of me," Bai Muqing exclaimed in shock as his body pressed down on her abdomen, causing her considerable discomfort. Although she felt she did not want to keep the child, she certainly did not wish for him to be crushed by his own father. Yet, Nangong Chen showed no sign of halting his advances despite her resistance, for he had grown accustomed to her struggles, often interpreting them as mere theatrics. Calm and domineering, he remained unfazed, while Bai Muqing was in turmoil. Seizing the moment as he loosened the towel, she flipped over to straddle him, exclaiming this time, "I want to be on top." If escape was impossible, then being on top was surely safer than being beneath him. Nangong Chen's body tensed, and he steadied the fire within himself, gazing intently at her. "Are you certain?" Bai Muqing's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, yet she hurriedly nodded and forced a laugh, saying, "Certainly, your health is not at its best, and the doctor advised against excessive exertion. So let me attend to you instead. It's to avoid any inconvenience, You are so considerate of me." "How thoughtful," Nangong Chen replied, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. Could it be that someone like her, who resembled a centuries-old wooden figure, actually had moments of initiative? Was her usual shyness and clumsiness merely a fade? If that were indeed the case, he would be quite eager to witness her hidden talents in action. Chapter 44. Young Master Chen fainted one eye. Bai Muqing opened her mouth in surprise. "What do you mean? Were you not supposed to serve me?" "Oh, all right." Embarrassment washed over Bai Muqing, making her wish for a hole to hide in, but the notion of serving him had been a desperate utterance, and she felt compelled to follow through. To alleviate the awkwardness, she pressed the light switch, plunging the room into darkness. Clumsily, she leaned down and awkwardly kissed his lips, yet there was no response. She poked his arm gently and raised her voice slightly, "Young master." Still no reply. What could this mean? Had he fallen asleep? Or perhaps her technique was so exquisite that it rendered him unresponsive. The thought of something being seriously amiss sent Bai Muqing into a panic, and she hurriedly rolled off him, turning the light back on. The room brightened once more, revealing Nangong Chen, who, though sleeping fitfully and with a pallid complexion, showed no signs of illness. Bai Muqing let out a sigh of relief, pondering how exhausted he must be to be able to sleep through this. She glanced at the wall clock, noting the time was already 1 in the morning. No wonder Nangong Chen had succumbed to slumber. However, It seemed that tonight's ordeal had passed without major incident. Bai Muqing felt a wave of relief wash over her as her hand rested on her flat abdomen, inwardly whispering, "Little one, we are finally safe." As she adjusted the blanket over Nangong Chen and turned to stealthily leave the bed, an arm, as unyielding as steel, suddenly wrapped around her waist, pulling her back into his embrace. "Young master, were you not asleep?" Bai Muqing gasped quietly. "Zhu, don't go." His murmured words drifted into her ears. Bai Muqing froze for a moment. What was he calling her? Zhu? No, he was not calling her, but rather the beloved Miss Zhu. Indeed, the girl he once adored bore the surname Zhu, and he affectionately called her that. To be held, yet have another woman's name uttered felt profoundly unsettling. Bai Muqing, a bit indignant, wriggled free from his embrace and stepped off the bed. Behind her, Nangong Chen, still in a daze, reached out to encircle her waist once more. "Don't go. Just leave me alone." Bai Muqing shrugged him off and descended from the bed. With a thud, Nangong Chen's body followed suit, crashing to the floor with a painful grunt. Bai Muqing, who had already grasped the doorknob, halted at the sound, turning back to see Nangong Chen lying on the ground, his expression contorted in pain. Initially intending to ignore him and exit, her conscience compelled her to return. If it weren't for his frail constitution, she would have never looked back to seek out torment. "Are you all right?" Bai Muqing assessed him as he lay motionless on the floor, gently nudging him. When he remained unresponsive, she wrapped her arms around his to help him up. The bed was not particularly high. How could he have fallen so painfully? Her confusion deepened. As she managed to lift him from the ground, a dark crimson smear on the ash-colored carpet caught her eye, followed by the sight of blood at the corner of his mouth, prompting her to gasp in shock. "Heavens! You are bleeding. Is it blood or is it vomit?" She was uncertain. Nangong Chen raised his hand to the bedside table, grabbed a tissue, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His weary eyes briefly closed as he glared at her. "Now do you understand why I haven't dealt with you? It's not that I don't want to, but rather that I am incapable." A faint bitterness appeared at the corners of his lips. "This is the true me. If you cannot accept it, you may follow her lead and leave for a place where I can never find you, to be with the man you desire." Bai Muqing felt a pang in her heart. The dissatisfaction she had just felt towards that woman was swiftly replaced by a surge of sympathy. She looked at him, recognizing his frailty and helplessness, which were only visible at this moment. At times like this, he was particularly heart-wrenching. Regaining her composure slightly, she draped the blanket over him and asked with concern, "What exactly is wrong? What do you feel unwell? Do you need medicine? Or should we go to the hospital?" His health was of utmost importance, was it not? However, Nangong Chen did not respond to her inquiries. Instead, he turned his gaze upon her, demanding, "Do you wish to return to Lin Anan?" "I do not." Bai Muqing quickly shook her head. "Lin Anan is my sister's fiancé. Any feelings I once had for him vanished the moment I married you, truly." Bai Muqing initially wanted to accuse him. "You are still thinking of another woman." But she reconsidered. It was not the time to contradict him, nor should she rub salt in his wounds. "Master, can we go to the hospital now?" she asked cautiously. Nangong Chen, however, ignored her, struggling to rise from the floor and returning to the bed. Turning his back to her, he coldly stated, "You may leave. But you do not worry, I won't die." Bai Muqing gazed at his noticeably paler profile, feeling uneasy about leaving him alone after he had just coughed up blood. Though he dismissed it, she perceived it as a serious symptom. "Perhaps I should stay," she suggested. He suddenly sat up, fixing her with a penetrating stare. "Why? Are you not afraid I will bleed on you? Not afraid of hearing me call another woman's name? Not afraid of dying beside you? Not afraid? I am not afraid of anything." Bai Muqing abruptly interrupted, leaning in to embrace him tightly, her voice trembling. "I have said I am not afraid of your episodes, nor do I believe you will die. I'm not afraid of hearing you call another woman's name. For I am your wife now. I want to stay by your side forever. I want to bear a child for you. I do not want that." Nangong Chen, initially moved by her words and actions, had his expression freeze upon hearing the word child. He forcefully pushed her away, stating coldly, "I have made it clear. I do not want children. Even if I desire them in the future, it will not be you who bears them for me." Bai Muqing's heart ached as she looked at him, asking despondently, "Why? Why can it not be her? Is it because you do not love her?" In that very moment, she was still whimsically hoping to find the confidence to bear this child within him. Alas, it seemed that her gaze would be met with disappointment. Chapter 45. Young Master Chun fainted, too. This unfortunate child is destined to be abandoned. Nangong Chen replied dismissively, "There's no reason. Just make sure you don't get any strange ideas about this matter, or else I shall ensure you suffer a painful consequence." Could he still hope she would return to bear his children? Bai Muqing, seemingly hurt, mustered the courage to retort. Nangong Chen paused, his expression shifting as he angrily rebuked. "Do not mention her again." A faint ache coursed through his heart. Indeed, could he still expect her to return and bear him children? After all these years, she had likely married and started a family, living her own blissful life. He had consistently resisted the notion of other women bearing his offspring, not only out of fear that a child would inherit his ailments, but perhaps more so due to lingering fantasies about that woman. How foolish he was to be tormented by an unremarkable woman. Bai Muqing fell silent under his scolding, yet he, in a fit of anger, added, "Why do you wish to bear my child so desperately? Is the Nangong family fortune so crucial to you?" Bai Muqing felt a surge of frustration. His incessant focus on wealth seemed to stem from the scars left by past betrayals. He had become hypersensitive, both to emotions and to finances, believing that any woman approaching him was merely after the Nangong family's riches. If such notions had taken root in his mind, she truly had nothing left to say. Upon returning to her room, she lay on her bed and began to search for information about abortion clinics online. She had made her decision. She would terminate the pregnancy tomorrow. If he did not want her to carry the child, she had no desire to do so for him either. Early the next morning, Bai Muqing was roused from her slumber. As she groggily opened her eyes, she found Pu Yinyao standing at her bedside, her face etched with concern. She quickly sat up, rubbing her eyes and asking, "What's wrong? Is there something urgent this early? You're still asleep." "Look at this," Pu Yinyao said, handing her a newspaper. Bai Muqing took it, her eyes widening in shock. What was this? There were photos of her and Lin Annan in the paper, and they appeared to be quite intimate. The images were taken at the Cultural Palace yesterday, skillfully angled to portray the two as a loving couple, with the headline declaring the female lead to be Nangong Chen's new wife. Upon seeing these photos, Bai Muqing's sleepiness vanished, replaced by a surge of fury as she demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" Pu Yinyao shook her head, contemplating before responding, "Your mysterious cousin, who has lived in secrecy for nearly 30 years, recently made a public appearance and event. The media, naturally curious about him and his family, especially the rumored wife who was said to be in dire condition, would seize upon this." She gently patted Bai Muqing's hand, reassuring her. "But don't worry. I rushed here as soon as I saw the newspaper this morning and instructed the servants to destroy today's edition. Grandmother won't see it for now." However, a flicker of concern crossed Park Lianyao's face. Her cousin must have already been informed. As assistant, Yin always notifies him promptly about both good and bad news. Although the matriarch remains unaware, Bai Muqing is in a state of frantic anxiety. Given Nangong Chen's current prominence, the public would surely be astonished to discover that his wife is entangled with another man, and the media would seize upon this scandal, amplifying it to outrageous proportions. Even if the matriarch is oblivious now, it is certain that by the time the evening news is released, the truth will be known. Who could be responsible for this mischief? Her encounters with Lin Annan barely totaled 20 minutes, and yet, somehow, she had been photographed. If a reporter was deliberately lying in wait, why had they not exposed her visit to the obstetrics and gynecology department, but instead focused solely on her activities at the Cultural Palace? Suddenly, she raised her gaze, scrutinizing Park Lianyao before her. Could it be her? Yet the genuine concern etched on her face seemed far from deceitful. Or perhaps it was Lin Annan. She shook her head in frustration. This was not the time for such convolutions, but rather to devise a strategy before the evening news broke. "Cousin, please do not worry. I believe my cousin is more eager than you to quell this matter. With his intervention, nothing remains unresolved," Park Lianyao reassured her. Bai Muqing replied absently. "Cousin, I trust in your innocence and will explain yesterday's events to him," Park Lianyao said, gazing at her earnestly. "Thank you," Bai Muqing expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Park Lianyao was the sole witness at the cultural palace yesterday. If she were willing to speak up, the situation could indeed be alleviated. Yet, Bai Muqing pondered. It was difficult to discern how much sincerity lay behind her smile. After the incident of the proxy marriage, she had grown wary of everyone, beginning to doubt love, family bonds, and even friendship. Last night, when caught by Nangong Chen, an audacious thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Yao Mei had summoned Nangong Chen? She felt utterly deranged for even suspecting her closest friend. After Park Lianyao departed, Bai Muqing began pacing her room, contemplating a solution. She was confident that with the influence of the Nangong family, any publication, large or small, could be silenced. Yet she also understood that if someone was intent on targeting her, the photographs could still disseminate through alternative channels to thoroughly suppress the rumors. The root of the problem must be addressed. She picked up the phone from her bedside table and dialed Bai Ingen's number. Soon, Bai Ingen's teasing voice resonated on the other end. "Young Madam Nangong, I hear you've landed yourself in trouble again? TSK. You once declared you would never turn back. Yet how quickly you have sought refuge in Lin S. embrace." "Miss Bai, let's meet to discuss," Bai Muqing replied, lacking the inclination to argue over the phone, and after casually providing a CAF address, she hung up. After tidying herself, Bai Muqing descended to the dining room, discovering that the matriarch was indeed still unaware, happily sharing breakfast with Park Lianyao and Shen Xinyo. After everyone inquired about him, Bai Muqing seated herself in a specific spot. To avoid publicly succumbing to nausea, she ladled a bowl of plain porridge accompanied by some side dishes and began to eat. "Why hasn't my cousin come down yet?" Just as Pu Lianyao finished her sentence, the sound of Nangong Chen's footsteps echoed from the entrance of the dining hall. Upon seeing him, Bai Muqing immediately lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze due to a sense of guilt. The old lady noticed Nangong Chen's pallor and felt a pang of concern. "Chen, are you unwell? Did you feel ill again last night?" Upon hearing the old lady's inquiry, Bai Muqing lifted her gaze to observe Nangong Chen's face, only to confirm that he indeed appeared as pale as before. Last night, he had coughed up blood, a fact known solely to her. Chapter 46. Lord Cheng fainted. 3. Nangong Chen sensed her gaze yet chose to disregard it, offering a faint smile to the elder lady. "I am fine." Claiming you are fine while looking so pale, the elder lady remarked with concern. "If your health is poor, you should not go to the company. Take a day to rest at home." "Grandmother, this is an order," the elder lady interrupted him. Nangong Chen furrowed his brows slightly, resolutely maintaining his stance. "Grandmother, there are urgent matters of the company today that I must handle personally." "Urgent matters? Are you referring to the newspaper incident?" Bai Muqing lowered her head further. The elder lady, familiar with Nangong Chen's temperament, spoke with a hint of helplessness. "The company can function without you. If your health deteriorates, it will be for naught, Cheng. Rest assured, I am mindful of my own limits." Nangong Chen remained steadfast in his intention to go to the company. Bai Muqing had initially intended to support the elder lady in persuading him to stay home, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she was met with a cold glare from Nangong Chen, prompting her to lower her head once more. It was evident how furious Nangong Chen was at this moment, and it would be wise for her to avoid provoking him further. After breakfast, Nangong Chen hurriedly departed, and Bai Muqing left the Nangong residence to meet Bai Ingen at the agreed CAF. Upon their meeting, Bai Ingen scrutinized her with a gleeful glimmer in her eyes and taunted. "What is the matter? Have you stirred up trouble and now seek my assistance in a panic? Let me be clear. I have no desire to meddle in your affairs." Bai Muqing had long grown accustomed to her demeanor and felt no anger, instead fixing her with a serious glare. "Since you have decided to replace me in 3 months, my matters have now become your concern, have they not?" Bai Ingen's expression shifted slightly, evidently not having considered this aspect previously. Before she could respond, Bai Muqing continued. "Currently, the elder lady has not seen the newspaper and hence has not expressed any stance. However, given Nangong Chen's current popularity, this situation will inevitably escalate, and the elder lady will soon be made aware of it. I believe Miss Bai would not wish for me to be expelled from the Nangong household over this incident. Would you?" Bai Ingen certainly did not wish that. She was waiting for the opportune moment to step into the Nangong family herself. She smiled faintly. But as far as I know, Nangong Chen has suppressed most media outlets already. Indeed, Nangong Chen would take such measures. Yet have you considered that we live in an age of rapid information dissemination? Even if he were capable of extraordinary feats, he could not possibly silence every piece of news. Bai Muqing pondered this, then fixed her gaze on Bai Muqing and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Bai Muqing regarded her seriously. "I need you to appear as Lin Annan's fiancé, and then inform a media outlet that the person with Lin Annan at the Cultural Palace yesterday afternoon was also you. Given your capabilities, Miss Bai, I trust this will not pose a challenge." The task was indeed manageable, but why should she assist you? Bai Muqing crossed her arms and glared at her. "Be mindful. You are aiding yourself rather than me," Bai Muqing retorted coolly, taking a sip from her cup. "And if I refuse to assist, how do you suppose the elder lady will respond to you? Might she not take severe measures?" Upon mentioning this, Bai Muqing could not help but shudder. She was not concerned about the threat of being beaten or expelled from the Nangong family. Rather, her apprehension lay in the fear that the matriarch would impose her family's rules upon her or send her away like the women of the past, never to return to City C. Furthermore, the ring still adorned her finger, making it unlikely that the matriarch would cast her out of the Nangong household. If that were the case, do not expect to take my place as the young mistress of the Nangong family. Bai Muqing fell silent for a moment before extending her palm towards her. "What about the item I requested?" Bai Muqing was well aware of her intentions and had prepared accordingly. She lowered her head and retrieved a notebook from her bag, handing it over. Bai Muqing took it, flipping through the neatly recorded details of her experiences within the Nangong family. After casually perusing a few pages, she closed the notebook with a playful smile. "Given your obedience, rest assured, I will certainly assist you with this endeavor. It is, after all, for your own benefit," Bai Muqing reminded her through clenched teeth. Bai Muqing shrugged indifferently. "You may say whatever you wish, it matters not to me." With that, she rose from the sofa. "I must take my leave. Remember to deliver the notebook next week." Once Bai Muqing departed, Bai Muqing sank into the soft embrace of the sofa. She had initially arranged to undergo a medical procedure that morning, but given the unexpected turn of events and the ensuing turmoil, it seemed that would no longer be possible. After sitting in the CAF for a while, Bai Muqing wrestled with her thoughts before finally dialing Lin Annan's number. She did not wish to entangle herself with him again, fully aware that she should refrain from contacting him. However, she needed to uncover the truth and ascertain who was orchestrating her downfall. Otherwise, she might never know how her demise would unfold. As soon as the call connected, Lin Annan answered promptly, his voice tinged with irritation. "Muqing, what do you want?" "Young Master Lin, you must have seen the newspaper reports. I call to understand what exactly is happening." Bai Muqing maintained her usual detached demeanor. Lin Annan's already irritated tone darkened slightly. "Muqing, what do you imply? Are you questioning me?" "Shouldn't Ti?" Bai Muqing retorted with a cold laugh. "My time with you was but a few minutes, yet it coincidentally fell under the lens of a camera. If it were not a deliberate act, how could such a coincidence arise? Indeed, it is quite a coincidence, but it was not my doing, and such an action would not benefit me. Are you not intent on sowing discord between me and Nangong Chen? If it comes at the cost of Lin's future, that seems rather excessive." Bai Muqing fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words. If Nangong Chen discovered that Lin Annan was behind this, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Lin Annan inhaled deeply. "Muqing, Nangong Chen has just sent someone to find me. Rest assured, I will cooperate with you. Shortly, I will convene a press conference with Annan to swiftly dispel this misunderstanding." Bai Muqing was taken aback. "What does Nangong Chen want from you? What else could it be?" "To mitigate the impact," Lin Annan self-deprecatingly remarked with a hint of bitterness. Who would dare defy Master Cheng's commands? Although he felt a heavy sense of frustration akin to a cotton ball lodged in his heart upon receiving Nangong Cheng's order, he found himself compelled to comply with his wishes. Such was the nature of Nangong Chen, the heir of the Nangong family, who even instilled a degree of fear in his own mother. "Perfect, you can collaborate with your fiancé, to clarify the situation," Bai Muqing suggested. Hearing her words, Lin Annan promptly clarified, "My relationship with Ing and has already come to an end." Chapter 47. Young Master Chen fainted. 4. Lin Xiao, after such an incident. "Do you still foolishly expect me to return to your side?" Bai Muqing exclaimed, her voice filled with frustration. I implore you, cherish your relationship with Miss Bai and cease to disturb my life. Was it not you who urged me to part ways with her? I mentioned that merely in jest. If you insist on taking it so seriously, then fine, I hereby retract that statement. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and eternal love. Furthermore, regardless of where Nangong Chen and I may find ourselves in the future, I shall have no further ties with you. Please, do not ever appear before me again. Having uttered these words, Bai Muqing swiftly hung up, denying him the chance to respond. After disconnecting the call, Bai Muqing sat in the CAF for a moment in silence, before retrieving her phone to browse the internet. Soon enough, she stumbled upon a significant turn of events on a prominent news portal. It appeared that Bai Muqing, despite her outward nonchalance, was genuinely concerned, as the situation was pivotal for her future prospects with the Nangong family. The portal not only contained clarifications, but also featured her engagement photos with Lin Ailing, the content and images appearing impeccably flawless. If Lin Ailing and Bai Muqing were to hold another press conference that afternoon, this matter would likely be resolved, allowing her to breathe easier. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was a private hospital, presumably reminding her of her appointment for the procedure. Her heart skipped a beat as she tightened her grip on the phone. She had been so preoccupied with the newspaper's revelations that she nearly forgot about this pressing matter. Hesitating momentarily, she answered the call. A doctor's assistant greeted her. Miss Yao, good day. Are you coming to Renai Hospital today for the painless procedure? To avoid detection, she had made the appointment under the name Yao Mei. Bai Muqing instinctively placed her other hand on her abdomen, grappling with the reality of terminating her pregnancy. Deep down, she felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Yet, the memory of Nangong Chen's demeanor from the previous night resurfaced in her mind, reminding her that her feelings might be irrelevant in the end. With a weary sigh, she closed her eyes and said, I'll be there shortly. Once again in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the hospital, Bai Muqing felt her anxiety intensify, particularly when the doctor called her name, causing her to instinctively flinch. The nurse, assuming she was afraid of pain, gently reassured her, Miss Yao, do not worry. The fetus is still small and can be easily terminated. The discomfort will pass swiftly. Easy to terminate. Why did that phrase sound so shocking to her? The ominous words of Yao Mei echoed in her mind. This is a life, and the fetus possesses a spirit. Suddenly, her phone rang, startling her. After regaining her composure, she realized it was her own phone. The nurse urged her, hurry, or you'll miss your turn. Bai Muqing offered an apologetic gesture and stepped to the other side of the corridor, pressing the answer button. On the other end, Assistant Huang's anxious voice reached her. Young madam, something terrible has happened. The young master just fainted in the office and is currently in emergency care. What did you say? Bai Muqing, startled, inquired urgently. How did the young master faint? What is his condition? And which hospital is he in? As she uttered these words, she was already running towards the elevator. The young master is currently at Hongyan Hospital, but his condition remains uncertain, Assistant Huang replied. As for the reason behind his fainting, he could not provide an answer, as this was not the first occurrence. Upon hearing the news of Nangong Chen's fainting, Bai Muqing, disregarding her own medical procedure, rushed out of the hospital and hailed a taxi towards Hongyan Hospital. Unfortunately, the hospital she had chosen was in the West District, while Hongyan Hospital was located in the East District. Even under optimal conditions, it would take at least half an hour to arrive. Seated in the back of the taxi, Bai Muqing anxiously glanced at her watch while urging the driver, could you drive a bit faster? I could pay you extra if needed. Miss, there's a speed limit on this road. Even if I wanted to, I can't go faster, the driver responded. Noticing her frantic demeanor in the rearview mirror, he kindly asked, you seem very anxious. Is someone significant to you unwell? Yes, Bai Muqing replied vaguely. The illness of a significant person was indeed distressing. But there was no use in being frantic. She needed to remain composed to avoid accidents upon disembarking. A pang of unease struck her. When had Nangong Chen become someone so important to her? Why was she in such a rush upon hearing of his unconsciousness? Especially considering he was the same man who forbade her from having children? Despite this realization, she nonetheless urged the driver, please, just try to go faster. Thank you. By the time she arrived at Hongyan Hospital, 40 minutes had passed, and Nangong Chen had already been transferred to a regular ward. Inside the ward, Nangong Chen was asleep, his pallid complexion and hospital gown rendering him particularly frail, a stark contrast to his usual spirited self. Witnessing his current state, Bai Muqing felt a twinge of regret for not having informed the old lady when she had seen him spitting blood the previous night. Had the old lady known, she would have undoubtedly insisted he seek medical attention and would not have allowed him to go to work. "Cousin, you're here?" Turning from the machines she was adjusting, Pu Yinyao spotted Bai Muqing leaning against the doorframe and smiled warmly. Bai Muqing, slightly taken aback, assessed her in her medical attire and asked, "Linyao, how come you're here?" "I've been working here, didn't you know?" Pu Yinyao replié, et qu'elle est surprise. "No one told me." "Oh, I'm sorry. I assumed you were aware," Pu Yinyao said with a smile as she approached. Bai Muqing glanced at Nangong Chen in the hospital bed and inquired, "How is he? What caused his sudden fainting?" Pu Yinyao looked at Nangong Chen as well and reassured her, "He is fine now. Cousin S' health has never been robust, and he has been under considerable strain lately, with significant emotional fluctuations which led to his fainting. But don't worry, Shin Xin will stay to take care of him." "Shin Xin? What does she mean by that?" Bai Muqing asked, perplexed. "Indeed, every time my cousin is hospitalized, it is Shin Xin who tends to him. Therefore, if you find it awkward or unfamiliar, you may ask Shin Xin for assistance." While this suggestion seems benevolent and entirely appropriate, Bai Muqing found it particularly grating. If Shin Xin, as a cousin, does not feel discomfort, why should she, as a wife, experience any? Moreover, familiarity comes with time. After all, who is innately skilled at caregiving? She responded with a smile, saying it's fine. Since I have married young Master Chun, I naturally cannot rely on Shin Xin any longer. I shall gradually learn and become accustomed to it. Chapter 48. Unwarranted Jealousy. 1. Park Lianyao raised her hand and gently patted Bai Muqing's arm, saying, "I shall return to the office now. Please remember to encourage your cousin to drink plenty of water, and the medication is in the drawer. Make sure to take it as prescribed." "All right, thank you," Bai Muqing replied. After Park Lianyao departed, she turned back into the hospital room, standing before Nangong Chen's bedside, observing him. He remained asleep, showing no signs of awakening. She gazed at him for a while and inadvertently murmured, "I'm sorry." Had she not ventured to the cultural palace yesterday, he would not have been angered and would not have insisted on working while unwell. It seemed that Nangong Chen had chosen not to reprimand her severely this time. As he had mentioned himself, he did not wish for her to affect his mood and, consequently, his health. He surely never anticipated the ensuing newspaper incident, nor did he foresee that after a night of suppression, he would ultimately be influenced by the matter. Perhaps it was due to her hasty departure earlier. But Bai Muqing suddenly felt a dull ache in her lower abdomen, a discomfort that seemed to intensify. Supporting herself against the chair, she pressed her hand against her abdomen, inhaling sharply in pain. She thought to herself, "This cannot be good. Is something happening to the baby? Please let it not be." Fortunately, the pain soon began to subside. When she finally regained her composure and stood upright, she looked up to find Nangong Chen gazing at her. Bai Muqing was taken aback. What had he awakened? She hurriedly straightened her posture, feigning nonchalance, and asked him with concern, "Young master, you are awake." Nangong Chen surveyed her and inquired, "Are you unwell?" His tone lacked emotion, leaving Bai Muqing uncertain whether his question stemmed from concern or dissatisfaction. Concern? That seemed unlikely. He must be wishing to flay her alive. "No, it's not that. I was just in a rush when I came over," she stammered. "Why the haste?" He pressed. "Because I was worried about you," Bai Muqing replied truthfully after a brief pause. "Worried about me?" Nangong Chen scoffed derisively. Bai Muqing looked at him, a bitter smile forming on her lips. "It's quite laughable. Isn't it? I find it absurd myself. Just on my way here, I pondered why I was so flustered upon hearing of your fainting, considering you are a man who does not even allow me to bear children. And now," he queried, "have you come to a realization?" Bai Muqing nodded. "Because you're my husband." She turned to pour a glass of warm water from the bedside table and retrieved several pills from the drawer. Leaning over, she supported his body with one hand while adjusting his pillow with the other. His weight was substantial, and she hesitated to exert too much force, fearing it might jeopardize the baby. After much effort, She managed to help him sit up and offered him the water cup, saying, "Please take your medication first." Nangong Chen glanced at the pills in her palm, his expression indifferent as he remarked, "Just set them aside. The doctor said you must take the medication immediately upon waking. If the medication were effective, would I still be here?" Nangong Chen retorted irritably, swatting the pills from her hand. Bai Muqing was momentarily taken aback, her gaze falling upon the pills scattered on the floor. She then lifted her head to fix her eyes on Nangong Chen, asserting, "But if you refuse to take your medication, you might have already succumbed." Her words elicited a sharp glare from him, causing her heart to quiver slightly. Nevertheless, she summoned her courage and continued, "Young master, you are the boss at the company and the esteemed heir at home. Everyone must heed your commands. However, this is a hospital, and you are a patient. Patients are expected to follow the doctor's orders, are they not? Who said these medications are ineffective? If they were, the doctor would not have prescribed them." Nangong Chen responded with a cold, yet somewhat melancholic chuckle. "I have been taking these medications for decades." Decades? Wasn't that a notion that implied he had been taking them since childhood? Bai Muqing felt a pang of sympathy. If it were her, she could hardly endure taking medicine for 3 days when suffering from a cold. What kind of endurance must it take to have done so for decades? Since he had endured it for so long, what was one more instance? She resolved to persuade him to take the medicine. Bai Muqing retrieved the pills from the drawer, along with a glass of warm water, and handed them to him gently, saying, "I understand that taking medicine is unpleasant, but your health necessitates it. Do you realize how many people would be frightened by your fainting? If Grandma were to find out, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken." Nangong Chen regarded the pills in her hand, and, this time, did not swat them away. Instead, he obediently accepted them and swallowed the medication. Watching him take the pills brought a sense of relief to Bai Muqing, as she felt for the first time that she held a modicum of influence over him. She quickly poured him another glass of warm water, her face lighting up with a smile. "The doctor also advised you to drink more water." Nangong Chen cast a glance at her beaming countenance, utterly perplexed by this woman. Did his compliance with the medication truly affect her mood to such an extent? Was it warranted for her to smile so brightly? He took a sip from the glass and, somewhat irritated, inquired, "What are you smiling about? Was this woman returned from Mars?" Other women before him endeavored to exude elegance and sophistication, unlike her, who seemed utterly unconcerned with appearances. "Because I find you far easier to persuade than those little brats," Bai Muqing replied cheerfully. "You have no idea. When I try to coax them into taking their medicine, I end up exhausting my vocal cords. Especially that little rascal. He cries the moment he sees the pills, scattering the powder all over me. You know." As Bai Muqing animatedly recounted her experiences, she suddenly noticed Nangong Chen staring at her intently, his expression inscrutable. She hastily halted her narrative, lowering her head. "I apologize." "Why have you stopped?" Nangong Chen raised an eyebrow. Do you have a fondness for children?" he suddenly asked. If she did not, how could she have formed such close ties with the children at the orphanage? "Yes," Bai Muqing affirmed with a nod, speaking candidly. "Children are so adorable and innocent." Nangong Chen withdrew his gaze from her and returned to his customary silence. He then took out his phone to browse the various rumors regarding the alleged infidelity of the young mistress of the Nangong family. Apologies. After much internal conflict, Bai Muqing resolved to formally express her regrets, speaking with a tone laden with remorse. The events of yesterday were far from what the media portrayed. Although I am unaware of who orchestrated this mischief, I assure you that there is nothing between Lin, Ainin, and myself. Please, you must believe me. Does your belief in me hold such significance? Of course, for you're the one most affected by this situation. After a brief pause, she continued, "However, I have already sought assistance from my sister, hoping she can alleviate some of your burdens, allowing you to focus on recuperating in the hospital for a few days." This matter had not escaped Nangong Chen's notice. Chapter 49. A Fit of Jealousy 2. However, he lifted his handsome face to gaze at her, expressing his curiosity. "Why does your sister choose to assist you?" From his understanding, the two sisters harbored a deep-seated grudge over a man, their animosity as fierce as it was unyielding. "Because." Bai Muqing paused momentarily, then replied, "She is Lin Ainin's fiancée, so it's quite embarrassing for her to be involved in such a situation." She carefully observed Nangong Chen's reaction, relieved to find no overt rage upon his countenance. Having already been thrust into the hospital, she had feared that he would harbor an intense hatred towards her this time. As the intravenous drip concluded, Bai Muqing was about to press the call button to summon a nurse to remove the needle when Nangong Chen, with his other hand, tore off the adhesive tape and swiftly extracted the needle himself. "Hey, why did you remove the needle yourself?" Bai Muqing exclaimed, startled, as she hurriedly pressed her hand over the puncture site, her face paling as she admonished him. "The nurse's station is right nearby. What if you tear the vein? That will be excruciating. Hey, why are you getting out of bed? The doctor advised you to rest." Just as Bai Muqing's words were forming, Nangong Chen had already risen to his feet. "Can't you see that I am perfectly fine?" He shot her a sidelong glance, then commanded, "Go fetch the clothes from a cabinet." "What do you intend to do?" "What else? I'm discharging myself. That's out of the question. The doctor said you must stay in the hospital for at least 3 days." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Shun Xian entered the room, startled to see Nangong Chen standing. She quickly approached and supported his arm, exclaiming, "Cousin, why are you up?" "There are some matters at the company that I must attend to promptly," Nangong Chen replied, glancing at his watch. "What could be so urgent that it cannot wait for my brother to handle?" Shin Xian inquired, her gaze filled with concern, her eyes gentle as flowing water. Nangong Chen smiled faintly. "Not every issue can be resolved by Shinko. Do not worry, I am fine." Bai Muqing watched the smile grace his face, realizing how rare it was to witness such a countenance. It seemed only a girl as gentle as Shin Xian could evoke such warmth from him. Throughout their marriage, he had never smiled at her in such a manner. "Cousin, please heed the doctor's advice. Whether at the company, one more task, or one less does not matter. But if your health deteriorates, that is a different story." "Nangong Chen, you promised you wouldn't pester me like grandmother does," he replied with another slight smile, patting Shun Xian gently on the shoulder before shifting his gaze toward Bai Muqing. "However, where is she?" His eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on her, standing on the balcony, clutching his clothes. With a habitual frown, he scrutinized her. "I asked you to bring my clothes over. Why are you on the balcony?" "Oh, I'm sorry. The clothes fell into the water," she confessed, as the garments she had been holding slipped from her grasp and plunged into the basin filled with clear water. Her expression was one of innocence, as if to convey that it had not been her intention at all. Nangong Chen was infuriated, nearly choking on his breath as he discerned the deliberate intent lurking in her gaze. He spat out 3 words, "Bai Ingen. I'm sorry, it was not my intention." Bai Muqing interjected, her palms pressed together in a gesture of apology. "Young master, please lie down on the bed for now. Your clothes will certainly be dry before nightfall." Nangong Chen complied, reclining on the bed, but rather than resting obediently, he wore a sullen expression and retrieved his phone to call Assistant Yen, requesting her to bring him a set of clothes promptly. Bai Muqing turned to Shun Xian, discreetly exchanging glances. However, Shun Xian merely regarded her with indifference, clearly unimpressed by her antics. After hanging up, Nangong Chen addressed the 2 women. "All right, you both may leave. Cousin, husband, I shall stay here with you while we wait for the clothes," Bai Muqing hastily declared before Shin Xian could speak. She then turned to Shin Xian with a cheerful smile. "Shin Xian, you should head back to school since you have classes. Rest assured, the young master is in my care. With you looking after him, I can hardly feel at ease," Shin Xian muttered dismissively. Bai Muqing's expression fell. "What do you mean by that? Am I truly so inadequate?" Was she really perceived as so lacking in the eyes of the Nangong family? It was one thing to be sidelined in everyday matters, but even in the event of the young master falling ill, she was denied the opportunity to care for him. After all, she was Nangong Chen's acknowledged wife, albeit in name only, as the name belonged to Bai Ingen. Shin Xian refrained from further argument, offering Nangong Chen a few words of concern before departing. Once Shin Xian left, the hospital room fell silent. Nangong Chen fixed his cold gaze upon her and remarked, "Shin Xian is the daughter of my aunt. Do not let jealousy consume you." I am not jealous," Bai Muqing immediately retorted, though a flicker of guilt danced in her eyes. In an attempt to display her magnanimity, she countered, "With your entourage of beautiful women, and an assistant more radiant than international stars. If I were to truly feel jealousy, I would surely drown in a vat of vinegar. The thought of the captivating assistant Yin, who was inseparable from Nangong Chen, made Bai Muqing feel profoundly uncomfortable. Denying him a chance to respond, she turned and walked to the balcony to tend to the damp clothes in the basin. Nangong Chen's garments, being of international luxury brands, were unsuitable for machine washing or scrubbing. Thus, she carefully lifted them from the water, hanging them to dry on a rack. Once finished, she sat on the balcony, contemplating the view, which, beyond the towering buildings, offered little more than stale air. Meanwhile, Nangong Chen, lounging in bed, flipped through channels with the remote while frequently checking the time, growing increasingly agitated at the delay of Assistant Yan's arrival. To alleviate his boredom, he called out to Bai Muqing on the balcony, "Could you check if Assistant Yan has arrived?" "Oh, all right." Bai Muqing rose and made her way to the doorway of the room. "Listen, if you dare to play tricks again, I shall make you regret it." "Understood," Bai Muqing replied, closing the door behind her with a decisive snap. With Assistant Yan's capability and efficiency, it is rather perplexing that she has yet to arrive. Could it be that Shen Xin has lent a helping hand? Bai Muqing pondered this with a hint of suspicion as she made her way towards the elevator. Upon reaching the elevator lobby, she fortuitously encountered Assistant Yan, who emerged from the elevator, holding garments in her hands. With her meticulously styled hair, tailored professional attire, and exquisite makeup, Bai Muqing couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was the epitome of a true woman. Upon seeing Bai Muqing, the previously stern expression on Assistant Yan's face softened into a subtle smile. "Madam," young Master Chen requested some clothing, but Miss Biao later decided against it. "I hesitated to disturb young Master Chen with a phone call, so I brought the clothes for contingency purposes." Chapter 50. The Jealousy 3. She handed the paper bag to Bai Muqing. Bai Muqing accepted it with a gentle smile, saying, "Since young Master Chen is sleeping, it would indeed be inappropriate to disturb him. Just leave the clothes to me." Unexpectedly, Shen Xin had indeed lent a helping hand. Only she could contact Assistant Yan. "Then I shall not intrude," she added. Assistant Yan politely nodded at her before turning to press the elevator button to descend. Bai Muqing opened the paper bag to reveal a brand new Italian suit and shirt. It seemed that Nangong Chen had matters to attend to in the afternoon. However, she wondered whether these matters were related to business or to her and Lin Annan. If it were the latter, she resolutely could not allow him to leave the hospital. "Excuse me, Assistant Yan," Bai Muqing called out just before he stepped into the elevator. "May I inquire who young Master Chen is meeting this afternoon?" Assistant Yan gazed at her, hesitated briefly, then replied calmly, "The person in charge of the cultural department of City C." Originally, she was not permitted to disclose any information regarding her superior's whereabouts, and by revealing this to Bai Muqing, it carried a hint of reproach. Even Assistant Yin seemed to blame her for causing trouble, prompting Bai Muqing to smile ruefully in embarrassment. After lingering in the elevator area for a while, she finally turned towards Nangong Chen's hospital room. As she passed by the doctor's office, she fortuitously encountered Park Lianya, who had just emerged from the operating room. With a bright smile, Park Lianya inquired, "How is my cousin doing? Is he all right?" "Quite well," Bai Muqing replied, fixing her gaze on her. Suddenly, a long-considered thought crossed her mind. "Lianya, do you have a moment? I'd like to talk with you." Upon hearing this, Park Lianya's face showed a hint of surprise. But she quickly nodded, saying, "Since the surgery is finished, I have some free time. Come, follow me." Park Lianya smiled at her before turning towards the sky garden at the end of the corridor. Bai Muqing was unaware that Hongyan Hospital boasted such a vast sky garden. As she surveyed the surrounding vibrant flowers and plants, she found it beautiful, yet her heart was not in admiring the scenery. Instead, she directly asked, "Lianya, since you are a doctor, you must know about the young master's condition, right? What exactly is his illness?" She refused to believe in curses, adamantly rejecting the notion. However, what could possibly explain Nangong Chen's uncontrollable fits of violence and bouts of coughing up blood? The smile on Park Lianya's face faded, replaced by a look of sympathy and helplessness. "To be honest, doctors cannot accurately diagnose my cousin's illness. Not even the physicians at Hongyan Hospital can, nor can those abroad. How can this be? Everyone is eager to know why this is happening." Park Lianya sighed softly, gazing at her as she countered. Do you believe in rumors? Do you believe in the notion of past life curses? If so, then you might as well join everyone in that belief. And you? Do you believe? As a doctor and a representative of the new generation, Park Lianya should ideally uphold scientific principles and oppose superstition. I do believe. Park Lianya hesitated before responding. Often, the circumstances are so glaring that disbelief is not an option. Are you suggesting that you also believe in fated lovers? Do you believe that as long as Chun Xiao finds his destined lover, he will endure past 30? I do. You actually believe it too? Bai Muqing's heart tightened. Even the doctor, Park Lianyao, believed it. So what reason did she have to doubt? Must she truly return Nangong Chen to Bai Muqing for him to have a chance at survival? The ache in her heart began to resurface. Upon returning from the Sky Garden to the hospital room, Bai Muqing found Nangong Chen already asleep against the headboard. She placed the new clothes that assistant Yen had delivered into the wardrobe, tiptoed over, tucked him in, and set the remote control from his hand down on the bedside table. Having felt unwell the previous night and having risen early to deal with newspaper matters, he must be utterly exhausted, which explained why he had dozed off in bed. To ensure he could sleep soundly, Bai Muqing took the liberty of silencing his phone and drawing the curtains to dim the room's light. Then, she sat by the bedside, gazing at his peaceful sleeping face. Only when he was asleep did she dare to look at him so unabashedly, and once her gaze met his, she found herself unable to look away. After a while, her eyelids began to droop, and she succumbed to sleep, resting her head on the bed. As night gradually descended, Bai Muqing remained in slumber, while Nangong Chen stirred awake. He opened his eyes, surveyed his surroundings, and then lowered his gaze, catching sight of Bai Muqing peacefully sleeping at the edge of the bed, her head resting on her arms. Though her features were not striking, she possessed a unique aura, particularly her pair of lively, charming eyes. Each time he gazed into her eyes, the image of another woman would flicker in his mind, a resemblance that linked her to Bai Muqing. His jade-like hand instinctively rose, caressing her face, and, as he did so, Bai Muqing, sensing the disturbance, let out a soft whimper like a kitten, impatiently brushing away the interference with her hand. However, where her fingers brushed against his, she instinctively grasped them tightly and murmured, "Xiao Yi, stop it." In her memories, the only one who would disturb her while she slept was Xiao Yi. No one else would engage in such trivialities. Nangong Chen, realizing what had happened, attempted to retract his hand, but she held on even tighter. "If you keep doing this, I won't pay attention to you next time," Bai Muqing grumbled, sitting up straight. When she finally registered that it was Nangong Chen and not Xiao Yi before her, she nearly leapt from her seat in surprise, but quickly regained her composure, brushing her hand against the corner of her mouth. Thankfully, she had not drooled. I'm sorry, I accidentally fell asleep," she explained with an awkward chuckle. Nangong Chen intended to question her about who Xiao Yi was, but refrained, instead casting a glance down at her hand still clasped around his. With a neutral expression, he asked, "Could you let go of me now?" Following his gaze, Bai Muqing realized that her other hand was tightly gripping his larger one, and she hurriedly released her hold on him. Only upon releasing did she realize the interference. Was it him? Was he caressing her face? "What were you just doing?" Bai Muqing inquired, her hand gently stroking her own cheek, revealing the confusion deep within her heart. Sensing the skepticism in her gaze, Nangong Chen awkwardly withdrew his hand back into the covers. Yet his expression remained calm and unruffled as he replied, "It's nothing. You were sleeping so soundly that no matter how much I called, you wouldn't awaken. I was merely attempting to rouse you." Chapter 51. The Unfading Haunt. How is that possible? Bai Muqing clearly expressed her disbelief. She was not one to sleep so soundly. Nangong Chen averted his gaze momentarily, redirecting the conversation. "Where are my clothes? Have they arrived?" "The clothes." Bai Muqing hesitated briefly, then shook her head. "Not yet. I heard there was an accident on the road leading to the Nangong group, causing a massive traffic jam. Assistant Yen is likely stuck in it." Nangong Chen clearly doubted her words. He picked up the phone from a bedside table, intending to make a call. However, upon glancing at the screen, he noticed numerous missed calls, all from individuals of considerable importance. He set the phone down and, with a dark expression, fixed his gaze on Bai Muqing. "Who permitted you to use my phone?" "I." Bai Muqing found herself at a loss under his questioning. Seeing the anger on his face, she cautiously replied, "I'm sorry. I just thought you had a rare moment of sleep, and I didn't want anyone to disturb you." Interfering, Nangong Chen scolded her just as the call connected. Assistant Yan's respectful voice came through. "Young Master Chen, I have already attended the meeting with General He on your behalf this afternoon." General He was very accommodating and assured that there will be no further gossip regarding the Nangong family in the media. "Also, why have my clothes not yet arrived?" Nangong Chen interrupted coldly. Assistant Yin seemed taken aback for a moment before responding, "Young Master Chen, I delivered the clothes to the young madam 15 minutes after I received your call." Nangong Chen cast a cold glance at Bai Muqing. She lowered her head, turning away in guilt. After a few silent moments, Nangong Chen's indifferent voice broke the quiet. "Do you know what kind of woman I detest the most? A liar." Bai Muqing continued to look downcast. "Good to know. I'm sorry." Bai Muqing suddenly turned to him, grasping his wrist with a look of remorse. "I just hope you can follow the doctor's advice and rest in the hospital for a few days. You vomited blood last night and fainted today. If you keep working so hard, your health will suffer. Please forgive my well-intentioned lie. I promise I will never deceive you again, or I will face divine retribution." She hurriedly added, "Never lie again?" "Yes." Bai Muqing stammered, biting her tongue. Heavens, what was she doing? Leading herself down a treacherous path. Given her current situation, there was hardly anything that was not a deception towards Nangong Chen. She was impersonating Bai Muqing and had concealed her pregnancy from him. In Nangong Chen's eyes, it seemed that apart from her true gender, nothing else about her was genuine. How shameful, truly shameful. Nangong Chen indeed despised women who lied and were hypocritical. Yet, gazing at Bai Muqing's remorseful expression, he found it difficult to feel anger. Could it be that, as she claimed, every one of her lies was rooted in goodwill, rendering him unable to harbor resentment? Nangong Chen let out a resigned sigh and said, "Bring me the clothes." Bai Muqing lifted her head, but did not obey his request to retrieve the garments from the wardrobe. Instead, she fixed her gaze upon him fearlessly and declared, "Young master, I believe it is unnecessary to discharge from the hospital now that today's tasks are complete. Why not spend another night here and return to the company after your injection in the morning?" "I'm sorry, Bai Muqing. I made a mistake again," she added, lowering her head once more. "Has no one ever informed you that I detest hospitals? The scent of disinfectant here makes me nauseous, and I have little faith in any doctor." Indeed, no one had ever told her. Bai Muqing thought awkwardly. Even if I wished to leave, I must endure my stay. At that moment, the voice of the matriarch resonated from the doorway, followed closely by her entrance alongside Sister He. The old lady was quite displeased with Nangong Chen's repeated hospitalizations and scolded him as soon as she entered. "How many times must I remind you? Money is endless, but there is only one Nangong Chen. Leave the company matters to Shun Ku and your uncle. Do not exhaust yourself." "You are right, grandmother," Bai Muqing said as she approached and linked her arm with the old lady's, guiding her to a chair. Before sitting down, the old lady playfully smacked Nangong Chen on the head, exclaiming, "You little rascal, do you wish to drive me to my grave?" Bai Muqing nearly laughed at the sight of Nangong Chen receiving a reprimand, his demeanor subdued and silent in the face of her chastisement. The moments when he was scolded by the matriarch brought her the greatest joy, for it was during these times that the typically cold and domineering Nangong Chen would appear as a humble grandson. In such moments, he seemed almost endearing, shedding his lofty demeanor. Noticing her struggle to suppress laughter, Nangong Chen's lips twitched, yet he remained silent, for it was not the time for jesting. After delivering a stern lecture and ordering him to stay hospitalized for at least 3 days, the old lady departed the room with a flourish. Truly, as the matriarch of the Nan family, her decisiveness rivaled that of Nangong Chen himself, earning Bai Muqing's quiet admiration. Once the old lady left, the atmosphere in the ward returned to its previous stillness. In stark contrast to Bai Muqing's concealed delight, Nangong Chen was consumed by irritation and gloom. He chose to ignore the smiling Bai Muqing, foregoing the insistence on changing clothes, and instead turned away, lying back down on the bed. The two remained in silence for a moment. Bai Muqing glanced at the time and, staring at his back, said, "You should rest for a while. I will step out to get you something to eat." Receiving no response from Nangong Chen, She rose and exited the ward. Upon reaching the door, she discovered two young men resembling security guards standing outside, a clear indication that the old lady was resolute in preventing Nangong Chen from leaving the hospital. After purchasing several magazines, 2 bouquets of flowers, and some light snacks from a nearby supermarket, Bai Muqing returned to the ward, where sister he had already arranged for dinner to be delivered. She placed one bouquet on the bedside table and the other on the windowsill. Nangong Chen frowned, his tone revealing his displeasure. I'm not dead yet. Why are you placing so many flowers around me? As Bai Muqing meticulously arranged the bouquet, she remarked earnestly, Did you not mention that the scent of disinfectant makes you feel nauseous? With these vibrant blossoms, you shall no longer perceive that odor. Nangong Chen fell silent, inhaling deeply. Indeed, the air was now suffused with the fragrance of flowers. Furthermore, I have procured this magazine for you, so you won't find yourself feeling bored. Bai Muqing placed the carefully selected magazine on the bedside table. Nangong Chen glanced at it. It was precisely the financial publication he favored. Chapter 52. Lingering Spirits. 2. Bai Muqing began to serve congee from the thermal box, and as she handed the small bowl to him, she reassured him, Rest assured, with me here, you shall not experience boredom. Indeed, Nangong Chen found himself in agreement with her. Having a woman so loquacious by his side rendered him free from tedium, though he could not deny a sense of annoyance. That night, Nangong Chen lay in his hospital bed, while Bai Muqing nestled under the covers on the sofa, with Park Lianyao bringing her the bedding. Given her petite stature, the sofa was not too cramped for her. Nangong Chen, lying with his back turned to her, appeared exceptionally quiet, leaving one to wonder if he had truly fallen asleep. After barely half an hour, Bai Muqing, feeling a dull ache in her back, attempted to turn without disturbing him, musing that the sofa was hardly a suitable resting place, as it enveloped her form, making even a simple turn laborious. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a faint floral fragrance that should have been delightful. However, Bai Muqing found herself sneezing. Throughout the night, she oscillated between turning over and sneezing, creating quite a commotion. It was not until the dawn light began to seep in that she succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deeper slumber, perhaps due to her restless night. Her dreams were filled with ominous visions, including an ethereal infant, newly formed, beckoning to her in the darkness, crying out Mama. The child appeared so innocent, so pitiful. At 8 in the morning, the doctor arrived punctually for his rounds, waking Bai Muqing from her slumber. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of several doctors in the room, with Park Lianyao being the one to rouse her. I'm so sorry, I overslept, she exclaimed, hastily sitting up and gathering the bedding into a neat pile in the corner of the sofa. How dreadful it was to have slept through the doctor's visit. The hospital director personally led a team of specialists to examine Nangong Chen, offering a series of respectful and flattering remarks before departing. Subsequently, Park Lianyao took it upon herself to administer and forward to Nangong Chen. In the ensuing silence, Bai Muqing folded the blankets while sneezing incessantly. Finally, Nangong Chen could no longer contain his irritation and furrowed his brows. Are you finished? Bai Muqing's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, I have a pollen allergy. Pollen allergy? Park Lianyao chuckled as she tidied up her tools, glancing at the 2 large bouquets of fragrant lilies on the table. Then why did you bring flowers into the room? Shall I take them out for you? No, there's no need, Bai Muqing hurriedly declined. Me fine. A few sneezes and I'll adapt. She was reluctant to remove the flowers, as Nangong Chen disliked the scent of antiseptic. Park Lianyao nodded and gestured towards the thermal box on the table. I just prepared some nutritious congee this morning. Enough for 2. You should eat it while it's hot. Thank you for bringing us breakfast, Bai Muqing replied gratefully. Don't mention it. Once Shenku and I are married, we will be like family. Park Lianyao smiled again. After Park Lianyao left, Bai Muqing headed to the bathroom to freshen up and change clothes. She tidied herself completely, and just as she was about to exit the bathroom, her phone rang. It was indeed the number for scheduling the abortion. Bai Muqing bit her lip, allowing it to ring on, her mind a tumultuous mess. What a coincidence it was. Each time she resolved to terminate this pregnancy, Nangong Chen was there to disrupt her plans. Could this be the hand of fate? Was it the unbreakable bond of familial affection between him and his father that was at play? She recalled the terrifying dream she had just experienced. The image of that beautiful infant calling out to her, "Mama," in a pitiful manner. Her small hand gently brushed her abdomen. If in 3 months she was destined to relinquish the position of young mistress of the Nangong family back to Bai Muqing, then perhaps she could keep this child. Surely, that would be permissible? It was autumn now. In 3 months, her belly would not have grown significantly larger, and with winter's arrival, the heavier clothing would make it even more difficult for others to notice. Though such a course of action was fraught with risk, it was far more compassionate than the cruel fate of ending this child's life within her womb. "I'm sorry, I no longer wish to proceed," she told the doctor's assistant on the other end of the line. Upon exiting the restroom, Bai Muqing was taken aback to find the lilies that had adorned the windowsill and table discarded in the trash. She gasped and hurried to the bin, asking, "Why were the flowers thrown away?" "To ensure a tranquil environment," Nangong Chen replied, flipping through a magazine without looking up. Bai Muqing understood he was referring to her incessant sneezing and felt a pang of guilt. She had initially hoped to create a fragrant atmosphere for him, yet here she was, unable to endure even the scent of flowers. Enduring the endless days confined within the hospital room felt akin to imprisonment for Nangong Chen, who was overwhelmed with frustration. Noticing his agitation, Bai Muqing pondered for a moment before asking, "Young master, do you play games?" "What kind of games?" "Something like Dream of the West." "No." Nangong Chen displayed a look of disdain. "It's quite fun. Hand me your phone. I'll download an app and guide you through it." Without waiting for his consent, Bai Muqing seized the phone from the bedside table and began downloading the gaming software. Initially, Nangong Chen had intended to refuse, but then he considered that the matriarch had not only imprisoned him here, but had also rendered him devoid of work. If he didn't find some amusement, these interminable 3 days would be unbearable. Once the software was downloaded, Bai Muqing registered an account for him under the name Chun Xiao and included him in her team. She explained the game in great detail, and given Nangong Chen's intelligence, he quickly grasped the mechanics. Bai Muqing was pleased with his aptitude, smiling as she said, "From now on, you can join me and my husband. We will take you along to defeat bosses and collect items. With your cleverness, you will level up in no time." "Who is your husband?" Nangong Chen suddenly inquired. "Captain Bingfeng," she replied. Bai Muqing did not receive a response. When she turned her head, she found Nangong Chen staring at her with an unfriendly expression. Feeling flustered, she hurried to clarify, "Young master, please don't misunderstand. This is merely a game mechanic. Characters can marry once they reach a certain level, and many skills require the unity of spouses to accomplish. Once your level is sufficiently advanced, you may seek a female player to marry and enhance your skills. How long have you been wed? Have you consummated the marriage? Have you welcomed children?" At this point, Bai Muqing found herself at a loss for words. Could you not be so serious? Goodness. However, Nangong Chen did not wait for her response. He redirected his attention to the mobile screen, beginning to engage with the boss. Bai Muqing let out a quiet sigh of relief and picked up her own phone to join in. She did not frequently play games, nor did she harbor a particular fondness for them. This account was one she had occasionally used during her school days. Subsequently, she had been preoccupied with graduation matters, and soon after, she married into the Nangong family, leaving her no inclination to play. Chapter 53. The Haunting Shadows 3. Bingfeng inquired with genuine concern about her whereabouts during this period, questioning whether something had transpired that prevented her from logging onto the server. To avoid arousing any misunderstandings from Nangong Chen, she deliberately disregarded his concern. However, the dashing Nangong Chen, wielding a large sword, carelessly remarked, "She has gone to get married." Bai Muqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, beginning to regret her decision to include him in her team. "Be careful, Chen," Bai Muqing exclaimed softly, just as Nangong Chen was struck down by the team leader, Bingfeng, with a single blow. She stared in disbelief at Nangong Chen, saying, "Didn't I tell you? We are teammates now. You cannot just swing your sword at the team leader. Look what happened. Now you've been slain." This man, accustomed to a life of dominance, could not help but bring his tyrannical nature even into a game. "I'm done. This is dull," Nangong Chen declared, tossing his phone onto the bedside table and reclining back onto the bed. Although he claimed he would stop playing out of spite, the confinement of time was unbearable, and after lunch, He begrudgingly returned to the service area, trailing behind Bai Muqing and Bingfeng in slaying monsters and earning points. Bai Muqing glanced at him and stifled a laugh. If the matriarch and the countless employees of the Nangong group were to discover that their esteemed leader was indulging in online gaming, they would surely be taken aback. After an afternoon of gaming, Bai Muqing, feeling fatigued, suggested that he find a safe spot to accumulate points. She then pointed to his small bed, asking, "Could I possibly sleep here?" The sofa was simply too uncomfortable, and after a restless night, her back was still aching. Nangong Chen glanced at her and shifted over slightly. Without hesitation, Bai Muqing nestled in beside him. The blanket, infused with the scent of disinfectant, was unpleasant, yet it bore his fragrance, which she found comforting. Unconsciously, her petite face leaned closer to him, almost pressing against his side, and with her eyes closed, she quickly drifted into slumber. During her routine check in the afternoon, Pu Yinyao pushed open the door to find Nangong Chen intently engaged with his phone, while Bai Muqing lay peacefully beside him, one arm draped around his waist. Since Bai Muqing married into the Nangong family, she had always observed Nangong Chen's indifference towards her. Never had she witnessed such intimacy between them. Upon noticing her presence, Nangong Chen even placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to keep quiet so as not to disturb Bai Muqing. In a hushed tone, Pu Yinyao asked, "Cousin, did you take your medicine this afternoon?" "No, I'll take it in a moment," he replied, still focused on his phone. "Remember to take it," Pu Yinyao reminded him. Despite her effort to lower her voice, Bai Muqing was roused from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open just in time to catch a glimpse of Pu Yinyao's departing figure. Looking down at herself, she realized that she was tightly clinging to Nangong Chen, her arm wrapped around his waist. She had merely intended to lean closer to him before drifting off. How had she ended up like this? Could it be that, in her subconscious, Bai Muqing harbored some untamed desires? She swiftly retracted the arm that lay across him, sitting up on the bed and offering an awkward chuckle. "This bed is too small. My apologies." "Why apologize?" he retorted. I'm not usually so lecherous. Wasn't it you who just 2 nights ago lay on me like a little dog, licking me for the entire night?" He remained unfazed, his gaze still fixed on his phone screen. Meanwhile, Bai Muqing's cheeks flushed crimson. 2 nights ago? Wasn't he severely ill then, coughing up blood? How could he still remember her leaning over him? "That was a kiss," she indignantly corrected him. It was infuriating. Though it was her first time initiating a kiss with a man and her technique wasn't flawless, did he really need to liken it to a dog licking? "In my opinion, even a dog would kiss more proficiently than you." "You." Bai Muqing was a loss for words but soon deflated, conceding, "Fine. You have many women, you're experienced. I can't possibly compete with you, can I?" She sulked against him, leaning against the headboard, one hand snatching her phone from the bedside table and logging into the server. As soon as she accessed the server, both the public chat area and her private inbox were inundated with messages. She quickly scanned her private messages, finding some advising her against divorcing Bingfeng, given their lengthy marriage, while others, including some teammates who had never favored her, berated her for being ungrateful, accusing her of using Bingfeng before kicking him to the curb. Halfway through the messages, clarity dawned upon her. She had forcibly annulled her marriage with Bingfeng 2 hours ago. Just 2 hours prior, she had been sound asleep in blissful dreams. How could she have possibly gone to divorce Bingfeng? And a forced divorce at that? Who had orchestrated such a calamity? Infuriated, she turned to Nangong Chen, thrusting her phone towards him. "Nangong Chen, was it you who did this?" "Indeed," he replied, not bothering to look up. "How could you do this?" Bai Muqing exclaimed in frustration. "We were in the midst of a crucial task, nearly finished, and you suddenly forced a divorce on us. Such a rare opportunity. Do you have any idea what you've done? Aren't you seeing that I'm busy leveling up? What does it matter to me? Marry you." Bai Muqing was momentarily stunned by his last 2 words. Was he serious? He wanted to marry her? It's not that simple. You'll find out soon enough. Nangong Chen finally set down his phone and leaned closer. "How difficult could it be to marry you? It's not like I've never done it before. You, shameless." Bai Muqing pushed his face away in indignation, then pulled the covers over herself, hiding her head beneath them. Was she really getting this worked up over a game character? Nangong Chen lifted the blanket from her head, his own displeasure surfacing. "Have you met him?" Do you like him? Is that why you don't want to divorce him? Of course not. Bai Muqing glared at him in protest. I just dislike how domineering and selfish you always are. However, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. What did he mean by that? Why was he so concerned about her faux marriage in the game? Could it be that I have developed a slight fondness for her? Is that why I care so deeply? Contemplating this possibility, Bai Muqing's eyes curved into a smile, a secret joy blooming within her. In high spirits, she picked up her phone, apologizing to her teammates in the game while cheerfully saying, "Although you are still too inexperienced to deserve my hand in marriage, rest assured, I shall wait for you, patiently, until you grow into the man worthy of marrying me." Chapter 54. Cast out of home. 1. After spending a day and night in the hospital, Bai Muqing felt that she had grown closer to Nangong Chen, as he no longer displayed mere indifference and disdain when he faced her. Upon reflection, she found herself rather relishing the moments spent in his company, hoping to delve deeper into his heart during this hospitalization. However, before she could fully indulge in her anticipation, Pu Yinyao arrived to inform them that they were to be discharged. As soon as Nangong Chen heard the news, he let out a sigh of relief. Bai Muqing, however, felt a twinge of disappointment and inquired, "Wasn't it said that we should stay in the hospital for at least 3 days? Why are we leaving so soon?" With a smile, Pu Yinyao replied, "I could see that my cousin was nearly suffocating from boredom, so I discussed it with the attending physician to facilitate his discharge." Bai Muqing rolled her eyes. It was evident that he had been engrossed in gaming from dawn till dusk, thoroughly enjoying himself. Pu Yinyao continued, "Cousin, I worked hard to persuade the doctor, so you must promise me to rest well at home and not overexert yourself. Otherwise, I would have no explanation for the doctor or grandmother." "Rest assured, I will," Nangong Chen said with a faint smile, putting away his phone. After Pu Yinyao departed, Bai Muqing hesitantly retrieved Nangong Chen's clothes from the wardrobe, assisting him in changing before they made their way to the hospital door together. As the elevator came to a halt on the first floor, Bai Muqing was unexpectedly greeted by Lin Annan, who was walking in with a fruit basket. Clad in a dark suit, he radiated vitality and charm. Upon noticing her, he paused momentarily, then regarded the two with respect, saying, Cousin-in-law, are you both being discharged? I thought it was scheduled for the day after tomorrow." Instinctively, Bai Muqing leaned closer to Nangong Chen, her small hand linking through his arm. She had not anticipated encountering Lin Annan here, this persistent enigma. Stealing a glance at Nangong Chen, she was relieved to find no trace of anger upon his face. Nangong Chen glanced at the fruit basket in Lin Annan's hands and smiled faintly. "What a coincidence." "Not quite. I heard my cousin was unwell, so I came specifically to visit," Lin Annan replied, presenting the fruit basket before them. "Wishing you a swift recovery." "Thank you. With your kind words, I'm already on the mend," Nangong Chen said as he accepted the basket and casually placed it beside the garbage bin. Upon witnessing this action, Lin Annan's expression shifted, revealing a hint of humiliation. Had it not been for his mother compelling him to come, and for the sake of the Lin family's future, he would never have subjected himself to such indignity in the hospital. He had been aware that this would be the outcome. After all, Nangong Chen was no ordinary individual. Meanwhile, Bai Muqing lowered her gaze, feeling the tension of the male rivalry, an unbearable sight. Noticing Lin Annan's gritted teeth, Nangong Chen offered a mocking smile. "What troubles you, young Master Lin? Should I consume this entire basket of fruit?" And no, the fruit basket merely symbolizes our blessings and intentions. As long as my cousin can see the goodwill of the Lin family, that suffices, Lin Annan forced a smile. "The goodwill of the Lin family," Nangong Chen echoed. Nangong Chen pondered for a moment, a playful smile gracing his lips. "I truly cannot fathom." To prevent the atmosphere from escalating further, Bai Muqing hurriedly interjected, "Young master, the driver has been waiting outside for quite some time. We should make haste." With that, she took his hand and led him towards the hospital entrance. Once they were in the car, Nangong Chen's expression remained unyielding, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor. When he was in a foul mood, she typically understood the unspoken cue and maintained her silence. That evening, feeling rather bored indoors, Bai Muqing casually grabbed a sheet of paper and a pencil, settling on the terrace to sketch. The pencil glided across the pristine white paper, leaving behind varying lines of depth, and soon the outline of a man began to emerge. Bai Muqing paused, startled to realize that the visage on the paper bore an uncanny resemblance to Nangong Chen. What was happening to her? Since when had her artistic inclinations shifted from Lin Anan to Nangong Chen? Could it be that she was genuinely beginning to harbor feelings for this cold-hearted man? No, this simply could not be. Nangong Chen did not belong to her. His heart was claimed by the enigmatic woman surnamed Zhu, and his life was intertwined with Bai Muqing. What right did she, Bai Muqing, have to entertain affections for a man who had never belonged to her? Frustrated, she crumpled the sketch and tossed it into the wastebasket. Rising from her seat, after mulling over her troubles on the terrace for a moment, she turned back towards the house. As her gaze swept across the dressing table, it inadvertently landed upon a rolled-up painting. In the flurry of handling rumors and caring for Nangong Chen, she had nearly forgotten about this artwork. Seeing it anew, she couldn't help but admire it once more. For reasons unknown, she had never cherished a painting quite like she did this one. Fully aware that it was a gift from Lin Anan and that it should not have been brought home, let alone kept. Yet, she found herself irresistibly drawn to it, unable to part with it, even hanging it on the wall of her bedroom. A tranquil night passed. The following morning, Bai Muqing awoke to the sight of Madame Jing on the wall, and in that fleeting moment when their eyes met, her heart skipped a beat, a flutter of anxiety coursing through her. Perhaps it was the novelty of being greeted by such a grand portrait upon waking that rendered her heart uneasy, she mused. To ensure the nourishment of her unborn child, she consumed a heartier breakfast than usual, thankful that all was well. No morning sickness and no signs of her pregnancy being discovered. Park Lianya claimed she was on a day off and invited Bai Muqing to accompany her on a shopping spree. Unable to decline, Bai Muqing reluctantly agreed. After breakfast, she instructed Park Lianya to wait downstairs while she ascended to her bedroom on the second floor to change clothes. The door to her bedroom was ajar. She was certain she had closed it properly before leaving. Was the maid perhaps tidying up? Curiously, she pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to find Nangong Chen standing before the painting titled Madame Jing, his gaze fixated on the exquisite woman depicted within. It seemed he also appreciated this artwork and was utterly captivated by it. Indeed, men were incorrigibly drawn to beauty. Before she could finish her internal disdain, Nangong Chen had already turned to face her, his expression a portrait of distress. The mere sight of his indifference sent a pang of anxiety through Bai Muqing's heart. Why was he angry again? Was it because of this painting? Did he know it was a gift from Lin Anan? Or was it something else? What do you intend to do? Nangong Chen strode forward, gripping her chin and regarding her with icy scrutiny. What? Bai Muqing feigned ignorance. Where did this come from? With a sweeping motion of his arm, Nangong Chen pointed at the painting on the wall. Who permitted you to hang it there? Remove it immediately. Chapter 55. Cast out of home too. I simply admire. Bai Muqing was taken aback by the fury etched on his face. Just a couple of days prior, when rumors of her and Lin Anan circulated, she had not witnessed such ire. Yet now, he was engulfed in rage over a mere painting. What should she do? How could she elucidate her feelings to him in a way that would earn his trust? Just as she was about to clarify that her affection for the artwork was purely aesthetic and not influenced by Lin Anan, Nangong Chen turned back to the painting, yanked it off the wall, and hurled it at her feet. I ask you, where did this painting come from? How much do you truly know about this? Besides you, who else is aware? Bai Muqing was utterly perplexed. This was not an act of feigned ignorance, but genuine confusion. She struggled to grasp his meaning. From his demeanor, it seemed his anger was not directed at Lin Anan, but rather. What was he truly upset about? What did he refer to as this matter? Before she could respond, Nangong Chen grew increasingly agitated, retrieving scissors from beneath the glass table. He bent down and frantically began to shred the painting into countless pieces. Seeing his unusual behavior, Bai Muqing grew anxious that he might injure himself in his fervor. She rushed forward, seizing his arm in desperation. Young master, what are you saying? I don't understand. After a brief pause, she continued, I saw this painting at the Cultural Palace. I liked it, so I brought it home. I know nothing else, absolutely nothing. Nangong Chen's back stiffened, his motions halting. Gazing at his stunned expression, she cautiously inquired, what is wrong? What about the painting? After a lengthy silence, he finally turned to her, his expression inscrutable as he asked, "You truly know nothing?" Bai Muqing hastily shook her head. She genuinely had no knowledge. Though she yearned to understand why his reaction to the painting was so intense, it clearly was not the moment to press for the truth. She sensed a deep sigh escape Nangong Chen before he tossed the scissors aside and commanded, "Take it outside and burn it," having already been rendered tattered by his actions. He still wanted her to incinerate it? She increasingly felt that the painting held some mystery. Of course, she understood that questioning Nangong Chen would yield no answers. So she refrained from probing further. As she gathered the torn pieces of the artwork, she noticed him standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, staring blankly in the direction of the ancestral hall. In truth, her bedroom did not directly face the backyard. The hall was situated on the west side of the garden. She approached him cautiously and called softly, "Young master." However, Nangong Chen turned to her, interrupting with a dispassionate tone. "I believe he Jia has advised you that to remain in this household, the first step is to suppress your curiosity. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you." The courage she had mustered evaporated in an instant, leaving her speechless. He Jia had indeed conveyed such sentiments to her, and it was documented in the files as well. As Bai Muqing strolled down the street alongside Park Lianyao, she found herself devoid of any enthusiasm for shopping. Noticing her distracted demeanor, Park Lianyao gently urged her to sit at an outdoor CF and inquired, "What troubles you? You seem lost in thought." Bai Muqing gazed at her, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. This painting had been introduced to her by Park Lianyao. So was her disinterest genuine or feigned? Yet confusion lingered. The artwork had actually been a gift from Lin Annan, not Park Lianyao. "Lianyao, do you recall the painting titled Lady Quiet?" she asked. "Of course, why do you ask? Do you desire it?" Park Lianyao replied with a flirtatious smile. "If you wish to have it, why not ask your cousin to procure it for you? Given your current rapport, he would surely oblige." "What relationship do I have with him?" Bai Muqing retorted. "Do not feign ignorance. I witnessed you two entwined on a bed in the hospital that day," Park Lianyao teased, causing Bai Muqing to blush at the memory of sleeping beside Nangong Chen. However, she quickly regained her composure and probed, "Actually, I wish to inquire about your knowledge regarding Lady Quiet. How much do you truly know?" "What do you mean? It is rather peculiar. I brought Lady Quiet home, but the eldest young master reacted vehemently, even ordering me to incinerate the painting." "How could that be?" Park Lianyao exclaimed in astonishment. "I am eager to understand the reasoning behind such a reaction, which is why I sought your insight." Park Lianyao shook her head. "The information I possess is merely what I gleaned from the exhibition records. I am unaware of any further details." After a moment's reflection, she added, "However, the Nangong family is shrouded in secrecy, and we outsiders cannot fathom the intricacies. Perhaps it is best to let this matter rest." Noting Bai Muqing's skeptical expression, Park Lianyao hesitated before continuing. "For instance, I have heard that the ancestral hall of the Nangong family conceals secrets regarding my cousin and his so-called past lover. However, that place has only been accessible to the old matriarch, my cousin, and Master Wang. No one else has ever entered." "Past lover?" Bai Muqing echoed. "Indeed. Master Wang mentioned that my cousin owes a debt to a woman from a previous life, which resulted in his being cursed with illness." Park Lianyao took a sip from her glass, shaking her head with a chuckle. "It is quite amusing that grandmother actually believes such tales." Bai Muqing was left momentarily speechless by her words, contemplating, "But wait, I've been to the ancestral hall twice and did not witness anything particularly extraordinary." Suddenly, she ceased her sentence. It dawned on her that during both visits to the ancestral hall, she had encountered inexplicable occurrences. The Nangong ancestral hall is vast. "You have only visited the front hall," Park Lianyao clarified, placing a finger to her red lips and lowering her voice. "These are merely rumors passed down through others, and their veracity is difficult to ascertain. Therefore, please keep this to yourself and refrain from questioning your cousin or seeking the truth at the ancestral hall. Otherwise, grandmother may become displeased." Bai Muqing nodded solemnly. "I understand." Despite Park Lianyao's numerous cautions, Bai Muqing could not resist seizing the opportunity to visit the entrance of the Nangong ancestral hall. Today, sister he had accompanied the matriarch to a renowned temple in City C for a 3-day ritual, which required them to partake in a cleansing feast. Nangong Chen had also gone to the company, and it was said that he would return quite late. Despite her overwhelming fear of this place, she couldn't help but move forward in pursuit of the truth. Was the portrait of the young girl, known as Lady Jing, truly connected to Nangong Chen's past lover? As the rumors suggested, was that why he had lost control upon seeing the painting? She was uncertain of the benefits that uncovering the truth would bring her. Fully aware of the potential consequences of being discovered, she ought to turn back, yet it felt as though an unseen force was compelling her to press onward. Chapter 56. Cast out of the home. 3. The two servants stationed at the hall's entrance exchanged glances upon seeing her, pondering if this unfortunate young mistress had once again incurred the family's disciplinary wrath. "Might you kindly open the door and allow me entry?" Bai Muqing addressed the two attendants. "The young mistress wishes to enter?" The servants regarded her with surprise, for the inhabitants of the manor typically steered clear of this place, yet she sought to enter. The matriarch had decreed that no one but the Nangong family was permitted within. So did this young mistress truly belong to the Nangong clan? "Indeed, it is the eldest master who has sent me." Bai Muqing fabricated a lie. The two male servants instantly displayed a trace of sympathy upon realizing she had been subjected to the family's discipline once more, and they opened the grand door to let her in. Though she had visited this gloomy ancestral hall twice before, the moment she stepped inside, Bai Muqing could not suppress a shiver. It was said that pregnant women bore a heavier aura, rendering them more susceptible to perceiving unclean spirits. She inhaled deeply, surveying her surroundings. The Nangong family's ancestral hall was indeed vast, with a front hall leading to a rear hall, side chambers, and auxiliary rooms. Her gaze fell upon a wooden door in the upper right corner, and Bai Muqing was instantly reminded of the woman in white she had seen during her first punishment. With instinctive movement, she began to turn towards the entrance. However, after taking just 2 steps, she halted. If she turned and fled now, when would she ever uncover the truth? How long would she be tormented by this blend of fear and curiosity? To bolster her courage, she inhaled deeply once more, silently reminding herself that there were no such things as ghosts or deities in the world, and thus there was no reason for fear. She retrieved a candle, its flame flickering from the candelabrum, and cautiously approached the wooden door in the upper right corner. With a firm push, the door creaked open. This door led to the rear hall, which was shrouded in darkness. She lifted the candle high, casting its light to survey the expansive room. Unlike the front hall, which housed the ancestral tablets of the Nangong lineage, the rear hall contained but a single tablet and a solitary incense stick. This tablet was unlike the typical memorial tablets for the deceased. It bore only the simple inscription Jingqi. Jingqi? Bai Muqing pondered the true identity of this individual, curious as to why she appeared alone within the Nangong family's ancestral hall. In an effort to glimpse the visage of this Lady Jingqi, she raised the candle higher, seeking her portrait. In the dim light of the flickering flame, Bai Muqing first beheld a portrait of a young girl. From bottom to top, from attire to features, the painting strikingly resembled the Lady Jing that Lin Annan had gifted her. Her mind buzzed, suddenly blank. How could this be? How did this portrait come to be here? She abruptly recalled that Pu Lianyao had mentioned the Lady Jing displayed in the gallery was a mere imitation by a master, while the genuine article was held by a mysterious affluent collector. Could it be that this very painting was the original treasure, and the enigmatic collector was none other than the Nangong family? Jingqi, Lady Jing. What connection did she have with the Nangong clan? To unveil the truth, she inhaled deeply once more, steeling herself as she circled around the spirit tablet and began to explore behind the portrait. Behind the spirit tablet was yet another door. Bai Muqing cautiously pushed open the door and stepped inside. She had no time to admire the exquisite decorations surrounding her. Her gaze fixated on a central object draped in red satin, resembling a coffin. Was it truly a coffin? It certainly appeared to be one. A wave of fear almost made Bai Muqing retreat, but reason triumphed over her trepidation. Hesitantly, she approached, gripping the candlestick tightly in one hand while lifting a corner of the satin covering the coffin with the other. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. At last, she beheld it. A crystal coffin, a sight she had only seen on television, its transparent body shimmering exquisitely. Inside the coffin, The last vestige of her inner strength crumbled. Her pupils dilated, her legs weakened, and her breath became increasingly rapid. "What are you doing?" A chilling voice pierced through the air behind her. Bai Muqing gasped and spun around. In the darkness, Nangong Chen's tall and icy figure loomed. Her mouth fell agape, and she felt her breath constrict further. Nangong Chen suddenly seized her arm and thrust her toward the crystal coffin, his other hand ripping the satin cloth completely aside. Pointing at the serene figure of the woman within, he hissed through clenched teeth, "This is the truth you have been seeking. Now that you know, what will you do? Can you change anything? Aye, let me go." Yet Nangong Chen did not release her. Instead, he shifted his grip from her arm to her neck, tightening his hold. "Master Wang said that only if she comes back to life will I have a chance to survive. What do you think? Can you offer your heart to her, so she may live? Can you?" "No. Let go of me." Bai Muqing nearly screamed in a frantic struggle. "Why the urgency to leave? Don't you wish to know the truth? Haven't you always wanted to know how long I can live? Let go." The constriction around her throat made it even harder for Bai Muqing to breathe, and as her vision darkened, she finally succumbed to unconsciousness in his embrace. Bai Muqing found herself once more ensnared in a nightmarish cycle. Since marrying into the Nangong family, she had often been plagued by nightmares. Yet none compared to the terror of this night. She nearly screamed awake. Outside, dawn had broken, and the clock on the wall indicated it was 8 in the morning. She raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from her face, closing her eyes as the memories of her dream surged back. In her dream, she had ventured alone into the eerie ancestral hall of the Nangong family, encountered the portrait of Madame Jing, and seen a tranquil woman lying within the crystal coffin. Then Nangong Chen had appeared. Bai Muqing suddenly opened her eyes wide. No, this was not a dream. It was reality. She had indeed been to the ancestral hall last night. She had truly experienced it, and Nangong Chen had genuinely spoken those words to her. Awake now? A detached voice interrupted her thoughts. Bai Muqing froze for a moment, realizing that Nangong Chen had entered her bedroom at some point, arms crossed and a displeased expression adorning his face as he leaned against the bar. "Young Master Chen?" Bai Muqing abruptly sat up in bed, her gaze fixed upon him. "Last night, you clandestinely ventured to the ancestral hall and fainted in the foyer. It was the servants who brought you back," Nangong Chen interjected, his tone laced with evident displeasure. "Fainted in the foyer? Not the back hall. Miss Bai, I truly believe you are ill-suited to remain in the Nangong household." Standing tall, Nangong Chen approached her, leaning in closely to scrutinize her. "You are the first person bold enough to disregard the rules of the Nangong family." Bai Muqing was bewildered. Had she truly fainted in the foyer last night? What of the portrait of Lady Jing? What of the woman resting within the crystal coffin? Were they merely figments of her imagination, a nightmarish reverie? Chapter 57. Shopping with her. 1. Could it truly be, as others claim, that pregnant women are prone to hallucinations? Is there genuinely no woman named Jingqi within the ancestral hall? She fixed her gaze on Nangong Chen with a fearlessness that bordered on desperation, inquiring, "What does that mean?" Nangong Chen furrowed his brow. Bai Muqing found herself at a loss, unable to distinguish whether it was a dream or reality. "Are you seeking justification for your mistakes?" he queried. "No." Bai Muqing shook her head. "I apologize. I'm simply curious about what lies within the ancestral hall and why it is off limits." "Who informed you that there's something inside?" A dangerous glint flickered in Nangong Chen's eyes, causing Bai Muqing to flinch instinctively, shaking her head. It was Park Lianya who had mentioned secrets within the hall, though she had also cautioned that it was merely a rumor, imploring her not to seek the truth. She could not betray Park Lianya. The door creaked open as Sister He entered. She cast a glance at Bai Muqing on the bed and addressed Nangong Chen, "Young master. The old matriarch has learned that the young mistress intruded into the ancestral hall last night and is currently in a fit of rage, declaring her intention to personally discipline the young mistress and expel her from the household." At Sister He's words, Bai Muqing's heart quivered. The wrath of the matriarch was a fearsome thing indeed. She cast a pleading glance towards Nangong Chen, yet he remained indifferent, stating coldly, "As long as grandmother is pleased." With that, he turned and strode towards the bedroom door. When Bai Muqing was led into the old matriarch's chamber by Sister He, She beheld the matriarch pacing furiously by the floor-to-ceiling window, her expression dark with ire. Upon noticing her entrance, the matriarch shot her a furious glare and bellowed, "Kneel before me." In this modern age, such demands seemed archaic. Though Bai Muqing was reluctant to kneel, she acquiesced in hopes of mitigating her punishment and securing safety for herself and her unborn child, sinking obediently to the floor. Despite her advanced age, the matriarch was remarkably spry. She swiftly approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps, chastising, "Did Sister he not inform you that you must not enter the ancestral hall? Did she?" With the stinging pain radiating from her cheeks, Bai Muqing could only nod, suppressing her tears. "Since you were warned, does that mean you knowingly violated the rules?" The matriarch's fury intensified as she seized a nearby cane and lashed out at her. Bai Muqing cried out in pain, trembling as she crumpled to the floor. The matriarch closed her eyes momentarily, her voice icy as she commanded, "Immediately call someone to take her away." "Sister," he complied, moving to the telephone to dial. Bai Muqing understood that the matriarch's command to take her away did not imply a return to her maternal home or being cast out into the streets. Rather, it meant being sent to a place where no one could find her, making her return to Sea City nearly impossible. No, she could not live under someone else's control. She still needed to find her mother and younger brother. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she lunged forward, clutching the matriarch's legs. The matriarch recoiled, attempting to shake her off, her face twisted in disgust. "Get off! Don't dirty my clothes. I am pregnant." Bai Muqing choked back tears as she uttered, "Unless absolutely necessary. I would not disclose this news." She had been contemplating swapping identities with Bai Muqing in 3 months and living a discreet life with her child. However, it was no longer an option to remain silent. Upon hearing her words, the old lady was momentarily taken aback, her fury dissipating in an instant as she gazed at her incredulously. "What did you say?" "I am pregnant," she reiterated, tears glistening in her eyes. Little did she anticipate that the very child she had attempted to terminate multiple times would ultimately be her salvation. The old lady's previously tightly pressed lips quivered, revealing a hint of a smile, yet her tone remained skeptical. "Is that true?" Bai Muqing nodded. She dared not fabricate such a matter. Although the old lady appeared to believe her to some extent, she scrutinized Bai Muqing with a lingering question on her mind. "If you are indeed pregnant, why did you not speak of it sooner?" "You know, I have been eagerly awaiting this news, because the eldest master has warned me more than once not to conceive. I fear that if he discovered it, he would force me to terminate the pregnancy." With circumstances having escalated to this point, Bai Muqing could only speak the truth. "You cannot keep this from me as well," the old lady exclaimed, casting aside her cane and bending down to assist Bai Muqing to her feet. He hurriedly approached to support her other arm, helping her to the sofa. "How are you feeling? Did you injure your abdomen?" The old lady began to examine her anxiously, lamenting and reproaching herself. "You should have informed me upon entering. Had I known you were pregnant, how could I bear to strike you?" The old lady's palm gently caressed Bai Muqing's flushed cheek, filled with concern. For the first time, Bai Muqing witnessed such a kindly demeanor from the old lady, which only heightened her discomfort, making her feel as though she were sitting on pins and needles. Especially the delicate hand that brushed her face, which, though tender, felt like a knife's edge to her. "I am fine," she replied uneasily, shifting slightly. The old lady, unconvinced, insisted that he summoned the family doctor to examine her. He contemplated and said, "Madam, I believe the young lady has valid concerns. This matter must not reach the eldest master. Given his temperament, he would certainly compel the young lady to terminate the pregnancy." "How dare he?" The old lady's gaze sharpened. The eldest master had always resisted the idea of having children, and it was conceivable that one day he might secretly slip an abortion pill into the young lady's food, resulting in the loss of the child, leaving the old lady powerless to intervene. H's reasoning was sound, and the old lady pondered for a moment before declaring, "Then let us keep this a secret for now. No one else must know. By the way, Ingen, besides yourself, who else is aware of your pregnancy?" she inquired, grasping Bai Muqing's hand. Bai Muqing considered and replied, "Only Yao Mei knows. I trust she will not reveal it, nor does she have any reason to." She shook her head, "No one else." That is good. The old lady expressed her delight. You need not worry about Chen. Once the child is born, we shall see how that little rascal behaves. Indeed, one cannot simply consider the option of ending a child's life. Sister He, standing nearby, joined in the laughter and light-hearted banter. However, as she listened to their joyful exchange, Bai Muqing felt the tumult of emotions within her. Who else could understand the burden of carrying a child, while simultaneously guarding against the child's father, as if he were a thief? After the old lady's excitement subsided, she finally remembered that Bai Muqing had yet to have breakfast. It would be unacceptable for her little great-grandson to go hungry. She immediately took Bai Muqing's hand with a smile and said, "Look at me, so caught up in my joy that I forgot you haven't eaten yet. Kulme, let us go have breakfast first, and once Chen departs, we shall summon the family doctor to ensure that the fetus is unharmed." Chapter 58. Accompanying her for shopping, too. The blow she received just moments ago weighed heavily on her conscience. Merely contemplating it now fills her with regret. Bai Muqing obediently rose from the sofa and followed the others out of the bedroom towards the dining room. Inside, aside from Nangong Chen, who was leisurely enjoying his breakfast, all the younger generations sat in apprehensive silence, too intimidated to make a move. As Bai Muqing emerged behind the matriarch, every gaze fell upon her flushed cheeks, vividly marked by the earlier reprimand. While they were not surprised by Bai Muqing's punishment, they were astonished that the matriarch had not expelled her from the Nangong family. In the past, she would have swiftly dealt with such a transgression by casting the offender out. Nangong Chen cast a glance at Bai Muqing, devoid of any sympathy. To him, this woman, who repeatedly stumbled into error, was unworthy of compassion, let alone forgiveness. Feeling the chill of his indifference, Bai Muqing's heart plummeted to an icy abyss. The fleeting moments of beauty she experienced in the hospital were merely an ephemeral dream. This man would inevitably revert to his true, merciless nature. Mechanically, she settled into her designated seat. The matriarch resumed her usual stern demeanor and surveyed the gathered individuals, declaring, "I wish to reiterate today that the ancestral hall of the Nangong family, which enshrines the spirits of our forebears, is sacred and inviolable. From now on, should anyone dare to trespass, I shall grant no leniency. Is that understood?" A chorus of affirmations echoed through the room, and they all noted the vivid redness on Bai Muqing's cheeks. Nangong Chen set down his knife and fork, wiping the corners of his mouth with a napkin as he mockingly chuckled. "Grandmother, I had thought you would expel her and seek a new wife for me." The matriarch shot him a glance. She had indeed contemplated such a course of action before discovering Bai Muqing's pregnancy, which caused her to reconsider. Avoiding Nangong Chen's piercing gaze, she cleared her throat and said, "The ring on her finger is her stroke of luck. However, should she err again, I shall not hesitate to act, regardless of a mere ring." The latter part of her statement was directed at Bai Muqing. Bai Muqing lowered her head, acknowledging, "I understand." Yet inwardly, she clenched her teeth in frustration. "Nangong Chen, you are truly ruthless." After breakfast, Bai Muqing returned to the bedroom accompanied by Pu Lianyao. Pu Lianyao retrieved the medicine box and, while tenderly treating the swelling on Bai Muqing's face, reproached her. "You are truly foolish. After all this time, do you still not comprehend grandmother's nature? She is a woman of her word, stern and unforgiving when it comes to discipline." Bai Muqing felt tears welling up in her eyes at her friend's words, a sense of injustice overwhelming her. Pu Lianyao continued to scold her. "I have repeatedly warned you not to take the rumors surrounding the Nangong family too seriously and to avoid their taboos. Yet you chose to investigate the ancestral hall, and now you see the consequences, don't you?" As she spoke, she took Bai Muqing's right hand and pointed to her ring finger. "Fortunately, you have this ring, otherwise you would have been cast out of the Nangong family long ago." Bai Muqing listened silently to Pu Lianyao's admonishments, her heart heavy with bitterness. At that moment, she found herself still contemplating the surreal scenes from the previous night, uncertain whether they were dreams or reality, and felt utterly lost. Sister He arrived with the family doctor, and Park Lianyao stood up from the sofa, clearly surprised by the doctor's presence. After all, given Bai Muqing's current predicament, she should not be receiving such favorable treatment. Bai Muqing sat silently on the sofa as the doctor entered. Sister, he cast a glance at Bai Muqing and said to Park Lianyao, Mississippi Park, just now. The old lady struck the young lady with her cane. I am concerned she may have internal injuries, so I call the doctor to examine her. Did Grandma hit you with the cane? Park Lianyao turned to Bai Muqing, her face filled with concern. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have helped you. No need, Lianyao. You should go to work. Let the doctor take a look at me, Bai Muqing replied with a gentle smile. After sending Park Lianyao away, the family doctor conducted a brief examination of Bai Muqing, confirming her pregnancy and the fetus's good health. Sister, he immediately conveyed this joyous news to the old lady, who could hardly contain her excitement, and insisted on hearing the heartbeat of her great-grandchild. As the sound of the baby's heartbeat resonated through the device, the old lady joyfully exclaimed, Listen, doesn't it sound like a little train crossing the tracks? Indeed, it sounds just like that. Sister, he nodded in agreement. You could tell it's a healthy little baby. Yes, healthy, definitely healthy. As they spoke, Bai Muqing began to perceive the heartbeat as that of a little train, a tangible reminder of her child's existence. Her lips curved into a smile, and she couldn't help but join in their happiness. After dismissing the doctor, the old lady instructed Bai Muqing to lie down and rest, while she sat by the bedside, holding her hand. Ingen, Chun is hesitant about having a child because he fears the child may inherit his ailments and be born frail. Therefore, to ensure the child's well-being, you must take good care of yourself, understood? Bai Muqing nodded, instinctively clutching her small hand nestled in her palm. Eat more nutritious foods and avoid cold, fried, and unhealthy snacks. Also, it is essential to maintain a positive mood, as your emotional state directly impacts the health of the fetus. Do you understand? Bai Muqing continued to nod, fully aware of the importance of maintaining a good mood during pregnancy. However, living in such a cold and unfeeling household, how could she possibly keep her spirits up? The old lady seemed to sense her thoughts, pondered for a moment, and then asked, Do you have many questions about the Nangong family? Feel free to ask, and I will answer you. Bai Muqing was taken aback, wondering if the old lady truly intended to share everything with her. I hope you could dispel your doubts and relax, the old lady added. Bai Muqing gazed at her, nearly asking about the matter regarding the ancestral hall's back chamber, but she swallowed the question, recalling the beating she had just received for that very issue. If she were to inquire about it now, who knew how the old lady might react? A friend gifted me a painting called Madame Jing, depicting a beautiful woman in white. I later hung it in my bedroom, but unexpectedly, the eldest young master saw it and flew into a rage, even tearing the painting apart. I have long been curious as to why he harbors such aversion towards that painting. She inquired with utmost caution, delicately hoping that the elderly lady would voluntarily reveal the secrets surrounding Madame Jing. Upon hearing the question, the old woman did not exhibit surprise. Rather, she chuckled and remarked, I have heard about that matter from Sister He. At the time, I too found it peculiar, prompting me to request that the painting be brought forth for my inspection. Eventually, I discovered that the woman depicted in the artwork bore a striking resemblance to Miss Zhu, and I surmise this may be the reason behind Chen's frenzied destruction of the painting. Chapter 59. Accompanying her on a shopping trip. 3. The elderly lady refrained from mentioning the matters concerning the ancestral hall, leaving Bai Muqing's mind in a state of turmoil. What was truly happening? Could it be that everything from the previous night was merely a figment of her imagination? Was the character known as Madame Jing not linked to her past lover, but rather connected to Nangong Chen's first love? Miss Zhu? She murmured to herself. Yes, the first love of Chun, Miss Zhu. Upon reaching this point in her narrative, the elderly lady let out a weary sigh. Do not be deceived by Chen's seemingly cold and taciturn demeanor. In matters of the heart, he is quite resolute. Once he has fixed his affections on a woman, he finds it impossible to let go. Truthfully, I harbor little faith in that Miss Zhu, yet how could I disregard the woman whom Chun cherishes? Who would have thought that after hearing the rumors surrounding the Nangong family, that Miss Zhu would vanish into thin air? Bai Muqing had previously heard about this from Pu Lianyao, and indeed, it seemed to hold some truth. Is it truly so similar? She inquired. The resemblance in her eyes is striking. One can discern it at a glance. Then, how much of the Nangong family's rumors holds any truth? She could not help but ask. Aside from the fact that Chun has been ill since childhood, all else is mere fabrication. The elderly lady fixed her gaze upon her, speaking with earnestness. You are about to become the mother of Chen's child, so you ought to instill some faith in this family and manage it well. Do you understand? All of it is false. Bai Muqing regarded her with skepticism. The elderly lady continued, claims that Chen is exceedingly ugly, that he is bettered and due to illness, and that he brings misfortune to his wives are merely rumors. Look at you now. You are quite well, are you not? Even the notion of a past lover is untrue. All of it is false, the elderly lady affirmed. Bai Muqing gazed at the elderly lady, who appeared so earnest, and she did not at all seem to be deceiving her. Yet, why did she still feel that the events of the previous night felt more real? Ever since learning of Bai Muqing's pregnancy, the elderly lady maintained a facade of harshness and distance towards her. Yet privately, she treated her with great kindness, instructing the cook to prepare nutritious meals daily and constantly inquiring about her well-being. However, Bai Muqing did not find joy in the elderly lady's change of heart, for she understood that all of this was motivated by the child within her. She was acutely aware that without this child, she would hold no significance within the Nangong family. Today was the weekend. During breakfast, the elderly lady cast a glance at the seemingly estranged couple and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke up. Given the pleasant weather today, Chen, after breakfast, taking into the department store to procure a few new garments and accessories. Upon hearing this, not only was everyone at the table taken aback, but Bai Muqing herself was momentarily stunned, turning to look at the elderly lady alongside the others. Noticing their astonished stares, the elderly lady's gaze faltered slightly before her brow arched. What? Is it so strange? As the young mistress of the Nangong family, it is rather unbecoming for me to appear so unadorned. Others might assume we are mistreating you. In truth, she was merely concerned that their lack of emotional connection might adversely affect Bai Muqing's state of mind and, consequently, the well-being of the baby, which prompted her to order them to venture out together. This would not only provide an opportunity to ease their relationship, but also allow Bai Muqing a chance to refresh her spirits. Nangong Chen glanced sideways at Bai Muqing, their gazes colliding momentarily. He discerned that Bai Muqing was equally unwilling to go. Perhaps it would be best for Shin Xin to accompany her. He remarked, girls understand how to choose better. He added with a hint of pride, and I am quite adept at selecting clothing. Pu Lianyao set down her chopsticks and linked her arm with Bai Muqing's, smiling brightly as she said, moreover, I know of a French brand boutique where the clothing would suit you splendidly, sister-in-law. The old lady cast a sidelong glance at Pu Lianyao, retorting, women dress to attract men. How do you know what your cousin prefers? Nangong Chen smirked, it matters not. Whatever style Ingen wears, I am indifferent. I do not fancy it. Bai Muqing tightened her grip on her chopsticks, turning away to throw him 2 words, tinged with forced politeness. Thank you. You're welcome. Enough. The old lady feigned annoyance, slapping her chopsticks on the table. Is this how a married couple should behave? Yesterday, Mrs. Wang inquired why she has never seen you two together in public. Is there discord between you? Do you grasp the implications of her words? She is curious if Ingen has been rendered silent by you, hence the absence, which Mrs. Wang is so lacking in decorum. Let your cousin handle her. Shun Ku chuckled. The elderly lady shot him a disapproving glare. Of course, no one dared to speak so brazenly in her presence. Mrs. Wang was merely a fabrication of her imagination. Under the old lady's orders, Bai Muqing found herself in Nangong Chen's car. The vehicle glided slowly away from the Nangong family estate, heading towards the city center. Inside the car, the two remained silent. Bai Muqing leaned against the seat, gazing out at the fleeting scenery, while Nangong Chen focused intently on the road ahead. Deep down, Bai Muqing harbored some resentment towards Nangong Chen, although their relationship lacked emotional foundation, and she was well aware that his heart belonged to another. She felt disheartened and indignant by his earlier reaction when she had ventured alone into the ancestral hall. In recent days, their interactions had been minimal. He was occupied with work from dawn until dusk, while she spent her time at home painting or listening to soothing music, locking herself in early to sleep. The car came to a halt in front of an upscale luxury department store, and without a glance back, Nangong Chen uttered 2 words, "Get out." Bai Muqing unfastened her seatbelt and stepped out. This department store was the pinnacle of luxury in City C, a place she had never dared to visit before. Yet Nangong Chen had brought her here. Of course, she was currently embodying the identity of Bai Muqing, the daughter of the Bai family, and if she appeared too impoverished, it might arouse Nangong Chen's suspicions. After a brief pause, she took the lead and walked towards a department store. Ascending to the second floor of the women's section, she surveyed her surroundings and made her way toward a boutique with vibrant colors. As she entered the store, her small hand was unexpectedly grasped by a warm, larger hand. Startled, she looked down to discover that it was Nangong Chen holding her hand. "Darling, I know a boutique that would suit you perfectly," he said, flashing her a charming smile that was utterly captivating. Bai Muqing was momentarily dazzled by his smile, wondering if this man was quite all right. What prompted such an unexpected grin? In the next instant, she comprehended the situation. All around her, both the sales staff and customers alike cast curious and infatuated glances in his direction. It became evident that he was performing. Since he had chosen to play a role, she saw no reason not to indulge him. With a subtle curve of her lips, she smiled and leaned closer to him, exuding an aura of affectionate companionship. Chapter 60. Never accompanying a woman to buy clothes. 1. The boutique that Nangong Chen referred to as suitable for her was, in fact, situated in a relatively secluded corner on the third floor. The garments here were considerably more expensive than those in other stores, catering primarily to a clientele of regular patrons, resulting in fewer casual browsers. Seeking tranquility, Nangong Chen found this establishment agreeable, while Bai Muqing was indifferent, as she was not shopping for clothing today, but rather for prestige and status. The attendant greeted them with enthusiasm, suppressing her excitement while discreetly sizing up Nangong Chen, and politely inquired, "Good morning. May I assist you with anything?" This was her first time witnessing the enigmatic man up close. Previously, she had only seen him in newspapers. Help her select a few outfits that suit her, Nangong Chen instructed the attendant before settling onto a sofa in the center of the store. "Certainly, madam, please follow me," the sales associate replied, guiding Bai Muqing towards the racks and beginning to curate selections for her. Bai Muqing noted that the styles offered were quite appealing, though the prices were exorbitantly high. Over 100,000 for a sweater? Was it woven from gold? "I believe this one complements your aura beautifully. You can ask young Master Chen if you wish," the attendant suggested while draping the garment over her. 11,000? No discounts? Bai Muqing instinctively inquired. "I sincerely apologize, but our brand never offers discounts." The attendant maintained her polite demeanor. Turning to glance at Nangong Chen, Bai Muqing found him lounging on the sofa, legs crossed, observing her with a faint smile. She initially considered asking him to explore another store, but upon meeting his gaze, she feared losing face in front of him and instead said to the attendant, "I suppose I'll try it on." With the attendant's assistance, she donned the exorbitantly priced garment. It was a loose-fitting Korean style, quite accommodating for her burgeoning figure. "Young Master Chen, what do you think?" the attendant inquired with a smile. Nangong Chen cast a brief glance at Bai Muqing and nodded. "It looks good. Please wrap it up." Bai Muqing winced at the thought of the expense, but continued to select several more Korean outfits, trying each one on for Nangong Chen. When she reached the final piece, he could no longer restrain himself and remarked, "Your figure isn't particularly flattering. Why do you insist on choosing clothes that don't accentuate your waist?" He couldn't comprehend why this woman preferred to wear such childish styles, especially now that she was married. Bai Muqing gritted her teeth and smirked mockingly at him. "You have no say in my choices. Regardless of what style I wear, you'll never like it. Since I accompanied you, it's only fair that you consider my opinion on the clothes you choose." "I assent to it," she pointed out, gesturing to her outfit. "I find this style quite charming and comfortable. For someone without a figure like mine, this aesthetic is indeed fitting." Nangong Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet he remained composed enough not to engage in an argument within the store. Instead, he smiled at the attendant. "Please wrap up those pieces we just discussed." "Of course." The service attendant, beaming with delight, packed up their items, treating their banter as a playful exchange. Upon exiting the department store, Nangong Chen drove Bai Muqing to a jewelry company, where she casually ordered several custom pieces. Nangong Chen cast a fleeting glance at her selections, which were all rather simple designs. "You may choose something more extravagant. The Nangong family is not lacking in funds for such trinkets," he remarked. That won't be necessary. I want to wear them anyway, Bai Muqing replied to the sales associate. Just these, please. The associate nodded and said, very well. Please come back in a month to try them on. If you are unsatisfied, we can remake them. Thank you. Bai Muqing smiled lightly. After selecting the jewelry, it was already lunchtime, and neither of them seemed inclined to dine out together. As they drove home, Bai Muqing idly took out her phone and logged into the online game server. The account of Chun Xiao was marked as inactive, indicating he had not logged in for many days. It was understandable. A busy businessman like him would scarcely have time for games. Upon seeing her online, Bing Feng promptly sent his greetings. Despite her enforced divorce, he appeared remarkably composed, harboring no resentment. Bai Muqing, however, felt a pang of guilt and offered him apologies. They engaged in conversation for a while until Bai Muqing's phone rang. It was Zhao Feiyang calling. Ever since learning that Nangong Chen forbade Bai Muqing from visiting the orphanage, Zhao Feiyang had rarely disturbed her, so his sudden call was undoubtedly urgent. Without a second thought, she answered. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Feiyang's anxious voice came through Mu. Ingen, are you free right now? Xiaoli is not doing well. He insists on seeing you. Xiaoli had suffered from congenital heart disease since childhood, and his condition was quite severe. Bai Muqing hung up the phone and immediately turned to Nangong Chen, exclaiming, Stop the car. Please stop. I need to get out. Nangong Chen had already inferred the situation from her previous conversation and, seeing her urgency, coolly retorted, What? Are you going to play with those ill-mannered children again? Nangong Chen, please mind your language. Bai Muqing shot back, indignant. They are not ill-mannered. They are merely unfortunate children abandoned by their parents. Some are physically disabled, others suffer from ailments. In essence, they're no different from you, a child born with a condition. They are just less fortunate than you, having been born into a wealthy family and surrounded by love and care. Unable to continue, she wiped her tears and shouted at him, Stop the car. I need you to stop right now. Nangong Chen's expression shifted slightly, but he continued to press the accelerator. Seeing his reluctance to halt, Bai Muqing disregarded the danger, grasped his arm, and shook it forcefully, crying out, Do you hear me? Xiao Li is dying. He wants to see me one last time. Do you understand? This is a no-parking zone. Nangong Chen furrowed his brows, urgently shaking off her grasping hands. Upon hearing his words, Bai Muqing was momentarily taken aback before turning to lean against the car window. Scanning the road outside in search of a suitable place to stop, Nangong Chen glanced at her and instinctively inquired, Where is the child? At Hongyan Hospital, Bai Muqing replied. Just as the vehicle passed an intersection, Nangong Chen swiftly maneuvered the car in the direction of Hongyan Hospital. Chapter 61. Never accompanying a woman to buy clothes. 2. In a state of profound anxiety, Bai Muqing failed to notice the shift in his demeanor, persistently urging him to hasten. The vehicle arrived at Hongyan Hospital at breakneck speed. As soon as it came to a halt, Bai Muqing flung open the door and dashed inside, simultaneously dialing Zhao Feiyang's number. It had been less than a month since their last encounter, and Xiaoli had already lost considerable weight, appearing significantly more unwell. Yet, upon seeing Bai Muqing, the gaunt face still managed to blossom with a fragile smile as he called out, Teacher Bai, Xiaoli. Bai Muqing grasped his outstretched hand, scrutinizing him with concern. What has happened to you? Weren't you doing well all this time? Have you been neglecting your medication again? Teacher Bai, could you help me finish this drawing? Xiaoli extended the drawing paper in his other hand towards Bai Muqing. It was a half-completed sketch from when she last assisted him in the courtyard, an endeavor interrupted by Nangong Chen, and she was surprised to see he had kept it. With Teacher Bai's artwork accompanying me, I won't be afraid. Xiaoli continued to smile innocently. Bai Muqing promptly accepted the drawing, nodding vigorously. All right, Teacher Bai will complete it for you as soon as possible, but you must promise me to be strong and live on. Okay? Okay. Xiaoli obediently nodded. Bai Muqing turned to Zhao Feiyang, gripping his wrist tightly. What did the doctor say? Is there truly no hope? Zhao Feiyang cast a furtive glance towards the doorway, where Nangong Chen stood silently, then gently withdrew his hand from Bai Muqing's grasp, stating, The doctor mentioned that if surgery is performed, there is a glimmer of hope. However, the cost of the surgery poses a significant issue. How much is needed? Due to the complexity of Xiao Li's condition, it would require consulting foreign specialists. So the estimated cost would be no less than 500,000. 500,000. This was indeed a substantial sum for both Bai Muqing and Zhao Feiyang. Moreover, the chances of a successful surgery were slim, and Zhao Feiyang hesitated to voice his growing concern, tears glistening in his eyes. Bai Muqing pondered for a moment, then suddenly rose and declared to Zhao Feiyang, "No matter what, we must proceed with the surgery. It is the only way forward. Otherwise, Shaoli will surely perish. As for the expenses, I will find a solution. You just need to confirm the surgery with the doctor." Having said this, she turned and swiftly made her way towards the hospital room. "Teacher Bai, where are you going?" Zhao Feiyang called after her retreating figure, given Nangong Chen's presence. Addressing her by her name felt awkward and overly intimate, so he opted to call her teacher by alongside Shaoli. Bai Muqing did not have the chance to respond, as she had already exited the door. Upon returning to the hospital entrance, she found Nangong Chen had just arrived at the car, ready to drive away. Noticing her emergence, he lowered the car window to gaze at her. Bai Muqing opened the backseat door and pulled out the new clothes within, addressing Nangong Chen. "Young master, you should return first. I will come back later." Her face bore traces of tears, presenting a pitiful appearance. Nangong Chen was truly perplexed. Why should she be so deeply affected by the plight of a child with whom she had no connection? In Holland Hospital, countless individuals faced the cycle of life and death daily. Was this not a rather commonplace occurrence? Naturally, to spare her further distress, he chose to remain silent and drove away. As soon as Nangong Chen departed, Bai Muqing hurriedly flagged down a taxi, urging the driver to head to the department store where she had recently purchased some garments. Upon arriving at the service counter and placing her paper bag before the attendant, she requested a refund, only to witness the previously amiable demeanor of the attendant shift dramatically. Bai Muqing swallowed hard, her voice tinged with regret as she explained, "It's just that, after discussing with young Master Chen, we decided against the doll outfits. Let's opt for something more alluring instead." Hearing that it was merely a change of style, the attendant's expression softened once more. However, as young Master Chen had pressing matters to attend to today, she would need to return another day to select the styles. So she kindly asked for a refund in the meantime. To facilitate the return, Bai Muqing added reassuringly, "Rest assured, I will ensure your sales commission is compensated in cash." Without fail, the store's return policy allowed for exchanges or refunds within a month, granting Bai Muqing the right to return the items. Moreover, her promise of a private commission made the attendant more than willing to assist her. Originally, Bai Muqing intended to return all 5 outfits, but upon reflection, she realized that if the matriarch inquired at home and she had nothing to show, it would be difficult to explain. Thus, she opted to keep one outfit. The refund for the 4 garments amounted to over 500,000. Hastily, Bai Muqing returned to Hongyan Hospital to settle the medical expenses for Shaoli, also hiring a caregiver for her. After handing the remaining funds to Zhao Feiyang, she expressed her apologies. "Feiyang, I'm sorry. I've been unable to visit the hospital to care for Shaoli lately, so you'll have to bear the burden alone for a while." As she was now pregnant, particularly in the critical first trimester, the hospital was rife with germs, making frequent visits inadvisable. Furthermore, the matriarch would certainly not permit her to venture out daily. Zhao Feiyang, aware of the strict family values of the Nangong household, did not wish to trouble her with the care of Shaoli. Instead, he offered an awkward smile, "Seeing you take out so much money at once, I can hardly fathom when I'll be able to repay you." "No need to speak of repayment. Treating Shaoli is a shared responsibility," Bai Muqing replied. "I was the one who brought him home. It is my duty, yet it has inadvertently burdened all of you." Zhao Feiyang remained visibly remorseful. "Enough of that. You mustn't blame yourself any longer," Bai Muqing said, adopting a cheerful facade to comfort him. "Times have changed. You know my current status. 500,000 is but a trifling matter to me." Indeed, she was now the young mistress of the Nangong family, the future lady of the house, with boundless riches awaiting her. With this thought, Zhao Feiyang felt somewhat reassured. After spending some time at the hospital with Shaoli, Bai Muqing glanced at the clock and realized dinner time was approaching. She needed to return home. Upon returning to the Nangong residence, Bai Muqing stepped into the hall, and upon discovering its emptiness, she hastened her steps towards the spiral staircase. She had hoped to elude the members of the Nangong family and discreetly return to her bedroom. However, she unexpectedly encountered Nangong Chen, who was emerging from the opposite room just as she reached her own door. Momentarily taken aback, she instinctively concealed the shopping bag in her right hand behind her back. While Nangong Chen had previously paid little attention to her, this instinctive gesture piqued his interest. After scanning her from head to toe, his brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, "Where are the new clothes?" Chapter 62. A Joint Excursion 1. He recalled their recent parting at the hospital entrance, where she had been burdened with 4 or 5 shopping bags, yet now only held a solitary one. Bai Muqing opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. What kind of deception could convince him that the clothes were still in her possession? Perhaps no lie would evade his keen discernment. "Did you return them?" Bai Muqing was astonished. He had guessed correctly on the first try. It seemed unnecessary to weave a falsehood, as doing so would only invite misfortune upon herself. "I am sorry." She lowered her head, striving to project an expression of remorse. "Shaoli requires immediate surgery, or she will surely perish." "So you decided to return the clothes?" Nangong Chen was visibly vexed. "I apologize." By miss, he almost gritted through his teeth. "Do you have any notion of how precious my time is? That entire morning spent accompanying you on a shopping spree could have yielded me tens, even hundreds of thousands. Do you realize I never accompany women to shop? And yet, you went and returned the clothes I purchased for you? Never accompany women shopping? How is that possible?" Bai Muqing mused, considering the multitude of women in his life. Indeed, prior to this, he had lived a life so elusive that it was inconceivable for him to be seen aimlessly wandering the streets with a woman. Yet did this include Miss Zhu? Bai Muqing discreetly pinched her palm with her fingernail, reminding herself that now was not the time for idle curiosity. "Otherwise, what do you suggest I do?" "I cannot simply stand by and watch Shaoli die," she muttered, her gaze cast downward. "Why didn't you just ask me for money?" Nangong Chen retorted, his irritation palpable. Bai Muqing gazed up in astonishment, her expression incredulous. Had she misheard him? He suggested she should have directly requested financial assistance? Did that imply he would have acquiesced if she had asked him for 500,000? That cannot be right. He had just callously referred to Shaoli as a wild child. Why would he be willing to spend such a substantial sum on her treatment? Yet, her affection for Shaoli was rooted in a shared plight, as both suffered from congenital heart disease, each embodying a delightful resilience. Every time she laid eyes on Shaoli, it was as though she were gazing upon her own dear brother. The thought of Shaoli succumbing to heart disease filled her with profound sorrow and dread, for it echoed her fears of a tragic fate for her own brother. But why was Nangong Chen willing to finance Shaoli's treatment? Had he merely arranged a place for the children out of obligation, simply to expedite the resolution of these troublesome matters because of their marital connection? Why are you so surprised? Do you think Nangong Chen is incapable of parting with such a trifling sum? He arched an eyebrow. Not at all. Bai Muqing shook her head. Being able to is one thing. Being willing is another. I merely did not anticipate this. I thought you might scold me harshly. If scolding you could dissuade you from meddling in affairs that do not concern you, I would indeed relish the opportunity to do so. After biting his lip and uttering those words, Nangong Chen retrieved a wallet from his pocket and produced a golden card from within. Tossing it into her arms with a solemn tone, "Tomorrow, purchase the clothes you selected today." "No need. I have a set already." Bai Muqing's words lingered in the air as Nangong Chen had already turned past her, vanishing around the corner of the staircase. The following day, Bai Muqing obediently returned to the department store to purchase the selected outfits. When she swiped the card, she discovered that Nangong Chen had bestowed upon her an unlimited golden card. Was he not concerned about her using this card frivolously? It appeared that this man was indeed quite generous. One wondered if he extended such largesse to other women as well, and how many similar supplementary cards he had issued. However, as the wealth belonged to the Nangong family, the manner in which he distributed it was his prerogative, and she felt she had no right to interfere. Exiting the shopping plaza, she nearly danced with glee as she made her way to the hospital, where she promptly handed the golden card to Zhao Feiyong, saying, "Feiyong, you need not worry about the children's living expenses anymore. Spend freely, there are no limits." Zhao Feiyang observed her excitement and scrutinized the card in his hand, smiling faintly. Did he give this to you? Indeed, she replied. What did he give it to you for? Of course, to spend, Bai Muqing admitted somewhat sheepishly. For Nangong Chen had not explicitly stated when she was to return the card. Nevertheless, since it was merely a supplementary card, she presumed he would not reclaim it. Thus she felt emboldened to lend it to Zhao Feiyang in a moment of need. Zhao Feiyang was about to suggest that she return the card when, unexpectedly, a strikingly beautiful young woman strode in from the balcony. The woman snatched the golden card from Zhao Feiyang's hand and flung it back into Bai Muqing's embrace, then pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Feiyang, exclaiming, Zhao Feiyang, what do you mean by this? You accept her money without hesitation, yet refuse a single cent of mine. Do you have feelings for her? Huh. I've long suspected that you favored her Yuan Gui. Cease your unfounded accusations. Bai Muqing interjected, stepping forward to link her arm with the woman's, gesturing for silence. This is a hospital. Let us keep our voices down, shall we? No. Yuan Gui, who had already been in a fury with Zhao Feiyang, shook off Bai Muqing's hand, retorting, Shally is a child I rescued from the roadside 2 years ago. She is also my responsibility. Why should he accept your money and not mine? It's simply because Bai Muqing glanced at the silent Zhao Feiyang beside them, pulling Yuan Gui out of the ward and into the garden at the end of the corridor before releasing her arm, scrutinizing her. Didn't you go abroad for a vacation? When did you return? I just got back today, Yuan Gui replied tersely. You gave up your vacation for Shally? Indeed. I never anticipated returning only to be met with such fury. After speaking, Yuan Gui regarded Bai Muqing with a probing gaze. Is he only willing to accept your money because he has feelings for you? Bai Muqing smiled and said, Good. Have you not yet realized that Feiyang has gradually been moved by you? However, due to the vast disparity in our family statuses, he feels compelled to maintain a distance and thus refrains from accepting your financial assistance. Yuan Gui's face registered a hint of astonishment. Is that truly so? Absolutely, Bai Muqing affirmed. Yet, he cannot disregard Xiaoli's well-being merely to draw a line with me. The risks associated with Xiaoli's surgery are considerable, and Feiyang has previously been opposed to the idea of surgery. Bai Muqing then gently patted her shoulder, adding, I am relieved that you are back. It alleviates my concern for Feiyang being alone. Chapter 63. An outing together, too. Why are you so worried about him? Yuan Gui raised an eyebrow. I am his good friend, his brother, of course. I need to care for him, Bai Muqing replied, winking at her. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to see Xiaoli. With a smile, she turned and walked away from the sky garden towards the elevator. Bai Muqing placed the half-finished sketch on the easel and began to concentrate on her painting. Tomorrow was the day of Xiaoli's surgery, and she wanted to complete the painting to give to him before he entered the operating room. During her painting, the old lady came in to inquire about her well-being, and Sistery brought her a bowl of chicken soup, the attentive care making her feel somewhat uneasy, just as she managed to send them away and enjoy some peace. There was a sudden knock at the bedroom door. Bai Muqing set down her pencil and walked over to open the door. Upon seeing Nangong Chen leaning against the doorframe, her instinct was to slam the door shut. However, Nangong Chen was quick to stop it, his irritation evident. Buying in, what do you mean by this? Unable to close the door, Bai Muqing reluctantly opened it again, fixing him with a glare. It's late, I need to sleep. Nangong Chen appeared to be slightly inebriated, a faint scent of alcohol wafting from him. Bai Muqing felt a rush of panic, thinking, please, he can't be wanting to share a bed with me. Not now. Drunken men can be quite forceful, and I'm still in a vulnerable state. Nangong Chen steadied himself and pointed to himself. Didn't you see? Drank. Yes, I see. So what now? What do you think? He firmly grasped her neck, pulling her into his embrace, his breath imbued with the fragrance of alcohol brushing against her face. Helping your husband bathe, changing his clothes, taking care of him to sleep, isn't that a wife's duty? Indeed, that was precisely why he came. Ever since his last discharge from the hospital and the incident where she ventured into the ancestral hall, the two of them had not shared a bed, and she had thought he had grown weary of her. To her surprise, with no other option, Bai Muqing assisted him into the bedroom, settling him on the sofa before entering the bathroom to fill a tub with warm water. She then began to remove his clothes. Though they had been married for over 3 months and shared many intimate moments, this was the first time she was helping him bathe, making her cheeks flush with embarrassment before she even began. Unfortunately, the buttons of his shirt were exceedingly tight, and no matter how she tried, she could not undo them. Nangong Chen was not as drunk as he seemed. Rather, he was merely exhausted and had sought her out to disturb her. Seeing her face flushed and her hands trembling, he could not help but tease, "What are you pretending to be shy about?" "Who was pretending?" Bai Muqing shot him an annoyed glance and muttered softly, "I've never helped a man undress before." Had she truly never done so, or was it a pretense? In truth, Nangong Chen had originally intended to say, "I can see you've never done it before." However, given his understanding of high society, he mused that many young ladies today were vain, playful, and frequented nightclubs. At over 20, it was unlikely that they had not been with men. "It is not as if I am desperately seeking to marry you. So there seems to be no need for deceit, does there?" Indeed, Nangong Chen, lacking the patience to wait for her to unravel her thoughts one by one, irritably lifted his hand to tear off the buttons of his shirt and stood up from the sofa, unsteadily making his way toward the bathroom. Bai Muqing, wanting to avoid him, yet concerned he might fall in the bathroom, had no choice but to follow him in with a bathrobe in hand. Once inside, she inevitably found herself tasked with helping him undress for a bath. Her face flushed deeper, her hands trembling more violently. Sadly, his belt was of such high quality that she struggled for quite some time without success. This time, Nangong Chen did not assist her. Leaning lazily against the sink with his arms crossed, a mischievous grin gracing his face, Bai Muqing shot him a silent glare, wondering if he was not cold after being bare-chested for so long. After finally managing to unfasten the belt, she nearly shut her eyes in a flurry to hastily remove his pants, daring not to glance at him below, and slightly turned her body to gesture toward the bathtub. "Please, step in." Nangong Chen's smile faded as he approached the tub, sinking his entire body into the warm water, the weariness dissipating almost instantly. He closed his eyes, relishing the comforting sensation. "Would you care to join me for a wash?" he suddenly inquired, receiving no response. He opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, finding no trace of Bai Muqing. She had stealthily slipped away, fearing that he might uncontrollably pull her into the water for a shared bath. Yet, what good was escaping the bathroom? Could she truly flee this bedroom? It seemed that tonight, she could not evade his clutches, no matter what. What was she to do? Bai Muqing paced back and forth in the bedroom, desperately contemplating an appropriate excuse, but none came to mind. Instead, she was met with the sound of water ceasing from the bathroom. Through the door, she could see Nangong Chen preparing to emerge. Hastily, she made her way to the bed, threw back the covers, and lay down, feigning sleep. Besides pretending to be asleep, there was no other recourse available to her. Her ears perked up, listening intently as Nangong Chen opened the bathroom door and paused briefly before striding toward the bed. Her heart raced, and soon she caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance from his shower gel as he enveloped her in his embrace from behind. Warm lips pressed against her neck, beginning to plant gentle, wet kisses. Such unambiguous directness extinguished the last flicker of hope within Bai Muqing. However, reason swiftly triumphed over desire, and she deliberately curled up, letting out a pained hiss. Nangong Chen, sensing her discomfort, lifted his gaze to scrutinize her. "What is it?" "My stomach hurts," she replied, feigning distress. He regarded her intently, his astute gaze piercing into her very soul, leaving Bai Muqing unable to evade his scrutiny. "Is that so?" he replied with a wicked smirk. Chapter 64. A Journey Together, 3. "Really, could you be a little gentler?" she implored, her voice laced with desperation. At this moment, she could not dare to wish for Nangong Chen to relinquish his desire for her. She merely hoped he would be more delicate and not crush her preciousness. "Gentler?" Nangong Chen replied ambiguously. "Are you implying that I am usually quite rough?" "Occasionally, you are indeed very rough," Bai Muqing responded candidly, without reservation. This was a fact that Nangong Chen did not contest. However, if she had not persistently provoked him, would he have been so harsh toward her? He leaned down to capture her lips in a kiss, then shifted to whisper near her ear, "As long as you behave, I shall naturally be gentler." His breath against her ear sent shivers coursing through her entire being as she instinctively wrapped her arms around him, murmuring dreamily, "I will be good." She turned her body to gaze at Nangong Chen, who appeared utterly exhausted, nearly on the brink of slumber. In the past, he would always return to his own room after their encounters. Yet today, he showed no signs of departing. It seemed he had no intention of leaving. Propping herself up, she pulled the blanket over his body, watching him as her mind involuntarily replayed the tenderness he had just shown. Bai Muqing gently shook her head, thinking to herself, "Bai Muqing, you are utterly shameless. After healing from past wounds, you have forgotten the pain, and now, a mere gesture of kindness has you daydreaming of a blissful life." Who was this man before her? A heartless anomaly, one who would accompany a couple of sweet gestures with twice the punishment. Upon waking the next day, Bai Muqing was astonished to discover that Nangong Chen had actually slept later than she. In their rare instances of sharing a bed, she had always found him absent upon waking. Today was not even the weekend, yet he remained asleep. It appeared he had genuinely been worn out, falling into slumber immediately after their intimacy, and now he still had not awakened. In an attempt to avoid disturbing him, Bai Muqing cautiously removed his arm that lay across her waist, intending to slip out from under the covers. However, he abruptly pulled her back into his embrace. Bai Muqing gasped, her warm body pressed tightly against his. Both of them were still unclothed, and Nangong Chen's hand was unabashedly resting on her chest. To prevent him from succumbing to temptation for a morning rendezvous, she cautiously reminded him, "Young master, it is already 8 o'clock. Aren't you going to work?" To her surprise, this tactic proved effective. Nangong Chen grabbed his phone from the bedside table, glanced at it, then tossed it back onto the table, withdrawing his hand from her body and sitting up. Still groggy from sleep, Nangong Chen turned his head to look at Bai Muqing, bewildered at how he had ended up in her room. Meeting his gaze, Bai Muqing felt a flush of heat on her cheeks, bashfully pulling the blanket tighter around herself. Nangong Chen scoffed dismissively, averting his gaze as he got out of bed and made his way to the bathroom. It was only when the bathroom door closed behind him that Bai Muqing peeled the covers away, rose from the bed, and picked up her nightgown from the floor. Dressing herself, suddenly, 2 beeps from a mobile phone resonated beside her. Bai Muqing casually glanced at Nangong Chen's phone on the bedside table and noticed a message notification from a gaming app displayed on the screen. To her surprise, Nangong Chen had not deleted the game app and was still online. Was he idly collecting points? Intrigued, Bai Muqing picked up the phone, swiped the screen, and upon entering the server, indeed found Nangong Chen engaged in a point-boosting session. She had thought he would never log in again, yet here he was. Suppressing a soft chuckle, Bai Muqing was about to place the phone back on the table when her fingertip inadvertently brushed against the photo gallery, causing it to open. A youthful girl-esque profile came into view, causing her hand to pause, astonishment flickering across her face. There was only one category in Nangong Chen's photo gallery, and it contained but a single image. This meant that apart from this girl's photo, there was nothing else in his gallery. It was easy to deduce that the fortunate girl occupying his phone's gallery was none other than his first love, Miss Zhu. Although she was well aware that prying into someone else's phone was morally questionable, Bai Muqing couldn't resist tapping on the photo. The old lady had once remarked that Mrs. Jing bore a striking resemblance to Miss Zhu. Upon hearing this, Bai Muqing had longed to glimpse Miss Zhu's visage to ascertain the truth of the resemblance. However, with Miss Zhu leaving no trace behind, she had no idea where to look. Now, fate had presented her with an opportunity. She hoped to be forgiven for her indiscretion. The girl in the photo appeared youthful, perhaps no older than 20. And while she couldn't be deemed exceptionally beautiful, her looks even paled in comparison to Assistant Yen. She possessed a graceful stature and a pair of sparkling, charming eyes that were particularly captivating. At first glance, this girl indeed bore a hint of Mrs. Jing's essence, especially in her eyes. The old lady's words rang true. Miss Zhu's eyes were strikingly similar to those of Mrs. Jing. Bai Muqing's fingers tightened around the phone as a tide of restless emotions surged within her. Was Nangong Chen's fervent destruction of the girl's image truly rooted in this Miss Zhu? And what of her experiences and observations in the back hall of the ancestral temple? Were they reality or mere dreams? She recalled the time when Nangong Chen in a fit of anger, had declared that part of the reason he would keep her was because she bore a resemblance to Miss Zhu. Her eyes widened, yet she could discern no similarities between herself and this Miss Zhu. How could there possibly be a reflection of her in this girl? Just then, she heard the sound of the bathroom door lock twisting, and panic surged through her. Hastily, she blacked out the screen and returned the phone to the table. Nangong Chen emerged from the bathroom, freshly groomed, and upon seeing her still seated on the edge of the bed in a state of disarray, he raised an eyebrow with a teasing smirk. What's this? Still lingering? Bai Muqing followed his gaze downward, only to realize that the belt of her nightgown was undone. In her eagerness to sneak a peek at Nangong Chen's phone, she had completely forgotten to adjust her clothing. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly tightened her garment and ducked into the dressing room. When she emerged from changing her clothes, Nangong Chen had already vacated her room. In the dining hall on the first floor, the elderly matriarch scrutinized Nangong Chen, who was dressed in casual attire, and inquired with a hint of curiosity. What's the matter? Are you not working today? Chapter 65. His past, not going to work on a weekday? That certainly does not align with the workaholic nature of my grandson. Nangong Chen lowered his head to partake of the breakfast on his plate. Upon hearing the name Yin City, a wave of unusual sentiment coursed through Bai Muqing's heart. Yin City, the place of her childhood, an ancient coastal city she had not visited in many years. Did I not mention that such business trips should be left to Shenko? There is no need for you to personally make the journey, the matriarch asserted, emphasizing her role as the protector of the sole heir of the Nangong family. Indeed, cousin, allow me to handle this minor task, Shun Cook concurred. He found it perplexing that, despite the Nangong family's typical aversion to business trips, often delegating negotiations for contracts worth billions, the opening sale of a new real estate project in Yin City warranted personal attendance. No need, the Nangong family dismissed the concern. Now that everyone knows me, there is no longer a need for me to hide. Even without the need to conceal oneself, one cannot be exposed to the public all day. It is far too dangerous. Grandmother, you have watched too many dramas. Nangong Chen replied with a gentle smile as he poured the matriarch a glass of milk. Eat slowly. I must take my leave. Wait a moment, the matriarch interjected, about to command him to cancel his trip, when Sister he spoke up. Matriarch, Yin City is a beautiful place. Let the eldest go. It will serve as a pleasant respite for him. Sister he paused before continuing. If you are concerned for the eldest, you could allow the young lady to accompany him. It would be beneficial for both to look after one another while there. The matriarch grasped Sister he's implication, yet Yin City was neither too far nor too close, requiring over an hour by plane, and Bai Muqing was pregnant. However, it was indeed a splendid locale, perfect for romance. After all, it was where Nangong Chen had first met Miss Zhu. The thought of allowing them to nurture their relationship in such a beautiful setting swayed the matriarch's decision to permit their journey together. Although Bai Muqing held fond memories of Yin City and yearned to visit again, the prospect of going with Nangong Chen immediately extinguished her enthusiasm. She interjected before the matriarch could acquiesce. No, let Assistant Yin and Assistant Huang accompany the eldest instead. I am prone to motion sickness. This was clearly an excuse, as both Nangong Chen and the matriarch recognized. However, Nangong Chen shared her lack of interest in traveling together, unexpectedly agreeing, yes. Motion sickness can be quite unpleasant. It is better for you to stay at home. It's merely a little over an hour. You won't even feel ill before we arrive in Yin City. The matriarch feigned dissatisfaction, addressing Bai Muqing. What if Chen falls ill while alone in a strange place? Can you truly be at ease? Bai Muqing faltered, lowering her gaze. I did not consider that. With the matriarch's insistence, she found herself with no further grounds for refusal and resigned herself to the inevitable journey. An hour later, Nangong Chen and Bai Muqing appeared together in the departure hall. Assistant Yin approached to assist them with their boarding procedures, while Bai Muqing stood by the large window, engaged in a phone call with Zhao Feiyang. Today marked the day of Xiao Li's surgery. She had initially planned to deliver the sketch to him before his operation and accompany him into the operating room. However, her plans were disrupted by Nangong Chen the previous night, leaving her unable to finish the drawing, and now, with the impending flight, she would not even be able to visit the hospital. She requested Zhao Feiyang to pass the phone to Xiao Li, and upon hearing his frail yet resilient words, Bai Muqing inhaled deeply with a sense of guilt, gently urging, "Xiao Li, you must be strong. I will visit you as soon as I return, okay? All right. Xiao Li will wait for Teacher Bai to come back. Wishing you a smooth journey, Teacher Bai," Xiao Li replied weakly with a smile. "Yes, you are truly obedient." Bai Muqing added a few more words of encouragement before reluctantly ending the call. After hanging up, she turned around to find Nangong Chen watching her from behind his sunglasses. She had been on the phone since entering the airport, appearing quite the busy individual. Before he could utter a word, Bai Muqing took a seat beside him, her tone tinged with sadness. "Today is Xiao Li's surgery day. If you do not wish to go to Yen City, there is still time to reconsider." Nangong Chen did not press the matter. Bai Muqing truly did not wish to go. However, she cast a fleeting glance at him. Apart from the company subordinates who had already set off, the only other person accompanying them was Assistant Yin, who, if he were innocent in his dealings with Nangong Chen, would certainly not share a room with him. The old lady's words resonated in her mind. What if Nangong Chen fell ill during the night and there was no one around? He could perish without anyone knowing. She simply could not bear to let him go alone, especially since this was a responsibility entrusted to her by the old lady. How could she dare to slip away halfway? "You need not worry about me. I'm not so fragile as to perish there," Nangong Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Bai Muqing shot him an incredulous look. "Do you wish to be rid of me so much? Isn't it quite evident?" He replied. "Why?" she inquired, deliberately casting a meaningful glance at Assistant Yin, who was approaching. "Are you afraid I might disrupt your plans?" Assistant Yin had arrived, politely addressing them. "Young Master Chen." "Young madam, it is time to board." Bai Muqing scrutinized the two of them, failing to discern any relationship beyond work. However, leaving such a stunning woman unattended did not seem to align with the behavior of a wealthy man. "Are you going or not?" Nangong Chen's tone revealed his impatience. Bai Muqing snapped back to reality, realizing that Nangong Chen had already risen from his seat, awaiting her to board together. She hurriedly got up and walked with him toward the boarding gate. Yen City, a coastal tourist destination, is enveloped by the sea on three sides, featuring a bustling urban landscape of towering skyscrapers while still preserving some ancient architectural sites. Bai Muqing had spent her childhood at her grandmother's house by the seaside in the western part of the city. Although her mother was indifferent to her, and her uncle and aunt marginalized her, her grandmother had always showered her with affection since she was little. Regrettably, grandmother was compelled to her demise many years ago during a land transaction, departing unexpectedly. Tragically, she, who was studying in City C, never had the opportunity to see her one last time. Curiously, after the ancestral home was purchased, it remained desolate. The buyer did not transform the quaint building into a hotel, cafe, or any other money-making establishment, unlike others. Meanwhile, her uncle's family, having received the proceeds from the sale, relocated to a grand villa in the city, indulging in a life of comfort. Chapter 66. Never had he been so disheveled. 1. Upon arriving in Yen City at noon, the three of them shared a meal together before Nangong Chen departed the hotel with Assistant Yin. Bai Muqing, feeling somewhat fatigued, retreated to her room for a nap. Upon waking, she found herself engulfed in boredom and decided to venture out alone for a leisurely stroll. In recent years, tourism has flourished remarkably, transforming once familiar streets into unfamiliar landscapes. Many quaint residential buildings have been converted into family inns, while serene alleys have morphed into bustling food streets. As Bai Muqing wandered through the streets, guided by her memories, she noticed that although many establishments have been turned into shops, they offer an array of unique and charming items. She stepped into a quaint accessory store, selecting delightful trinkets for the children and small gifts for Yao Meishan and others. During this time, she received a call from Park Lian Yao, who cheerfully inquired if she had arrived safely in Yen City. While perusing the accessories, Bai Muqing replied that she was already out shopping. "How is it there? Is it fun?" "Quite well. The scenery is rather pleasant. Of course, I've heard that my cousin used to love going there." "Is that so?" Bai Muqing remarked, trying a string of wooden beads on her wrist. "I wouldn't have guessed he appreciated beautiful landscapes. Who wouldn't enjoy staying in a picturesque place?" Park Lian Yao laughed. "Besides, Miss Zhu is a local of Yen City. Bai Muqing paused, somewhat taken aback. Miss Zhu is from Yin City? Did I not mention that before? Park Lianyao casually replied, then shifted the topic. By the way, I've heard that the sour plum cake there is quite famous. If convenient, please bring me back a few boxes. Sure, no problem. All right then, enjoy your shopping. I won't keep you. After hanging up, Bai Muqing felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. Miss Zhu was also a native of Yin City? What a coincidence. She shook her head with a bittersweet smile. As she continued to browse, she inadvertently found herself standing before her grandmother's old residence. It was a two-story building with a private courtyard, structured in the traditional Sihiyuan style. Everything remained unchanged since the last time she left, except for the osmanthus tree in the yard had grown a size larger. Every corner was steeped in memories, some sorrowful, others beautiful. Yet those recollections were hazy and indistinct. Her childhood memories were sparse, as she had been quite young when she left with her mother after her remarriage at the age of 10. The clearest memories were of sitting in the yard with her grandmother, crafting flower garlands to sell to passing tourists to help with household expenses. Since her grandmother's passing and the subsequent sale of the property, Bai Muqing had not returned. Now, stepping into that courtyard once more, she was overwhelmed with a profound sense of desolation and a deep longing for her grandmother. She pondered how long it would be before this place would be demolished or transformed into an inn or CAF. Perhaps on her next visit, she would no longer recognize it. To preserve this memory, she retrieved her phone from her backpack, capturing photographs as she stepped further inside. As she captured a photograph of her childhood bedroom, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared in the frame, rendering her momentarily speechless. She lifted her gaze slightly, landing it upon the individual. Could it truly be Nangong Chen? Just then, Nangong Chen turned to face her, their eyes locking, both filled with similar skepticism. Eventually, it was Bai Muqing who broke the silence, scrutinizing him as she inquired, "Young master, what brings you here? Why shouldn't I be here?" Nangong Chen retorted, his tone laced with a hint of challenge. "Well, I meant, weren't you supposed to be attending to matters at the new property? How come?" "I concluded my work there," he replied, revealing that his responsibilities did not demand his direct involvement. His presence here was not initially for work purposes. "Oh," Bai Muqing nodded, quickly following up with another question, "But why have you come here? There doesn't seem to be much to see." Nangong Chen pondered for a moment before redirecting the question to her. "And what about you? What brings you here?" "Me? I'm just browsing, going wherever the day takes me." Bai Muqing chuckled softly, tucking her phone back in her bag. "If you're interested in the ancient city, I could ask Assistant Yin to send a female staff member to accompany you," Nangong Chen suggested. "No need." Bai Muqing hastily waved her hand. "I am quite familiar with this place and require no guide." Nangong Chen furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her with suspicion. "You are quite familiar with this place?" "Ah." Bai Muqing was at a loss for words. She had unwittingly let slip a detail. After all, Bai Ingen's mother was not from here, and there was no reason for her to be familiar with the area. As her mind raced to rectify the situation, she quickly smiled and explained, "I have a fondness for the local customs and culture. I visit here nearly every year, so I am quite acquainted with every street and scene." This explanation, seemingly sound, did not arouse any doubts in Nangong Chen. "Even this residence?" He pointed to the ground beneath them. Bai Muqing nodded affirmatively, "Of course. Do share your insights." Bai Muqing stepped into the courtyard, retrieving a tissue from her bag to wipe down one of the stone stools before gesturing for Nangong Chen to take a seat. She perched herself on another stone stool, spreading her arms wide, her face alight with delight as she remarked, "I know that sitting here in the sun is the most comfortable. I make it a point to sit here every time I visit." "Is that so?" Nangong Chen mused, lifting his face toward the sky, mimicking her posture, imagining the warmth of sunlight streaming through the courtyard and caressing his face. Indeed, it felt very pleasant. "Do you know the person who resides in this house?" he unconsciously inquired. Bai Muqing was slightly taken aback. Why did he ask that? Was it merely a casual question? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "I do not know them, but I have heard that this courtyard was forcibly acquired many years ago. The elderly woman who lived here was tragically driven to her death, and her descendants moved to the city." "Forcefully acquired?" Nangong Chen furrowed his brow. "Yes," Bai Muqing replied with a wry smile. "Isn't that how society operates? When faced with the wealthy and powerful, ordinary citizens are no match. Mentioning this matter cast a shadow over the atmosphere, leading to a moment of silence. Bai Muqing remained enveloped in her melancholy, while Nangong Chen was lost in contemplation, each harboring their own unspoken thoughts. Once she emerged from her reverie, Bai Muqing cautiously inquired, "What about you? It seems you have a strong attachment to this place as well." Nangong Chen glanced at her, but did not respond to her query. Unable to restrain herself, Bai Muqing continued, "I heard that your Miss Zhu is from Yincheng." Only after posing the question did she realize how inappropriate it was, considering that the nature of her relationship with Nangong Chen had not yet reached a level where they could share their innermost feelings. Chapter 67. Never seen him so disheveled, too. She had expected Nangong Chen to scold her or coldly rise and leave, yet to her astonishment, after a moment of silence, he merely uttered a soft "hm." It was rare for him to open up about his personal feelings, leaving Bai Muqing almost flabbergasted. "Was it here that you met her?" she ventured to ask. "Yes." "Then, the scene of your encounter must have been quite romantic." "Not all. Impossible," Bai Muqing exclaimed, her skepticism evident. A man of his stature surely could not have been touched without a romantic, poetic meeting. After a thoughtful pause, Nangong Chen recounted, "The first time I saw her was on a frigid, rainy night. I had lost my way in these alleys and by chance fell ill. She saved me. I bit her wrist until it was bloodied and raw. Yet instead of fleeing, she secretly took me home and hid me under her bed." He paused before adding, "She was the first person who was not afraid of me and did not abandon me, even though she was only 7 at the time. 7 years old, a rainy night under the bed." Why did this segment feel oddly familiar to her? Had she seen a similar scene in a movie? 7 years old. How young? She hadn't even started elementary school yet. "So, you had feelings for her at just 7? Bai Muqing couldn't resist teasing. "Isn't that a bit precocious?" Nangong Chen cast a fleeting glance her way. "I found her later, arranged for her family, and brought her to City C." "Oh, I see." Returning to repay her kindness, and then falling in love at first sight, Bai Muqing interpreted. Nangong Chen remained silent, clearly acquiescing. Since leaving this place, a belief had lingered in his subconscious. Aside from her, he desired no one else in this lifetime, regardless of past lovers or fated souls. None whatsoever. Upon returning here, it was only natural that he fell in love with her, took her away, and entrusted all his feelings to her. Until, by the way, one thing puzzles me. Why did she hide you beneath the bed? Bai Muqing suddenly inquired out of curiosity. "Because her family treated her poorly, and she feared they would cast me out," Nangong Chen replied. Bai Muqing chuckled. Such an encounter, though not particularly romantic, is quite intriguing. However, she ultimately left, vanishing without a trace. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Observing the fleeting sadness on his face, Bai Muqing wished to ask him more while he was willing to speak. But a sense of compassion restrained her. She smiled gently and offered consolation. "It's all right, don't be too hard on yourself. After all, who hasn't encountered a scoundrel or two in their lifetime?" "She is not a scoundrel." Nangong Chen's gaze darkened as he fixed a displeased stare upon her. Even if she had wronged him, he still did not wish for others to speak ill of her. Deep down, Nangong Chen cherished the memory of her tender care when she had hidden him beneath her bed far more than her decision to disappear upon hearing of his illness. It is precisely because of this that he finds himself unable to refrain from loving and longing for her, even amidst his resentment. Bai Muqing paused momentarily, feeling a bit awkward. I did not intend to insult her." To avoid further stirring his painful memories, Bai Muqing suddenly rose from the stone bench and smiled brightly at him. "All right, let us not dwell on past sorrows. Come, I shall take you to a place." "Where to?" Nangong Chen inquired, seemingly indifferent. "You will know once we arrive," Bai Muqing replied, noticing his reluctance. She stepped forward, linking her arm with his, and gently pulled him from the bench, guiding him toward the entrance. 10 minutes later, they stood before a bustling street filled with food vendors. Initially, Bai Muqing had been uncertain whether this food street still existed, but seeing it not only intact, but more vibrant than before filled her with joy. She recalled that during her childhood, this street boasted the most delicious treats, and she anticipated that it had not diminished in quality. "Have you been here before?" Bai Muqing turned to him, her expression eager. It has been far too long since I savored the delicacies here. I miss them dearly, she continued. Nangong Chen surveyed the throngs of people ahead, his brow instinctively furrowing. Is this the great place you mentioned? Indeed, the takoyaki here is simply delectable, I assure you. You have never tasted anything like it, Bai Muqing exclaimed, knowing that someone of his stature would likely never indulge in street food, even if he frequented Yen City. I have no interest in street food, Nangong Chen said dismissively, turning to leave. Wait, Bai Muqing quickly pulled him back. I promise it's truly delicious. I would deceive you. I express my desire to eat, he retorted, feeling that it was beneath the dignity of the president of Nangong Group to be seen among tourists indulging in street food. Moreover, the hygiene of street vendors was questionable. Having come this far, you may not want to eat, but I certainly do, Bai Muqing insisted, removing the sunglasses perched at his collar and placing them on her face. She then linked her arm with his, a bright smile adorning her features. Rest assured, everyone here is solely focused on the culinary delights. No one will pay any attention to you. Before Nangong Chen could extricate himself from her grasp, she had already dragged him into the throngs of people. Given his character, it would have been natural for him to shake her off, yet seeing the excitement on Bai Muqing's face compelled him to suppress his discontent and accompany her forward. Before long, Bai Muqing was happily devouring skewers of lamb and fried fish balls, spotting a vendor selling scallion pancakes. She turned and offered her fish ball skewer to Nangong Chen. Could you hold this for me? That's filthy. You can hold it yourself, Nangong Chen replied, clearly displeased. Just for a moment, Bai Muqing insisted, forcefully placing the skewer in his hands. Can't you even hold it? Do you still want to buy more? Nangong Chen thought as he stared at her retreating figure, bemused by how voracious she seemed. After purchasing 2 scallion pancakes, she handed one to him. These pancakes are quite famous here. You should give them a try. I do not wish to eat. You can have it all, he replied. Young master. Bai Muqing rolled her eyes in exasperation, then pointed towards a gentleman ahead who was adorned with a new LV bag. Look at this gentleman and that one in the Armani jacket. They are affluent, yet do not carry themselves with such pretentiousness as you do. Since we are here, one ought to embrace the local customs and truly experience the unique cultural essence of this place. Otherwise, what is the purpose of your long journey here? I am here for work. Bai Muqing cleared her throat and adopted a different tone. Very well, let me ask you this. Are you hungry now? Chapter 68. Never have I seen him so disheveled. 3. It was already 6 in the afternoon, the perfect time for a meal. How could one not feel hunger? If you're hungry, just eat, Bai Muqing urged, presenting a scallion pancake to his lips. Be generous about it. Don't act like a pretentious little girl. With her words cornering him, if Nangong Chen refused to eat, he would indeed appear as the pretentious one. He cast her a dissatisfied glance, but finally opened his mouth and took a bite of the scallion pancake. Seeing him finally eat, Bai Muqing smiled brightly. How does it taste? Not bad, Nangong Chen replied, unwilling to tell a lie. He was well aware that many of the street snacks rivaled those offered in 5-star hotels. It was merely that he was unaccustomed to dining in such places. His stomach, already grumbling with hunger, was further stirred by Bai Muqing's encouragement. After the first bite, he found himself unable to stop, and, under her guidance, he sampled nearly all the specialty snacks the street had to offer. After their culinary adventure, Bai Muqing dragged Nangong Chen to another boutique street and then coaxed him into a unique bar where they listened to a live singer. Inside, a server recommended the bar's famous cocktails, but Bai Muqing shook her head in refusal. Having just indulged in a variety of fried snacks, she felt a twinge of regret and guilt. There was no way she would dare to drink. Fortunately, her constitution was robust, and her child was thriving. Let's have 2 glasses of juice, please, she told the server. Soon, the server brought 2 glasses of juice to their table. Nangong Chen glanced at the drinks and remarked, You come to a bar and yet abstain from alcohol? I fear getting drunk and needing you to carry me home. Bai Muqing chuckled lightly. You think too much. I would merely call someone to carry you back, he replied. Heartless. Next time you get drunk, don't come looking for me, she huffed playfully. Nangong Chen nonchalantly took a sip of his juice, his gaze drifting towards the small stage where a sultry and enchanting woman was passionately singing a sweet, melodious folk song. Her captivating voice drew the attention of many men in the audience. Both of them feeling a bit weary from their excursions, found solace in sipping their juices while enjoying the soothing melodies. A male server approached them with a smile, saying, "Excuse me, may I interrupt? Today marks our bar's 10th anniversary, and we are hosting an event over the next 2 days, collecting sweet kisses from couples." "No, thank you," Nangong Chen interjected before the server could finish. However, Bai Muqing, intrigued, inquired, "What is the reward?" "We will present you with a pair of silver couple rings," the server explained, offering the rings for their inspection. They appeared modest in value, yet had a uniquely charming design. While Nangong Chen averted his gaze, Bai Muqing, being a girl, was particularly fascinated by such trinkets. The server continued, "We will also engrave your names on the rings, creating a pair of couple rings exclusive to you two, which will be sent to your home in 2 days. The style of the ring appears rather appealing, doesn't it? Let's share a kiss, shall we?" Bai Muqing smiled brightly at Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen shot her an irritated glance, adjusting his sunglasses. "I will have assistant Yin custom make any ring I desire." Could this woman not discern that the bar had meticulously collected photographs of handsome men and beautiful women kissing to display on a glass wall at the entrance for others to admire? Although the bar was filled with vibrant establishments, making it difficult to focus on the faces in the photographs, it was still inappropriate to showcase them. Moreover, he had no interest whatsoever in such a worthless trinket. Not quite the same, the waiter continued to persuade gently. "These rings were earned through your intimate kiss and are engraved with your names, making them truly significant." "Exactly," Bai Muqing nodded in agreement, then linked her arm with Nangong Chen's, swaying slightly. "We've kissed before. Just one more time, please. I really like these rings." Seeing that Nangong Chen remained unmoved, Bai Muqing grew displeased and turned to the male waiter, a hint of frustration in her voice. "It doesn't have to be with your partner to count, right? Bring me another gentleman. How about him?" She pointed to a young handsome man not far away. Nangong Chen's expression darkened, revealing his irritation. The waiter opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, having never encountered such a situation before. Initially, he had approached to collect sweet kisses, drawn by the allure of the striking couple before him, only to find the gentleman so uncooperative. "Well, there's no explicit rule against it. It's just..." Bai Muqing interjected, "I think he looks familiar enough that he wouldn't refuse such a small favor, right? Please assist me." Before Bai Muqing could finish her sentence, Nangong Chen had already grasped her arm, turning her body toward him while simultaneously taking her sun hat from the table and placing it atop her head. He then turned to the waiter and commanded through clenched teeth, "Camera." The waiter paused briefly, then quickly regained his composure, responding with several affirmations as he lifted the camera hanging from his neck, pointing the lens at the couple. Bai Muqing chuckled inwardly, fully aware that the possessive Nangong Chen could not tolerate another man kissing his wife. She adjusted the sun hat on her head, slightly lifting her face and closing her eyes. Nangong Chen's lips descended upon hers, delivering a kiss imbued with a sense of reprimand, intentionally nibbling her lip. "Okay, beautiful," the waiter exclaimed with satisfaction, presenting the camera screen to the couple. "Look at that, such a passionate kiss." The pair in the photograph indeed appeared deeply engaged in a sweet embrace, and due to Nangong Chen's sunglasses and Bai Muqing's sun hat, it was nearly impossible to recognize them without close inspection. "Please leave your address here. We will send the photo along with it. Thank you both once again." The waiter indicated the guest book on the table, bowing gratefully to the couple before finally departing with a sense of fulfillment. After the waiter departed, Bai Muqing glanced at the still, troubled expression of Nangong and recalled the moment when he had playfully nibbled on her lips. She raised her hand to touch her reddened lip, still tinged with pain from his earlier bite, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Upon returning from the bar, the two had gone directly to the hotel to rest. After finishing her shower, Bai Muqing emerged to find Nangong Chen lying on the bed with his eyes closed. A quick glance at the clock on the wall revealed it was not yet 9:30, and she mused to herself about how early he had fallen asleep. Just moments ago, while bathing, she had been contemplating how to evade the potential demands he might make during the night. Now, seeing him peacefully asleep, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Chapter 69. Searching for her all night. 1. While feeling reassured, a subtle sense of disappointment and sensitivity lingered within him. What was his predicament? Had he lost the desire to engage with other women upon entering the territory of his first love? With a hint of jealousy, Bai Muqing approached the bedside and gently poked at the back of his hand. Nangong Chen was not asleep, yet he kept his eyes closed, merely stating in a calm tone, "Do not touch me. Is something wrong? Are you unwell?" "Yes." "Are you really unwell?" Bai Muqing's anxiety surged instantaneously. Could it be? Was he falling ill again? What should she do? Should she call for an ambulance? "What do you feel unwell? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Her tone grew increasingly urgent. "My stomach hurts." "Your stomach hurts? How could that be?" Finally opening his eyes, Nangong Chen gazed at her. "After consuming so much junk food, could your stomach possibly feel good?" "What do you mean?" Bai Muqing pondered for a moment before comprehending that he was blaming her for leading him to indulge in those snacks that had upset his stomach. "How dramatic. I ate more than you, yet I am perfectly fine." Despite her words, Bai Muqing rose from the bed and declared, "All right, I will go buy you some digestive tablets to help." They were staying in a villa hotel, and no pharmacies were nearby. Fortunately, the city center was not too far away. She took a taxi to the nearest pharmacy, purchasing a box of digestive tablets along with some other gastrointestinal medications. Upon her return, she found Nangong Chen already asleep. Unconsciously, she slowed her pace, poured herself a glass of warm water, and quietly approached him, softly calling, "Young master." "Are you asleep?" She had intended to let him rest if he was deeply asleep, but surprisingly, her gentle call stirred him awake. He opened his eyes and glanced at her. "Why were you gone for so long?" "There was no pharmacy nearby, so I took a taxi to the city center." Bai Muqing set down the water glass, assisted him to sit up, and placed the tablets in his palm. After ensuring he took his medication, she watched as he drifted back to sleep, slowly feeling drowsy herself. After contemplating his peaceful visage, she pulled back the covers and lay down beside him. The villa had 4 or 5 rooms, yet sleeping alone in such weather felt a bit chilly. It was far more comfortable to snuggle beside him. Yes, it was indeed the cold that she reassured herself within her heart. The following day, as Bai Muqing opened her eyes, she saw Nangong Chen leaning against the bathroom door frame with one hand on his waist, looking utterly miserable. Over the past few days, whenever there was even the slightest hint of discomfort from Nangong Chen, Bai Muqing would become particularly anxious, fearing he might fall ill. Seeing his distressed expression now caused her to bolt upright from the bed, rushing over without even putting on her slippers to support his arm. "Young master, are you all right?" she asked, her face filled with concern as she examined him. Nangong Chen cast her a glance, shaking his head in embarrassment. "I'm fine." "Then you?" "My legs are weak." "What is wrong with your legs? How could they suddenly be weak?" Nangong Chen was at a loss for words, his complexion growing increasingly grim. "I have diarrhea." "Oh." Bai Muqing was taken aback, wondering how one could be brought to such a state by a mere bout of diarrhea. Observing his pallid demeanor, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Had it not been for her insatiable craving for those street-side delicacies, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. How could she still find the audacity to laugh? Nangong Chen, who already harbored a desire to crush her, felt even more humiliated and incensed by her laughter. Glaring at her, he gritted his teeth and spat out, "Have you finished laughing yet?" Bai Muqing quickly subdued her laughter, though remnants of a smile lingered on her face, and she struggled to contain another fit of giggles. Clearing her throat, she apologized, "I'm sorry, but—" "What is wrong with you?" Nangong Chen was awaiting her apology, though he knew it would be of little consequence. Still, it might offer him some psychological solace. "I truly believe it's not the fault of the food. It's your own fragility," Bai Muqing asserted, patting her chest. "Look at me. I've indulged countless times without any issue. It's not that I'm delicate. It's that you're too tough-skinned." Nangong Chen, teeth clenched, was about to retort when he abruptly turned and retreated back into the restroom, slamming the door behind him with a loud bang, leaving Bai Muqing outside. "Hey, are you still going?" she called through the door, then burst into laughter once more. "So many others have eaten without a problem. You're the only one who has. Isn't this akin to the spirit of Lin Daiyu possessing you?" It was the first time she had witnessed Nangong Chen in such a disheveled state. Comparing his usual domineering and stern demeanor to his current one felt like encountering 2 entirely different individuals. Though she felt a twinge of sympathy for him, The opportunity to retaliate was too enticing to resist. Bai Muqing leaned against the restroom door, crossing her arms as she playfully conversed with him. Young master, have you ever read a book that claims when you fear someone greatly, just envisioning them on the toilet will alleviate that fear? This tactic proved effective for me during job interviews in college. Seeing the invigilator felt as comforting as seeing a brother, and my nerves settled, allowing me to speak fluently. After sharing her amusing anecdote, she added, during college I took on part-time jobs to hone my skills. Without warning, the restroom door swung open, revealing Nangong Chen, his face ashen as he glared at her. No wonder you always treat my warnings and commands as mere whispers in the wind. You have quite the trick up your sleeve. I'm determined to show you that even the Nangong Chen on the toilet can be quite fearsome, he declared, advancing towards her with the intent of grasping her neck. Bai Muqing, startled, let out a series of shrieks as she retreated in fright. As Nangong Chen prepared to pursue her and seal her lips with tape, a sudden knock echoed from the entrance. Bai Muqing halted, placing a finger to her lips in a shush gesture towards Nangong Chen before moving towards the door. It was Assistant Yin at the door, who glanced at Bai Muqing in her pajamas and politely nodded. Good morning, young madam. May I inquire if young Master Chen has awoken? He is awake, but... She began, is there something you need to discuss with him? The grand opening ceremony of the new property is about to commence, and Mr. Chen mentioned yesterday that he would personally attend. However, it seems that Mr. Chen may not be able to make it. Bai Muqing expressed her concern on behalf of Nangong Chen. Why is that? Assistant Yin inquired with genuine concern. Mr. Chen, he unfortunately had an upset stomach after dining at the snack street yesterday. Bai Muqing replied with a light laugh. Mr. Chen went to the snack street to eat? Assistant Yan's face immediately transformed into one of astonishment. Surely, she must have misheard. Chapter 70. Searching for her all night, too? Indeed, Bai Muqing nodded. Assistant Yin was taken aback for a moment, and after regaining his composure, he nodded in agreement. Very well, please ensure that young Master Chen gets ample rest. I will handle matters concerning the property. Thank you for your trouble, Assistant Yin. After he left, Bai Muqing closed the door behind her and returned to the room, where Nangong Chen had already settled back in a bed. He was nestled under the covers, his expression displeased as he fixed his gaze upon her. Having laughed and played enough, Bai Muqing approached the bar and poured him a glass of warm water. She retrieved a few pills from the box of intestinal medicine she had bought the previous night and handed them to him, saying, Take these. I assure you, you'll feel better by tomorrow. I want to feel better today, Nangong Chen replied, his irritation evident. He wanted to recover today? Here it comes again, their usual obstinate and unreasonable dynamic. Bai Muqing rolled her eyes in exasperation. She wished he could feel better in an instant. But was that truly feasible? What medications did you buy? Show me everything, Nangong Chen insisted. Bai Muqing reluctantly handed him the plastic bag containing the medicine, which included digestive tablets, the intestinal remedy, and some anti-inflammatory drugs. Nangong Chen opened all the boxes, swiftly popping the pills into his mouth before washing them down with the warm water. His actions were so rapid that Bai Muqing could not intervene in time. She stared at him in shock, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? Be careful not to poison yourself with that method. Nangong Chen returned the cup to the table, sank back into the covers, and revealed only his eyes as he looked at her. You may go about your activities freely, but do not disturb me before noon. Seeing him attempt to dismiss her, Bai Muqing nodded in compliance and exited his bedroom. Although Nangong Chen had encouraged her to entertain herself, she could not shake off her concern for him and chose to remain in the hotel. Throughout the morning, aside from sneaking in to check on Nangong Chen a few times, Bai Muqing sat in a deck chair in the garden, playing games on her phone. As lunchtime approached, she returned to the kitchen on the first floor and prepared some salt-flavored porridge. Glancing at the clock, she began to wrestle with the decision of whether to wake Nangong Chen for lunch. Surely, he must be starving since he had not eaten breakfast. Before she could finalize her thoughts on whether to call him, familiar footsteps echoed from the staircase, followed by Nangong Chen's figure appearing before her. Dressed in a tailored suit and polished shoes, he looked far from the disheveled state he had been in that morning. Instead, he radiated the refreshing and meticulous demeanor he usually possessed. Not dressed yet? Bai Muqing looked up at him as he descended the stairs, a cheerful smile gracing her face. Nangong Chen shot her a displeased glance, his tone laced with sarcasm. Have I let you down? Not at all, Bai Muqing replied. It seems those medications worked quite effectively. As he turned toward the door, she hurriedly grasped his arm. Wait, I made you some salt-flavored porridge. Eat before you head out. As she guided him toward the dining table, she added, if your stomach is upset, you shouldn't eat at the hotel. A light meal will be better for your digestion. Having just been awakened by hunger, Nangong Chen found himself ravenous yet utterly devoid of appetite for anything too greasy. Upon hearing Bai Muqing mention that she had prepared porridge, he turned back with her. At that moment, the only thing he could stomach was the light white porridge. Bai Muqing served him a bowl and took one for herself, sitting across from him to eat. Where are you headed later? To the new property? She inquired. Nangong Chen responded with a faint Is it convenient for you to take me along? Bai Muqing suddenly asked. She had spent the entire morning at the hotel and truly did not wish to linger there any longer in the afternoon. Did you not say you were familiar with this place? Why not explore on your own? Shopping alone is rather dull. Nangong Chen continued to eat his porridge, lapsing into silence. After finishing her meal, Bai Muqing dashed upstairs to grab a bag and hurried after Nangong Chen as he exited. He neither agreed nor disagreed. Yet she took his silence as tacit consent. The two arrived at the sales center of the new property, where Assistant Yin promptly approached them, casting a concerned glance at Nangong Chen. Young Master Chen, I heard you were feeling unwell. Are you all right now? I'm fine, Nangong Chen replied, unconsciously glancing at Bai Muqing beside him. This woman was indeed smirking again. He wondered what was so amusing about his discomfort, especially considering it was caused by her actions. Assistant Yin exchanged a look with Bai Muqing before accompanying Nangong Chen into the small office. Bai Muqing wandered aimlessly around the sales hall, wishing to avoid drawing attention. Eventually, she returned to the office and settled onto a sofa. The second-floor office had a glass structure, allowing her a clear view of the activities within. At that moment, Nangong Chen was engaged in a brief meeting with the legal department, with Assistant Yin at his side, occasionally conversing with him. The atmosphere was so harmonious that it elicited envy. Indeed, she had always envied how Assistant Yin could interact so closely with Nangong Chen daily and be in constant demand by him. Perhaps it was not just her, the overlooked wife, but most of the female employees in the company who felt the same. This was Bai Muqing's first glimpse of Nangong Chen at work, and he was just as she had imagined, serious, meticulous, and embodying the essence of Nangong Chen. Having risen early that morning and with no afternoon nap, she began to feel drowsy while sitting on the sofa, flipping through a magazine. Had she known it would be this dull, she would have stayed at the hotel to sleep. Regretting her choice internally, she turned a few more pages before her head drooped, and she finally succumbed to sleep. Those in the small office could easily see the scene outside. Assistant Yin noticed Bai Muqing had fallen asleep and leaned closer to Nangong Chen, lowering her voice. Young Master Chen, the young mistress is asleep on the sofa. Nangong Chen looked up and indeed saw Bai Muqing resting her head on the armrest of the sofa. Is there a blanket? He asked nonchalantly. Yes, Assistant Yin replied. Please fetch her one. After giving the instruction, Nangong Chen resumed his examination of the contract in hand, while Assistant Yin rose from her chair to retrieve a blanket for Bai Muqing. After the brief meeting concluded, the personnel from the legal department exited the office. Nangong Chen closed the folder and raised his gaze to Assistant Yin, saying, Please assist me in investigating a matter. What matter, young Master Chen? It pertains to the circumstances surrounding the purchase of the Zhu family's courtyard in Xi'an village from years ago, as well as the outcome. I require the most comprehensive details. The Zhu family's courtyard? Assistant Yin replied, astonished and hesitating, Young Master Chen, wasn't this matter handled quite simply and smoothly back then by General He? What exactly do you wish for me to investigate? Chapter 71. Searching for her all night. 3. He Feng, the current director of the marketing department, was brought into the Nangong Group by Vice President Shun over a decade ago. After Nangong, Chun assumed leadership of the company. He Feng was reassigned under him as the president's assistant, and 3 years ago, he ascended to the position of marketing director. His promotion allowed Assistant Yin, who was then serving as Secretary General and demonstrated exceptional capabilities, the opportunity to step in as the president's assistant in his stead. The acquisition of the Zhu family's courtyard occurred during He Feng's tenure as the president's assistant. Although Assistant Yin was aware of it, she had never been involved. Do you recall how He Feng reported the outcome of this matter to me? I remember he said he purchased a grand villa for the Zhu family in the city, and they were quite pleased. Was it not so? Indeed, I have visited that villa. So what? Young Master Chun, what exactly do you wish for me to investigate further? Recently, I have heard rumors suggesting that He Feng pressured the elderly matriarch of the Zhu family to her demise during the purchase. Nangong Chen furrowed his brow, deep in thought. When Bai Muqing mentioned this yesterday, he found it hard to believe, as it contradicted everything he knew. He recalled that when he acquired the property, the elder matriarch of the Zhu family had already passed away. Wasn't she long deceased? Assistant Yin questioned, perplexed. I too wish to uncover the truth. Nangong Chen withdrew his gaze from Bai Muqing, his demeanor gradually growing cold and serious. Assistant Yin nodded. I understand, young Master Chen. Very well. Provide me with a response at your earliest convenience. Nangong Chen rose from his chair and returned to his own office chair to commence his work. Upon awakening, Bai Muqing realized she was lying on the sofa, covered with a light blanket. She rubbed her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, only regaining her senses when her gaze fell upon Nangong Chen behind a glass wall. This was neither her home nor a hotel, but an office. How embarrassing that she had fallen asleep in Nangong Chen's office. Indeed, pregnant women are the most prone to drowsiness. In the past, she would never have dozed off indiscriminately, regardless of time or place, let alone embarrassingly fall into a deep slumber in such a public setting. Moreover, today was the day of the opening, and the office was likely bustling with employees coming and going. Surely many had seen her sleeping. Nangong Chen, having finished reviewing a document, was about to lift his cup from the edge of the desk for a sip when he noticed Bai Muqing standing rigidly at the door. Having just woken, her hair was tousled and her attire disheveled. Awake now? He inquired. Bai Muqing, feeling awkward, tugged at the hem of her clothing, her expression clearly reproachful. Why didn't you wake me? What was the purpose of waking you? To have you fidgeting in front of me, becoming a nuisance? But there's so many people here, it's so embarrassing. Bai Muqing said, flustered. I don't mind, but I fear it reflects poorly on you. I'm accustomed to it. What do you mean? Bai Muqing questioned, confused. What I mean is, Miss Bai, have you ever been graceful? Even once. Bai Muqing was left speechless. Was she truly that lacking? It seems rather true. Every time I encountered him before, he was in a state of disarray. However, when I found myself alongside him, we had agreed to adopt an air of elegance. Alas, I could barely maintain the facade for 2 minutes before it all crumbled. Nangong Chen lowered his head to continue his work, casually tossing me a remark. If you possess even a modicum of consideration for me, do tidy your hair. My cheeks flushed with warmth as I instinctively reached up to grasp my tousled curls, then quickly turned to leave his office, heading towards the restroom. Upon gazing into the mirror, I was appalled by my reflection and immediately realized how remarkably tolerant Nangong Chen was for not casting me aside. It is true what they say. Even the most flawed of men possess a sliver of goodness that merits praise. Upon returning to the office, I had refreshed my appearance. Young master, where shall we go next? I inquired. To dine, he replied curtly. And afterward, I pressed. To sleep. Again? I exclaimed, what a waste of time. Nangong Chen raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze upon me. And what do you propose we do instead? Another visit to the snack street? No. Let's forego the snack street today. What about the Southgate Commercial Street? I suggested with an ingratiating smile. The snack street? I would never dare take him there again. Even if he was willing to eat, I could not bring myself to partake once more, considering the offerings were either fried or greasy, and hygiene had its limits. Have you ever been to the Southgate Commercial Street? I asked, probing. A few times, he replied. With whom? I had merely asked out of curiosity, but upon receiving no immediate answer, I realized I had inadvertently led him into a sensitive topic. With whom? The answer seemed obvious. To alleviate the sudden chill in his demeanor, I quickly chimed in. The Southgate Commercial Street has many delightful sights and activities, and it is an iconic location in Yin City. Tourists flock there to explore. I am aware, he replied curtly. Then, would you care to stroll around? I continued. Our dinner gathering happens to be in that vicinity. After we eat, you could wander about, Nangong Chen's gaze sharpened, and before I could utter another word, he warned, "If you continue to prattle, I shall have you sent back to Sea City immediately." His words rendered me mute, and I dared not speak further. That evening, the dinner gathering consisted of a dozen executives from the company, conveniently located near the South Gate Commercial Street. Nangong Chen, who typically had little appetite and was not fond of such gatherings, barely nibbled at his food before excusing himself. Understanding his temperament, I silently followed his lead towards the hotel entrance. As we exited the hotel, the sea breeze greeted us with a refreshing coolness. I adjusted my light coat and glanced back at Nangong Chen. Assistant Yin, who had accompanied us downstairs, noticed the driver was not waiting at the entrance and stepped aside to make a phone call. After hanging up, she approached Nangong Chen, frequently apologizing. "I'm sorry. Young Master Chen, Shaolin did not anticipate your early departure. He has gone to the commercial street to purchase a gift for his girlfriend and is on his way back now." She lowered her head slightly, filled with remorse, and said, "I apologize. It was my oversight in not communicating properly. I will ensure that he voluntarily resigns upon returning to City C." Upon hearing the phrase voluntary resignation, Bai Muqing, who had been absorbed in her phone screen, lifted her gaze and scrutinized the two of them back and forth. "Is it truly the case that someone is being dismissed over this?" she exclaimed, initially dismissing the matter as trivial when she first heard it. Assistant Yin cast a glance in her direction, remaining silent, evidently awaiting Nangong Chen's response. Chapter 72. Intoxicated 1. With fearless audacity, Bai Muqing continued. "Which boss leaves a gathering less than 20 minutes in? Little Lin has just arrived in Yinqing, and one would expect at least 2 hours before your departure. He only dared to steal a moment to buy a gift for his girlfriend because of his heartfelt affection for her. One cannot so casually dismiss someone simply due to this. As the saying goes, those who love their family will love their work, and those who love their work will be dedicated, right?" Assistant Yin cast a furtive glance at Nangong Chen and remarked, "Young madam, this is company policy. Policies are rigid, but people are dynamic. If neither you nor I mention it, and young Master Chen remains silent, no one else will know," Bai Muqing retorted, playfully poking Nangong Chen's arm. "All right, stop wearing that sullen face. The night is too lovely. We could at least take a stroll down the commercial street." Nangong Chen shot her a sideways glance, realizing that this was her true intention behind all her words. While it would not be difficult to wait for little Lin to arrive, he nonetheless began to stride towards the commercial street. Bai Muqing's heart leaped with joy, and she hurried to keep pace with him. She couldn't help but wonder if he would still dismiss that unfortunate little Lin upon their return. At this hour, the commercial street was abuzz with activity, lined with stores showcasing a variety of Yinqing specialties, while tourists bustled about with bags in hand. Nangong Chen, disinterested in the commotion, wore the same lackluster expression as the previous day. Conversely, Bai Muqing felt her veins pulse with excitement at the vibrant atmosphere, yearning to explore every shop and touch every item. As they passed a shawl boutique, Bai Muqing curiously inquired, "Young Master Chen, have you ever bought a gift for your grandmother?" After a prolonged silence without a response, she turned back to find him lost in a trance, staring intently at something in the distance. Following his gaze, she spotted a young girl at a jewelry stall, deeply engrossed in selecting trinkets. The girl, standing sideways to them, had long hair cascading down her shoulders and a tall, graceful figure. With her head bowed in concentration, a few stray locks framed her face, obscuring some of her features. Despite this, she evoked a sense of familiarity from this angle. Had Bai Muqing not glimpsed a photo of Miss Zhu on Nangong Chen's phone, she might have thought he was merely an ordinary man captivated by the beauty of a stranger. The girl seemed to materialize from the heavens to alleviate Nangong Chen's longing, only to vanish just as abruptly as she appeared. He began to move forward in search of her, but Bai Muqing quickly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Young Master Chen, I was speaking to you." Nangong Chen paused, as if jolted from a daydream, and turned to her. What was he doing? Years had passed, yet he still entertained the fantasy of encountering her on this familiar street. A bitter smile of self-mockery filled his heart, but his gaze could not help but drift toward the direction in which the girl had disappeared. She was just too much like her. Bai Muqing feigned ignorance, smilingly inquiring, "Have you ever bought a gift for Grandma?" "No. Shall we purchase a shawl for her?" "All right." Nangong Chen nodded, his mind seemingly elsewhere. Bai Muqing led him into a shawl specialty store, selecting shawls while negotiating prices with the proprietor. Upon hearing her mention the gift was for an elderly lady, the owner presented her with a darker-hued shawl, stating, "Miss, this crimson one is quite suitable for older women and exudes an air of sophistication when worn. Is there a discount?" Bai Muqing accepted the shawl, examining it closely. It appeared fitting for a wealthy matron. The owner smiled, replying, "This is the original price. Although it may seem steep, you get what you pay for." The price was indeed somewhat high. However, considering the lady's status, it would be inappropriate to choose something too inexpensive. Thus, she decided to proceed with the more expensive option. Turning to Nangong Chen, she asked, "What do you think, young Master Chen?" Yet, to her dismay, he had vanished, leaving her alone. She stepped outside the store hastily. Still nothing. He had indeed left, most likely to seek out that girl from earlier. Bai Muqing inhaled sharply, a bitter taste in her mouth. She had hoped to convey to him that those who once abandoned her were not worth pursuing, even if they were within arm's reach. Clearly, Nangong Chen was indifferent to this. His affection for that woman had become so profound that he disregarded all principles. As she walked alone along the coastal path, the cold sea breeze hit her face, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Just moments ago, the wind in Yinxing felt pleasantly refreshing, yet now it stung like a knife. It seemed that even the wind's temperament was influenced by her mood. When she felt joyful, everything was delightful: the breeze, the night, and especially Nangong Chen. Had she grown accustomed to his presence these past few days? Was it this solitude that made her feel so desolate and uncomfortable? No, she wasn't alone. She still had him. Her small hand instinctively brushed her still flat abdomen, and Bai Muqing chuckled softly, murmuring, "Darling, am I dreaming again?" Had the previous lessons not been profound enough, she found herself once more daydreaming of taking the place of that woman, sharing a harmonious connection with him. How utterly foolish. Bai Muqing returned to her hotel alone. Upon her arrival, the room was brightly lit, yet Nangong Chen was absent, causing a flicker of disappointment in her heart. It was already 10 o'clock, and he had yet to return. She took a deep breath, tossing the shopping bag onto the sofa, and went to find a change of clothes before stepping into the bathroom. Nangong Chen returned to the hotel at midnight. By the time he arrived, Bai Muqing, who had been sitting on the bedroom sofa watching television, had fallen asleep, leaning against the armrest. She slept lightly, waiting for his return. And even though he had deliberately tried to tread softly, she was still roused from her slumber. She slowly opened her eyes, and before her stood Nangong Chen, casually holding his suit jacket, with 2 buttons of his shirt undone, exuding a wild charm amidst the disarray. Suddenly, she rose from the sofa, adjusting her hair and nightwear as she spoke. "You're back." Nangong Chen tossed his suit jacket onto the sofa without a care and poured himself a glass of plain water before settling down on the windowsill. Bai Muqing followed him, examining him closely. "Have you found her?" Chapter 73. Intoxicated, too, judging by his expression, he must not have found her. Nangong Chen shook his head, a sorrowful tone gracing his voice. "I couldn't find her." Bai Muqing settled on the other side of the window seat, her delicate hand resting gently on his. Her fingertips were cool, caressing his hand like silk, soft and exquisite. "So many years have passed. Can we not search any longer?" She gazed at him, her heart aching. A figure as exalted as it should not be so deeply wounded by a mere woman. Nangong Chen smiled bitterly. He had uttered this very phrase to himself countless times over the years. Yet to what avail? He would still lose his mind over a silhouette that bore a striking resemblance to hers. That night, he scoured the entire commercial street, even venturing to the villa where she had once lived, but all he found was that her family had relocated and the property had changed hands. He descended from the windowsill and approached the bar, retrieving a bottle of red wine and 2 crystal goblets before returning to her side, presenting 1 goblet filled with wine to Bai Muqing. Bai Muqing cast a glance at the wine in his hand, refraining from reaching for it. "What is this? Are you unwilling to share a drink with me?" he teased, shaking the goblet, the crimson liquid swirling like a tempest within. Bai Muqing felt an urge to take a sip, yet she resisted. After all, She was with child. Have you forgotten your stomach is still recovering? You cannot drink, she asserted, attempting to seize the bottle from him. However, Nangong Chen deftly grasped her hand, placing the goblet into her palm. Were it not for your well-being, I would have chosen to drink spirits instead. With that, he raised his own goblet, clinking it against hers before tilting his head back to drain it. As he refilled his glass, Bai Muqing realized she could not prevent him any longer. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to his insistence and merely brushed her lips against the wine. The red wine was indeed of excellent vintage, yet no matter how fine, consuming it in such quantities was detrimental to his health. Enough, do not drink any more, she insisted, forcibly reclaiming the goblet from his grasp, her gaze piercing as she admonished. Is she worth this torment? Look at what you've made of yourself. You truly do not understand, he countered. How could I not understand? I have also faced abandonment by men, yet I do not allow myself to descend into such despair as you have. This time, Nangong Chen did not reclaim the goblet. Instead, he leaned his head against the window sill, a mournful smile adorning his face. In any case, she no longer wants me. What does it matter how I appear? How ironic it is that even she fears me. She once claimed to be unafraid. Truly unafraid. Suddenly, he straightened, gripping her shoulders with urgency. Have you ever experienced the sensation of being feared and despised? Surely not. But I have. I have lived with that feeling since childhood. Back in the western suburbs of Yen City, several friends who had played with me fled upon hearing I was an ill-fated person, leaving me lost and drenched in the rain, which led to my illness. After a long wait, I finally encountered someone who is unafraid of me and does not disdain me. I believed that I could share my life with her, cherishing and supporting one another. But in the end, it was merely a fleeting dream. Let us not speak of it anymore. Bai Muqing leaned in, embracing him tightly. You are not unwanted. At least I want you. I am not afraid of you, nor do I find you lacking. You are not afraid of me? Nangong Chen scoffed. All right, I concede that I was somewhat afraid at first, for I had never faced such a situation before, and the rumors circulating outside were wildly exaggerated. Yet now, I am no longer afraid, nor will I be in the future. Whatever challenges lie ahead, I will face them with you. So please trust me. Had this been 2 months ago, would you have said the same? Nangong Chen sneered again. I doubt it. Bai Muqing paused, aware that Nangong Chen was referencing her knowledge of his true identity from before. However, she could swear to the heavens that her decision to be with him was not influenced by his appearance or the knowledge that he would not bring her misfortune. From the very moment she was compelled to marry him, she had resigned herself to her fate. It was no wonder he thought that way. Since his appearance at the Nangong family banquet, countless women had lamented their missed opportunities, regretting their choices. Even Bai Muqing, the affluent and influential young lady, had dreamed of becoming his wife. Nangong Chen did not push Bai Muqing away. He was too exhausted to do so and allowed her to hold him. Bai Muqing took a gentle breath, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. If I say I am different from them, you surely would not believe me, nor would you have any reason to. Finally, she released him and scrutinized him. Have you vented enough? If so, hurry and take a bath. I have prepared congee for you. You hardly ate during dinner, and after spending the entire evening searching for Miss Zhu, you likely have no appetite left. Before leaving the bedroom, she thoughtfully filled the bathtub for him. When she returned with the warm congee, she found Nangong Chen asleep against the windowsill. She approached him quietly, nudging his arm gently. Young master, while you may skip the bath, you must eat the congee or you'll go hungry tonight. Nangong Chen had just consumed a significant amount of red wine, and its effects were beginning to take hold, leaving him slightly inebriated. He indeed felt hungry and, with great effort, steadied himself to accept the bowl of congee from her hands, eating it quickly. After finishing the congee, he lay down on the bed with Bai Muqing as assistance. However, the sudden movement caused his stomach to churn violently. He lurched forward, and the congee he had just consumed was expelled, landing squarely on Bai Muqing. She was unable to evade it, and her freshly donned nightgown was now soiled. At that moment, she could hardly concern herself with such trivialities, rushing to Nangong Chen's side with genuine concern. Young master, are you all right? Nangong Chen leaned over the bed and heaved once more, finally emptying his stomach and feeling some relief. He collapsed back onto the bed, glancing at Bai Muqing, who was in a disheveled state yet appeared unconcerned. A sense of embarrassment washed over him. He waved his hand with discomfort, signaling for her not to worry about him. Bai Muqing poured him a glass of warm water and chided gently, "See, I told you not to drink so much." After serving him the warm water, she inquired, "You threw up all the porridge you just ate. Do you want me to fetch you another bowl?" "No need," he replied, although hunger gnawed at him. He simply lacked the appetite. Bai Muqing discerned his lack of desire for food and chose not to press the matter further. She retreated to the bathroom to tend to herself. After finishing her shower, she suddenly remembered that she had only brought one set of sleepwear, and since it had been soiled by him, she was left to wrap herself in a bath towel. Chapter 74. Intoxicated 3. Fortunately, Nangong Chen had already succumbed to slumber, oblivious to her figure swathed in a bath towel. After tidying herself up and cleaning the floor, Bai Muqing carried a basin of warm water to the bedside, using a towel to gently cleanse Nangong Chen's face and hands. The warmth of the towel felt soothing against his skin, just as she was about to withdraw it. Her small hand, clutching the towel, was unexpectedly enveloped by his larger grasp. Momentarily stunned, she hastily secured the towel around herself with her other hand. Instinctively attempting to free herself from his grip, she found his hold tightening instead. "Stay with me for a while," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Bai Muqing twisted her hand slightly, her tone laced with a hint of bitterness as she retorted, "I have told you countless times, I am not your Zhu." "I know," he continued to mumble in his sleep. "He knows?" Bai Muqing ceased her struggle, staring at him in astonishment. Did he truly comprehend her identity? Did he genuinely not regard her as Miss Zhu? Despite his current pitiable state inciting sympathy, she was resolute in her unwillingness to masquerade as Zhu to win his affection. It was a matter of principle. "Then, tell me, what is my name?" she inquired, deliberately lingering at the edge of the bed to maintain her distance. However, before she could formulate her next move, Nangong Chen had already pulled her forcefully onto the bed, encircling her in his embrace. In that sudden motion, the towel slipped from her body. Aware of her state of undress, Nangong Chen's hand roamed over her. Then he propped himself up, regarding her with a mocking gaze. Bai Muqing realized he must have misinterpreted the situation and quickly clarified, "The only set of pajamas I own has been soiled by you. I am sorry." Bai Muqing, concerned that his primal instincts may overwhelm him, grasped his hand imploringly. "I have attended to you all night. I am utterly exhausted. May we postpone this for another day?" Having made such an earnest plea, she was convinced he would relent. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Nangong Chen ceased his advances, shifting to embrace her instead. After a night of tumult, he too felt fatigued. The following day, Bai Muqing rose early, venturing out to procure simple ingredients to prepare breakfast. Upon her return to the bedroom, she found Nangong Chen just awakening, sitting up in bed. "Awake now?" she assessed him. Nangong Chen gazed at her, memories of the previous night flooding back, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. What had he done last night? He had wallowed in despair over a woman who could never return, allowing himself to become utterly inebriated. Even he found this version of himself repugnant. "Last night, you endured much," he remarked to her with an unexpected gentleness. In the past, he would have taken for granted everything she had done, viewing it as her duty as his purchased wife, never regarding her with equal eyes due to his own disdain. Perhaps with the passage of time, he had gradually come to realize that she was indeed different from others, prompting a shift in his demeanor towards her. Not only did he feel this change within himself, but even Bai Muqing found his tone disconcerting. Yet, reflecting on the previous night, she could not help but feel a sense of disdain. With a hint of mockery, she smiled. "So, you still remember the foolish things you did last night? What does that mean?" Nangong Chen feigned ignorance. "Nothing." Bai Muqing picked up a coat from the chair and tossed it to him. "Hurry up and put it on. Be careful not to catch a cold. Also, wash up and come down for breakfast." With that, she turned and left the bedroom, heading downstairs. Nangong Chen entered the bathroom to freshen up, taking a shower in the process. By the time he emerged, he was clean and rejuvenated. As he walked toward the bedroom door, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a shopping bag on the sofa, the logo prominently displaying the shawl specialty store from the previous evening. He paused for a moment before continuing towards the door. At breakfast, Nangong Chen was engrossed in his bowl of lean meat porridge while Bai Muqing, seated across from him, was simultaneously eating and scrolling through her phone, the screen showcasing the characteristics and traffic conditions of Yinqing. She had not returned to Yinqing in quite some time, and many places had changed, so she wanted to reacquaint herself during this visit. "Where do you plan to go today?" Nangong Chen suddenly inquired. "I don't know. I'm still figuring it out," Bai Muqing replied, casually, without looking up from her bowl. "Would you like me to accompany you?" Finally raising her head, Bai Muqing regarded him with surprise. Had she heard him correctly? Nangong Chen was voluntarily offering to accompany her on an outing? This was not in line with his usual demeanor. Just yesterday, she had implored him for ages to accompany her to the shopping district, only to be convinced otherwise due to the lack of transportation. "What? You don't need it?" The first attempt at being courteous and yet met with indifference left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. The fact that he had taken the initiative to offer his company should have delighted Bai Muqing, and indeed, it did. However, she was not the type to disregard the convenience of others for her own enjoyment. "But don't you have important matters to attend to today?" Bai Muqing assessed him, recalling that she had received a call from Assistant Yin before she even arrived home last night, advising her not to keep Nangong Chen out too late since he had important affairs to address the next day. "Never mind. I'll just let Shaolin accompany me." Bai Muqing chuckled and then inquired, "By the way, did you end up firing Shaolin?" "No." Nangong Chen lowered his head to continue eating his porridge. Since she had said that, he had no reason to continue offering his services, especially since he indeed had legitimate matters to attend to. Originally, he had intended to delegate the task to Assistant Yin and formally accompany her for the day to repay her kindness from the previous day. "I thought you would dismiss him. It seems you are quite a compassionate boss," Bai Muqing remarked, giving him a thumbs up with a smile of approval. Nangong Chen glanced at her with an expression of indifference. He, too, had anticipated that he would dismiss Shaolin. It appeared he had indeed changed significantly of late, and the person responsible for this gradual transformation was none other than the woman before him, who, despite her shortcomings, had also brought about numerous changes. As Bai Muqing and Nangong Chen stepped out, after disembarking at the entrance of a new development, Nangong Chen indeed assigned Shaolin to accompany Bai Muqing. Xiaolin is a lively and cheerful boy, and he is already aware of the incident from last night, when he nearly faced expulsion. Upon seeing Bai Muqing, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Madam, I am truly indebted to you for your assistance last night. Thank you." Last night, Bai Muqing felt somewhat bewildered, as she had not considered the matter significant at all. "I heard from Assistant Yin that it was you who interceded on my behalf with young Master Chen, allowing me to retain my position." Xiaolin replied with a naive smile. "I truly should not have left my post last night, which caused young Master Chen to be without a ride." Chapter 75, Sustaining the Deception, 1. In former times, he would have been dismissed by now. Such a trivial matter was hardly worth concern. He merely needed to perform well in the future. Bai Muqing offered him a reassuring smile. "I certainly will," Shaolin replied emphatically. Once the vehicle commenced its journey, silence enveloped the cabin. Bai Muqing found herself contemplating that had she not intervened on Shaolin's behalf the previous night, Nangong Chen would have awaited Shaolin at the hotel entrance. He would not have been diverted to the commercial street, would not have encountered that girl, and would not have searched for her throughout the night. She shook her head, pondering what thoughts were occupying her mind. If Nangong Chen harbored feelings for that woman, her presence would linger in his thoughts wherever he went, not merely in the commercial street. In truth, one of the reasons she declined Nangong Chen's invitation to accompany her today was that she had no intention of wandering anywhere. Instead, she had resolved to visit her grandmother's grave to pay her respects. After parting ways with Nangong Chen, she requested Shaolin to take her to the cemetery in the northern part of the city. Once Nangong Chen had completed his business, he closed the folder and pressed the intercom. Soon, Assistant Yin entered, standing before him with a serious demeanor. "Young Master Chen, have you finished your tasks?" "Yes." "Then allow me to report on the situation regarding the Zhu family's courtyard." Assistant Yin handed the folder to Nangong Chen. This contains the basic information of the Zhu family members, as well as all the documents related to the acquisition of the Zhu family's courtyard. As Nangong Chen opened the folder, the first page revealed the basic information of the elderly matriarch of the Zhu family. whose date of passing coincided with the period he had purchased the courtyard. As he continued to flip through the pages, his motion abruptly halted on a particular entry. A familiar name, a familiar visage. Zhu Zhu, a name that blended simplicity with a hint of charm. He recalled the first time he asked her name. She had shyly hesitated and requested he call her Xiao Zhu. He had playfully remarked that Xiao Zhu lacked intimacy and insisted on calling her Zhu Zhu, only to have her indignantly retort that he was the one resembling a pig. As time passed, he gradually endeared himself to the nickname of Zhu Zhu. Young Master Chen, Assistant Yin called, pulling him back to the present. He steadied his emotions and replied, "Speak. I have conducted an investigation, and the matter is as follows." When Mr. He approached Zhu Zhu's son, Zhu Jiwen, regarding the purchase of the Zhu family courtyard. Zhu Jiwen immediately agreed upon hearing that compensation could be provided for a villa in the city. However, the elderly matriarch was adamantly opposed to selling the courtyard, even threatening to take her own life. In order to expedite the process, Mr. He conspired with Zhu Jiwen's family to force the matriarch out of the courtyard. In a fit of anger, she leapt from the second floor, resulting in a broken leg. Strangely, despite the injury being superficial, she passed away the following day after being admitted to the hospital. There are rumors that Zhu Jiwen may have taken advantage of the situation to eliminate her in order to acquire the property. But the truth of the matter remains known only to Zhu Jiwen. Nangong Chen pondered this, deep in thought. However, one thing was certain. The elderly matriarch had been driven to her demise during the transaction involving the Zhu family courtyard. Assistant Yin continued, indeed, she was undoubtedly compelled to her death. Nangong Chen's hands, resting on the folder, gradually clenched tighter as he managed a sorrowful smile. It seems the fault lies with me. Initially, he merely wished to purchase that quaint courtyard anonymously to provide the Zhu family with a proper residence, which is why he had dispatched He Feng to negotiate with them. He had not anticipated such tragic outcomes. It occurred to him that He Feng must have misconstrued his intentions, believing he had a genuine interest in the courtyard, and in his eagerness to ascend the ranks. Assistant He hastily allied with Zhu Jiwen, leading to the untimely demise of the matriarch, Grandma Zhu. He was acutely aware that Grandma Zhu was the only family member who cherished Zhu Zhu, her most beloved and treasured kin. Yet, inadvertently, he had caused the death of the very person she held dear. Young Master Chen, please do not say that, Assistant Yin interjected soothingly. This is not your fault. How can it not be my fault? Had I not meddled, Grandma Zhu would still be alive. Nangong Chen sighed helplessly, raising his gaze to Assistant Yin. Have you located Grandma Zhu's burial site? I have already investigated, Assistant Yin replied. Thoroughness is her hallmark. She even discovered that Grandma Zhu adored lilies during her lifetime. Are you planning to visit Grandma Zhu's grave? Assistant Yin asked, a note of skepticism in his voice. Nangong Chen nodded. I shall prepare the car for you. Assistant Yin said before stepping outside. Bai Muqing lingered at her grandmother's grave for an extended time, eventually inhaling deeply, using the back of her hand to wipe away the mist of tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. This farewell left her uncertain of when she would return. Though her heart ached with reluctance, she had no choice but to depart. She recalled the day she left the Zhu family. Her grandmother had clasped her hand with aged palms, tears streaming down her face, reluctant to let go, even forcing the last few bills from her pocket into Bai Muqing's hands. Her grandmother had said, if the path of reconciliation proves too arduous, then return to Yinqing. No matter how unwelcoming it may be, it shall always be a place to rest. She had eagerly promised to return. Yet the journey of reconnection had indeed been fraught with challenges. However, with her uncle and aunt present, she felt as though she could never truly return to that home. Grandma, rest assured, I'm doing well now. She lifted her hand, her fingertips gently brushing the photograph of her grandmother on the tombstone. From now on, I will visit you every year and bring you your favorite lilies. Sadly, no matter how sweetly she spoke, her grandmother could no longer respond. After leaving the cemetery and returning to the car, Shaolin observed her tear-streaked face with concern and asked, Young madam, are you all right? I am fine, Bai Muqing replied, sniffing slightly and touching her cheek. Shaolin glanced at her and then at the cemetery, puzzled by her sorrow over a friend. Is it really necessary to be this upset? Just drive, Bai Muqing urged. Shaolin nodded and started the car, steering towards the exit of the cemetery. Emerging from the narrow path, they found themselves on a road leading to the city center. Shortly after they set off, a silver-gray luxury sedan approached them. This vehicle was rented from Yinqing, and neither Shaolin nor Bai Muqing was familiar with it, nor did they notice that Assistant Yin and Nangong Chen were seated inside. It was Assistant Yin, keenly observing from the driver's seat, who first spotted Nangong Chen's designated spot, and with a hint of skepticism remarked, "Oh, isn't that Shaolin and the young madam?" Upon hearing Assistant Yan's words, Nangong Chen instinctively glanced out of the window, and indeed, he saw Shaolin swiftly passing by with Bai Muqing at his side. "How did they come to be here?" Assistant Yin inquired. Nangong Chen shared the same curiosity. "We can simply ask Shaolin to find out," he replied. Chapter 76. Maintaining the Deception 2. Strangely, he found himself subconsciously concerned about her whereabouts. After leaving the cemetery, the car sped along the roads of the suburban Yin city, with lush green crops lining either side. As she gazed at the picturesque scenery, Bai Muqing's mood gradually lightened. To avoid complications, she turned to Shaolin and said, "By the way, please do not inform young Master Chen that I visited the cemetery." "Why not?" Shaolin asked, puzzled, and only realized after speaking that he might have overstepped. He quickly added, "My apologies, young mistress. Rest assured, I won't mention it." Perhaps it was due to Bai Muqing's complete lack of the airs typically associated with a young mistress of the Nangong family. Her affability was so strong that he often forgot her status, treating her as a friend instead. Fortunately, young Master Chen was not present. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. Shaolin silently rejoiced. At that moment, Shaolin's phone rang, the special ringtone he had assigned for Assistant Yin. Concerned about missing calls and neglecting his duties, he had designated Assistant Yan's number as a priority, and upon hearing that particular tone, he was always alert. This time was no exception. Upon hearing the ringtone, he immediately pulled over to the side of the road and answered, "Assistant Yin, how may I assist you?" "Yes, I just saw your car outside the cemetery with young Master Chen," Assistant Yin stated, waiting for him to confess. As if summoned, Shaolin cautiously glanced at Bai Muqing and replied, "Oh, it's just that the young mistress expressed a desire to stroll around, and I was showing her the sights." "All right, that is sufficient," Assistant Yin replied before ending the call. "What is the matter?" Bai Muqing inquired, a flicker of doubt igniting within her. Did Nangong Chen require the car? Shaolin looked at the now disconnected phone, his expression serious, as he said, "Assistant Yin mentioned that she and young Master Chen just spotted our car." Bai Muqing's heart skipped a beat. Nangong Chen saw her? Why hadn't she sensed his presence? Surely he hadn't discovered her visit to see her grandmother? Moreover, what was he doing here? This place was one of the most remote areas of Yin City. It was improbable for him to be here on business. "Young mistress, I have spun a web of lies for you. But if young Master Chen inquires further, you must help me maintain this facade," Shaolin said with concern, recalling how narrowly he had escaped trouble the previous night. He certainly did not wish to be dismissed by Nangong Chen over today as events. "Do not worry. I shall not expose the truth," Bai Muqing assured him. "That is a relief," Shaolin chuckled, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Nangong Chen stood before the gravestone, staring at the vibrant lilies that had clearly been delivered that very day. He scanned the surroundings, noticing no one else in sight besides himself. Who could have sent these flowers? He bent down to place the lilies he held beside the others at the gravestone, taking a step back to bow reverently, uttering 3 words, "I am sorry." These 3 short words were imbued with profound regret, regardless of whether it was direct or not. The old lady's demise indeed stemmed from him. Upon returning to the car, Assistant Yin proactively reported to him, "Young Master Chen, I have just inquired with Shaolin. He mentioned that it was the young mistress who wished to explore the surroundings, which is why we came here." Nangong Chen fell into contemplation, pondering if it was merely a casual stroll. When he had earlier beheld the lilies before the old lady's tombstone, he had considered her presence, yet upon reflection, it seemed she had no reason to bring flowers for Lady Zhu. Now, hearing Assistant Yan's words, his underlying doubts were not alleviated. Instead, he was plunged deeper into thought. The figure he had glimpsed in the commercial street the previous night resurfaced in his mind. Could it be that she had returned? Finally come back? After departing from the cemetery, Nangong Chen headed straight to the hotel. Upon entering the living room, he discovered Bai Muqing seated on the sofa, fiddling with a ring, her demeanor radiating joy. As soon as she noticed his entrance, she raised the ring in her hand, beaming, "Look, the bar's ring has arrived." Nangong Chen approached her, took the ring for inspection. It remained merely 2 bands of scrap metal, yet the inside was indeed engraved with their names, one Bai and one Chen. A photograph had accompanied the ring as well. Bai Muqing picked up a picture from the sofa and waved it before him. It was the image of the 2 of them, lips touching, with an appealing angle and vibrant colors. When Nangong Chen tossed the ring back to her, he couldn't resist casting a dampening remark. "Is this kind of ring truly worthy of your delight?" "What's the matter? I find it quite charming," Bai Muqing replied, sliding one of the rings onto her middle finger and admiring it before placing the other back in the box. "You needn't give it to me. I want them all." Nangong Chen had no intention of keeping it, so he acquiesced. He initially intended to ascend the stairs, but halted mid-step, turning to her with a semblance of concern. "Where did you wander today?" Bai Muqing had anticipated his question and had prepared her response in advance, continuing to toy with the ring. "Just a casual stroll and a drive, wherever the day took me." Nangong Chen withdrew his gaze and proceeded upstairs. Once his figure vanished from sight, Bai Muqing let her hands drop, exhaling quietly as she gazed in the direction he had departed. Thankfully, he did not delve further into his inquiries. Otherwise, she truly would not know how to respond. During her days in Yin City, it had been a most relaxed and delightful period since marrying into the Nangong family, as well as the most harmonious time spent with Nangong Chen. Compared to the oppressive life in the Nangong estate, these days were immensely comforting, to the extent that Bai Muqing was reluctant to return. However, no matter how splendid, such moments are fleeting. Nangong Chen's itinerary in Yin City swiftly concluded. An assistant Yin had booked an afternoon flight back to City C. As they departed the hotel, Bai Muqing entrusted their luggage to Shaolin, turning back to gaze at the villa, feeling a twinge of reluctance. She rarely clings to a place, yet today is an exception. Perhaps it is due to the fact that this is her hometown, Yin City, or perhaps it is because of the fond memories she shares with Nangong Chen. "Young madam, please get in the car," Shaolin urged, unable to contain herself as she noticed her hesitation to depart. After all, Master Chen was still waiting in the vehicle. It was only upon hearing Shaolin's call that Bai Muqing regained her senses. Upon meeting Nangong Chen's impatient expression, she hurriedly bent down and slipped into the car. Shaolin returned to the driver's seat and started the vehicle, heading towards the airport. "What is the matter? Do you not wish to leave?" Nangong Chen inquired coolly, flipping through the magazine in his hands. Chapter 77. Leaving him alone, Bai Muqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, there was a hint of reluctance. Had she not had enough fun? While she had enjoyed herself, the mere thought of returning to the Nangong residence filled her with trepidation. It seemed that the days spent in the Nangong family had left her feeling quite distressed. "Not that," Bai Muqing hastily clarified. "It's just that I wouldn't have the same freedom here." She longed to express that upon her return to Sea City, Nangong Chen would inevitably revert to his former self, consumed by work, indifferent and dismissive towards her. Yet, she lacked the courage to voice such sentiments in his presence. By the time they returned to Sea City, it was already dinner time. Nangong Chen instructed Shaolin to escort Bai Muqing home while he headed directly to the company. Bai Muqing had intended to visit Xiao Li at Hongyan Hospital, as Zhao Feiyang had informed her during her time in Yinqing that Xiao Li's surgery had been successful. She yearned to celebrate this new lease on life with him, but as Nangong Chen insisted she return home, she felt unable to disobey, resolving to wait until the following morning to visit the hospital. Upon her arrival at the Nangong residence, he invited her to the old lady's quarters. As she entered, the old lady immediately approached and linked her arm with Bai Muqing's, scrutinizing her with a beaming smile. "So, how's my little great-grandchild? Is everything well? Has there been any discomfort?" Feeling the old lady's affectionate hold, Bai Muqing grew uneasy and maintained a forced smile. "Grandma, the baby is doing well. You needn't worry." "Ah, I knew my little darling would be just fine," the old lady replied, her gaze turning somewhat ambiguous as she assessed Bai Muqing. "So, did you enjoy your trip? I heard from Assistant Yin that you..." and Chen got along splendidly. Surprised by the old lady's words, Bai Muqing realized that the old lady had placed her own informants around her and Nangong Chen. It was indeed characteristic of her. "Yes, I had a wonderful time," she replied with a nod, handing the shopping bag in her hand to the old lady. "Grandma, this is a small gift that Chen and I picked out for you. I hope you like it." The old lady, generally indifferent to gifts, felt a surge of joy today, especially upon learning that it was a joint effort with Chen. This piqued her interest in unwrapping the present. She retrieved a shawl from the shopping bag, examined it, and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, quite lovely. You two have been thoughtful. Indeed, this is the first time the eldest master has bought you a gift." "Sister," he chimed in with a smile. "Quite so," the old lady responded. "This signifies that the eldest master is maturing as a husband and father." "Yes, Chen has grown up and is about to become a father," the old lady said, handing the shawl to Sister He and beaming as she held Bai Muqing's wrist. "This is all thanks to you. You have inspired his transformation." Bai Muqing offered a constrained smile, remaining silent, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure settle within her. Upon witnessing the elderly lady's joyful demeanor, she could scarcely entertain the thought of what might transpire should any misfortune befall the child. Surely, the old woman would be enraged enough to take drastic measures against her. How absurd, she thought. How could such ominous notions even surface? The child would be fine, undoubtedly. Early that morning, Hifeng was summoned to Nangong Chen's office. As he passed through the secretarial department, Hifeng leaned in close to Secretary Chen, playfully whispering, "My dear, do you have any idea why the young master has called for me?" Secretary Chen shot him an irritated glance, her displeasure evident as she replied, "Please, Mr. He, conduct yourself appropriately. Such a little thing, putting on airs." Hifeng rolled his eyes at her lack of humor, perplexed by how the women in the president's secretarial department seemed to be devoid of any vivacity, lacking the charm of his female subordinates. "Mr. He, please." Secretary Chen gestured for him to enter, her expression remaining largely unchanged. It was not merely her disdain for this man who had risen through the ranks by virtue of Deputy General Manager Shun that troubled her. Even if Deputy General Manager Shun himself were present, she would never dare to partake in flirtation before such an audience. Any secretary aspiring to remain in the president's office for 3 months must first learn the art of this soulless demeanor, a lesson she had understood on her very first day. Finding no pleasure in teasing these secretaries, Hifeng reluctantly turned and made his way to Nangong Chen's office. Standing before the door, he instinctively adjusted his suit and composed his expression before knocking and entering. In the presence of Nangong Chen, his previous levity evaporated, replaced by a demeanor of deference as he inquired, "Young master, you summoned me?" Nangong Chen, engrossed in replying to an email, replied without looking up, "You need not have come here. You could have simply coordinated with the HR manager in the finance department." "Young master, what do you mean?" A sense of foreboding surged within Hifeng. Nangong Chen continued typing, only lifting his gaze after sending the email, at which point he seized a folder from his desk and hurled it at Hifeng, his voice as frigid as ice. "Take a good look at the consequences of your actions." Startled by the sudden outburst, Hifeng glanced at the folder on the floor, then back at Nangong Chen before bending to retrieve it and peruse its contents. Upon opening the first page to find information about the elderly matriarch, he understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, why had Nangong Chen chosen this moment to bring it up after all this time? He was aware that there had been flaws in his handling of the matter, in his haste to complete the task. He had inadvertently pressured the elderly lady, well past her 70s, into a desperate act. At the time, he had not perceived it as a significant issue, particularly since the compensation provided to the Zhu family by the Nangong Group was more than sufficient to cover many lives. He had chosen not to report this incident, partly because he deemed it unnecessary, but also out of fear that Nangong Chen would blame him for incompetence, jeopardizing his prospects for promotion. He had assumed the matter would be long forgotten, never anticipating it would resurface after so many years. He cast a furtive glance at Nangong Chen and cautiously remarked, "Young Master Chen, this matter was initially a lapse in my judgment. However, I managed to resolve the situation subsequently. The Zhu family received their compensation and ceased to trouble us." Nangong Chen interrupted him, So you comfortably assure me that everything is settled? Life cannot be restored once lost. And I did not intend for it to happen. Did you not intend for it to happen? Hifeng felt a pang of guilt at those words. In truth, his actions had been deliberate from the outset. The property belonged to the elderly Mrs. Zhu, who stubbornly refused to sell her house. He believed that only by removing her as an obstacle could he fulfill his task on schedule. Thus, he conspired with her ineffectual son to deal with her. Chapter 78. Abandoning him alone, too. Yet, even if his actions were intentional, it was merely to expedite the acquisition of the Zhu family's courtyard. Surely, it would not warrant his dismissal? You may leave now, Nangong Chen uttered indifferently, closing his eyes momentarily. What purpose does further inquiry serve now? The individual is already deceased. He could scarcely fathom whether Zhu Zhu would still love him and return to City C with him. Had she known that her beloved family member had met his demise due to his actions? Hifeng's complexion shifted dramatically as he stammered, "Young Master Chen, what do you mean? You cannot possibly intend to expel me from the Nangong group over this matter? If it were not for your uncle's sake, I would not even wish to see you today," Nangong Chen replied coldly, delivering his final word, "Get out." Hifeng understood Nangong Chen's steadfast nature. Once he made a decision, it was challenging for others to alter it, and he had little patience for subordinate explanations. At this juncture, the best course of action was to discreetly vanish from his presence and subsequently seek out Vice President Shun to intercede on his behalf, perhaps leaving room for some reprieve. As Hifeng opened the office door and stepped outside, he was met with the gaze of the female secretaries, who sat in tense silence, witnessing once more Nangong Chen's merciless demeanor. After all, Hifeng was the Vice President Shun's nephew and had been cultivated as a management tier within the company for many years, yet he was dismissed without a second thought. Indeed, no sooner had Hifeng departed than Vice President Shun Dongyang arrived to plead on his behalf. However, Nangong Chen had anticipated this visit and instructed his secretary to convey a message. There was no need for him to enter regarding Hifeng's situation. The implication was clear. No amount of intercession would be of any avail this time. No one comprehended the true reason behind Nangong Chen's fury, not even Hifeng himself. Assistant Yin rapped on the door and entered, addressing Nangong Chen. "Young Master Chen, Vice President Shun has stated that the matter concerning Hifeng is entirely at your discretion." Nangong Chen acknowledged, aware that his uncle would undoubtedly harbor dissatisfaction. Yet this did not sway his resolution. "Is there any engagement this evening? If not, I shall take my leave," he remarked, closing his notebook. "Young Master Chen, have you forgotten? Today is Mayor Feng's birthday banquet. He has invited you to attend his celebration." Assistant Yin replied. In the past, regardless of the event scale, invitations would be sent to the Nangong group, with someone else attending in his stead. However, since Nangong Chen's notoriety, invitations now bore his name, extending the most sincere invitation. Although he usually assigned Shun Ku to represent him, the host this evening was the mayor of City C, who had cleverly labeled the gathering a charity gala to mask its true nature. With the mayor personally requesting his presence, it would be unbecoming for him to decline. After a moment's contemplation, Nangong Chen responded, "All right, I understand. Young Master Chen, may I inquire if you will be accompanied by the young mistress or another companion?" Assistant Yin asked respectfully, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his serious eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Chen turned to her and said, "Please contact the young mistress and take her to select an appropriate outfit." Although he had no desire to bring Bai Muqing along, it would be difficult to avoid scrutiny if he attended the banquet without his wife, especially since public opinion was already skeptical of his marriage. "All right, I will make the arrangements," Assistant Yin replied, her small hopes fading as she nodded and turned to leave. Awakening from her afternoon nap, Bai Muqing was eager to visit the hospital to see Xiao Li. Yet she struggled to concoct a plausible excuse to request permission from Sister He to go out. Just then, Sister He knocked and entered, informing her that she was required to accompany Nangong Chen to the mayor's birthday banquet that evening, without waiting for her to ask for permission. Accompanying Nangong Chen to a banquet? She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 5, and it seemed she would not see Shaoli today. "Young mistress, Assistant Yin is waiting for you downstairs to choose a gown. Please hurry," Sister He urged. "Must I go?" The mere thought of the ostentatious display and insincere flattery at such events filled Bai Muqing with weariness. Nangong Chen was well aware that such gatherings were beyond her capability to navigate. This is the eldest young master's first banquet. As his wife, it is only natural for you to accompany him. Since learning of her pregnancy, Sister He's attitude had shifted dramatically, mirroring that of the matriarch. She added with a smile, "The eldest young master is the dream companion of many socialites in City C. Would you truly relinquish such an opportunity to another woman?" Sister He's reasoning resonated with Bai Muqing. With a husband so sought after, she realized she must endure a little discomfort to secure her place by his side. Before departing, Sister He reminded her, "Young mistress, do remember that you are pregnant. Do not drink alcohol. Rest assured, I will be cautious." Bai Muqing replied as she exited the bedroom and made her way downstairs. Under Assistant Yan's guidance, Bai Muqing arrived at the upscale department store where she had previously accompanied Nangong Chen to shop for clothes. Assistant Yan appeared quite familiar with the establishment and led her directly to a renowned custom gown boutique. The store owner greeted them warmly, her curious gaze lingering on Bai Muqing. Assistant Yan smiled and said, "This is the wife of our young Master Chen. Please recommend a few suitable gowns for her. Ideally not too extravagant, just simple and elegant." She was aware that Nangong Chen preferred women who were not overly flamboyant. Afterward, she turned to Bai Muqing and added, "Young mistress, feel free to browse and see if there are any styles you particularly like." Okay. Though Bai Muqing had no concept of selecting evening gowns, she felt it would be rather embarrassing to lack any opinion as Nangong Chen's wife. Thus, she began to feign interest in the racks of dresses. Ultimately, she decided upon a style recommended by the owner, having learned from her previous experience to avoid white. Instead, she selected a knee-length dress in a lovely shade of lake green. The gown fit her exquisitely, embodying the fresh and pure image that Assistant Yan had envisioned. Almost instantly, she was captivated, and with a gentle smile, she declared, "This is the one. Master Chen will surely adore it." Bai Muqing nodded in agreement, finding herself quite fond of it as well. "Madam, here are the accompanying shoes," the boss proclaimed, retrieving a pair of dazzling peep-toe heels adorned with sparkling rhinestones, and placing them at her feet. Given your petite and delicate feet, a size 6 should be just right. However, upon seeing the towering heels, Bai Muqing instinctively recoiled her foot, exclaiming, "No, I refuse to wear high heels." Chapter 79. Left Alone 3. The female boss exchanged glances with Assistant Yan, who inquired, "Why?" The response was simple, "Because I cannot wear high heels." Yet, the gown seemed incomplete without them, and all the women at the soir, it would undoubtedly don high heels. As the boss chimed in, "Please find me a pair of low heels instead," Bai Muqing interjected with a smile, hastily adding, "It would be unfortunate to trip at the banquet, wouldn't it?" Reluctantly, the boss procured a pair of modestly heeled shoes for her. Although they were still somewhat elevated, they were a far better option than the previous pair. While the larger heels lacked the finesse and allure of their more delicate counterparts, for the sake of her well-being, she settled for them. Upon delivering Bai Muqing to Nangong Chen, Assistant Yan stood silently to the side, his face tinged with a hint of embarrassment before Nangong Chen could voice his opinion. Nangong Chen surveyed Bai Muqing. Overall, she appeared quite presentable, with cascading curls, subtle makeup, and a simple yet elegant dress. However, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are there no other shoes to choose from?" Assistant Yan lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Bai Muqing quickly interjected, "I personally prefer this style. I fear that higher heels might lead to a fall." "Are you worried about tripping with me around?" he retorted. Such incidents could tarnish the Nangong family's reputation, so she smiled innocently. For the sake of safety, perhaps a lower heel is wiser. Nangong Chen fell silent. In truth, he was not overly concerned about such matters. Attending a banquet was not about showcasing his companion. If he were to boast, no amount of adornment could rival the glamour of the renowned stars and models present. He, Nangong Chen, did not require a woman to enhance his standing. Noticing the time, he stood from his chair, casually draping his suit jacket over his shoulders. "Let us proceed. It is time to go." With relief washing over her, as Nangong Chen ceased his critique of her footwear, Bai Muqing stepped in sync with his stride toward the company's entrance. Mayor Feng's banquet was held at the prestigious Huowan Hotel in City C, and by the time they arrived, most guests had already gathered. The mayor was positively beaming at the sight of Nangong Chen's presence, showering them with praises before instructing the attendants to escort them into the venue. Upon entering the hall, Bai Muqing felt a wave of unease. The Lin family held a notable standing in City C, and it was certain that Lin Ainin would be in attendance. What if she ran into him again? Scanning the room, she was relieved not to spot him. However, her father and stepmother soon caught sight of them and began making their way over. Bai Muqing wished to avoid her parents in such a setting, but given the circumstances, she had no choice but to endure. In front of Nangong Chen, her parents were exceedingly polite, greeting them with broad smiles. "Young Master Chen, it has been a while. And Ingen, why haven't you come home for dinner recently?" Bai Muqing returned their greetings with a feigned smile, saying, "I have been quite busy lately, but I will make an effort to return another day." "All right, remember to bring young Master Nangong along," they replied. "I will do my utmost to find time to come back." Nangong Chen, however, was not inclined to engage in further conversation with them and gently led Bai Muqing away in another direction. Surrounded by a group of people attempting to forge connections, Nangong Chen found the atmosphere in the banquet hall somewhat stifling. Bai Muqing, feeling a wave of discomfort, decided to step outside for some fresh air to avoid a sudden bout of nausea in front of him. Upon exiting the hotel, she unexpectedly spotted Pu Lianyao, dressed in work attire, seated on a nearby flower bed, engrossed in her phone. Surprised, she approached her and remarked, "Lianyao, what brings you here?" Pu Lianyao looked up at the sound of her name, exclaiming, "Cousin, what are you doing here?" She examined Bai Muqing with a face full of astonishment. "I came with the eldest young master to attend Mayor Feng's banquet," Bai Muqing replied. "Your cousin is attending the banquet?" Pu Yinyao's surprise intensified. "I thought he never participated in such events. What prompted him to attend Mayor Feng's banquet today?" Bai Muqing realized she had never heard that Nangong Chen refrained from attending banquets. She shrugged with a smile, saying, "Perhaps it is due to Mayor Feng's considerable influence." "I suppose that makes sense," she added, giving Pu Yinyao another appraising glance. "By the way, what are you doing here? Are you waiting for someone?" "Of course not. Today is a charity banquet hosted by Mayor Feng. He is concerned about potential incidents, so he requested us to be on standby," Pu Yinyao explained, nodding towards an ambulance not far away, which had been sent by Hongyan Hospital. It was indeed thoughtful of the mayor to take such precautions against any mishaps at the banquet. "Why aren't you inside enjoying the festivities?" Pu Yinyao inquired. Bai Muqing chuckled softly. "I find it a bit stuffy inside, so I stepped out for some air." Pu Yinyao nodded in understanding and then asked, "By the way, I received the sour plum cake and small gifts you brought from Yiqing." "Thank you. What need is there for thanks? I initially intended to deliver them to you, but I couldn't find the opportunity," Bai Muqing replied. "It would have been quite a hassle to send them to the hospital, wouldn't it?" Pu Yinyao expressed her gratitude, saying, "I'm already very content with your thoughtfulness, so I wouldn't dare ask you to go out of your way." "Well, it wasn't specifically for you. I was planning to visit a patient at Hongyan Hospital in the next few days," Bai Muqing clarified. "Who is it? A friend of yours? What is their name? I could keep an eye on them," Pu Yinyao offered. "Thank you. It is a boy named Shaoli who just underwent heart bypass surgery a few days ago." "Shaoli? Is he the young boy who had heart surgery recently?" Pu Yinyao exclaimed in surprise. Bai Muqing, taken aback by her awareness of Shaoli, responded with a smile, "Yes, you know him? Of course I do. That child has been hospitalized in our facility for a while, and the outstanding bills have been a headache for the hospital. However, he passed away during the surgery a few days ago." "You weren't aware of this?" Pu Yinyao looked at her incredulously, and upon noticing the shock on Bai Muqing's face, she quickly added, "Surely, you must have known?" The child's surgical risks were exceedingly high. It was ill-advised for her to undergo the procedure in the first place. Alas, once she was on the operating table, she never regained consciousness. Bai Muqing stared at her in disbelief, and after a long moment, she finally managed to utter, trembling, "What did you say? Shaoli is dead?" Zhao Feiyang had clearly informed her that Shao Li's surgery was a resounding success and that she would soon be discharged. Indeed, Pu Yinyao noticed the tears welling in her eyes, and her expression grew grave as she grasped Bai Muqing's hand. "Cousin, are you all right?" Bai Muqing did not respond. remaining in a state of dazed shock. Chapter 80. Forcing her to take medicine. 1. After a moment's pause, she suddenly rose from beside Park Lianyao and swiftly made her way towards the taxi stand outside the hotel. "Hey, cousin-in-law, what's wrong? Where are you going?" Park Lianyao hastily caught up with her, grasping her wrist. "The banquet has just begun. What will your cousin do if you leave?" At this moment, Bai Muqing's mind was consumed with the news of Xiao Li's passing. She could hardly concern herself with what Nangong Chen would do. Her only desire was to find Zhao Feiyang and inquire directly whether Xiao Li's surgery had been successful. She hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take her to Hongyan Hospital. Not long after the car set off, Bai Muqing suddenly realized that if Xiao Li had indeed passed away, her journey to Hongyan Hospital would be futile, especially after so many days had elapsed. She then instructed the driver to head to the new residence of the children. The children's new home was situated in a newly developed complex, spacious and bright. As Zhao Feiyang had described, 2 levels with ample room, making it a pleasant abode. Upon her arrival, she found Zhao Feiyang and Yuan Gui attending to the children during mealtime. When they noticed Bai Muqing, elegantly dressed, yet appearing disheveled, they both understood the purpose of her visit. Zhao Feiyang exchanged glances with Yuan Gui before stating, "Let me speak with her." He then stood and approached Bai Muqing. As he reached the doorway, Bai Muqing swiftly turned to confront him, demanding, "Why did you deceive me into believing Xiao Li's surgery was successful?" Zhao Feiyang took a deep breath, offering a wry smile. "What other reason could there be? I did not want to see you heartbroken or disturb your vacation. Can you not discern what is more important, Xiao Li or your vacation?" Bai Muqing retorted, her voice strained with anger. "Had you informed me that Xiao Li's surgery had failed, I would have certainly returned. And what would that have accomplished? All it would bring is sorrow and grief." Zhao Feiyang stepped closer, gently patting her shoulder. "Enough now, Muqing. I understand your attachment to Xiao Li and your profound sadness. However, we should have anticipated this outcome given the severity of his condition. It's all my fault." Bai Muqing suddenly burst into tears, her sobs racking her body. "I insisted on the surgery for Xiao Li. If he had not entered the operating room, he would not have left this world so soon. I have condemned him." In that moment, she had only considered the necessity of the surgery as the sole path forward, never imagining that this very operation would lead Xiao Li to another realm. Zhao Feiyang had anticipated her anguish and self-reproach, which was why he had concealed Xiao Li's death from her. He once again placed his hand reassuringly on her shoulder, saying, "The doctors indicated that without the surgery, Xiao Li would not have survived beyond this month. Please do not blame yourself. Your intentions were for his well-being. But if the surgery had not been performed, at least he would have had another month to live. Yet that month would be filled with suffering. We did our utmost. We believed in Xiao Li's ability to sense our sincerity, even in the afterlife." Zhao Feiyang's consolation brought little comfort to Bai Muqing. After all, the departure of Xiao Li was an undeniable reality, and it was she who had initially advocated for the operation. Guilt weighed heavily upon her, making it exceedingly difficult to absolve herself of blame. As more tears cascaded down her cheeks, her sorrow deepened. Bai Muqing had briefly appeared at the banquet, yet vanished without a trace, leaving most guests unaware of her absence. Consequently, the attendees began to whisper amongst themselves, intrigued by the absence of Nangong Chen's wife at an event where he had already taken a spouse. Some inquisitive women speculated whether his new wife was indeed alive or if, as rumors suggested, she had not survived. Nangong Chen was not oblivious to the gossip, yet he chose to disregard it with disdain. Gradually, Mayor Feng sensed the growing tension. Although displeased by the speculation, he felt hesitant to voice his concerns. After considerable contemplation, he devised a solution. When it was time for his speech, he expressed gratitude for the presence of Nangong Chen and his wife, even inviting the couple to join him on stage to cut the cake. The audience erupted in applause, their attention fixated on Nangong Chen, who sat in the front row. Caught off guard by Mayor Feng's unexpected maneuver, Nangong Chen's brow furrowed, a wave of discomfort washing over him. He had not seen his young wife all evening. Where could she possibly be? Initially indifferent to the chatter, he now realized that this well-meaning invitation would expose him as a solitary figure before the crowd. After a moment's hesitation, He rose amid thunderous applause and made his way to the stage. Seeing him approach alone, Mayor Feng's expression shifted, and he leaned in to inquire. "Young Master Chen, where is your wife?" "She was feeling unwell and left early," Nangong Chen replied with a faint smile. "What?" Mayor Feng was taken aback. No one had informed him that Madame Nangong had departed. It seemed his good intentions had inadvertently backfired. "Thank you for your kindness, Mayor Feng. May you be blessed with prosperity like the Eastern Sea." Mayor Feng managed an awkward smile, internally wishing to retreat. He addressed the guests, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, Madame Nangong has left early due to illness, so let us have young Master Chen assist me in cutting the cake." This announcement sparked a flurry of chatter among the attendees. Nangong Chen could distinctly hear someone remark, "See, I told you the rumors were true. That woman is likely dead, just like the others who were quietly dealt with by the Nangong family." "My goodness, how tragic," another voice chimed in. Though Nangong Chen's expression momentarily shifted, he quickly regained his composure and, with a smile, joined Mayor Feng in cutting the cake. While he feigned indifference, his heart seethed with resentment towards Bai Muqing. How audacious of her to slip away unnoticed during the banquet. Did she not realize that the world was watching, eagerly awaiting her misstep? Did she not comprehend the significance of this event for both of them? After descending from the stage, he strode toward the terrace and, gritting his teeth, dialed Assistant Yan's number, demanding, "Find out where that woman has disappeared to." "Which woman?" Assistant Yan momentarily failed to comprehend. "Which woman dares to act recklessly under my very nose?" Nangong Chen's words dripped with exasperation. Indeed, aside from her, which other woman would dare to disregard him and indulge in her own pleasures? It seemed that he had been far too lenient with her of late, allowing her to become utterly unrestrained. The adage that women should not be overly pampered, for it leads to their taking advantage of such affection, held perfectly true. Chapter 81. Forcing her to take the medicine, too. Just as Assistant Yan was about to end the call, Nangong Chen suddenly interjected, "Wait. Is there anything else? Young Master Chen, please also look into the whereabouts of Lin Ailing," he continued. Not having seen Lin Ailing in the banquet hall that evening was incongruous. Instinctively, he connected the two of them. After exiting the banquet around 10 o'clock, Nangong Chen received a call from Assistant Yan, informing him that Bai Muqing was by the river. With a slight arch of his brow, he inquired indifferently, "With whom?" "Only the young mistress was seen," Assistant Yan replied. "Young Master Chen, should I take her to the venue now?" Upon hearing that Bai Muqing was alone by the river, Nangong Chen's anger abated somewhat. As long as she wasn't with Lin Ailing, she still had a chance to survive. "No need. I will go myself," he stated, striding purposefully towards the parking lot. After sending Xiaolin away, Nangong Chen personally drove to the riverbank. The riverside road, though lengthy, was nearly deserted due to the late hour. From a distance, he spotted that familiar figure. He halted his vehicle by the roadside and lowered the window. This woman truly had no regard for her well-being. On such a chilly night, she had the audacity to come to the river without even a coat. Did she not feel cold? Her coat was left in the car before entering the venue and remained in the back seat. Consumed with anger, Nangong Chen did not retrieve her coat, but instead exited the car, forcefully shutting the door behind him as he strode towards her. Drenched in sorrow and regret, Bai Muqing was oblivious to the cold or the presence of someone approaching from behind. Since leaving the orphanage for this place, her tears had dried up in waves. She had even forgotten that she was supposed to attend a banquet tonight, neglecting the fact that she was still clad in a provocative dress. As Nangong Chen stood behind her, he could no longer contain his fury and shouted at her back, "Bai Muqing, when will you learn to act like a normal person?" Bai Muqing stiffened. It was Nangong Chen. How could he be here? Yes, tonight was his first time attending a banquet, and she had abandoned him there. As these thoughts surged within her, a pang of guilt arose, yet it paled in comparison to her grief over Xiao Li's death. Wiping her tears away, she turned back, feeling shame. Observing her disregard for him only intensified Nangong Chen's anger, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Have you watched too many movies? Believing that every ordinary woman can win the hearts of wealthy men with impudence and ignorance. Thinking it charming? Let me tell you, that is merely fiction. In reality, no man would find such a self-righteous woman appealing. If you possess any sense of shame, Put away these trivial antics, for no matter how you pretend, you cannot escape the disgrace of marrying into the Nangong family for money. I command you, come here at once." Nangong Chen concluded vehemently. Bai Muqing sat beneath the railing by the riverbank, while Nangong Chen stood a few meters away, just across a pedestrian pathway. Noticing her continued lack of movement, he was thoroughly provoked and took several strides toward her, seizing her arm with a powerful grip and pulling her up. "Can't you hear me calling you to come up?" His strength was overwhelming, and Bai Muqing was effortlessly yanked from ground. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, Nangong Chen observed her pale visage, nearly submerged in tears. Her complexion was ashen, her arms cold, and her shoes were nowhere to be found. Despite knowing that this could be yet another of her ploys to draw his attention, he momentarily faltered and instinctively asked, "What is wrong with you?" Bai Muqing herself was uncertain whether her tears were for the small child or in response to his words. Indeed, Nangong Chen was right. She had married for money and had no right to seek his affection. She should not have lost her composure over his few remarks. She had initially intended to dry her tears and obediently return to the Nangong family with him. Yet, as she lifted her tear-stained eyes, she could not help but choke out, "Shaoli has died." A flicker of surprise crossed Nangong Chen's eyes. "Shaoli is dead? How could that be?" Just days prior, in Yin City, she had excitedly informed him that Shaoli's surgery had been successful and that there would be no lasting repercussions. Although he had not paid much attention to the child, he knew that Bai Muqing had always cherished him like a younger brother. Was this the reason for her profound grief? "I should not have advocated for his surgery. I am the one who caused his death." Even though she understood that Nangong Chen was not particularly concerned about Shaoli, she found herself pouring out her heart to him, as he was the only one standing by her side that night. Without him, there was no one else to whom she could confide her sorrows. "Is that why you disregarded your attendance at the banquet and left me?" Nangong Chen's hand remained firmly on her arm. Though his tone softened slightly, it still brimmed with displeasure. Bai Muqing ceased her weeping momentarily, bowing her head to accept his admonishment. "Do you know what others are saying? They cannot see you and are speculating that I might have harmed you." The mention of this infuriated Nangong Chen. He had deliberately brought her to the banquet to quell public speculation, only for her to vanish without a trace. "I'm sorry," Bai Muqing sniffled, her expression filled with remorse. "Upon hearing the news of Shaoli's passing, I lost my mind and left the banquet hall without considering your feelings." She was acutely aware of the power of gossip, especially when aimed at Nangong Chen, and she knew it would hurt him to hear such talk. It seemed that she was always the one creating trouble for him, bringing him distress. No wonder he had spoken as he did earlier, thinking she was employing such desperate measures to attract his attention. After a moment of silence, she suddenly lifted her small face, anxiously asking, "What should we do now? Are you going to be in the headlines again tomorrow?" "Who knows?" Nangong Chen replied, his tone irritable. "Apologies." She lowered her head once more, resembling a child who had erred. Nangong Chen gazed at her demeanor, feeling a surge of frustration that he could not articulate as he cast his eyes upon her bare feet. "Where are your shoes?" he inquired. "I." Bai Muqing's toes curled inward, her voice barely a whisper. "They fell into the water just now." At her age, one would think she could manage to keep her shoes on without losing them to the depths. Nangong Chen shot her a reproachful glance, remarking, "Do take a look at your current appearance. Do you still consider yourself a woman?" Chapter 82. Forcing her to take medicine. 3. Bai Muqing felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over her as he expressed his disdain. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around herself and cast a glance at her disheveled appearance. The dress she wore was wrinkled and soiled, her shoes were nowhere to be found, and it was evident that her hair had been tousled by the wind. A gust swept by, causing her to instinctively shiver. It was only then that she emerged from the sorrow of losing Shaoli and realized just how cold it was. It was no wonder that a kind-hearted passerby had inquired if she was in distress. She had once again brought shame to Nangong Chen. How pitiful. At that moment, it would not have been unreasonable for him to strangle her in his fury. "I'm sorry," she murmured for the third time, guilt weighing heavily on her. Suddenly, warmth enveloped her icy body. Bai Muqing blinked in surprise and looked up to see the deep fur-collared coat draped over her shoulders, then turned her gaze to Nangong Chen. This was his coat. Not only had he refrained from expressing his anger by harming her, but he had also chosen to lend her his coat for warmth, a gesture so contrary to expectation that even he felt a tad absurd. Her disheveled state was a consequence of her own making, yet he had shown her compassion upon witnessing her shivering, even going so far as to remove his own garment for her. "Get in the car," Nangong Chen stated coldly, turning and striding toward the vehicle. Despite his frosty demeanor, Bai Muqing felt a warmth in her heart. She tightened the coat around her and hastened to match his pace. Once inside the car, she turned to him gratefully and said, "Thank you." Nangong Chen ignored her, starting the engine and driving in the direction of home. Perhaps due to the chill from lingering by the river, Bai Muqing found herself incessantly sneezing the following day. Pregnant women should avoid medication, so she resorted to drinking copious amounts of water, hoping to detoxify her body and recover swiftly. Fearing rebuke from the elderly lady, she dared not let anyone else know about her cold, fabricating an excuse of fatigue to remain secluded in her bedroom. It was a weekend, and Nangong Chen had no work obligations. During breakfast, he found it curious that the elderly lady did not express her usual ire over Bai Muqing's absence, nor did she utter a single word of reproach. After finishing breakfast, Nangong Chen hesitated momentarily before pushing open the door to Bai Muqing's bedroom. She had been sitting on the edge of her bed drawing, but at the sound of the door creaking open, she hastily tossed her pencil aside, climbed onto the bed, and pretended to sleep under the covers. As Nangong Chen entered, he caught sight of her with the quilt pulled up to her chin, eyes shut, habitually furrowing his brow. He approached the bed and said coldly, "Stop pretending and get up." So it was him. Bai Muqing rolled her eyes in exasperation, then sat up on the bed. Making her way back to her easel as she muttered, "You could have at least announced your arrival. I thought it was Sister He." Achoo! She conveniently sneezed at that moment, grabbing a tissue to dab at her nose. "Have you taken any medicine?" Upon observing her condition, Nangong Chen immediately deduced that she must be suffering from a cold. After all, it was peculiar not to catch one after spending an entire night in a dress exposed to the chilly winds. Bai Muqing casually flattered, "What medication did you take?" "Let me see." Bai Muqing was momentarily stunned, gazing up at him in astonishment. Since when did he become so concerned about her? Even the specifics of her medication mattered to him. What to do? She had not taken any medicine at all and was unaware of the location of the medicine cabinet. "Clearly, you haven't taken any," Nangong Chen remarked, crossing his arms with a judgmental expression. "Miss Bai, do you recall what I mentioned about the type of woman I despise? Those who are full of deceit." Bai Muqing lowered her head in shame. "I apologize. I can't swallow pills, so... However, I have been drinking copious amounts of plain water, and I believe I will recover soon." Drinking copious amounts of plain water is no substitute for medication. You must know that I cannot afford to fall ill. Do you intend to infect me with your germs? As he spoke, Nangong Chen returned to the cabinet and retrieved a box of cold medicine, tossing it into her lap. "I know." Bai Muqing began to feel anxious. She understood that Nangong Chen could not fall ill, as it would exacerbate his condition. Yet, as a pregnant woman, particularly during this crucial stage of her baby's development, she could not take Western medicine. What should she do? "You must take the medicine immediately." Nangong Chen's tone grew more serious. I truly cannot swallow it. I dread taking pills the most. Do you wish for me to feed you?" "No." Despite her protest, Bai Muqing made no move to take the pills. Nangong Chen stepped forward, snatching the pills from her hand, and opened the box, extracting several tablets. With one hand holding a glass of water and the other bearing the pills, he advanced toward her. Bai Muqing retreated a step, then another, until she found herself cornered. She shook her head vigorously, her tone shifting from resistance to pleading. "No, I won't eat it. I refuse." Nangong Chen, accustomed to dominance, had never encountered such defiance. His irritation mounted, and his desire to conquer her intensified. Moreover, having reached this point, if he were to relent now, what authority would he retain before her in the future? "Will you eat it or not?" "I truly cannot swallow it." Bai Muqing felt tears welling in her eyes, for she knew that once Nangong Chen made a decision, it was immutable. Continuing to resist would only provoke him further. Indeed, Nangong Chen lost his temper, setting the cup down on the nearby table, gripping her arm firmly and pulling her into his embrace. His hand slid upward, gripping her chin, forcibly prying her mouth open while the other hand shoved the pill into her mouth, with her mouth compelled to open and close. Bai Muqing felt the pill momentarily lodged in her throat before it finally descended. Yes, it went down. She clutched her throat, coughing desperately while casting a terrified glance at him. What had he done? He had forcefully administered cold medicine into her stomach. That scoundrel. Nangong Chen, you scoundrel. How dare you coerce others into performing tasks they detest? Who do you think you are? Why should you have the authority to dictate whether I take my medication or not? She lunged at him, frantically pounding his chest with her fists, her voice rising in a furious outcry, and in her urgency and anger, tears streamed down her face. Nangong Chen seized her wrist, a cold smile playing on his lips. Did you not claim you couldn't swallow it? Chapter 83. No impact, won you. I despise you. I utterly loathe you. You bastard. Bai Muqing, in a fit of rage, bit down hard on the back of his hand. Nangong Chen let out a sharp gasp of pain and instinctively pulled away from her. I want tea, take it. I refuse to take the medicine. Bai Muqing cried, desperately probing her throat with her fingers, attempting to expel the pills from her stomach. Perhaps she was too vigorous in her endeavor, as her stomach churned violently, compelling her to rush towards the sink in the bathroom. Yet she could not vomit the contents within. Nangong Chen observed her distress. Yet her stubborn determination to continue clawing at her throat ignited his frustration. He yanked her away from the sink, exclaiming, "Enough!" His anger was tinged with a hint of guilt. Yes, guilt. He had merely intended to hasten her recovery from her cold by insisting she take the medicine, but he had not anticipated her obstinate nature would provoke such resistance. Nangong Chen was not one to concede defeat nor display weakness. He had succeeded in compelling her to swallow the pills, yet he felt no joy in his victory. Bai Muqing was thoroughly incensed, struggling to evade his touch, leading to a fierce tug-of-war between them. Since learning of Bai Muqing's pregnancy, the matriarch had become exceedingly vigilant regarding her safety. Upon hearing the commotion, she rushed in without delay. As she entered, she was met with the sight of the two grappling in the bathroom, and her shock erupted into a fierce shout. What are you doing? The duo froze at her booming voice, halting their struggle. The matriarch, upon noticing Bai Muqing's tear-streaked face and disheveled clothing, was nearly overcome with anger, and she couldn't help but bellow at her, buying in. Do you have any idea who you are at this moment? Bai Muqing understood that the matriarch was referring to her pregnancy. It was indeed inappropriate to be fighting while in such a condition. It was no wonder the elder was furious. However, she too felt helpless in the situation. Reminded of Nangong Chen's earlier actions, she began to sob, feeling both aggrieved and disheartened. Nangong Chen cast a fleeting glance her way before addressing the matriarch. Grandma, please do not be angry. I am fine. Who cares whether you are fine? The matriarch, accustomed to reprimanding him, swatted his head with her palm and exclaimed, You are both adults, yet still resorting to fighting. How many times must I tell you that couples should coexist harmoniously? After delivering her admonishment, she turned to Bai Muqing and inquired, Did he hit you? Are you hurt? Bai Muqing shook her head in silence. Nangong Chen looked at the matriarch in astonishment. What was happening? When had his grandmother begun to show more concern for this woman than for him? In the past, regardless of who was at fault, she would invariably place the blame on the other party. Why was today different? He glanced at Bai Muqing again. It was merely a matter of forcing her to take a few cold pills. Was it truly necessary for her to cry so? What exactly did you do to her to elicit such tears? The elder questioned Nangong Chen with evident concern. With the matriarch's favoritism absent, Nangong Chen softened considerably. Opening his mouth to explain, I merely compelled her to take a few cold pills. What? You forced her to take medicine? The elderly lady let out a sharp cry, then stepped forward, raising her hand to deliver a firm slap atop his head. If she does not wish to eat, then so be it. Why must you force her? Should this happen again, I shall take matters into my own hands. Nangong Chen furrowed his brow, protesting with great reluctance. Grandmother, if there is nothing else, do not linger here. Return to your own room at once, she retorted. This was the first time Nangong Chen had encountered such an inexplicable old woman, and he found no desire to remain. With a final glance at Bai Muqing, his expression darkened, as he proceeded toward the bedroom door. As soon as he left, the matriarch hurried over, anxiously assessing Bai Muqing and inquiring with urgency. "Did you take the medicine or not?" Bai Muqing cautiously nodded her head. "I did." Upon hearing this, the old woman gasped in disbelief. "My dear, I apologize. The young master is far too strong, and I could not resist." She felt a pang of worry, having taken cold medicine in the early stages of her pregnancy. Observing the elderly lady's worried and furious demeanor only intensified her own anxiety. The matriarch, exasperated, exclaimed, "How many times have I told you to take care of your health? How could you suddenly catch a cold?" Bai Muqing lowered her gaze, guilty, as she dared not disclose to the old lady that her cold was a result of the wind by the river yesterday. He cast a glance at Bai Muqing, stepping forward to gently take the matriarch's arm, offering reassurance. "Madam, there's no use in your anger. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as you imagine. Let's first call the doctor to examine the young mistress." Understanding the wisdom in this, the matriarch conceded and instructed He Jie to contact the family physician to come promptly. The doctor arrived swiftly, assessed the medicine Bai Muqing had taken, and reassured the matriarch. "Madam, rest assured, this cold medicine poses minimal risk to the fetus, and the young mistress has only taken 3 pills, so there should be no cause for concern." "Should be." The matriarch scrutinized him, questioning, "Does that imply there could still be issues?" "Madam, every medicine carries some degree of risk. Even common medications can have effects, though it varies by individual constitution," the doctor explained, adding, "However, I observe that the young mistress appears to be in good health, active and lively, so I believe there will be no adverse effects." With the doctor's words, the matriarch felt a slight alleviation of her worries, yet continued to express concern. "Is there nothing to counteract the medication?" "There is. I will prescribe something for the young mistress shortly," the doctor assured. Once the physician departed, He Jian noticed the matriarch still wore a troubled expression and remarked playfully, "Madam, they say those who experience mild morning sickness often bear sons. I suspect the young mistress is carrying a boy." The matriarch sighed softly, responding, "That must be contingent upon health. Health is assured. The doctor has guaranteed it, so do not fret," He Jian encouraged. The matriarch nodded, then turned her stern gaze toward Bai Muqing, instructing firmly, "From today onward, wear warmer clothing. The weather has turned cool, and you must take care not to fall ill again." "I understand, grandmother," Bai Muqing replied, her demeanor submissive and respectful. Fortunately, this bout of illness was not severe. After consuming the herbal concoction prescribed by the doctor, Bai Muqing gradually began to recover. That evening, Nangong Chen scrutinized her with a look of skepticism and finally voiced his lingering curiosity, inquiring whether she had been getting along well with her grandmother recently. Still irked by the events of the morning, Bai Muqing chose to ignore him. She sat silently before the easel, meticulously sketching the likeness of Shaoli with her pencil. She had promised to create a portrait for Shaoli, yet she had not managed to fulfill this modest wish before his departure, which left her feeling profoundly ashamed. Chapter 84. No Consequence. 2. Tomorrow marks the 7th day since Xiao Li's passing, and she intends to complete the portrait to present to him, ensuring he feels less solitary in the afterlife. Xiao Li once remarked that as long as he had the drawing she gifted him, he would never feel loneliness. Nangong Chen stood beside her, observing her meticulously sketching Xiao Li's likeness while disregarding his presence, leaving him in a state of indecision, neither advancing nor retreating. It was the first time a woman had dared to display such indifference towards him, shattering numerous firsts in his life. Despite this realization, he did not lose his temper. Instead, he inquired, "When will you draw one for me?" Was he attempting to flirt? Nangong Chen pondered, reflecting on how he had fallen to the point of seeking to appease a woman. It was utterly unacceptable, in an effort to reclaim his nearly lost dignity. He swiftly redirected, "Run some hot water for me. I need a bathe." Bai Muqing found his erratic thought process amusing, yet she did not respond as she typically would. Instead, she continued wielding her brush and coldly replied, "I'm sorry, but I'm busy." "What do you mean, Bai Muqing?" Nangong Chen was provoked by her response, seizing the pencil from her hand and glaring at her. "Are you playing games with me? You better think carefully about whether you want to continue this." "I've thought it through," Bai Muqing asserted, reclaiming the pencil from his grasp. "Master Nangong, from now on, You shall walk your own path while I tread mine. We shall coexist without interference. Are you certain? Absolutely. You. What about me? Do you dare to force more medication into my mouth? Bai Muqing glared at him in indignation. Nangong Chen scanned her with disdain, chuckling derisively. If I hadn't forced you to take those pills, would your cold have improved so swiftly? Bai Muqing was at a loss for words. This man certainly knew how to claim credit. Yet, he had a point. Had it not been for his insistence on her consuming those 3 pills, her recovery would have been considerably slower with only the herbal concoction prescribed by the doctor. Furthermore, he was unaware of her pregnancy. His insistence on medication was ultimately aimed at hastening her recovery. Thus, while his actions were somewhat domineering, they were not entirely unforgivable. Wait, why was she wavering in her stance again? How could she concoct excuses to absolve him? What if the medication he forced upon her had been something like amoxicillin? She would have needed to rush to the hospital for a gastric lavage. Master, you may leave now, Bai Muqing stated expressionlessly, returning her focus to her artwork. Nangong Chen, lacking the patience to linger further, turned towards the study. The following day, Bai Muqing visited Xiao Li's grave, bringing with her the completed portrait. I apologize for the delay in finishing this, she whispered, taking a deep breath and mustering a smile. Xiao Li wouldn't hold it against Teacher Bai, would he? For Xiao Li, she felt not only guilt, but also regret for not delivering the portrait while he was alive. After spending a moment in the cemetery with Xiao Li, Bai Muqing turned to leave, heading towards the cemetery gate. At the entrance of the cemetery, she spotted a familiar vehicle, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. She abruptly altered her course and walked away in another direction. Muqing. Lin Anan pushed open the car door and alighted, hastening to catch up with her. Please, don't leave just yet. Bai Muqing rolled her eyes inwardly, realizing that he seemed to be everywhere. It was indeed difficult to act as though she were oblivious to his presence. She turned back, her smile plastered on her face, yet utterly insincere. Lin Xiao, what a coincidence. Is there something you need? I just went to the orphanage looking for you and heard from the children that you had come to the cemetery. So I rushed over, Lin Anan replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Bai Muqing's anger flared up immediately, and she could no longer maintain her feigned smile. She glared at him, her tone sharp. Lin Xiao, what do you want from me? Haven't I made it clear? I have no interest in you. And are you still intent on provoking Nangong Chen until he loses his temper? Muqing, I must warn you. Inciting Nangong Chen will not end well for you. You ought to be cautious, Bai Muqing said, preparing to turn away. Lin Anan called after her retreating figure. I have serious matters to discuss with you. Bai Muqing paused, turning back to scrutinize him. What is it? You have 3 minutes to clarify. Lin Anan stepped forward, halting before her. Yet instead of addressing the matter at hand, he earnestly stated, I do not wish to anger my cousin, nor do I intend to compete for women with him. If you and he can cherish each other for a lifetime, I would never dream of disrupting that. But you are well aware of your current situation with him. Once your identities switch with Bai Yingyan, you will no longer have any ties. Bai Muqing's hands gradually clenched into fists as he repeated this topic, a matter she was reluctant to confront yet could not evade. I have also stated that even if my ties with him are severed, it will not affect my relationship with you. Our connection ended the moment you chose to embrace Bai Yingyan. If this is what you consider a serious matter, I'm afraid I do not see it as such, nor do I find it necessary to discuss it with someone who is irrelevant to me. Muqing, Lin Anan, sensing her intention to leave again, impulsively grabbed her arm. Bai Muqing glared at his hand clamped around her arm, vexed. Lin Xiao, do you wish to be photographed by ill-intentioned individuals again, just like last time? Let them take pictures. I can always have and clarify things later. Lin Anan replied dismissively. You, what do you mean? Lin Anan mocked with a smile. Bai Yingyan is currently lost in her daydream of being the wife of young Master Nangong. She would be more than willing to assist her in this small favor. Lin Xiao, please release me. Bai Muqing secretly resolved that if he did not let go, she would bite him. Lin Anan did indeed release his grip, yet he still obstructed her path. All right, let me address the serious matter. I heard that you returned to Yinqing a few days ago. That seems to be none of your concern. She retorted, though it is not my business. I recall you have been searching for the cause of your grandmother's death. I happen to have some free time lately and can assist you in investigating this matter. Bai Muqing felt a slight surprise. She had indeed mentioned this matter to Lin Annan before, but at that time, he had not taken it to heart. After all, fatalities during demolitions were commonplace, and no one found it peculiar. Initially, he had been reluctant to assist her in the investigation, yet now he claimed he would help. No, I shall conduct the investigation myself, she replied indifferently, not wishing to entangle herself with Lin Annan over this issue once more. This time, she firmly pushed his body away with her hand and walked towards the cemetery's exit. Chapter 85. No Impact 3. Lin Annan observed her departing figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of estrangement that left him somewhat disheartened. The more Bai Muqing distanced herself from him, the more he felt compelled to conquer her. Perhaps this was what men referred to as the desire for conquest. However, he held no worries. He had long since deciphered the essence of women. They were as fluid as water, and he was resolute in his belief that his unwavering efforts would eventually sway her. Lin Annan's vehicle came to a stop beside Bai Muqing, and he lowered the window slowly, addressing her. The city is too far from here. No taxis come this way. And so what? I shall return on my own, she replied curtly, turning her head and casting him a dismissive remark before covering her ears. Unwilling to hear another word from him, Lin Annan followed her for a while, ultimately refraining from further insistence, accelerating his car to distance himself. Although she had rejected his kindness, her thoughts drifted back to the tragic fate of her grandmother, forced into despair. She sat on the terrace, cradling a cup of water, lost in contemplation. Previously, she had considered investigating the matter, but her mother, Zhu Hui, had reprimanded her angrily, implying that even her uncle had ceased to pursue the issue. So why should she meddle? After such a reprimand and a cascade of other issues, she had no choice but to set it aside. Moreover, she was entirely unaware of the identity of the person who had purchased the Zhu family's small courtyard, leaving her at a loss as to where to begin her inquiries. The sound of a message notification broke the silence. It was from Bai Muqing's dedicated number. The message contained merely the two words, diary, and she understood immediately. She picked up her phone and replied, I understand. Maintaining a daily record of her life had become an essential task she could not afford to neglect. Setting her cup down, she returned to her bedroom, retrieved her laptop, powered it on, and began to document the myriad of experiences from the past 2 days. It struck her that it had been quite some time since she last saw Bai Muqing, and she wondered how her preparations were progressing. The 3-month timeline seemed to be approaching all too swiftly. Who would have guessed you had a penchant for journaling? A mocking voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts from behind. Bai Muqing was startled, instinctively closing her laptop and turning to glare at him. Why the panic? It's just a few mundane diary entries, Nangong Chen said dismissively, casting a scornful glance at the laptop she had shut. It's not like you're writing love letters. Is such a reaction really warranted? Bai Muqing exhaled quietly, relieved that he had only seen her journaling document and had not witnessed her sending the diary entries. She deliberately arched an eyebrow and reproached, Young master, could you please knock before entering my room next time? I knocked several times. It was you who didn't tea here, Nangong Chen replied innocently. Besides, this is my room now. Do I really need to knock to enter my own space? Since this room is now occupied by me, you must knock each time you enter. All right, I shall knock louder next time, he said as he took a seat on another chair. Bai Muqing unconsciously leaned a bit to the side, casting a glance at him. What are you doing? Is there something you need? I came up because Grandma complained that I don't spend time with you, Nangong Chen replied, meeting her gaze. Is it necessary to ask? You're certainly not welcome. She retorted. Very well, then I shall take my leave, Nangong Chen said, rising from his chair. Seeing that he was truly about to depart, Bai Muqing felt a twinge of reluctance stir within her. In a moment of desperation, she reached out and grasped his wrist. Only then did she realize that she seemed to be making a fool of herself. What was she doing? Was she truly reluctant to let him go? How could she feel such attachment to a man who completely disregarded her? Could you please pour me a glass of water? She said, nodding toward the empty cup on the table. This reason should be acceptable, right? Nangong Chen followed her gaze, noting that her cup was indeed half empty. However, are you asking me to pour you water? He frowned slightly. Such an audacious request, he remarked. Bai Muqing found herself in agreement. The statement had been made without much thought, and now, faced with his incredulous question, she felt that she had indeed proposed an unreasonable condition. Is it not allowed? She countered, mustering her courage. What do you think? Nangong Chen sneered. In my lifetime, aside from Grandma, I have never poured water for anyone else. Pouring a glass of water, I ascend, tea, a burdensome task. Why not just do it for her? This thought did not originate from Bai Muqing. She lacked the audacity to voice such sentiments. At that moment, both turned to see the old matriarch entering slowly, accompanied by Sister He. Grandma. Bai Muqing stood up from the sofa, politely nodding in her direction. The elderly lady glanced at her, then turned to Nangong Chen. While it is important to have principles, occasionally making exceptions is not a burden. Being too rigid can be exhausting. Although the Nan family had never had a precedent of men serving women, Bai Muqing's current status as a national treasure warranted such leniency, especially since she bore the hope of carrying on the Nan lineage. Nangong Chen regarded his grandmother with surprise. This was not a sentiment he would expect from her. Lately, she had indeed been acting quite strangely. Although Bai Muqing was amiable, diligent, and attentive, could she have won his grandmother's genuine affection in such a short time? Was this woman's charm truly so profound? Suddenly, Nangong Chen realized that he had been influenced by her in various ways. He couldn't deny her remarkable ability. The old lady deliberately turned her attention to Bai Muqing, adopting a reproachful tone. You two, spending all day cooped up in your room. The young master did not marry you just to have you as a decoration. Bai Muqing, caught off guard by the mention of her name, stared at her. What Grandma means is, isn't it true that the young master has worked hard all week? Shouldn't you accompany him to unwind and enjoy some leisure on the weekend? The old matriarch appeared to be concerned for Nangong Chen, but in truth, her concern was for Bai Muqing. Since returning from Yinqing, Bai Muqing had spent nearly all her time in her room, having attended only one banquet and briefly visited Little Li. If this continued, it would be surprising if she didn't fall ill from the confinement. Bai Muqing could discern the underlying meaning in the old lady's words, and she discreetly cast a glance at Nangong Chen before falling silent. Concerned that his grandmother might pressure him into accompanying Bai Muqing outdoors, Nangong Chen hurriedly replied, Grandmother, I do not intend to venture out today. I wish to rest at home. The old lady remarked, the doctor has advised that you should engage in more outdoor activities to avoid falling ill easily. This was indeed the truth. The doctor had urged Nangong Chen not to overexert himself and to take time to unwind. However, Nangong Chen had always been solely interested in his work, rarely indulging in leisure activities. Chapter 86, The Accident 1. Therefore, whether for the well-being of Bai Muqing and the unborn child, or for Nangong Chen's own sake, it was imperative to expel them from the house. Go on, let old Wang take you out for a stroll, the old lady added. With her insistence on what was best for him, Nangong Chen found it impossible to refuse. He remained silent and turned towards the bedroom door. The old lady then glanced at Bai Muqing, signaling her to hurry. Bai Muqing promptly rose and followed Nangong Chen out of the bedroom. Lacking any interest in shopping, when old Wang inquired about their destination, he merely retorted, That is not for me to decide. Consequently, old Wang redirected his question to Bai Muqing, who pondered for a moment. Shopping seemed rather dull, and there was nothing worth purchasing. How about a visit to the amusement park by the sea? She suggested. She had previously visited that place with Lin Annan and found it quite suitable for relaxation. Seeing that Nangong Chen did not object, old Wang drove them towards the seaside amusement park. Located along the west coast, the park boasted a variety of entertainment facilities and dining options. Many couples frequented the park, strolling hand in hand, which left Bai Muqing feeling envious. Given the nature of her relationship with Nangong Chen, they hardly belonged among such couples. However, since they had already arrived, turning back was not an option. Numerous girls in the vicinity cast admiring glances at Nangong Chen, and Bai Muqing wondered if they recognized him. To dissuade those women, she hastily caught up to Nangong Chen and linked her arm through his. He glanced down at her, but did not shrug her off. Reassured, Bai Muqing cheerfully asked, What should we do for fun? A boat ride? No, I'm afraid I might get seasick. Perhaps we could enjoy the ocean view instead. She continued to plan, and Nangong Chen showed no signs of dissent. He was indifferent to everything around him and would acquiesce to her whims. As they crossed a small road and reached the amusement park square, Bai Muqing suddenly halted. Sensing her pause, Nangong Chen turned to see her drooling over a dessert stand. It had been ages since she last indulged in ice cream, especially from her favorite brand, and she found herself torn over whether to buy one for a little indulgence. Surely, a single ice cream wouldn't adversely affect the baby, she internally reassured herself. Yet what if something did go awry? She would forever resent her own cravings. Are you going to buy it or not? Nangong Chen queried, perplexed as to why she was contemplating such a trivial matter for so long. Bai Muqing licked her lips and ultimately decided to resist the temptation. At that moment, a pregnant woman emerged from the dessert stand, happily savoring her ice cream with her husband by her side. Seeing someone else indulge, Bai Muqing finally found her justification. She nodded, declaring, "I want one." "Then go buy it," Nangong Chen replied. Bai Muqing was at a loss for words. After all, other husbands were the ones waiting in line, while their wives simply enjoyed the treats. Seemingly perceptive of her thoughts, Nangong Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Do you expect me to fetch it for you?" Her incredulous inquiry lingered in the air. Did this insufferable man not recognize the charm of those waiting in line to purchase ice cream for their girlfriends? After glancing at the queue and then back at her, Nangong Chen ultimately could not bring himself to buy her the ice cream, instead tossing her a dismissive remark, "You could always choose not to eat." Anticipating such a response, Bai Muqing had not expected his assistance in procuring the treat. She lifted her gaze and inquired, "What about you? Do you wish to indulge?" "I shall not partake," Nangong Chen replied without a moment's hesitation. Having suffered a painful lesson from a previous encounter with her street food choices, he could hardly fathom indulging in such unhealthy fare again. "If you won't eat, then so be it. I shall enjoy it myself," Bai Muqing declared, playfully rubbing her fingers together in front of him. "What?" Nangong Chen questioned, puzzled. "Money," she clarified. "Your own funds?" He probed, yet he reached into his pocket and handed her cash. He was never stingy when it came to finances and never imposed restrictions in this regard. "I forgot my wallet," Bai Muqing said as she accepted the money and headed toward the dessert stand. With 4 or 5 individuals ahead of her in line, Bai Muqing idly toyed with Nangong Chen's wallet, lifting it to admire its design. The black wallet, while not particularly unique in style, felt exquisite in her hands, clearly crafted from fine materials. Upon opening it, she found only a few coins, an ID card, and a gold card, rather sparse for someone of means. Wealthy individuals often preferred to use cards, yet such emptiness within the wallet seemed rather absurd. It would have been better left at home. Upon flipping to the innermost compartment, Bai Muqing finally discerned the significance of Nangong Chen carrying the wallet. There lay a small photograph, featuring a girl with rosy lips and a radiant smile. Indeed, the very image from his phone's gallery. The sight of the photograph tightened her heart once more. How could it always be her? How was she so omnipresent? Nangong Chen, is this woman truly so vital in your life? She mused bitterly to herself. "Excuse me, miss, may I take your order?" The server's voice interrupted her reverie. Taking a breath, she extracted a 20 from the wallet and said, "Please, 1 plain ice cream." "Certainly, please hold on," the server replied as they took her money and began to scoop the ice cream. After receiving the ice cream from the server, she stepped out of the queue, turning to leave the dessert stand, when suddenly, someone exiting collided with her. "Watch out!" the person's female companion exclaimed, pulling her friend aside. Bai Muqing instinctively sidestepped, yet the ice cream still brushed against the stranger, leaving a creamy stain on their black sweater. "How careless can you be?" the companion gasped. Bai Muqing silently reflected that it was indeed they who had bumped into her. However, the other person's clothing was indeed soiled by her. And regardless of whose fault it was likely quite disheartening for both parties. "I am truly sorry, it was not my intention," she said, bowing her head in remorse. Her companion produced a tissue to assist with the cleaning, yet the cream stain only seemed to spread further. Although Bai Muqing could not see her expression, she could easily surmise that the other person was undoubtedly displeased. Just as she was contemplating a graceful exit, a gentle voice resonated from the front. "It is all right, I accidentally bumped into you." Chapter 87. The Car Accident. 2. Such an amiable and considerate lady? Bai Muqing raised her face in astonishment. her gaze shifting to the woman before her. In the next moment, she was taken aback. This encounter was unlike the previous one in Yen City, where she had merely glimpsed the woman from a distance, obscured by countless passers-by, and had lost sight of her in the blink of an eye. Yet today, this woman stood directly in front of her, so close, with a slender figure, skin as fair as snow, and a delicate visage. Was she not the same woman from Nangong Chen's phone gallery? Could it be that their last meeting was not merely a figment of Nangong Chen's imagination, but rather she had truly returned? Bai Muqing never anticipated that in her lifetime she would encounter this woman who had entangled Nangong Chen for half his life, and so near at hand. The only similarity to their last encounter was that once she regained her composure, in the blink of an eye, the woman seemed to vanish into thin air once more. She stood momentarily stunned, scanning her surroundings before instinctively turning to chase after her. However, the woman had already disappeared from sight. Instead, Nangong Chen approached leisurely, casting a glance in the direction the woman had departed, inquiring, "Who was the girl you were just chatting with? A friend?" The dessert shop was bustling, and through the crowd, he had vaguely seen her conversing with two other women, as Bai Muqing had stood opposite them, effectively blocking his view. He could not see the woman's features clearly, yet her hurried retreat was strikingly familiar. Despite having resolved that their encounter in Yin City would be the last due to her madness, he still found himself uncontrollably drawn to her once again. Bai Muqing looked up at him, her lips parting as she spoke. "It's the woman you met in the commercial street of Yin City." Before her words could fully escape her lips, Nangong Chen had already turned and hastened towards the direction the woman had taken. Bai Muqing halted, watching his swiftly disappearing silhouette. And in a moment of desperation, she called out, "Chun Xiao, where are you going?" Amidst the throng of people and the surrounding clamor, it was unclear whether Nangong Chen truly did not hear her or was simply choosing to ignore her. In any case, his pace showed no sign of slowing. Bai Muqing suddenly felt a wave of absurdity wash over her. Who would be foolish enough to do as she had, knowing that Nangong Chen could not forget her, yet naively informing him that the woman was indeed the one he had encountered in Yen City? Was she too innocent or simply foolish? Nangong Chen's strides were longer and quicker than hers. Frustrated and anxious, she pursued him, raising her voice in a fervent inquiry. "Are you going to find her again? You promised you wouldn't engage in such folly anymore." Suddenly, Bai Muqing felt a sharp impact against her leg, causing her to kneel on the ground. "Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed?" A man emerged from the driver's seat of a car that had screeched to a halt, unleashing a tirade of curses at her. It was only then that Bai Muqing realized she had wandered to the roadside, recklessly crossing against the red light. Yet at that moment, her concern was not for her painfully throbbing knee, but rather for the figure of Nangong Chen, who was crossing the street and gradually disappearing into the crowd. "Chun, stop!" She struggled to rise from the ground, yet the pain in her knee forced her back down. The driver remained in the vehicle, cursing and likely hoping that Bai Muqing would realize her mistake and stand up to leave. Upon seeing her inability to rise, he swiftly turned the car and sped away. "Young madam," Old Wong suddenly rushed over, bending down to assist Bai Muqing to her feet, his gaze filled with concern as he inquired, "Young madam, how are you? Where are you hurt?" "Me fine." Bai Muqing grimaced, clutching her knee, but her fingers pointed across the road, indicating the eldest master. "Young madam, you're bleeding." "Forget about the eldest master. We must get you to the hospital at once," Old Wong urged, supporting her towards the nearby parking lot. As the vehicle departed from the seaside amusement park, Bai Muqing's gaze remained fixed through the window, staring intently at the other side of the road. Even though Nangong Chen's figure had long since vanished from view. An hour later, Bai Muqing was settled into a standard hospital room. A minor car accident had left her knee scraped and bleeding profusely, rendering her unable to move and confined to the bed. Upon hearing from Old Wong about the accident, the old lady was half frightened, and upon arriving at the hospital, she first showered Bai Muqing with concern before demanding reassurance from the attending physician. It was only after the doctor repeatedly assured her that Bai Muqing's injury was superficial and that the fetus remained unharmed that she finally felt at ease. Listening to the rapid heartbeat emanating from the monitor, the old lady sighed in relief and turned to Sister He, saying, "It's just as we heard last time, isn't it?" "Yes," The child is perfectly fine. You needn't worry, sister, he replied with a warm smile. With her worries alleviated, the old lady returned her gaze to Bai Muqing, her expression instantly turning cold. It was always like this, first expressing concern for her and the baby, only to follow with a reprimand. Bai Muqing lowered her head, already anticipating the impending scolding. I'm sorry, Grandma. It was my carelessness, she offered apologetically. The old lady glared at her, fuming. It has barely been 2 months, and already you've either caught a cold or been in a car accident. After 10 months of pregnancy, I truly wonder what other mishaps you might conjure up. I will be more careful in the future. You always say that. The old lady remained furious, exclaiming, Do you intend to force me to confine you until you behave? No, Grandma. Bai Muqing pleaded at the mention of confinement. I promise to go out less with the eldest master and take better care of myself. Indeed, she resolved never to venture out with that wretched man again. Every outing with him seemed fraught with misfortune. She now understood that when a man's heart is not with her, she is regarded as less than dirt in his eyes. His heart and gaze belonged solely to Miss Zhu, only to her. Lost in these thoughts, tears unexpectedly rolled down her cheeks, uncertain if they were born of indignation or anger. Observing her tear-streaked face, the old lady softened her tone, saying, Rest well, and don't overthink it. I will handle matters regarding Shan. Bai Muqing nodded gently, wiping away the tears from her eyes with her hand, turning her back to her. In truth, she was not a woman given to tears. The myriad trials she had faced throughout her life had forged her into a resilient and strong-willed woman. Yet today, she found herself shedding tears for a man who neither valued nor loved her. How could she not despise such a version of herself? Bai Muqing succumbed to slumber on the hospital bed, her sleep surprisingly tranquil, oblivious even to the entrance of Nangong Chen. She remained turned away from the door, her bandaged leg protruding from beneath the covers. As Nangong Chen cast his gaze upon her, an involuntary flicker of guilt crossed his eyes. Chapter 88. The Car Accident 3. He appeared disheveled, evidently having rushed over. His gaze shifted to Sister He, inquiring, How is she? She was struck by a vehicle, but fortunately, her bones are unharmed, Sister He replied. Nangong Chen nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. Young master, leave this to Xiao Lu. You should return to rest. Sister He suggested, pausing before adding, The old lady is quite upset, so please be cautious on your way back. Nangong Chen contemplated for a moment and nodded, understood. He was neither adept at tending to patients, nor did he possess the inclination to stay in a hospital with Bai Muqing. After a brief hesitation, he turned and walked towards the door of the ward. As the door to the ward closed once more, Bai Muqing slowly opened her eyes. She had awakened when Nangong Chen began to converse with Sister He, and he had spent less than 3 minutes in her room before departing. Quite a swift exit indeed. She hadn't even had the opportunity to inquire whether he had found his girl. Surely, in all these hours, he must have succeeded. Upon returning to the Nangong residence, he found no sign of the old lady in the living room. Casting a glance at his somewhat disheveled appearance, he deemed it necessary to change into a fresh outfit to avoid further aggravating her. As he ascended to the second floor, he unexpectedly spotted the old lady enjoying tea in the sitting room. Scanning the surroundings, he noted the absence of anyone else, indicating that she had been deliberately waiting for his return. Grandmother, he said, altering his course to step inside, finally deigned to return. Have you? The old lady rose slowly from the sofa, advancing towards him, and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Unlike the usual strikes to his back or shoulder, this slap to his face signified genuine anger. Nangong Chen did not resist. He stood with his head bowed, accepting her reprimand. Initially, I tolerated your defiance for that woman, for it was in the past. However, after all these years, you still disregard Ing's well-being for her sake. She has been missing for a considerable time, and you have worn yourself to the bone. Do you even recognize yourself? Nangong Chen looked up in astonishment, his brows furrowing. Bai Ing told you? Does it matter who informed me? The old lady retorted, raising her hand again as if to strike him, but ultimately refrained. When she heard from old Wang that Nangong Chen had caused Bai Muqing's accident in his pursuit of that woman, she was infuriated and immediately summoned him back. Yet, no matter how many times she called, he refused to answer. I'll tell you this, Nangong Chen. 5 years ago, I turned a blind eye to your affair because you were in love. I did not oppose you keeping her by your side. However, she has since deemed you unworthy and abandoned you. The character of that woman is abundantly clear. She is not even fit to be your mistress. If you dare to continue any association with her after all this time, I will not forgive you, nor will I spare her. The elderly matriarch took a deep breath. Calming her anger before continuing, I simply cannot fathom how our Nangong family has produced such a lackluster man as yourself. What sort of women are absent in City C? Why must you remain infatuated with a woman who has cast you aside? Grandmother, if you dare to seek her out again, you needn't ever call me grandmother again. She interrupted coldly. Do you not comprehend? That woman, upon hearing rumors, vanished without a word. Now that she realizes you are not the husband killer of the tales, and that marrying you would not lead to her demise, she has returned to entice you once more. What do you seek from a woman so selfish and vain? She has never attempted to seduce me, nor has she returned seeking me, Nangong Chen retorted. Is it not true that her choice was one that any woman might make? She is merely an ordinary woman. Do you truly expect her to marry me knowing it could lead to her death? If she genuinely loved you, she would not have been frightened away by mere gossip. True love does not necessitate sacrificing oneself. That would be a reckless disregard for one's own life. Enough. The matriarch was disinclined to engage in a discourse on the essence of love. In any case, I warn you, I do not care how many lovers you entertain outside, but I absolutely forbid you from associating with that woman again. She is unworthy. Furthermore, do not forget that Bai Muqing is your wife. I suggest you devote some attention to her. Grandmother, you said Bai Muqing would eventually leave the Nangong family. If she is destined to depart, why should I concern myself with her? Nangong Chen smirked mockingly. Moreover, I am curious about the fated lover that Master Wang advised me to seek. If I were to find her, what would you do? Would you accept her despite any flaws, and then cast Bai Muqing out of the Nangong family? What do you mean? The matriarch furrowed her brow. My point is, if that rumored destined lover were a woman you despise, would you still accept her? Of course. She replied, I would accept anyone who could aid Nangong Chen. It does not matter who they are, provided they assist him. However, the priority now is for Bai Muqing to give birth to her child. Very well, Nangong Chen nodded, turning to the door of the living room. Stop. The matriarch suddenly called out to him. Nangong Chen halted, turning back. Grandmother, you have said all that needs to be said. Is there anything else? Ingen is currently in the hospital. You should go keep her company. Nangong Chen frowned. Isn't Xiao Lu there? Xiao Lu is Xiao Lu. You are you. And Ingen is injured for your sake. Shouldn't you go and comfort her? Nangong Chen hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Fine, I will go. That evening, he indeed arrived at the hospital. When he entered, Bai Muqing was seated by the window, appearing bored. Upon seeing him, there was no surprise on her face, as if she had anticipated his arrival. Nangong Chen cast a fleeting glance at her left leg, which was wrapped in bandages, and inquired with an expression of indifference. Does the wound still hurt? It no longer pains me, Bai Muqing replied, gazing at him with a determined smile. Such a trifling injury is hardly worth your time. Young master, is that truly your perspective? A subtle smile graced Nangong Chen's lips, revealing a hint of derision. Otherwise, what should I think? If that were genuinely your sentiment, there would be no need for you to report to grandmother. Chapter 89. Misjudged her, Wang complaining? Bai Muqing inquired, her expression one of confusion. Upon witnessing her feigned innocence, Nangong Chen was enveloped by a wave of disdain. Do you intend to manipulate my grandmother into coercing me to relinquish her? Allow me to remind you, as long as I desire, no one can prevent me from loving any woman. You had best refrain from calculating on her behalf. Following the incident of the car accident, although Bai Muqing felt disheartened and sorrowful, a day of profound contemplation compelled her to confront a harsh reality. Nangong Chen did not love her, nor had he ever. Their marriage had never been a matter of choice. Thus, even if he cast her into the path of oncoming traffic for the sake of another woman, she could not hold him accountable for his ruthlessness. Had he remained silent and inactive following her accident, she would have chosen to disregard the event entirely, continuing to plot her own future while he pursued his first love, with neither party interfering in the other's affairs. However, Nangong Chen appeared, and he had come specifically to admonish her. While others might endure, Bai Muqing would not. Have you uncovered my secret? She smiled faintly, fixing her gaze upon him. Master Nangong, if you possess the capability, retrieve her and cast me out of the Nangong family. What purpose does this empty talk serve? You. Do not presume I lack the courage. I have never doubted your bravery, Bai Muqing replied with a cold smirk. What now? She stands before you. You still cannot locate her? Your Miss Zhu excels at her game of cat and mouse. I can even predict her next move. Silence. Nangong Chen bellowed in fury, his long fingers suddenly gripping her chin. What right does someone who sells herself for money have to speak of her? Do you believe yourself to be more virtuous than she? No. Bai Muqing struggled to articulate, her chin held firmly in his grasp. She is more noble than I, which is why I have been awaiting her return to take my place. Hypocrite. Nangong Chen abruptly released her, stepping back to glare at her, then turned without a moment's hesitation, striding towards the hospital room's entrance. As he swung open the door, Jia, who had been eavesdropping nearby, was startled, and upon seeing Nangong Chen, she instinctively stepped aside, a flicker of guilt crossing her face. Though clearly displeased by her intrusion, Nangong Chen, recognizing her status as an elder and a favored confidant of the matriarch, restrained his irritation. Seeing him head towards the elevator, Jia hurried to catch up. Young master, please wait a moment. Nangong Chen ignored her, quickening his pace. As he turned down another corridor, Jia finally matched his stride, her breath coming in quick bursts. Young master, you have misjudged the young madam. She has not reported to the matriarch. It was old Wang who informed her about the accident and that you were pursuing Miss Zhu. Nangong Chen halted, turning to fix her with a piercing gaze. How would old Wang know? Jia hesitated, then stammered. It was arranged by grandmother? Jia smiled awkwardly. Young master, please do not be angry. The old lady is concerned for your well-being, worried that you might encounter some unforeseen circumstances. She always claims it's for my own good. Nangong Chen erupted. Do I no longer possess any personal freedom if I require someone to shadow me, even while merely shopping? Young master, relay this to her. If this continues, I shall never leave the house again. He exhaled in frustration, casting a dismissive remark at Jia. She nodded repeatedly in agreement, acknowledging him before turning away. Watching Jia's seemingly obedient figure depart, Nangong Chen sighed helplessly. How many times had he clashed with the old lady over such matters? Yet, regardless of his protests, she persistently positioned her spies around him, always citing her concern for his safety. He understood her intentions were indeed rooted in love, but who could possibly relish the sensation of being surveilled? After standing quietly in the corridor for a moment, he did not proceed towards the elevator, but instead returned to the doorway of Bai Muqing's hospital room. Following the earlier commotion, Bai Muqing stood up from her chair, tears welling in her eyes as she gingerly approached the bedside table, leaning on the bed frame for support. Though her injuries were not severe, each step felt agonizingly painful, and after taking a moment to gather herself beside the table, she finally managed to pour herself a glass of water. After quenching her thirst, she intended to return to bed, but her injured left leg refused to lift onto the mattress. Gritting her teeth in pain, she broke into a cold sweat. Bai Muqing, must you be such a coward about pain? She chastised herself internally. Summoning her strength, she attempted to rise, only to have the wound throb intensely, causing her to cry out and collapse to the floor. Yet, she did not concede defeat. Instead, she resolved to stand again, determined not to believe that she was incapable of climbing onto the bed. At the doorway, Nangong Chen could no longer bear to watch. He pushed the door open and entered, striding to her side without uttering a word before bending down to lift her from the ground and place her gently onto the bed. Bai Muqing was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in disbelief, questioning her own perception. Hadn't he just left? Why had he returned? After setting her down, he glanced at her with a tone laced with mockery. Aren't you supposed to be quite capable? How is it that you cannot even manage to get onto the bed? Mind your own business. Bai Muqing shot him a glare, quickly wiping away the tears that threatened to spill. She could not allow him to witness her tears, nor afford him the satisfaction of mocking her. However, the glimmer of tears in her eyes had not escaped Nangong Chen's notice. Yet, he chose not to confront her, simply pulling the blanket over her. Having spent considerable time with her, He recognized her true nature, someone who appeared strong yet was stubbornly vulnerable. Such a disposition, while distinctive, could sometimes irritate men, especially a man like him who valued pride and dignity even more than she did. Bai Muqing glanced at him, her expression neutral, and asked, "What brings you back? Wasn't the earlier commotion enough to satisfy you?" Nangong Chen, of course, would not admit to having realized his wrongful assumptions about her, nor would he confess to the slightest twinge of guilt or uneasiness he felt within. Instead, he spoke in an exceedingly displeased tone. "Were it not for my grandmother compelling me to remain here to attend to you, I would have left long ago." "You attend to me?" Bai Muqing seemed to hear a grand joke. "What does that even mean?" Nangong Chen furrowed his brow, perplexed by her expression. Was she disdainful of him? "If you could refrain from provoking me, even a little, I would be eternally grateful." With a wave of her arm, Bai Muqing pointed towards the door. "Young master, if you do not wish for me to perish in frustration here, I earnestly implore you to leave at once." Chapter 90. Wrongly accused her, too. In conclusion, she did not forget to add, "Rest assured, I will explain things clearly to Grandma." "Explain? What could you possibly elucidate in front of Grandma?" Nangong Chen scoffed. "Don't be under the impression that Grandma has been somewhat kinder to you lately. It means you've truly won her favor. Let me tell you, Grandma's heart is made of iron, and she has never genuinely liked anyone in her life." Bai Muqing found herself at a loss for words, yet he was not entirely incorrect. The old lady's kindness towards her stemmed not from affection, but from the child she bore. This was something she had always understood. Bai Muqing ceased her banter and turned her back to him, engrossing herself in her phone. Nangong Chen had no intention of continuing the argument. He sauntered over to the sofa and sat down. After a while in the hospital room, he could no longer bear the stillness. Rising from the sofa, he said to her, "I'm going out to find something to eat. What would you like?" "Anything," Bai Muqing replied without turning her head. Nangong Chen rejected her response, stating, "There's no such thing as anything. I want dim sum." Although she had just eaten, her dismal mood had diminished her appetite, and now she genuinely felt a bit hungry. Nangong Chen left the hospital and found a nearby dim sum shop. Upon entering, he was greeted with a plethora of delicacies, and he purchased a selection of each. As he was about to leave, his gaze was drawn to the ice cream displayed in the cabinet. Noticing his interest, a service attendant politely smiled and said, "Sir, our ice cream balls are quite delightful. You might want to try one." Recalling the ice cream ball that Bai Muqing had lost earlier that morning, he inquired, "Can I take some to go?" "Certainly, we have special takeout boxes, but they shouldn't be kept for too long." "Then please pack a few for me." "Of course. What flavors do you prefer?" Nangong Chen pondered. He truly did not know what flavor of ice cream Bai Muqing liked. Slightly embarrassed, he adjusted his sunglasses and asked the attendant, "Excuse me, what flavors do girls typically enjoy?" The attendant was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit awkward. "Every girl has different preferences. It's quite hard to say." "Then let us get one of each." "Ah, sir, is that perhaps a bit too much? We have 24 flavors here, and they can be somewhat pricey." "That's all right. My partner is quite the foodie." "Oh, in that case," the attendant nodded, her heart secretly envious of this fortunate foodie. Once the ice cream and dim sum were neatly packed, the attendant handed 2 large bags to Nangong Chen with a smile, reminding him, "Sir, remember to put any leftover ice cream balls in the fridge when you return." "All right, thank you." Nangong Chen accepted the hefty bags and turned to leave the dim sum shop. Upon returning to the hospital room, he placed the 2 large bags on the bedside table and laid out the contents before Bai Muqing. She gazed at the table overflowing with ice cream balls and then looked up at him with an incredulous expression. "Are you all right? What's the purpose of purchasing so much ice cream?" "Uncertain of your preferred flavors, I opted to buy one of each." Nangong Chen felt no qualms as he picked up a pastry and began to eat. Having gone an entire day without a proper meal, he was ravenous. "Nangong Chen, is this how you typically squander your money?" Bai Muqing asked, her expression one of incredulity. "Is it wise to hoard money without spending it, merely to save for a coffin?" Nangong Chen replied dismissively. "However, such wastefulness is not justifiable. Are you going to eat or not?" Bai Muqing looked at the enticing ice cream scoops, her mouth watering, yet she hesitated. Would the old lady scold her for indulging in such cold treats? She glanced at Nangong Chen, then back at the ice cream. ultimately selecting a chocolate scoop to taste. The flavor of this brand was, as expected, rich and authentic, utterly delightful on her palate. After savoring the chocolate, she contemplated trying a strawberry flavor, but her rationality cautioned her against further indulgence, as it would be unfair to the baby within her. Observing her evident desire to eat, yet her hesitance, Nangong Chen raised an eyebrow in confusion. What's the matter? Are you embarrassed to indulge? Just a reminder, in my eyes, you have long lost any semblance of an image. There's no need to feign modesty here. Who cares about putting on a show in front of you? Bai Muqing retorted, taking a pastry for herself. Then why not eat? Because. Bai Muqing hesitated, concocting a flimsy excuse. I want to save them for the children. This was a spur-of-the-moment excuse, but it seemed plausible. The orphanage was not far from there, and since she couldn't consume them, it would be a shame to waste such expensive treats when they could be given to the children. Nangong Chen was speechless. Do you really need to act so selflessly, saving them for the children? Of course, you ought to learn about this from me, he scoffed, glancing at his phone while munching on his snack. Bai Muqing studied him, then cautiously spoke. Young master, could you assist me with a favor? No, madam instructed you to stay and attend to me. True, but if it involves delivering ice cream to those wild children, I must decline. No, I simply wish for you to help me down from the bed. I will personally deliver it. Bai Muqing smiled gently at him. Such a simple task, you wouldn't refuse. Would you? You. Nangong Chen was exasperated, pointing at her. Are you trying to pressure me? What do you mean? I kindly bought you ice cream, and you dare to act so spoiled. Furious, Nangong Chen seized an ice cream cone, lifting her chin with his other hand, threateningly stating, Did you not claim I was insufficiently kind to you? Now that I am being considerate, you choose to disregard my goodwill? You must eat all of it today. As he spoke, he forced the ice cream scoop toward Bai Muqing's mouth. As Bai Muqing shook her head in struggle, she exclaimed in exasperation, Nangong Chen, you pervert. I cannot eat this. Once again, this lunatic. If she were capable of consuming it, would she need his coercion? She would have indulged herself long ago. Why was she unable to eat? Hadn't she gone out to purchase it herself this morning? You, get away from me. With all her might. Bai Muqing pushed him away, causing Nangong Chen to inadvertently smear cream all over his own face as he shifted the ice cream cone in his hand. Chapter 91. Misunderstood her. 3. Nangong Chen rubbed the cream on his face, infuriated and ready to retaliate. In a moment of desperation, Bai Muqing exclaimed, If you continue to pressure me, I will call Grandma. Perhaps that phrase held some efficacy, for Nangong Chen indeed ceased his pursuit. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Muqing swiftly pulled the blanket over her head, only to peek out with her eyes sparkling at the cream adorning his face. Despite her evident annoyance, she could not suppress a chuckle. Do you know when you are most adorable? She asked with a mischievous smile. It's when you get punished by Grandma, and right now. Nangong Chen, provoked by her teasing, was on the verge of hurling the remaining ice cream at her. Bai Muqing hastily retreated under the blanket, shouting, You would be wasting food. That would invoke divine retribution. It would be better to give it to those poor children. Why do you hold such a grudge? He retorted. The children merely had a bit of fun smearing cream on you, and yet you harbor resentment to this day. Your narrow-mindedness is unbecoming of a man. Do you not know that good deeds are rewarded? A compassionate man is the most attractive of all. At a loss for words to convey his current feelings, Nangong Chen regretted having indulged her with ice cream. Sensing his silence, Bai Muqing instinctively realized he was upset and softened her tone. Please don't be angry. I'm merely speaking the truth. Look at Zhao Feiyang. He is so kind-hearted. Although he may not be as handsome or wealthy as you, he has countless admirers, even captivating the beautiful Yuan Gui. Receiving no response, Bai Muqing persisted. All right, perhaps you are quite charming to women too. However, if you could temper your temper and exhibit a bit more kindness, you would undoubtedly attract even more admirers. Hey, I've said so much, and you give me nothing in return? Are you so angry that you've lost your voice? Unable to wait any longer, Bai Muqing lifted a corner of the blanket to peek outside. Yet, the hospital room was devoid of Nangong Chen's presence. Not only had he vanished, but even the ice cream and snacks on the table had disappeared with him. What a miser! Bai Muqing muttered in disbelief. She hadn't even had a proper chance to enjoy the treats before he whisked them away. After Nangong Chen left, Bai Muqing leaned against the headboard, flipping through a magazine. her spirits considerably lifted. Although she was uncertain why that proud man had returned or why he had willingly bought her ice cream, it was evident that he was making a silent concession. Despite the disappointment stemming from his earlier actions, the fact that he had yielded was a step forward, and she felt reluctant to demand more from him. As she perused the magazine, her phone on the table rang, and it was Zhao Feiyang calling. She picked up the phone, and immediately, the cheerful voices of children filled her ears. Zhao Feiyang, with a beaming voice, exclaimed, "Teacher Bai, thank you for the ice cream and snacks. The children are absolutely thrilled." What? Bai Muqing was taken aback, puzzled. Ice cream and snacks? What's going on? Moments ago, the security personnel brought in a plethora of ice cream and snacks, claiming they were sent by Teacher Bai. What's going on? You're not aware? Zhao Feiyang was left bewildered by her retort. Oh, it was I who asked someone to deliver them, Bai Muqing hurriedly explained. So, these delightful treats were not discarded in a fit of anger by Nangong Chen, but rather sent to an orphanage? This did not align with his earlier outright refusal before she had even made a request. What could have prompted such a change of heart? After hanging up, Bai Muqing found herself preoccupied with this conundrum. Her initial assertion to deliver the items personally was merely a reaction of frustration. Nangong Chen should not have been swayed by such antics. What then had influenced his decision? After a moment of contemplation, she hesitantly dialed Nangong Chen's number. The phone rang for an extended period before he finally answered, his voice as indifferent as ever. What is it? What do you want to do this time? Bai Muqing hesitated, then expressed her gratitude. Thank you. I heard the children were quite happy. Don't thank me. I was merely concerned that a lack of kindness might bring about repercussions, he replied, his tone still laced with discontent. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Bai Muqing reassured him. Rest assured, you shall live a long life. Thank you. Sensing he was about to end the call, she hurriedly inquired, where are you planning to go now? What? Do you expect me to accompany you for the night? I wouldn't dare. I was merely wondering if you might be off to drink again. In truth, she wanted to ask if he had located Miss Zhu and whether he would be spending the evening with her, or if he would continue his search while drowning himself in liquor. On the other end, Nangong Chen fell silent for a moment before finally uttering, I apologize for this morning. I assure you there won't be a next time. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Bai Muqing was left in shock, her hand gripping the phone, unmoving. Had she misheard? Had he misspoken? Was he genuinely apologizing to her? Furthermore, he vowed there would be no repeat of the incident. Such an occurrence seemed utterly implausible. Had he truly found her today? Why had he suddenly uttered such words? Nangong Chen, clarify your words. Fully aware that the call had ended, she could not help but voice her frustration, only to be met with a monotonous beeping from the other end. How frustrating. Such rare words, and yet he ended the conversation so abruptly. With Nangong Chen's promise lingering in her mind, Bai Muqing felt her spirits lift, finding solace in the hospital despite her solitude. Though he had not visited her for an entire day and night, it did not dampen her mood. She understood that Nangong Chen was not adept at expressing his emotions. Achieving this level of communication was already commendable. Besides, his work was demanding, and the company was a considerable distance away. Ultimately, when one harbors affection for another, everything they do seems justified and forgivable. Yao Mei observed Bai Muqing's radiant mood and teasingly remarked, It seems that you have been enjoying delightful moments with your esteemed Chun Shao lately, your rosy lips and pearly teeth resembling a blossoming peach flower. It's not bad, Bai Muqing replied with a light chuckle. Does he know about your pregnancy? Yao Mei inquired with curiosity. In an instant, Bai Muqing's cheerful demeanor plummeted. Why bring up such a topic? It was truly disheartening. This was a matter she had long dared not contemplate, and she lacked the courage to speculate on how Nangong Chen might react upon discovering the secret, or how he would address the situation concerning her and their child.